Chapter 451 Humans. Humans are coming. With a thought, a circle of exploding crystals fell directly around the shark shell, detonated at the same time. The violent explosion directly blew the mermaids around the shark shell into a bloody mist. Of course, Huyu was not idle either. He had already driven the yacht to the shark shell, and at the same time activated the ability of the greed armor to protect it in the defensive force field. Otherwise, with the intensity of the explosion of this circle of exploding crystals, I am afraid that this little shark shell would be half dead if not dead. Just as Huyu was looking at the big head fish and preparing to start a conversation, a mermaid jumped out of the water and headed straight for Huyu on the shark shell. It seems, one circle is not enough. Huyu casually sprinkled another circle of explosive crystals, and at the same time stuffed one into the mouth of the one that fell from the sky. The art of explosion bloomed again. Most of the big head fish were directly blown away. Huyu frowned slightly. Just when he was about to continue, the big head fish finally stopped. This should be in place now. Before he could speak, one of the mermaids swam up. Its head covered with light golden scales was suspended above the water, and its body kept floating below. It spoke to Huyu in a clear voice. Humans, you are protecting our natural enemies. Are you going to go to war with us? Huyu directly caught the key words in the other party's mouth. Humans? It seems, this big-headed fish should have seen other people. Go to war. Huyu sneered, but did not reveal his purpose. Do you think you are qualified to use this word to talk to me? After saying this, another circle of exploding crystals fell. But this time, Huyu did not sprinkle them on the periphery of the shark shells, but directly sprinkled them around each big-head fish. As long as they exploded, none of these big-head fish would survive. The golden scale big-head fish was stunned immediately. After she pondered for a few breaths, she slowly uttered a sentence. Human race, we can trade. What do you want in order to hand over these shark shells to us? Simple. Huyu did not refuse, but said, since you call me a human, you must have found other humans. Right? You have so many people in your tribe. As long as you can find me 1,000 humans, I will agree to give you this shark shell. 1,000 humans. It is impossible to gather this number. Huyu put forward this condition just to test how much information the other party knows. If he does not know the specific information of the human race in the endless holy tower, then he can just take advantage of these free labors and help him gather people. Anyway, his purpose of coming here is not to help a certain race get justice. As long as it is beneficial to him, it is not impossible to sell this shark shell. Okay. I promise you. The golden scale big head fish thought for a moment, then said, but you have to show your sincerity. That's easy. Huyu casually threw out a shark shell corpse. I don't care about the grudges between you and the shark shell clan. This is my deposit for you. When you find 300 human beings, I will give you another corpse. Remember? I want it alive. Alive. The golden scale big head fish frowned slightly and said, what if the humans don't go with us? That's easy. Huyu chuckled and said, if any of them don't go with you, you can tell them my name and say that I asked them to come. You are? My name is Huyu. Got it. The golden scale big head fish replied, but did not leave here. Instead, she used the same method as the big head fish just now and let out a whistle under the water. She then raised her head, looked at Huyu and said, I have informed my people of the news. Please wait. Huyu nodded slowly. It's better to try to find out what the cause and effect is between the big head fish and the shark shell. Come up. The face of the golden scale big head fish turned red, and its big head shook as if it was hesitating about something. Sir Huyu, why don't I let my people come up? Maybe they will be more suitable to serve you than me. Serve? The big head fish's head looks big, but why is it full of yellow waste? Huyu rolled his eyes helplessly. Serve you? Big head ghost. Come up directly. I have something to ask you. Yes. The golden scale big head fish responded helplessly. She also knew what it meant to be strong and respected. She swam to the yacht helplessly and jumped onto the deck. A pair of long legs stood in front of Huyu. If it weren't for the huge fish head, he might have some reaction. But, with such a big fish head in front of him, any normal person would not have any reaction. Tell me. Huyu leaned aside casually. What's going on between you and the sharks? Sir, our mermaids are so miserable. Upon hearing this, the big head fish fell to the ground, as if he was singing Doi's Injustice, and complained to Huyu. Our tribe has always been peaceful. But these sharks are extremely cruel and always devour our people. Stop! Huyu interrupted the golden-scaled big-head fish coldly. He said indifferently. You still have one chance to tell the truth. Otherwise, I believe that even if I let you disappear in this azure, your people will be happy to serve me. Just from the attitude of their race towards their compatriots, it is not difficult to infer what race they are. Cold-blooded, ruthless, and putting personal interests first. Races like this are too easy to divide. The golden-scaled big-head fish shook its head and stared at Huyu. Sir, no matter who you are or what strength you have, you can't easily erase the deep hatred between our two races. The shark and shell race did encircle and suppress our race. There is no doubt about that. Just what? Huyu asked immediately. If I guess correctly, this is just the back, which should be the truth of everything. The golden-scaled big-head fish lowered his voice and said, that happened 10,000 years ago. After that person came, our tribe's life gradually became better. As for the sharks and shells that bullied us, it is natural to settle accounts later. This is our revenge. 10,000 years. You should know that the speed of time here is 4 times that of the negative first layer. If it happened here 10,000 years ago, wouldn't it have happened more than 40,000 years ago on the negative first layer? Or even longer? Assume that the speed of time on the negative first layer is twice the normal speed of time on the blue planet. The person that the golden-scaled big-head fish was talking about is very likely to be the one who entered the endless holy tower in the last era. Or even the previous era. Huyu's eyes suddenly lit up. And he couldn't help asking, who is the person you are talking about? The golden-scaled big-head fish immediately became alert when he heard it. She didn't answer, and there was a sense of sacrificing her life in her eyes. If Huyu continued to ask, she would not only not reveal the information, but might even fight him to the death. There is something fishy. Huyu's eyes lit up, but he didn't continue to ask. Forget it. I won't ask anymore. He raised his hand and knocked on the shark shell below. Tell me, is what they said true? Melantita trembled twice, but still revealed a crack in the shell, and a timid voice came from inside. That was a long time ago. It has been 10,000 years. Our hatred. Can't it be erased? Erase? What can be erased? Golden-scaled big-head fish said excitedly. When you shark shells devoured our mermaids, did you agree to our request for mercy? Erase it now. What do you think of the blood sacrificed by our ancestors? Ink. Unless the shark shell tribe is extinct in the sea, it is impossible to erase it. Melantita did not answer, but just closed the shell tightly, as if he didn't know what was happening in the outside world, and started to play dead. It seems, this is the truth between the two tribes. Ding! The next moment, a crisp sound came from the yacht. A series of prompts popped up immediately. Congratulations on discovering the truth of the fight between the two tribes. Please choose the faction you want to help, and the mission objective will change accordingly. 1. Help the mermaids. 2. Help the sharks. 3. Help the two tribes resolve their hatred. Warning. This mission is extremely difficult, and you will face terrible penalties if you fail. Is there any need to ask? Of course. Choose 3. Difficulty? This thing is indeed difficult for other creatures. Without all the abilities, it is almost impossible for one to mediate between the two tribes and resolve the hatred accumulated over tens of thousands of years. But now, Huyu is the one who accepted the mission. For him, this is also considered difficult? Apart from anything else. Even if there are saint-level beings in these two races, the several tons of saint-level explosive crystals stored in his space are enough to teach them what a peaceful conversation is. Ding! As Huyu's mind moved, several more prompts sounded. Epic quest. Rescue the mermaids has been changed. Successfully obtain the mythical quest, Peace in the Sea. Mythical quest, Peace in the Sea. Quest objective. Gain recognition from the mermaids. Gain recognition from the sharks. Help the two tribes resolve their hatred. Quest success reward. 10,000 experience points for every 1% of shark recognition. 10,000 experience points for every 1% of mermaid recognition. Successfully help the two tribes resolve their hatred and gain experience points. 1 million. When the quest is completed 100%, you will get an additional title, False Sea God. Mission failure penalty. The two tribes will chase each other until they die. Looking at the pop-up message in front of him, Huyu showed a hint of joy in his eyes. This mission is simply too simple. This is a percentage mission. If the two tribes are willing to have a good chat, then have a good chat. But if the chat cannot continue, sorry. If there is only one mermaid and one shark in the world, they can also represent the entire tribe of mermaids and sharks. This mission, is it not simple enough? Looking at Huyu's smile, the golden scale big-head fish had an ominous premonition in his heart. At the same time, the big-head fish outside also sent news. Humans! Humans are coming! Chapter 452, I will kill you two today. Listening to the voice ringing in his ears, Huyu couldn't help but look in the direction of the big-head fish. I don't know if this task can be shared. If it can, considering the experience provided by the entire task, it doesn't seem to be a difficult task to bring the human race and the dragon race to the third floor together. Huyu turned his head and looked at the golden scale big-head fish. Help me find the human race first, and I will naturally meet your request. As for your hatred, later, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Thank you. The golden scale big-head fish lowered his head and said, soon. A small broken raft slowly came from the periphery. There was a human squatting on it. Huyu glanced at it from a distance and frowned slightly. Good news. It was indeed a human. And a human with all four limbs intact. Bad news. Huyu really knew who this person was. Although the two had never met, Huyu had already paid attention to his news before the flood receded. Jin Wankai, the original speculator. If the world was at peace, his behavior would be selfish. But it wouldn't be a big problem. But it was the end of the world at that time. This kind of speculative behavior is undoubtedly self-interested at the expense of others. If he was in danger, Huyu would not think there was any problem with doing so. But he had already joined the base and was in a relatively safe environment. But he still wanted to do this. That is, he stopped in the later period and did not do similar things again. Otherwise, Huyu would definitely use him as a typical example and kill the chicken to scare the monkey. After waiting for the broken raft to approach, Jin Wankai couldn't help but look up at Huyu on the yacht. He was stunned at first, and then his eyes were full of surprise. Boss Hu? Boss Hu? It's really you. Yeah. Huyu didn't have a good face for him. Just responded calmly, and then asked, have you seen other people on the road? No. Jin Wankai shook his head honestly, and looked around with a little horror. Boss Hu? There are so many monsters here. Have you conquered them all? Not really. Huyu said coldly. Wait aside. Don't talk nonsense. And don't move around. Hey! Jin Wankai is a smart man. When he found that Huyu's tone was not good, he immediately controlled the raft to the side and waited quietly. But the look he gave Huyu was full of disdain. In the past, you had the ability to surpass all living beings, and everyone respected you. It was okay for you to pretend to be great. But now everyone has no ability, and all living beings are equal. You are still pretending like this? Ridiculous. Really ridiculous. It's just that my body is not good, and I can't compare with the young people. Let's see how this kid can convince others when other people come later. That's right. Hearing Huyu's voice, Jin Wankai's eyes immediately returned to normal, and he looked at him humbly. Boss Hu? What do you want? Come closer. Hey! As the raft approached, Huyu tried to jump off the yacht, and was not stopped at all. As he boarded the raft, the yacht that was moving forward disappeared in front of him, and a sign appeared on the back of his hand. It seems that as long as the vehicle can hold onto the water, no matter how many creatures are on it, it will not cause any impact. That? Jin Wankai looked at Huyu with an awkward expression. Can this raft carry the two of us? Why don't we get on your yacht? The yacht has automatic cruising, which is not very convenient. Huyu said and sat cross-legged on the raft. Someone else will come later. And your small raft is just right. Okay. Having said that, Jin Wankai couldn't say anything else, so he could only stand behind Huyu and fall into silence. Another half an hour passed. Rule 3 appeared above the clouds in the sky. Rule 3. Be careful of anything that can destroy the raft under you, whether it is a creature, nature, or your own kind. Rule 4. Unlocked after 1 hour. When the new rule appeared, 3 humans also came from a distance. Huyu looked at the 3 people paddling 3 small wooden boats towards the raft, and a touch of admiration surged in his eyes. Judging from the formation of the 3 wooden boats, the 3 were found and brought here at the same time. They were lucky enough to be able to reunite with their own tribe in this situation. In this situation, those who can get a small wooden boat by their own ability are considered to have some ability. I just don't know if I recognize them. As the three small wooden boats slowly approached. Hu Yu also saw the situation on the wooden boats. With just one glance, he couldn't help but stare at the broken raft. These guys are too young. 2 men and 1 woman. All young people. One of whom Hu Yu knew. That was the guy who was scolded when he was playing with Lin Xiaoxiao. And was about to meet Lin Xiaoxiao offline. But was stopped by me. And finally called Guanli. The remaining 2 people. Judging from the formation of the small wooden boat, and the expressions of the 3 of them in the conversation, they should also be members of the youth association. I don't know how Guanli dealt with this organization. As the small wooden boat got closer, the girl among the 3 also found the broken raft, and Hu Yu on the broken raft. Quick! Look! It's Boss Hu! It's really Boss Hu! TSK! The leading young man lowered his voice, and said contemptuously, isn't he just a coward? He disappeared during the reconstruction. We all thought he was dead. If it weren't for the appearance of the endless holy tower, he would have continued to hide somewhere. Hush! Another little boy frowned, and said to the young man, Wang Xiao, keep your voice down. If he hears us, how can we survive? Listen? Wang Xiao sneered. Him? Now everyone's abilities are sealed. Not to mention that he is a middle-aged otaku. Even if a normal person is in this environment, he may not be able to hear me. The broken raft he is standing on. Maybe we will have to take him out later. Yes. The girl next to him immediately agreed when she heard it. There are so many mermaids here. And some mermaids are here to pass on his message. Maybe he was kidnapped and asked us to save him. Look. What Xiaoqin said is not impossible. Wang Xiao said, with a smile on his face. Don't say we are ruthless. If we let him out, let alone the courtesy, even Shinshan will have to give us face. Shoo! Another little boy whispered, keep your voice down. It's almost here. It's not good if we are heard later. I've heard it. Hu Yu's voice floated faintly from the raft. The people on the 3 small wooden boats were stunned at the same time. But now they were sitting on the small wooden boat, being towed by the mermaid, and it was impossible to get off the route. They had no choice but to follow the established route and swim towards the small wooden raft where Hu Yu was. What if you heard it? Wang Xiao stiffened his neck and shouted to Hu Yu. Are we wrong? As the wooden boat slowly approached, Wang Xiao did not control the direction of the wooden boat, but let it hit it directly. The small broken wooden raft was hit by the wooden boat and was on the verge of collapse. Jin Wansai's body swayed, and he almost fell into the water. Even Hu Yu was almost knocked off balance by the impact. Ha ha ha! The wanton laughter echoed in his ears. Wang Xiao smiled at Hu Yu in front of him, bent his body, and couldn't hide his joy. Boss Hu. Right? I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wang Xiao. From Shelter number 001. Well, this makes sense now. Most of the people in Shelter number 001 joined the so-called Restoration Society. But only a few of them could become the decision-makers of the Restoration Society. Considering the current decline of the human race, Hu Yu killed the top leaders of the Restoration Society at that time, and did not continue to kill them all, but gave them a chance to reform. But now it seems, the Restoration Society has a tendency to revive. And even the youth association created by Guanli is the next Restoration Society. What? Didn't expect it? Wang Xiao chuckled, controlling the direction of the small wooden boat, and kept circling around the broken raft. Didn't expect us to be alive. You killed our elders back then. Did you ever think you would end up like this? They say a tiger in trouble is bullied by a dog. So what if I'm just a dog today? Wang Xiao said. And the small wooden boat hit them again. But this time, Hu Yu and Jin Wankai were well prepared. Their bodies just swayed twice. But the small broken raft was about to collapse. The gap between the raft and the wooden boat was originally 2 levels, and the 2 consecutive collisions had already caused the raft to fall apart. Boss Hu! Jin Wankai saw this and shouted. You should think of a way. What can he do? Take out a gun from the space he claims to have everything? Don't be ridiculous. Wang Zhao's eyes were red, and he roared wantonly. Even if he was a god, he has become a dog today. Wang Xiao, will kill the dog and eat its meat today. The pig on the boat. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you can push him off the boat, even if you have surrendered, I can still let you live. Otherwise, humph. Jin Wankai did not answer. After years of investment, he naturally knew what business he could do and what business he could not do. The man in front of him clearly had a trump card, but he did not reveal it at this moment. It was obvious that everything in front of him was still under his control. If he took action at this time, he would probably face real terror. It would be better. Jin Wankai took a step forward and rushed directly to Hu Yu, opened his fat arms, and blocked Wang Xiao and others. Boss who saved us in the end times. You ungrateful bastards. If it weren't for him, do you think you could have survived? Now you really eat with a bowl in your hand and curse your mother when you put it down. Right? If I were your father, I would be ashamed to have given birth to a child like you. You. Wang Xiao was so angry that he couldn't say a word. He simply controlled the small wooden boat to hit it, clenched his teeth, and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Okay. I'm going to kill you two today, and let you protect your boss, who well in the underground. Chapter 453 Mermaid Clan. Seeing the small wooden boat rushing over, Hu Yu did not intend to continue this farce. He just waved his hand casually, and the yacht that had disappeared before reappeared in front of him. When the small wooden boat rushed over, it just hit the yacht. With a crisp sound, the small wooden boat was shattered in an instant, turning into pieces of wood and scattered on the water. Wang Xiao fell into the water in shock, floating on the wooden board, staring blankly at the yacht that suddenly appeared in front of him. His mind was in a mess. The girl who was riding the boat next to him had her pupils trembling slightly, and said in disbelief, How can you still use your abilities? No! This is impossible. Wang Xiao was soaking in the water and roared. You are not Hu Yu. Absolutely not. It's really funny. Hu Yu looked at the experience plus 100 that appeared on the yacht, and couldn't help but smack his lips and complain. You guys, you don't even have the qualifications to be an experienced baby. Why are you here to give away your heads? I'm not Hu Yu. I'm not myself. You are? Illusion. It's definitely an illusion. Wang Xiao, who was soaking in the water, was still roaring. This must be an illusion created by the mermaids. Li Qin, Zhang Wuxi, you still have the wooden boat. Hurry up and find a way to kill this fake Hu Yu. As long as we kill him, we can get rid of the illusion. The words were not finished. Wang Xiao's voice became smaller and smaller, and the whole person sank into the water, just like a marshmallow thrown into boiling water. It quickly melted and dissipated in the sea water. The other two people were stunned when they saw this. It's still an illusion, Hu Yu sneered, looking at the place where Wang Xiao disappeared, and said calmly, I don't know which of us is more like an illusion. After saying that, the remaining two people controlled the small wooden boat and prepared to run away. But how could Hu Yu let such a hidden danger go? He controlled the yacht and directly crashed the remaining two small wooden boats into the water. Like Wang Xiao's boat, the two wooden boats also turned into broken wooden boards and floated on the water. As for the people, when Hu Yu took back the yacht, the three people had disappeared, as if they had turned into pus and disappeared into the sea. At least, no vital signs can be detected from them at present. It seems that the meaning of this Rule 3 is also very simple. When two people meet on a narrow road, the brave one wins. If there is no hatred, the two can naturally live in peace. But if there is hatred, whoever has a higher ship level can control the life and death of the other party. Originally, I thought that this level of rules deprived all living creatures of their abilities, and it should not cause too many casualties. But now it seems, this level is not simple either. Hu Yu also slowly turned his head and looked at Jin Wankai behind him, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Just now, didn't you ever think of joining them in the fight? Boss Hu. Jin Wankai smiled awkwardly, hunched over. Even if you gave me 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to fight you. You are the savior of mankind, the god who will end the end of the world. And that's enough. Hu Yu interrupted Jin Wankai's flattery. No matter what you think in your mind, at least you made the right decision, and this should be praised. After leaving this floor, if you are still alive, I will give you the reward you deserve. Thank you. Boss Hu. Jin Wankai bowed and thanked him, his narrowed eyes showing an excitement that was difficult to conceal. Hu Yu nodded and stopped talking, just watching the crowd gathering around him silently. 1 hour later. There is still 1 hour of ocean time before Rule 4 appears. According to the golden scale bighead fish, all the human races that can gather around are here at this moment. There are less than 200 people. According to the number of human beings in the next layer, there are less than a quarter. It seems that the area of the entire endless sea is wider than he imagined. But now is not the time to explore the entire sea. Let's solve the problem between the two races first. Hu looked at the 200 people, and without carrying the group of big-head fish, he directly told them the process of accepting the task. Sure enough, this task is not completed independently. As long as you join and know the cause and effect, you can trigger the same task. The only difference is, as the main trigger of the task, Hu's reward for completing the task is 10 times that of everyone else. And after completing the same task goal, only Hu can get the title. The task distribution is completed. Hu also controlled the yacht to approach the golden scale big-head fish. Before he could speak, the golden scale big-head fish took the initiative to ask, "Sir, can you fulfill your promise?" "Of course," Hu said, and released the bodies of the 15 shark shells. Seeing this, the golden scale big-head fish went directly into the body of one of the shark shells and swallowed the shark shell. Then the second one, the third one. The big-head fish nearby were extremely greedy, but they did not dare to make any sound or even move. After the bodies of the 5 shark shells were swallowed, the size of the golden scale big-head fish expanded by almost 2/3, and the scales on its body changed from the original golden color to a colorful glow. It was estimated that it should be about to evolve. The remaining 10 sharks were quickly eaten by other big-head fish. The golden scale big-head fish's eyes fell on Malantittu. "Sir, this last one. This is not within our trading range." "Yes." The golden scale big-head fish nodded and said, "If you are willing to trade, I can give you a satisfactory price. This is simple." Hu smiled kindly. "Your identity should not be an ordinary bighead. No, it should be said to be a mermaid. Why don't you take me to see your tribe leader? If we have a pleasant chat, maybe I can help you get the remaining shark shells. After all, you have seen my ability. This, if you don't agree, forget it," Hu said, as he stroked Melantitu's trembling shell. "I believe Miss Melanitu will be happy to invite me to visit the shark shell tribe." "Of course I am happy," the golden-scaled bighead fish said immediately. "But I need to inform the tribe leader first. If he agrees, I will take you there. Please wait a moment. Sir, I believe the chieftain will be very happy to meet you. Please." After saying that, the golden-scaled bighead fish whistled in the water. Then all the bighead fish around fell into silence, like subjects waiting for the monarch's order. Even the shark shell corpses that had not yet been eaten by the younger generation were casually thrown into the sea. After a while, a vibration came from the bottom of the sea. The golden-scaled bighead fish showed a hint of joy at the corner of its mouth, and then swam to the side of Hu's yacht. "Sir, our tribe leader has agreed. But what? He will only see you. If you are willing, I will take you to see him now." "No problem." Hu was worried that bringing these humans with him would put them in danger. There was nothing wrong with the request of the bighead fish tribe leader. By the way, he could also make some small requests. He raised his hand and pointed at the crowd behind him. "But my tribe members cannot be separated from me too far. I want to bring them with me. When I meet your tribe leader, they can just stay outside." "No problem." "Well, lead the way, please." Half a minute later, the mermaids led everyone small broken rafts, exquisite rafts, and small wooden boats to the depths of the sea. As for Hu, he did not take the yacht, but took Melantittu to those small broken rafts, exquisite rafts, and small wooden boats to comfort the good comrades on the boats. By the way, distribute some local specialties in your pocket. For example, small toys such as explosive crystals, healing crystals, and control crystals to ensure their combat capabilities. Half an hour later, the bighead fish brought Hu and others to a reef. The reef was covered with shells of the shark family. The shark bodies inside had been eaten clean, leaving only the shells floating outside. It seemed to show off, and it seemed to be a symbol. Just watching from a distance, the body of Melanitu began to tremble again. No matter what kind of creature it is, when seeing such a large area of corpses of the same kind, it will be terrified from the bottom of its heart. The shark family is naturally no exception. "We're here," the golden-scaled bighead fish replied, and turned to look at Hu. "Sir, please ask your people to wait here. We will entertain you well. I will take you and the shark shell in together." "Yes," Hu responded, and his eyes fell on a soldier in the crowd who had worked on the destroyer number 012. He took out a radio walkie-talkie from the space. "You are responsible for temporary command. Contact me in time if there is any news." "Yes, sir." Hu took out the yacht, put Melantatu on it, and followed the golden-scale bighead fish all the way to the reef, while the other bighead fish stayed outside. Obviously, they did not trust the human race. The shark shells outside the reef were all floating on the water, and the yacht could easily knock them open. But when it reached the reef, the yacht could hardly move forward. Huyu had no choice but to put away the yacht, sit on Melantatu, and continue to move towards the inside of the reef. That is, the gaps between the reefs are wide enough to accommodate the sharks. Otherwise they would have to ride on the bighead fish to get in. As the golden-scale bighead fish led Huyu and Melantatu deeper and deeper, the height of the reefs continued to rise, and the light inside the reefs became weaker and weaker. This place is like a city on the sea. The gaps between the reefs are like the gaps between buildings, closely connected, but there are also roads for traffic, which can even be used by the sharks. Each reef is divided into two parts, underwater and above water. The underwater part is for the bighead fish to play and live, while the above water part is used by them to store food. In addition to the sharks and shells, some marine fish are also caught and placed on the top of the reefs, dried and stored. It took about half an hour to shuttle back and forth. The golden-scale bighead fish finally stopped. She hovered outside one of the reefs, which was about 100 meters wide and tens of meters high, and said to Huyu, "Sir, the tribe leader is waiting for you inside." Huyu did not respond, but just looked at a statue outside the reef. His pupils trembled, and he didn't care about the sharks and shells under him, and swam directly to the statue. When was this statue made? Chapter 454 Lustful Statue. Seeing Huyu's violent reaction, the golden-scale bighead fish was stunned for a moment. She swam to the statue at the fastest speed, frowned at him and said, "Sir, please respect our god, and don't blaspheme his statue." "God?" Huyu's eyelids drooped slightly, although he took a step back away from the statue. His eyes were still on the statue, and he asked, "Is your god still in the tribe? In other words, is he still alive? How dare you?" The golden-scale bighead fish suddenly became angry, no longer showing its previous fear, and even had the inclination to rush forward and hit Huyu to death. "You dare to blaspheme my clan's gods. Aren't you afraid that my clan will fight you to the death?" Okay, I believe it. Huyu said and took 2 steps back, looking at the statue from top to bottom again. Exactly the same. This statue is exactly the same as Lust with a human body and a snake tail. Even the details between the eyes are portrayed vividly. This big fish worships such a statue, which is obviously related to color desire. Didn't he disappear before? Perhaps you can still see those old acquaintances here. Judging from the reaction of this golden-scale big head, the impact of color desire here is not small. Instead of talking with the small Karami here, it is better to go directly to the chief of the big fish. If anyone in the big fish race can know the recent situation of the gods, only the chief of the big fish. Take me to see your tribe leader first, please. The golden-scale bighead fish came back to its senses, and its expression returned to its previous respect. Just now, she could have risked her life to defend the dignity of her faith. But now, her faith is no longer threatened, so she can't just die in vain. Right? The golden-scale bighead fish brought Huyu to the huge reef. Since the entrance to the reef was not very large, Melantatu could only stay outside the reef. Fortunately, there were usually no bighead fish coming here, so Melantatu was considered safe. Huyu also took out a piece of wood, stepped on it, and floated in. As he went deeper, a palace built of reefs came into view. A bighead fish with colorful light all over its body was sitting on a throne made of shark shells, overlooking the golden-scale bighead fish and Huyu, who came forward. "Chief." The golden-scale bighead fish leaned forward and said respectfully, "The human has been brought here. Please give me your instructions." "You step back first." "Yes, Chief." As the golden-scale bighead fish swam away from the reef, the colorful bighead fish also slowly spoke. "Human, tell me your purpose." "In short, I am here to resolve the conflict between your mermaid clan and the shark clan." "Resolve the conflict?" "Ha ha ha." The colorful bighead fish laughed wildly, and he leaned forward and questioned Huyu. "Who do you think you are? The conflict and hatred between our two clans have accumulated for more than 10,000 years. Even when the gods of our clan were alive, this matter has not been resolved. Do you think you can be on par with gods? Shoulder to shoulder? That's not quite accurate." Huyu chuckled and said, "Actually, I'm also a god. How dare you? The colorful big-head fish roared, and ripples instantly spread around him, pushing him toward the reef. Fortunately, the effect of the greedy armor is still there. A prompt popped up in front of him. Greedy armor, damage immunity. After all, this is only mythical damage, and it can't break the defense of the greedy armor. Seeing his offensive turn into nothingness, the colorful big-head fish was stunned, and then looked at Huyu with a cautious face. Who are you? I said. I'm here to help you solve the problem. Okay. The colorful big-head fish hesitated for a few breaths, and then said, You said you can help us solve the problem. Right? Okay. I recognize your strength. As long as you can exterminate the shark and shell tribe, I will give you the supreme honor among the mermaid tribe. No. You may have misunderstood. Huyu smiled and shook his head. When I say solve the problem, I don't mean solve the shark and shell tribe. Then you. The colorful big-head fish's tone gradually became gloomy. Do you want to get rid of us? No. I don't want to get rid of you either. Huyu showed a kind smile. The sea is so vast. Neither you nor the shark shell can enjoy the sea alone. Why not put aside the dispute and develop it together? Ridiculous. The big-head fish immediately spit out 2 words. With bloodshot eyes, I will never reconcile with the shark shell family. I'm really sorry. Huyu said helplessly, and stuffed a mythical explosive crystal into his mouth. I'm not good at talking and convincing others. So, I'm sorry. Bang! There was a dull sound, and it exploded immediately. The colorful fish scales scattered in the air, like a colorful rain falling on the reef. The leader of the mermaid clan died. It's a pity that such a kill will not bring any experience points to the small wooden boat. Huyu didn't care about these things. He walked slowly to the throne, glanced at the blood-stained throne with disdain, and casually replaced it with a sofa. He lay down on the sofa and waved outside. That big-head fish. Come in. Hearing Huyu's voice and thinking about the explosion just now, the golden-scaled big-head fish seemed to have guessed something. She slowly swam towards the reef. Although she was mentally prepared, she couldn't help trembling when she saw the blood in front of her. This is... Congratulations. Huyu chuckled and applauded her. What's your name? Never mind. It doesn't matter. Congratulations on becoming the new leader of the mermaid clan. Hurry up and gather your followers to start forming a new ruling class. You, what are you talking about? The eyes of the golden-scaled big-head fish suddenly turned red. She looked at Huyu on the sofa and glared. That's my brother. My real brother. You just killed him like that. Huyu was stunned. He looked at the big-head fish's posture and really thought that he had touched the softness deep in her heart. And he immediately felt guilty. Did he guess wrong? This mermaid clan is not actually a cold-blooded animal. And there are also family affection and other emotions? Before Huyu stood up to apologize, the golden-scaled big-head fish said anxiously, The succession to the throne of our clan must be won by one's own hands. If you take action now, even if I use external forces, the clan members will not recognize it. Huyu. The outrageous 3 views hit Huyu's head. After hesitating for a few breaths, he slowly spoke. Well, sorry. So I didn't let you come to finish off the enemy. So do you feel regretful? It's okay. It can still be remedied. Huyu threw the head of the 7-colored big-head fish casually. You can stab a few times now to claim your throne. All right. The golden-scaled big-head fish said as he pulled out a dagger from his waist. Scratched the fish head twice. Took a piece of colorful scales from the top of the fish head and put it away properly. It was estimated that this should be something used to symbolize her position as the chieftain. Okay. New chieftain. Huyu smiled and said, Can we talk about the next cooperation? What cooperation? Huyu took out a mythical-level explosive crystal with his left hand and a set of reins with his right hand. He looked at the golden-scaled big-head fish and smiled. You have 2 choices now. Either you become my partner and take me to the shark clan to negotiate with them, or I will send you to meet your brother and find another mermaid to make the same choice. Believe me, if you choose the second one, we will all be in trouble. After all, instantly, a hill made of explosive crystals suddenly appeared behind Huyu. I have to kill them one by one until the mermaids agree. As for your arrangements outside, Huyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. I hope they haven't made a move yet. Otherwise the humans outside have one of the same crystal stones. Guess how many fish can withstand such a bombardment? The golden-scaled big-head fish was stunned on the spot. She was not surprised when the chief died. She was not surprised when Huyu proposed the conditions. After all, she brought Huyu here all the way, and she knew what this human wanted to do. The reason why he was asked to meet the chief was actually to kill someone with a borrowed knife and ascend to the position of chief without any effort. As for what conditions he would have at that time, she would not agree. After all, when she came in, she had already ordered other mermaids to control the humans outside. Conditions. Isn't it just about an exchange? She believed that this human would never give up the humans outside for a certain condition. So, she was confident that she could have a good talk with him. But now, she was still surprised. First, because of the crystal stone as high as a hill. And second, because this human saw through her plan. All her calculations seemed to be in vain. How is it? Huyu's voice sounded again. Are you going to call the next one in? Or, he casually threw the reins over and landed at the feet of the golden scale bighead fish. Put this on yourself. Partner? Are you kidding? Is this bighead fish worthy of being his partner? It's just a tool fish. If it's obedient, then you can give it some rewards. If it's not obedient, sorry, there are still many fish. Just use another one as a tool. The golden scale bighead fish seemed to realize this. She took a deep breath, then slowly squatted down, picked up the reins, and put them on her head. Sir. Huyu snorted lightly, his tone cold. You don't know what to call me most appropriately. Do you? Master. Master. Good boy. Huyu praised, then put away all the bursting crystals, and slowly walked towards the golden scale bighead fish. Let's go to the shark shell tribe. I think there should be obedient people in their tribe. After finding your 2 tribe leaders, we will call a meeting of the whole tribe, and your blood feud will be resolved. Master. The voice of the golden scale bighead fish trembled slightly. We really have to go to the shark shell tribe? What? You don't have a map of that place. So you can't find it? Not really. It's not very safe there. Chapter 455 Deep Sea Monsters. Unsafe? Huyu asked in confusion. What do you mean? It's like this. The golden scale bighead fish explained in a low voice. 10,000 years ago, the gods came to the world, and our people were greatly improved. In fact, at that time, our ancestors had thought about completely destroying the entire shark clan. We began to search for traces of those sharks in the entire sea area. At first, we found some of them. After killing them, we also began to look for the location of their clan. As the search progressed, we also found that place. But that place is close to the legendary deep sea, and extremely terrifying sea beasts appear from time to time. We can't explore it, and we dare not get close to it. We can only set up defense measures outside their gathering place, and kill the sharks and shells that come out of the gathering place to look for food. Just a while ago, a deep-sea beast emerged from the deep sea for some reason. It not only destroyed the defense measures we set up, but also killed a large number of our people, and at the same time released some sharks and shells. That's why our people are hunting sharks and shellfish in large numbers. The golden-scaled bighead fish said, not forgetting to glance at Huyu, and added, Master, if you want to enter the shark shell territory, I'm afraid you have to deal with that deep-sea beast. Deep-sea beast? Huyu's eyes flashed with deep thought. The progress of this mission is getting more and more weird. First, the 2 tribes fought, and now even the deep-sea beasts have come out. Listening to the description of the golden-scaled bighead fish, this deep-sea beast is at least at the mythical level, and it is even possible that it has reached the level of a pseudo-saint. If a normal creature receives such a task, let alone the deep-sea beasts that even bighead fish fear, even these epic and legendary mermaids and shark shells are enough to give them a headache. How can this task be completed? Never mind. Let's go and see first. It's just a deep-sea beast, let alone a pseudo-saint level. He is not afraid even if it is a saint level. So, you know that place? Right? Yes. That's fine. Let's get ready to go. Huyu said as he sat on her and pulled the reins. I don't want to swim anymore. Take me out. Yes, Master. When it comes to riding experience, this mermaid is naturally not as comfortable as Shark Shell. But Huyu is not seeking comfort, but to establish his own prestige. Judging from the performance of the golden scale bighead fish, her status in the mermaid clan is not low. Tying her out with a leash is enough to tell other mermaids who is the boss now. At the same time, it can also let Melanta to know that he has the ability to fulfill his promise. After a while, Huyu rode on the golden scale bighead fish and came to Melantatu. It wasn't long before dozens of bighead fish surrounded Melantatu. Fortunately, they were just surrounding him. Those bighead fish were also afraid of the geographical environment here and didn't dare to attack Melantatu rashly. Huyu raised his hand and knocked on the head of the golden scale bighead fish under him. Why are you standing there? That's your future partner. Shouldn't you show some respect? Yes, master. The golden scale bighead fish replied and immediately let out a whistle in the distance. When the bighead fish surrounding Melantatu heard it, they immediately scattered and fled, not daring to stay where they were. But before escaping, the bighead fish did not forget to look back. When they saw Huyu sitting on the golden scale bighead fish, their eyes were full of shock and panic. Obviously, Huyu's goal has been achieved. He sat on Melantatu again, ignoring the grievance of the golden scale bighead fish next to him, raised his hand and knocked on Melantatu's shell. How is it? Not injured? The shell shook slightly, indicating denial. This is the nest of the mermaid clan. She dared not lift the shell casually. That's fine. Let's go back the same way. By the way, take me to your gathering place. Melantatu was stunned for a moment, then swam out of the gathering place as if escaping. Even if the golden scale bighead fish wanted to not follow, it couldn't, because the other end of the reins around her neck was still in Huyu's hand from beginning to end. Running means death. When Huyu and others reappeared outside the reef, their brows suddenly frowned. They saw that the mermaids, who had followed the golden scale bighead fish, had surrounded the human race. And from the look of it, they seemed ready to charge at any time. The surrounded humans formed 3 circles, with men standing in the outer circle, women in the second circle, and a few children and those with injuries in the third circle. No matter which circle they were in, they all held up the explosive crystals in their hands, ready to throw at any time. The battle was about to start. As long as one human or a bighead fish started the battle first, the battle would have already begun. Look! It's Boss Hu! Jean Wankai was standing on the periphery and saw Huyu, who was sitting on a shark shell and holding a golden scale bighead fish, coming out of the reef. He exclaimed immediately and raised his hand to wave. Boss Hu! Here! Come and save us! Huyu did not respond, but turned to look at the golden scale bighead carp. What's your idea? Yes. Heh. Huyu sneered, and his palm silently stroked the fish's head. You should be thankful that you agreed to it quickly before. Otherwise, your head might explode with more gorgeous flowers. Thank you very much. Thank you for sparing my life. Master, go and solve this matter, Huyu said lightly. It's better if no one gets hurt. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you know what chopped pepper fish head is. The golden scale bighead fish didn't dare to hesitate at all, and immediately turned into an underwater sword, rushing past Huyu, and came to the group of bighead fish to give orders in person. She didn't know what chopped pepper fish head was, but she knew she couldn't make this person angry. Otherwise, the mermaids are in danger. Huyu sat on the shark shell and slowly floated towards the crowd. He couldn't help but look at the person who took the walkie-talkie before, with a questioning look in his eyes. You don't know how to use the things I gave you? Report. I do. The man immediately stood at attention and shouted. I sent a total of 15 intercom messages to you, sir, but I didn't get any response. Huh? Huyu picked up the reins and pulled the golden scale bighead fish over, with a puzzled look in his eyes. What do you mean? It's a reef. The golden scale bighead fish immediately replied. The structure formed by these reefs can isolate the signals transmitted by most organisms. Only the signals transmitted by our people can be amplified and transmitted. I think it may be because of the reef. This is possible. Huyu looked at the crowd. Is anyone injured? Report. The soldier responded again, shouted loudly, then lowered his head and said in a low voice. One person tried to break out of the encirclement, was sunk in a wooden boat, and died on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, Huyu casually scattered a large number of explosive crystals and detonated them at the same time. The 246 mermaids present were blown into blood mist at the same time. The golden scale bighead fish looked at it, trembling slightly, but did not dare to show any emotion, and could only be led by the reins in his hand like a puppy. Remember. Huyu raised his hand and rubbed her head. More than 200 of you died because of your stupidity. It's best not to let this happen again. Yes, master. The golden scale bighead fish lowered its head, not daring to resist. It's a pity that Huyu has lost his mind-reading skills. Otherwise, he would have seen the series of words that appeared on the big-head fish's head. Revenge. 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 Take him to the deep sea. Even if we both perish, we must take revenge. Let's go. Huyu said calmly, go to the gathering place you mentioned. Yes. Led by the golden-scaled big-head fish, Melanita dragged the rest of the human race's vehicles, and Huyu all the way to the so-called deep sea. An hour passed. Rule 4 in the air gradually emerged. Rule 4. Please do not try to dive into the seabed. The vastness of the sea is a horror that you can't imagine. Huyu looked at the new prompt in front of him and frowned slightly. With the experience of the previous level, Huyu knew that the rules could not be aimless. One was a warning of the rules, and the other was a terrifying sea beast. What was in the deep sea? Before Huyu could think about it, the big-head fish that had been leading the way turned around and said, Master, we are almost there. Huyu subconsciously looked up and looked forward. He saw a faint black dot in the distance, which looked like a continuous mountain range. But he also knew in his heart that it was impossible for a land of this scale to appear in the endless sea. So, there was only one possibility. Deep sea beast. Huyu nodded, his face solemn. He turned his head to look at the humans behind him, and slowly said, You just wait for me outside like before. You don't have to follow me. Yes. If it was a normal situation, Huyu would never be stingy to give them the opportunity to exercise. He was standing by. So even if there was any problem, there would be no danger to their lives. But now, they are just ordinary people. In this situation, it is better to protect some of them. Another hour passed. There are still 21 hours left before the escape countdown. Huyu and others finally arrived in front of the endless black spots. No, it should not be called black spots. Rather, back. The mountain in front of them, which is comparable to the Qingling Mountains, is just a part of the back of the deep-sea beast that is exposed above the water. God knows how much volume he has under the water. Not to mention the mermaid with a length of more than 2 meters. Even the shark shell with a volume of nearly 1,000 square meters looks like a tadpole in front of this sea beast, which is not a creature of the same size at all. Huyu couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and at the same time threw a detection spell at this big guy. You don't know until you see it. And you see it. He immediately took out 10 pieces of saint-level explosive crystals from the space, threw them on its back, and detonated them directly. Chapter 456 Gluttony, Big Pot. I finally found you. With a loud bang, fire instantly exploded on the back of the deep-sea monster. Both the golden-scaled big-head fish and the shark shell were panicked at this moment. They all thought that Huyu would restrain himself a little. Even if he wanted to negotiate with the shark shell clan, he should go around the deep-sea monster and go to the shark shell clan's territory. After all, whether it was the shark shell clan or the big-head fish that sneaked into the shark shell clan's territory, they all did the same thing. With his intelligence, he should be able to think of this method easily. Why would he attack the deep-sea monster directly? Could it be that he knew that he could rely on these crystals to kill the monster? Yes. It must be like this. Just as the eyes of the big-head fish and the shark shell were filled with longing, the blood mist from the explosion of the holy crystal gradually dissipated. The back that was originally floating on the water did start to move. However, this movement was not sinking, but stealth. The deep-sea monster was not dead, and even found out where the attack came from. And it was already swimming here. The eyes of the golden-scaled big-head fish first showed a trace of fear, and then seemed to think of something, and subconsciously looked at Huyu behind him. Huyu was still sitting on the shark shell calmly, not leaving, not panicking at all, as if he had everything planned out, just waiting for the deep-sea monster to swim over. Perhaps this was her chance. As long as she seized this opportunity, she could use the power of the deep-sea monster to kill the man behind her. Even if they both died, it didn't matter. Melanita was trembling, and turned around, wanting to take Huyu away. She just wanted to live, and didn't want to be stuck here because of Huyu's behavior. But the next moment, the golden-scaled big-head fish flashed and blocked Melanita. Its scales flickered with colorful light under the sun, and it looked fierce as it looked at the shark and said, What do you want to do? What? Melanita asked. Of course, I want to run for my life. That's a deep-sea beast. Don't tell me you don't know what that means. Of course I know, the golden-scaled big-head fish said, but still blocked Melanita. But the master hasn't said anything yet. Why are you running for your life? Don't you trust the master? That's your master. Not mine. Oh, isn't it? The big-head fish immediately said sarcastically. Then why are you holding him like a mount? You? Shut up. Huyu said 2 words lightly. Both Milan Titu and the golden scale big-head fish immediately quieted down. He didn't dodge, but turned his head silently to look at the mountains rushing in the distance. There was no fear in his eyes, but 3 points of doubt and 7 points of surprise. Of course, this look, the golden scale big-head fish naturally couldn't see. She just thought Huyu had accepted his fate, and blocked him and the shark alone, ready to knock the 2 guys into the deep-sea beast when it swam over, even if it meant sacrificing her life. The next moment, the deep-sea beast attacked head-on, its huge mouth open wide, revealing its fangs excitedly. The golden scale big-head fish's eyes lit up, and she used all her strength to directly hit Huyu. She might not be able to knock the shark away, but this human, she didn't believe she couldn't knock it away. Bang! With a muffled sound. A sound came from Huyu's eyes. Unbroken defense prompt. And then watched the golden scale big-head fish behind him fall on the shark shell. With a puzzled look in his eyes, he couldn't help but ask the golden scale big-head fish, "Are you going to give me a back rub?" The golden scale big-head fish spat directly, with an almost crazy smile on the corner of his mouth. "Who the hell is giving you a back rub? I want you to be buried with my husband. I just didn't expect you look so light. But you can actually stand firm under my impact. You are capable. But, no matter how capable you are, it's useless. The deep-sea monster is coming soon. As for you, hee, there is no way you can escape the hunting of the deep-sea monster. Kalvusu, I'll avenge you." The words haven't been finished yet. The huge mouth of the abyss hanging in the air is also moving towards here. But when it is about to touch Huyu and others, the excited lips move up and down, and a series of familiar syllables are uttered. "Big pot. Big pot. I finally found you. Big brother?" Listening to the syllables that the deep-sea monster uttered to Huyu, the golden scale big-head fish was completely stunned. Who on earth is this person who can be called Big Brother by the deep-sea monster? Do you know where my big sister went? Gluttony. Huyu knew Gluttony, who had taken away a lot of godhead fragments from him. The reason why he threw 10 saint-level explosive crystals just now was also very simple. After all, he could clearly see on the panel that this guy was sleeping. If there were not enough crystals, it would probably not wake this guy up. "Let's talk about your business later," Huyu said, and turned his head to look at the golden scale big-head fish lying on the shark shell, almost touching it. Did you want to send me to his mouth?" "No, no," the golden scale big-head fish said with a trembling voice. Master, my loyalty to you is known by the sun and the moon. I just wanted to stand in front of you and resist the first wave of damage for you. It's because of the shark shell." "Yes, it was because she moved, causing the direction I rushed over to deviate. So, I accidentally bumped into you." "Heh," Huyu sneered, and did not expose the clumsy lie of the golden scale big-head fish. To him, the golden scale big-head fish was just a tool, and he could decide the life and death of a tool at will, just depending on whether its value to him was greater alive or dead. Now time is tight. He has no time to support a puppet from the mermaid clan, so he had to reluctantly let her live for a while. After the mission is completed, it will not be too late to slowly settle accounts with her. Huyu looked at Gluttony and asked in confusion, "How did you get here?" "I don't know either." Gluttony showed a hint of confusion in his eyes. He looked at Huyu and explained, "Wasn't I guarding Mercury before? I don't know why I suddenly came here." "Wait a minute," Huyu interrupted. "Did you come to the sea area? Or did you come up after arriving in the desert?" "What desert? I was in the sea area after I woke up." In other words, this guy didn't come directly to the second floor like himself and Lin Xiaoxiao. And judging from his current situation, his authority has not been erased. And judging from the time, he has also survived here for more than 24 hours. In other words, he is not controlled by the rules here. This is a huge bug. It goes without saying what kind of power a god with unchecked authority has here. Huyu couldn't help but think of the statue of lust. Perhaps, there are more than one god who is not controlled by the rules here. Then what? What's wrong with your body? Huyu asked immediately. This is even more strange. Gluttony was excited, and his body trembled slightly, and a huge tsunami was triggered around him. Its height was 100 meters, and it rolled directly towards the human race in the distance. Hu casually collected the waves into the space, as if he had done something insignificant, and listened to Gluttony silently. When I came here, I was already in this body. This body seemed to belong to me. I just got familiar with it, and I could control it freely. Even, there are some memories of other eras in my mind. I can tell that these memories belong to my past self. Gluttony shook his head as he spoke. As for more, I can't remember yet. Maybe after a while. When I see more memory fragments, I will know what happened. The case is solved. Hu's eyes lit up. He knew why some of the 7 deadly sins controlled the memories of the previous era, while some remembered nothing and fell into amnesia. It turns out, the root cause is here. If I guess correctly, after the era is restarted, those gods, who did not leave the solar system, will be restarted along with the era. As gods, they have some scattered memories. But in order to conceal the existence of the restart, the relevant memories will be sealed. As the eras are repeated, some seals will loosen or even break, so that some of the 7 deadly sins know that their memories have been tampered with. In order to avoid resetting their memories, they seal their bodies and memories together in a place that will not change with the restart of the era. That is, the Endless Holy Tower. I don't know what means they used to leave a backup in the Endless Holy Tower, so that after the Endless Holy Tower appears, they will appear in the place where the body and memory are sealed, and take over these memories and bodies again, because the time flow rate of the Endless Holy Tower is different. If the body is stored in the last layer, even if the past 512 eras on the blue star, there, only one era has passed. Of course, all this is Hu's conjecture, not necessarily the truth. Seeing Hu fall into silence, Gluttony also looked at him and asked tentatively, Brother, do you know where my elder sister is? My memory tells me that I must find her. I can feel her smell here. But I am too big, and it is not convenient to move. Are you sure it is not convenient to move? Hu raised his eyebrows and looked at the deep sea behind Gluttony. Instead of eating a buffet here and not being full, there is indeed a deep sea. But the sea beasts in the deep sea are not Gluttony, but some other sea beasts. Some sea beasts that Gluttony treats as snacks. During the period when Gluttony just came, the sea beasts in the deep sea were like prisoners who saw the light of day again, and immediately fled to the surroundings. This, Gluttony smiled awkwardly, and said in a voice that he thought was very low, Brother, don't tell my elder sister. If she knows, she will definitely beat me up. Don't worry. Hu showed a kind smile. As long as you do me a favor, I will agree to you. Chapter 457, Peace Talk. When he saw Hu's smile, the expression on Gluttony's face instantly froze. He subconsciously took a step back and looked at Hu with fear. You don't want my Godhead fragments again? Don't worry. I don't want your Godhead fragments this time. That's good. Take me to the deep sea to have a look. In addition to completing the mission, Hu's other purpose for coming this time was to see what was under the so-called deep sea. Originally, he was worried that the things in his space were not enough to deal with danger. But now it seems, isn't there a ready-made golden thug? As long as he is brought along, what danger can't be dealt with? This is Gluttony in his prime with a body. Other gods of the 7 deadly sins might feel a headache, let alone some creatures under the deep sea. Click! Just as Hu was waiting for him to nod in agreement, a crisp sound exploded in his ears. Gluttony directly took out a fragment of the Godhead from the Godhead space and handed it directly to Hu. Here, I'll give it to you. Hu, didn't I say I don't want your Godhead fragments? Anyway, Gluttony said with a little embarrassment, as long as you don't let me take you to the deep sea, anything is fine. Oh, anything is fine? Hu raised his eyebrows. Anything is fine. After the words fell, the breath of greed and gluttony intertwined, and the contract was established. Then, Hu leaned close to Gluttony's ear and whispered, Go take a bite of your eldest sister's ass, and then comment that you are too old to bite it. You? Hey! Hu took a step back. The contract is established. You said it yourself? Gluttony pondered for a few breaths, and finally put the fragments of the Godhead into the space, staring at Hu and gritted his teeth helplessly. Let's go. I'll take you to the deep sea. That's right. Hu smiled and patted Gluttony's body. But there's no hurry. I still have some things to deal with. You wait for me for a while. Gluttony did not respond, but swam to the side angrily. As he swam, the tsunami came one after another, and anyone with eyes could see that he was in a bad mood. Huyu saw that the waves could not hurt the human race, so he did not care, but looked at Melantatu again. Let's go. There is no obstacle ahead. We can continue to pass. Yes, Melantatu said, and led Huyu forward. Soon everyone came to the encirclement of the mermaids. There were originally a large number of mermaids stationed here, but with the movement of gluttony just now, the sea beasts under the deep sea were released. They did not dare to stay any longer, so they all evacuated in all directions. Huyu didn't have to talk too much. Continued to go deeper. A large number of black shadows appeared under the sea, forming a piece. It was unclear how many sharks and shells there were, but the area covered was probably more than hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. We're here, Melantatu said, and she didn't forget to look at Huyu and said, Shall I take you down? No need. Huyu replied and returned to his yacht. Just ask your manager to come up. If he doesn't come up, someone will naturally go down to find him. Yes, Melantatu responded and guessed who Huyu was talking about. The deep sea beast next to him was angrily preying on other fleeing sea beasts. With a creature of this size, no matter how terrifying the defense of their shark family was, they could not resist this one. As Melantatu dived, the golden-scaled bighead fish did not dare to move and could only wait beside the yacht, floating quietly. 10 minutes later, Huyu sensed that the black shadows under the water began to float up in large numbers. It seems that Melantatu negotiated well. Wow! As a water curtain rose, a shark shell of 10,000 meters in size rose from the water surface. He slowly opened the shell, and a body of several tens of meters long appeared in the shell. He looked down at Huyu and the golden-scaled bighead fish in front of him, frowned slightly, but said nothing. Then the second one, the third one, a total of 18 shark shells over 5,000 meters floated out of the water, tightly surrounded Huyu and the golden-scaled bighead fish, still without saying a word, until Melantatu floated out of the water. She trembled and crawled in front of the largest shark shell, and said in a trembling voice, Tribe, Chief, this is the human race I told you about. Oh, the human race? Right. The 10,000-meter shark sneered, staring at Huyu in front of him and said, I heard that you plan to let us negotiate with the mermaid tribe? As the chief, I tell you, no. Huyu casually threw a mythical-level explosive crystal into the opponent's shell. The 10,000-meter shark was stunned at first, and then closed its shell tightly. Unfortunately, Huyu used his spatial ability to throw this, and no matter how fast his reaction was, when the shell closed, the crystal also fell into his shark shell. Bang! There was a muffled explosion. When the 10,000-meter shark shell died, the shell on its body was not damaged at all. This is rare. Apart from other things, being able to withstand the damage of the mythical level exploding crystal is considered strong among the mythical level, and even pseudo-holy level materials. How can such a good thing be wasted? Huyu casually put the corpse of the 10,000-meter shark shell into the space, while many shark shells were stunned. He turned to look at Melantatu. Do you have a deputy clan leader or clan leader successor? I want to talk to them. Melantatu did not speak, but just closed his shell tightly and floated on the water like a rootless leaf. Chief, the remaining 18 shells over 5,000 meters long screamed almost at the same time. They all attacked Huyu, each shell tightly closed, alert for the same trick to happen to them, and just used their bodies to hit him. Huyu did not show any mercy, and raised his hand to sprinkle 18 mythical explosive crystals. Obviously, the shell strength of these shark shells is obviously not as good as that of the 10,000-meter shark shell. As the crystals fell, the 18 5-kilometer shark shells were also blown into holes and died instantly. Huyu did not waste any time and put the 18 shark shell bodies into the space. Everything is done. He looked at Melantatu again. Are you going to find a way for me to cooperate with the shark shells? Or, the words fell. A small hill made of exploded crystals suddenly appeared on the yacht. I will help you become the only person in charge of the shark shell clan. Melantatu lifted the shell, her voice trembling slightly, and finally chose the best option. She mustered up the courage to look at Huyu. The leader of the mermaid tribe should be dead too? Dead. Give me the fish head. I have a way to become the leader and fulfill your will. Okay. Huyu waved his hand and threw the colorful bighead fish to Melantatu. Previously, the golden scale bighead fish only asked for a piece of scale. And now it was just the right time to squeeze out the last bit of value of the fish head. Melantatu took the fish head and swam downwards. About half an hour later, Melantatu and the black shadows under the water floated up. There were thousands of them. However, the largest black shadow was only a little over 4,000 meters. Not even 10,000 meters. Melantatu's figure was not the largest among them. But it was not small either. She led the entire shark family and opened the shell towards Huyu, shouting at the same time, "Master!" Ding! On the yacht. A prompt popped up at the right time. Congratulations to Huyu for gaining the approval of all the shark clan and completing 1/3 of the mission. Experience plus 1 million. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Huyu also looked at Melantatu with a little appreciation in his eyes. The next moment, the yacht under him began to flash a bright light. Finally turned into a luxury cruise ship. Vehicle, Ghost Cruise Level, 6 Upgrade Experience, 904-900/1-000-000 Functions, Automatic Cruise, Automatic Search, Automatic Lock, Strong Ship and Powerful Guns, Diving Cruise. Note: an incomprehensible cruise ship always appears in any corner of the sea in an unexpected way. Obviously, she made a similar but different choice to the golden scale bighead fish. The golden scale bighead fish chose one person to stand up and protect the entire tribe behind him while holding power. And Melantatu. She successfully tied the entire shark clan to Huyu's worship and made a big bet, betting that Huyu would value the shark clan more, thus helping them gain an advantage in the so-called peace talks. At the same time, the golden scale bighead fish also realized this. She looked at Melantatu with fear in her eyes. But now she had no choice but to float beside Huyu and silently act as a background. Very good. Huyu smiled and said 2 words, looking at Melantatu and said, "How have you discussed the matter I mentioned with your people?" "It's already been discussed." Melantatu stepped forward with a brave face, and his eyes were no longer timid, but had a touch of tenacity. Sure enough, no matter what kind of intelligent life it is, growing up is always a matter of a moment. She stared at Huyu and said, "We can accept the peace talks, but the premise is that the mermaids must withdraw from the waning sea and never enter it again." "Impossible." The golden scale bighead fish immediately uttered 3 words. Huyu did not speak, but just glanced at him, and the other party immediately lowered his head and dared not say a word. In fact, this is the best way, knowing that the general trend is going. It is better to go with the flow. If you surrender as soon as possible, you can also occupy good conditions. Huyu did not agree rashly, but asked, "Where is the waning sea?" "With this place as the center. The waning sea is 1,000,000 square kilometers in radius. It is the place where my shark and shell family have lived since ancient times." "It makes sense," Huyu said, looking at the golden scale bighead carp, revealing a kind smile. "Mermaid family? Can you agree?" If it was a question or condition raised by Melantatu, she still had the capital to refuse. But now, no matter what the question was raised by Huyu himself, she only had one answer to choose from. We agree." "Very good," Huyu said calmly, smiling and saying, "The mermaids can also propose a reasonable condition." Then, the golden scale bighead fish hesitated for a few breaths and slowly said, "I want the shark and shell tribe to never leave the waning sea." Chapter 458 Deep Sea. The conditions have been put forward. Now it depends on whether Melantatu can accept them. Huyu looked at Melantatu, and he clearly saw hesitation in his eyes. "But it doesn't matter." He smiled and responded, "Okay. Then my mermaids are also willing to negotiate." Ding! Congratulations to Huyu for successfully making the 2 tribes negotiate. 2/3 of the mission is completed. Only the last third is left. Huyu looked at the golden scale bighead fish and said calmly, "That's good. Call all your tribesmen and hold a meeting between the 2 tribes to confirm the relevant matters. This matter will be finalized." "Yes." The golden scale bighead fish sank into the deep sea and let out a howl underwater. Huyu could feel that since she obtained the scales of the 7-colored bighead fish, her physical fitness and mental strength have been greatly improved. Now, it is not difficult for her to summon the entire mermaid tribe. Half an hour later, all the mermaids around came over at this moment. When the 2 tribes that had been enemies for generations collided, the atmosphere was already extremely tense before anyone spoke. However, with Huyu's friendly help and the negotiations between the 2 tribes' leaders, the peace talks between the 2 tribes went smoothly. But even if the two tribes expressed their opinions on peace talks, Hu did not receive the third prompt. It seems, we still have to use the dumbest method. Wait, Hu said and looked at Milan Titu and Golden Scale Bighead Fish. Let your tribesmen raise their hands to vote collectively. Don't be ruthless. I will give you 30 minutes. If anyone does not raise their hands, then I can only apologize. As soon as this was said, Milan Titu and the Golden Scale Bighead Fish also knew what this apology meant. They immediately took action separately. Both the Bighead Fish and the Shark Clan have unique ways of group communication. Less than 10 minutes. The collective vote began. When the last shark and mermaid raised their hands to express their agreement, the last prompt also appeared. Ding! Congratulations to Hu for completing the mythical task, Peace in the Sea. Experience value plus 1 million. 100% mission completion. Additional title, False Sea God. As a lavender light lit up, the ghost cruise ship under Hu changed again. But this time the change was a little bit bigger. The original cruise ship expanded again, even reaching the level of the mythical heart of the ocean. And the moment the evolution was completed, the ship floated above the water and slowly came into the air. Aircraft carrier, or the kind that can be flown by itself. This thing, isn't it a replica of the heart of the ocean? Hu's pupils flashed with surprise, and he subconsciously looked at the panel of the aircraft carrier. Vehicle, Space Battleship Level, 7 Upgrade Experience, 904. 900/10, 000 Functions, Automatic Cruise, Automatic Search, Automatic Lock, Strong Ship and Powerful Gun, Diving Cruise, Space Cruise. Note, when the shadow covers your head, please don't panic. Don't run away. Wait quietly. And choose to worship or leave a suicide note. Title, False Sea God. Description, as a perfect solution to the dispute between the two tribes. Your reputation has begun to spread in the ocean, and some creatures have begun to respect you as the sea god. Effect, none. Note, what? As a sea god, you can't even get entangled in weeds. Hiss. Hu looked at the ground in front of him and couldn't help but take a breath. It was not because of the attributes of this battleship, but because he was surprised that it could be further upgraded. Now it is a pseudo-holy level battleship. If it is upgraded one step further, wouldn't it be holy level? That is, the experience value. Tens of millions of experience values. Even if you complete another mythical level task, you can only meet 3/10 of the experience bar. How can this be completed? Maybe. Hu looked at the sky. There is still about half an hour before the new rules appear. If there are more rules after half an hour, it may be an opportunity for the battleship to evolve to the holy level. Who was already floating in the air, glanced at the sharks and bighead fish below. He returned to the surface and watched the bighead fish leave the waning sea. Then he brought the human race to the border of the waning sea. It would be inconvenient to take them with me to the deep sea later, and it might even be dangerous. Just right. Now that the mission is completed, most of their boats have been upgraded to high-speed yachts, and they have mastered the ability to build strong ships and powerful guns. Together, they are also a considerable force, taking advantage of the opportunity of the mermaids withdrawing from the waning sea. Let them guard the border and harvest some fish that were driven over to gain experience points. After all, relying on myself alone, there is no way to let so many people enter the third floor at the same time. Now that they have been given the opportunity to gain experience, whether they can grasp it depends on themselves. After getting everything done, Hu drove the aerospace battleship to find Gluttony. This foodie. It was only more than half an hour later, and he blocked the deep sea with his mouth, fell into a deep sleep again, and redefined the buffet. The meal that I took the initiative to put into my mouth. Buffet. Hu waved his hand, and another saint-level explosive crystal fell. Fortunately, he was not too asleep this time, and was awakened by just one crystal. Gluttony looked up at Hu, and a smile appeared on his broad face. Brother, have you finished your business? Yes. Hu responded softly. Let's go to the deep sea. He then turned on the diving mode of the aerospace battleship, and a circle of barriers formed around the huge hull, floating next to Gluttony. Now the size of the aerospace battleship is almost close to the heart of the ocean. But next to the size of Gluttony, it is like a little yellow duck floating in a bathtub. Like a small toy, they continued to sink towards the deep sea. The sunlight from the sky became less and less, and the surroundings gradually fell into darkness. Hu turned on the lighting system of the aerospace battleship, As the strong light covered a large area in front of them, countless deep-sea beasts appeared in front of them, each of which was the size of an aerospace battleship. The pupils of those sea beasts shrank suddenly, and they immediately scattered and fled. Their swaying tails seemed to say, "You old fool. Who told you to throw the flash? Who you did not kill those sea beasts, but just threw a group identification spell directly at them." A large number of panels suddenly appeared in front of him. Although these sea beasts are just snacks for gluttony, the grade of each one is above the mythical level. And some sea beasts have even reached the pseudo-saint level. If an ordinary ghost cruise ship came down, it might not be enough for these sea beasts to swallow in one bite. No wonder the Bighead Fish clan and the Shark Shell clan spread these sea beasts so much that they are so magical. The average quality of these sea beasts is enough to kill the patriarchs of their two clans in seconds. And they are still holding back. Even so, this is just the outer periphery of the deep sea. As Gluttony continued to sneak in with Huyu, with Gluttony leading the way, the two sailed at full speed, and the diving speed directly reached 1,000 kilometers per hour. This is the limit of the aerospace battleship, but not the limit of Gluttony. 10,000 meters, 50,000 meters, 150,000 meters. This number looks terrifying, and it is only 150 kilometers after conversion. However, if this depth is placed in the ocean of Blue Star, it will almost penetrate the crust and reach the mantle. But the deep sea in front of us is still filled with silent black sea beasts. Endless. After 100,000 meters, the only sea beasts here were pseudo-saint level ones. After 150,000 meters, you could occasionally see some saint level sea beasts. After another 50,000 meters, the pseudo-saint level sea beasts completely disappeared. Only saint level sea beasts appeared around. And the size of those guys was almost 1/10 of Gluttony. As long as Gluttony saw them, they would take the initiative to meet them and try to swallow them. But those sea beasts seemed to have known Gluttony for a long time, not to mention catching up. As long as they saw a glimpse of light, the sea beasts would flee at the first time. There was no saint-level posture at all, because Huyu was beside him. Gluttony did not dare to pursue him further. After 50,000 meters, he only caught a lucky spectator and sent him into his stomach to see the body structure of the god. 250,000 meters. The number of saint-level creatures here began to gradually decrease. Gluttony could not help but look at Huyu and said, "Brother, do you want to go deeper? There is nothing below." This was the third time he made a suggestion to Huyu after diving into the deep sea. Go deeper. Huyu just uttered two words lightly. He didn't believe that so many greeds fell on the first layer. And there was nothing on the second layer. There must be something hidden in it. Especially Gluttony's attitude. From not allowing himself to enter the deep sea at the beginning, to the increasing depth, he began to propose retreat. If there is nothing in it, he will give his head to Gluttony. 300,000 meters. Saint-level creatures completely disappeared here. There was a dead silence around, let alone living things. There might not even be a microorganism. 400,000 meters. Gluttony proposed evacuation again. This time, Huyu was too lazy to refuse and just continued to sink silently. As the saying goes, it's New Year's Day, and he's still a child. Now that he's here, if he doesn't see what's down there, Huyu will never give up. Gluttony sighed, knowing that he couldn't stop him, so he could only continue to sink with Huyu. 500,000 meters. As the lights of the aerospace battleship hit the deep sea, endless mountains appeared on the seabed. The corpses of Glutton stretched endlessly. Actually, I really didn't mean to hide it from you, big brother. Listening to Gluttony's explanation, Huyu's expression did not change. All of this was indeed within his expectations. However, there was one thing that was indeed beyond his expectations. He waved his hand and put one of the gluttonous corpses into the space. After carefully sensing it, his pupils trembled slightly. Then the second, the third, until all the gluttonous corpses within the visible range were put into the space. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Chapter 459 Countdown, Midnight. Among the endless corpses of Gluttony, there was not a single fallen godhead. Could it be, who ate them? Huyu turned his head and looked at Gluttony. Big brother, don't look like that. I'm scared. Gluttony trembled slightly and explained hurriedly. He didn't know what Huyu had seen on the negative first floor. So when he found these corpses in front of him, the first thing he thought of was hiding. After all, no living being would want to expose the corpses of their previous lives to others, especially when Huyu didn't say anything. Gluttony began to get anxious. Brother, at least say something. Even if you plan to roast me and eat me, you have to let me be mentally prepared. Right? Apart from eating, there is nothing else in your mind? Yeah. Gluttony nodded heavily. 6. Who you couldn't help but spit out a word, and explained helplessly. Don't worry. I won't eat you. Is it not tasty if you grill it? Steam it? Isn't it a bit fishy? If you say that again, I'll eat you as sashimi. Gluttony shut up immediately. His huge body was like a well-behaved kitten. There are 9 floors in the endless holy tower. This is the 2nd floor. In fact, I also found Greedy's corpse on the 1st floor. The corpse of your predecessor? Gluttony's pupils trembled, and there was fear in his eyes. Not the predecessor. Who rolled his eyes and explained helplessly. These are the bodies of my 2 predecessors. Or even earlier ones. But those bodies have turned into yellow sand, as if they were eroded by something. And these bodies now, I guess they are not yours, but the bodies of your predecessor. Or even earlier ones. My predecessor? Gluttony frowned and said. But I am clearly not a replacement. Even the method of replacement I learned from you. Oh! Who snorted lightly, with a smile on his lips. Are you sure? Let alone the things of the earlier era. How much do you remember about the things of the last era? Gluttony fell into silence. None of this is important. Who looked down at the corpses below. The important thing is that I didn't find a piece of Gluttony Godhead among these corpses. Ah? Gluttony was stunned. Godhead? Can there be extra of this thing? Who didn't say anything, but took out the fallen version of Greedy Godhead that he had obtained from the 1st floor. Of course. Of course. He just held it in his hand to show Gluttony, and didn't throw it over, or give him a chance to get close to it. Otherwise this guy's mouth, I'm afraid, he would swallow it directly in one gulp. This is the fallen Godhead. Who explained, then looked at Gluttony. Are you sure you didn't swallow all these Godheads because you were greedy? Of course not. Gluttony suddenly fell silent when the words came to his lips, as if he remembered something. Okay. I understand. Now Gluttony did not devour those Godheads. But who knows if he devoured them when he entered here in the last era or the era before that. Fortunately you left the corpses and did not eat them. Otherwise I would dislike you. Not to mention you are the boss. That won't happen, Gluttony said with a confident smile. Who did not leave after saying that, but continued to control the aerospace battleship to go deeper down, to the bottom of the deep sea, and looked at the soil here. No. To be precise, it should be called sea mud. Who tried to collect the sea mud into the space, as large pieces of sea mud were collected into the space. The sea mud below seemed endless, and there was no way to peek into the limit of the deep sea. But Who did not stop. He turned his head and looked at Gluttony. Come down and dig with us. Ah? Gluttony exclaimed, a little hesitant. Boss, these sea muds are not delicious. Why are you collecting them? Do you want to see your boss? After hearing this, Gluttony didn't say anything more, and dived directly under the sea mud, pushing away all the sea mud, just like a pig rolling in the mud. Who saw that his efficiency was much higher than his own, so he didn't get involved, just watched silently. More than 10 minutes passed. Finally, Gluttony stopped. Even in the deep sea, Who could hear a crisp muffled sound. What, did it hit something? Who immediately controlled the aerospace battleship to sink, came to the side of Gluttony, and looked at the part under the sea mud. Is that a barrier? Big brother. Gluttony looked at Who. This is the limit. Do you want to continue? I don't think so. Who looked at the barrier in front of him, and a tremor appeared in his pupils. Subtitles. The rules and other prompts hanging in the air are also on this barrier. But the rules on it are completely different from the rules that appear in the air. First layer, Endless Sea. World Rule 1. All the powers and abilities you have are upgraded by 1 level. World Rule 2. The raft under you will be your biggest enemy. Please be careful of its backlash when you lift it. World Rule 3. Please look for anything that can destroy the raft. If you can find your own kind, you can help each other. World Rule 4. Please don't try to fly high into the sky, as there are the most terrifying things there. World Rule 5. As time goes by, the depth of the ocean will gradually increase, and this will become your warmest harbor. Escape rules. Don't even think about it. Everything here is a cage that binds you. You can't escape from here. Escape countdown. Midnight. Who looked at the subtitles and rules in front of him and fell into silence. Gluttony was also stunned. He simply pounced on it and tried to bite the barrier. But when he bit it, he only got a crisp sound. I can't bite it. He looked at Huyu again and asked, Brother, what does this mean? Can we leave here? 2 sets of rules. Huyu frowned and said, gradually falling into deep thought. He looked at the last rule 5, vaguely thinking of something, and suddenly exclaimed, not good. After that, he controlled the aerospace battleship and immediately headed for the sea. Gluttony turned around and followed. Brother, what's wrong with you? Quick, go to the sea, Huyu said, not caring whether Gluttony would swallow him or not, and directly controlled the aerospace battleship to the top of Gluttony's head. Full speed. Quick! Seeing Huyu so excited, Gluttony did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately drove towards the sea at full speed, the distance that originally took more than half an hour to cross. Under the speed of the Gluttony accelerator, it took less than 10 minutes to reach the sea surface. Huyu immediately looked up at the sky, and the 5th rule did appear above the sky. World Rule 5, as time passes, the sky will fall, and this will become your grave. Escape countdown, 21 hours 54 minutes and 3 seconds the sky will fall. In other words, this rule is completely opposite to the 5th rule seen under the water. The sky will get lower and lower until it presses into the sea surface. Huyu frowned slightly. If that was the case, it wouldn't lead to the death of everyone. As the raft continues to upgrade, when it reaches level 5, the diving function can be unlocked. At that time, as long as you dive under the water, you can avoid the damage caused by this rule. Right? Unless, when the sky touches the water, it will continue to press down. If that's the case, let alone them. Even those sea beasts will face the same fate of falling. Brother, what should we do now? Gluttony asked nervously. Is there a way for us to leave? Originally, he was fearless. No matter how much he ate or how much he spent, it would not threaten his life. But now, there are so many Gluttony corpses underwater. He has to be more cautious. Go find your elder sister first. Huyu frowned and said, now that so much time has passed, those who can come up should have come up. If they haven't come up yet, they probably can't come up anymore. Now let's search the entire sea for survivors, and we'll talk about it after we find them. Okay. Gluttony spat out a word, then looked at Huyu. How to find? How big can your body expand? It can still double. If the time is not long, it is not impossible to triple or even quintuple in a short period of time. That's almost enough, Huyu said, and started to take things out of the space. He had collected so many ships before, and the most abundant thing on them was various signal lights, signal guns and other things. Now it just came in handy. At present, Gluttony's body is enough to cover hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. If it expands 3 or 5 times, as long as it can reach the level of 1 million square kilometers, coupled with its flying speed, even in the endless sea, it is enough to swim across the entire sea. At that time, as long as these signal items are distributed to various places, as long as 1/10 of the creatures pick them up, the surrounding creatures will also move towards them after seeing them. After all, with the last cooperation in the endless desert, except for those mutant sea beasts, the cooperation between the creatures has a good foundation, and it is not impossible to cooperate again. And Huyu can also lead the 200 people to gather at those signal points. If he is lucky, it may take less than 3 hours to gather all the creatures. Fortunately, Gluttony is here. If there is no guy outside this rule, he really doesn't know what to do. Gluttony quickly understood Huyu's meaning. He immediately took those signal items and flew into the air, and began to sprinkle them on a large area, just like rain, and soon covered the entire endless sea. In addition, its body is large enough to cover the sky and the sun, which also provides a good environment for signal props to play. In less than 3 minutes, Huyu has seen the first signal light spot appear in front of him. He immediately called back the people who were wandering at the border of the waning sea, and began to drive towards those signal light spots, with hope in his eyes. It is this hope that will turn into deep fear in 4 hours. Chapter 460, The Last Step. 4 hours passed. The countdown to the sky curtain reached 19 hours. Huyu and others crossed nearly 1,000 square kilometers of sea. But as more and more signal sources were collected, his brows became more and more furrowed. The current situation gradually got out of his control. It's not because this method is useless, but because now a total of 654 people have successfully reunited. But apart from humans, he has not found any other people of the same race. According to the information provided by Gluttony, at most there are a few million square kilometers of sea area, and the entire endless sea will be explored. Either all those creatures, including the dragons, died when they entered the second level, or this entire sea area is a test for a certain race, and the remaining races were assigned to other places. The possibility of the former is extremely low. If it is the latter, it is not impossible. Take the raft for example. This thing is a product of human civilization. Except for humans, it is useless for other races. You can't let sea beasts ride on the raft. Let the sea beasts continue to accumulate experience. Upgrade the raft, and then leave on the raft. Right? Let alone those dragons. Just the tail is as long as the raft. What? Using the tail as a propeller? But then again, if it was the latter possibility, Gluttony would have no chance of finding Lin Xiao. If you remember correctly, in order to calm down better, she should have transformed into a dragon to meditate. And now she should be with the dragon clan. I have to tell Gluttony, so that he doesn't think he fooled him. Brother. Gluttony's voice sounded above his head. He transformed his body into a normal size, floated into the water carefully, and came to Hu. The last gathering place is ahead. There should be more than 200 people. Why can't I see my elder sister? I was just about to tell you this. Your elder sister should. The words were just on the tip of his tongue. A commotion broke out in front of him. Various rafts, boats, and yachts rushed towards this direction. It was as if something was chasing them from behind. Hu frowned, and without thinking too much, he accelerated and rushed over in the aerospace battleship. Now, among the more than 600 people, and Xiener, Su Zilong, Guanli and others have been found. But Xiao Zissou has not been seen yet. She should be the first human to come up. So it goes without saying how worried Hu is. Hu swung his tail, drew an arc in the air and fell into the water, coming to the end of the team. It's Boss Hu. Boss Hu is here. Great. We are saved. Listening to the noise in his ears, Hu was not disturbed, but turned his head and looked over the wooden boats and rafts in front of him. His eyes swept across the faces, but he never saw the face he wanted to see. Xiao Zissou was still not there. Hu gradually frowned, and saw a yacht rushing over from the wooden boats and rafts in front of him. A familiar face came into view. Lin Su? She's here too? There were so many creatures before that he didn't notice she was in the team. Hu was about to say hello when he heard Lin Su's voice, which sounded hurriedly the moment his eyes fell on her. Boss Hu. Zissou. Zissou is here. Hu's pupils trembled, and he hurriedly controlled the aerospace battleship to meet it. The waves pushed the surrounding ships away. He came to Lin Su and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong with Zissou?" Miss Zissou is behind, using herself as bait to lure away the sea beasts. Hurry. The words were not finished. Hu had already controlled the aerospace battleship to drive to the rear at the fastest speed. He was speeding in the air, and Gluttony was hanging beside him and following closely, and did not forget to ask Hu, "Brother, what's wrong with you? Do you know the news about my eldest sister?" Hu did not want to answer Gluttony's question, but just lowered his head to search for everything in front of him. Soon, the waves that rose about tens of kilometers away caught his attention. Just behind that small cluster of waves, a large wave piled up, as if chasing that cluster of waves. It should be there. Hu didn't hesitate at all. With a thought, the speed of the aerospace battleship was directly increased. As the distance to the cluster of waves kept getting closer, the face that he had been thinking about appeared in front of him. The two smiled at each other. Hu braked suddenly, and threw dozens of exploding crystals behind Xiao Zissou, roaring, accompanied by the supreme art of mankind blooming in front of him. He didn't care what was under the waves, as long as it was something that threatened Xiao Zissou's safety. Erasure was the only answer. However, Xiao Zissou was riding a high-speed yacht. Just as he was about to brake urgently, he still misjudged the speed of Hu's aerospace battleship and the aftermath of the explosion behind him. With a tail swing, it directly hit the aerospace battleship. The powerful impact force directly shattered the yacht in an instant. Hu looked at the floating experience plus 710,750 in front of him and fell into a stagnation. Damn! He didn't have time to think about it, and immediately took out the sea god's favor from the space. Swung the rod, and the fishing line was wrapped around Xiao Zissou's waist. Before she touched the water, she flew up, as Xiao Zissou landed steadily on the battleship. Huyu was relieved. Fortunately, the yacht is gone. But at least the people are still there. Huh? Xiao Zissou couldn't help but let out a breath of foul air. She raised her hand and patted her chest, and said in shock, Fortunately, if this had happened here, I would have cried to death. Huyu was speechless for a while. The words of concern were stuck in his heart, and he couldn't say a word. Who would make such a joke after just surviving a life-and-death crisis? Silence is silence. Huyu was stunned for a few breaths, and still looked at Xiao Zissou and asked, You're not injured, are you? No. Xiao Zissou looked at the water splashing behind him and asked, Aren't our abilities sealed? You are? I'm cheating. I knew it. You're a jerk. Xiao Zissou said as she came up to him and spread out a hand in front of him. Give me one. Huyu casually threw a saint-level explosive crystal to her. I can't cheat for you, but I can still give you some of this thing. That's fine. Xiao Zissou said as she raised her hand, lifted up the saint-level explosive crystal and threw it. What a pity. Now that she no longer has the ability to bless her physical fitness, she can only throw it 30 or 40 meters at most. Huyu had no choice but to quietly put the crystal into the space at the moment it was about to fall to the ground, and then throw it 100 meters away. After all, the killing range of the saint-level explosive crystal is more than 2,000 meters. Boom! Looking at the explosion, Xiao Zissou also exhaled a breath of turbid air. Let you dogs chase me. Take the bullet. What on earth is going on? Huyu asked in confusion. It's a long story, Xiao Zissou said helplessly. Not long after I came up, I met a small sea beast. It was cute and had no killing power, so I just kept it as a pet. Later, I took it with me and encountered another sea beast. We were attacked by it. Fortunately, I killed it wittily. Then I received a task to destroy another race. I thought the little thing was so cute, so I accepted it. Later, with the help of the little guy's tribe, I found some humans. After gathering together, I found another species of sea beasts. Wait! Huyu interrupted, let me guess. Later, did you start to kill these sea beasts? But the level of the other side became higher and higher, and you really couldn't handle it, so you had to start running away? How do you know? This script is exactly the same. Not only the shark and mermaid tribes. Huyu has gathered so many people along the way, and almost all of them have triggered the same tasks. The only difference is the two conflicting races. One of them even split the human race, who took the task into two factions. If Huyu hadn't intervened, they would have fought to the death for a group of legendary and mythical beings. After Huyu found them, he reset the tasks they took and took them again, according to the previous method of dealing with the mermaids and sharks. The other two repeated tasks were solved, thereby gaining a lot of experience and 2 false titles of sea gods. This title, except for a slight change in the description, has no other changes, and the effect is still no, with the completion of 2 repetitive tasks. The aerospace battleship under Huyu now has 6.9 million experience points. Although other human races only have 1% of the task rewards, they have now been upgraded to high-speed yachts, and some have even reached the level of ghost cruise ships. If I guess correctly, the task triggered by Xiao Zissou should be the last repetitive task. I don't know if there will be any special rewards for collecting for false sea gods? Huyu didn't think much about it. Just looked at Xiao Zissou and asked, Where do you think the little cutie is? Of course he went home, Xiao Zissou said, as a matter of course. He is still a little kid. He just got lost before I sent him back. His parents were so happy. You have to have a way, Huyu praised in a sarcastic tone. Okay, let me take care of the rest. You just sit back and do nothing. Xiao Zissou tilted his head, feeling that something was wrong, but couldn't tell what was wrong. With the experience from the previous few times, Huyu successfully completed the 4th hidden mission in less than half an hour, with the receipt of the last 3 million experience points. The experience value of the aerospace battleship under Huyu also increased to 9.9 million. There is only one step left to the Saint level. I just don't know if there is a higher level after the Saint level. Chapter 461 Pseudo-God Class Star Destroyer. In addition to the significant increase in experience points, with the completion of the 4th mission, Huyu's title was upgraded from the Fall Sea God to the Endless Sea God. Title: Endless Sea God. Description: As the perfect solution to the 8 clans' disputes, you have become a well-deserved Sea God, controlling the supreme authority and absolute right to speak in the Endless Sea. Effect. Experience points obtained in any way plus 100% note. Think about what kind of mount can be worthy of your title of Sea God. Huyu looked at the note in front of him and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Now the aerospace battleship is still 100,000 experience points away from the Saint level. It seems a bit useless to increase the experience points by 100% now. Unless, there is another level above the Saint level, which requires more than 100 million experience points to reach the final level. The experience of a mythical sea beast is only 2,000 experience points without the task increase. 20,000 for a pseudo-saint. 200,000 for a saint level. To get more than 100 million experience points, at least 500 saint level beasts must be slaughtered. Even if we enter the deep sea and hunt all those deep sea beasts, and add the increase in experience points from the title, it is impossible to get more than 100 million experience points. Even if they could just barely make a ship into a pseudo-god level. What would the rest of the people do? Huyu frowned slightly. His eyes fell on Xiao Zissou, and a guess emerged in his mind. If I remember correctly, destroying ships can also gain experience points. He just got 700,000 experience points from Xiao Zissou's high-speed yacht. The magnitude of this experience point is far more than the experience point of upgrading a broken raft to a high-speed yacht. Could it be that the experience points gained by destroying ships also have a bonus? He immediately stepped forward and asked, Zissou, how much experience has your boat accumulated? About 60,000. What's wrong? Xiao Zissou didn't quite understand. 60,000. Counting the 10,000 experience points required to upgrade from a small raft to a high-speed yacht. It is exactly 70,000. Multiplied by 10. It is 700,000. This number is similar to what I guessed. Why not try to find a lucky person? After solving the problem in front of him, Huyu also looked at the guy in the crowd who had the most experience points. Jin Wankai. This guy has been following Huyu since the first mission. He participated in all 4 missions and gained 90,000 experience points. The small raft under him was upgraded to a high-speed yacht, and it was only a hair's breadth away from the Ghost cruise ship. Destroying it, even if the experience points will not be multiplied by 10, it will be enough to upgrade the aerospace ship to the next level. Jin Wankai. Here! Jin Wankai shouted, thinking that something good was coming to him, and immediately drove the yacht over. He came to Huyu's aerospace ship and stood at attention at the bow. Boss Hu, what are your instructions? Huyu did not answer, and did not even give Jin Wankai a chance to prepare. He controlled the aerospace ship to swing its head and directly smash the yacht under him. Unlike the way he rescued Xiao Zissou last time, Huyu was well prepared this time. As he rammed the other party, the bow of the aerospace ship sank directly into the water, aimed at the direction where Jin Wankai fell into the water, and raised his head directly to lift Jin Wankai up before he fell into the water. Just as Huyu thought. When the high-speed yacht was smashed, a stream of experience points also floated out from the bow of the aerospace ship. Experience plus 919,212, with a full 900,000 experience bonus. A brilliant light appeared on the aerospace ship, and its shape changed again. A giant aircraft with a ring shape and an area of hundreds of square kilometers appeared in front of everyone. The people who were previously on the aerospace ship naturally entered the interior of the aircraft. In front of the huge and complex control panel, Huyu couldn't help but fall into a stagnation. Fortunately, he put the USB flash drive containing Xiao Hai into the reading port, and in less than 30 seconds, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Brother, did you find a new home for Xiao Hai? Xiao Hai's virtual projection image immediately appeared, under everyone's eyes. She began to circle around the entire aircraft's control area, showing that she was too excited. This new home is so big. As long as you are happy. Huyu smiled and responded, while also looking at the panel of the current spacecraft. Vehicle, spaceship level, 8 upgrade experience, 842, 900/100, 000 functions, automatic cruise, automatic search, automatic lock, strong ship and powerful gun, diving cruise, air and space cruise, wormhole crossing. Looking at the functions in front of him, Huyu was stunned. He could understand the upgrades of other functions, but this latest function, a spaceship, it's normal to be able to cross wormholes. But what's the use of being able to cross wormholes in this area? You can't take this thing out, and it's impossible to cross it here. A useless thing for a saint level? He subconsciously searched on the operation panel, trying to find this function and try to use it. But the panel was too complicated, with thousands of buttons on it, and he didn't know which one was which. Brother? Xiao Hai's voice sounded. What are you looking for? Where is the wormhole crossing function? I want to try it. It is temporarily unavailable. Xiao Hai responded obediently. It can only be used after taking this spaceship out. This can still be taken out? Of course. Xiao Hai's voice sounded again. I found some clues in the database. It should be possible to take this spaceship out as long as it is upgraded to the pseudogod level. Pseudogod level? Now it is saint level, which means it needs to be upgraded to another level. Yu frowned slightly. It seems that the only way is to use that method, to ensure that everything is foolproof. He looked at Xiao Hai and asked, is there any way to destroy the ships of those people outside while ensuring their safety? This is easy. Xiao Hai uttered 4 words lightly, and immediately said to Yu, Brother, look at the first row, 5th row, 3rd row, 7th row, 15th row, 1st row, 45th row, 6th row. There are 6 buttons in total. Press them in the order I reported, and you can trigger the defensive attack performance test of this spacecraft. You can generate a protective shield covering 10,000 square meters around the spacecraft, isolating the seawater while carrying out indiscriminate attacks on ships within the shield. This should be able to meet your needs. With Yu's current memory, it is easy to remember these things, but he still didn't quite understand. While walking to the operating table and pressing the button, he also asked Xiao Hai, I understand the reason, but why don't you just activate the skill? Sorry, brother. I'm just a program now, and I can't control the entire spacecraft yet. You have to do it. Okay. Yu said and pressed the 6th button. As a barrier was formed, all the ships around were directly wrapped in the protective cover. Lasers were fired outside the spacecraft and collided with those ships. Then, experience points appeared on the spacecraft. In the blink of an eye, the experience bar exceeded half. In the blink of an eye, the experience bar exceeded 100 million. The spacecraft under him once again burst into dazzling light. But as the light faded, Yu was still in the control room and did not notice any changes around him, until he saw hundreds of red dots flashing on the screen, and he could not help but click the screen subconsciously. In an instant, a small spaceship appeared behind the spaceship, and there was a pilot on each spaceship. This is a fleet. Yu's pupils trembled. His eyes were full of excitement, and an amazing conjecture emerged in his mind. He immediately looked at the panel of the spaceship under him, and the arc of his mouth was hard to contain. Vehicle, Star Destroyer Carrier Level, 9 Upgrade Experience, Max/Max Function, Automatic Cruise, Automatic Search, Automatic Lock, Strong Ship and Powerful Gun, Diving Cruise, Air and Space Cruise, Wormhole Crossing, Star Destroyer Fleet. Fleet. This is a fleet that can carry out space-level navigation. Again, if you can take it out. Brother. Xiao Hai's voice rang in his ears. Yu immediately pulled himself out of the surprise in front of him, and he couldn't help but look at Xiao Hai. What's wrong? There's something you might need to come over and take a look. What? Yu said, and walked towards the control panel. The fleet image on the screen disappeared instantly, and what appeared was a piece of red dots. What is that? If the detection is correct, Xiao Hai's voice slowly emerged. That should be a fleet. What? Yu asked again, as if he didn't hear clearly. This time, without waiting for Xiao Hai to answer, the entire mothership began to tremble. Red lights flashed throughout the control room. Mechanical sounds echoed in the control room. Warning! Warning! The mothership is under attack. Do you want to fight back? Brother. Xiao Hai also looked at Yu and said it the first time. It's a fleet. The same fleet as ours. The same fleet? Now all the survivors are already in the fleet. And humans can form a fleet? Other creatures don't have the ability to control these? Could it be that there are still humans from the last era here? If it is somewhere else, there is definitely no such possibility. No real human can survive for more than one era. But the flow of time here is different from that of Blue Star. It is not impossible to achieve this achievement. However, no matter what race it is, whoever controls the fleet in front of him, if he dares to attack him, there will be only one outcome. No need to fight back. Yu replied to Xiao Hai indifferently, then stared at the red dots on the screen and said kindly, Full speed ahead. I want to see who is giving us a big gift package. Yes, brother. Chapter 462 Repetition. Paradox. Cycle. was Xiao Hai's response. The pseudo-god class Star Destroyer directly crossed a wormhole and arrived in front of those spaceships in an instant. Through the transparent unknown material in front of him, you could clearly see the structure of the Star Destroyer on the opposite side. Just a glance. He was stunned. The one on the opposite side was himself. No, not just himself. In that spaceship, in addition to himself, there were even Xiao Zissou, Jean Wankai and others. If it weren't for the fact that everyone's positions were opposite from the center line, he might really think that he had encountered a mirror with a very large area. But in front of him, it was obviously not a mirror. I don't know if it was an illusion. Just as he looked at the other party also looked at him and raised his hand at the same time. Is this to? Yu's pupils trembled, not daring to hesitate at all, and at the same time raised his hand and spit out a sentence to the Star Destroyer in front. Collect. The Star Destroyer in front of him suddenly disappeared. As for the people on it, with the disappearance of the Star Destroyer, those people naturally fell into the water and disappeared in an instant. Yu frowned and looked out, looking at the ocean under the sky, and no one could be seen. Perhaps this is a test set up on this level? Creating this mirror image is to let the Star Destroyer fight against each other? Only this explanation can explain it. But unfortunately, this endless holy tower can't simulate its own abilities. Otherwise, maybe there will be a tough battle to fight. Brother. Xiao Hai's voice sounded again. The next batch of red dots appeared on the screen of the console. A new spaceship has appeared within the detection range. Yu's pupils suddenly lit up. Isn't this a free experience treasure? No matter how many Star Destroyers there are in front of him, as long as he collects a few more, it will not be a problem to take the entire blue planet out of the solar system. But just when Yu was about to cross the wormhole again, he couldn't help but glance at his space. The Star Destroyer that he just collected is gone. It's like taking in a ball of air. This feeling is even more disgusting than eating a fly. It's like he finally exploded a magic weapon. But a network connection interrupted message. In this case, there is no need for the other Star Destroyer to collect it. Yu said helplessly. No need to go over there. Don't you have a laser? Just shoot it over there and let them come to us. Yes, brother, a voice sounded. The laser was immediately cast from the mothership. Yu's pupils trembled, as if he thought of something, and subconsciously shouted, Wait! The words came out of his mouth. The laser has been fired. Xiao Hai's voice could not help but sound in the console. Brother. What's wrong? Nothing. Yu replied, but frowned and stared at the front, as if he had sensed something. In less than 3 seconds, a wormhole suddenly appeared in front of him. And then a Star Destroyer that was exactly the same as the one just now flew out of the wormhole. Even the people inside were exactly the same. This scene was exactly the same as when he was attacked before and rushed over. Is this trapped in a loop? According to the loop, wouldn't it be me who was taken away by the mothership and fell into the sea later? Before he could think, Yu had already raised his hand. This time, he was one step slower than the mirror image on the opposite side. But, fortunately, even if the opposite side raised his hand, he did not gain the space ability and could not take the Star Destroyer into the space. Yu exhaled a foul breath. The scene just now really gave him a nightmare-like feeling. He checked the space again, but still found no trace of the Star Destroyer. In other words, everything in front of him was false. But what was the meaning of those repetitions just now? Yu didn't quite understand. It was just like he didn't quite understand that the raft had been upgraded to the Star Destroyer. But he still couldn't find a way to leave here. Wait! Suddenly, Yu's mind flashed, as if he thought of something, and immediately rushed to the operating table. Xiao Hai, help me turn on the radio. Yes. Xiao Hai responded immediately, and reported the location of 3 buttons at the same time. Yu pressed the 3 buttons in sequence with ease, and the radio function was turned on. He immediately said to the console, Don't hide. I know you are here. Come out. Let's talk. The voice echoed into space. Xiao Zissou, who was in the operating room, was confused and said a little confused. Who are you talking to? An old friend. Yu said calmly, and then spoke to the broadcasting system again. I know you have a grudge against Gluttony, but I shouldn't have provoked you. Right? Come out now. We can still discuss it. Otherwise, I can't guarantee whether I will join forces with Gluttony and Pride to do something to you. You said so. Jealousy. This is the flash of inspiration that flashed through Huyu's mind. Judging from the statues worshipped by the Big-Head Fish clan, Lust must have been here. But except for that statue, Huyu did not find any trace of Lust's existence. Even if he searched the entire endless sea, he could not find any trace of Lust, which gave him the illusion that Lust had left for a long time. If he only saw this layer, he might still be confused and mistakenly believe that the one who made the move was Lust. After all, in addition to jealousy, Lust also had a lot of grievances with gluttony. Especially in the last era, Lust was cheated by pride and gluttony. But think about it. If it was really Lust, why would he remove so many traces and only leave a statue that is easy to be discovered? Unless this statue was left behind on purpose. If it weren't for what happened in front of him, Huyu might really be fooled and think that the one who manipulated all this was Lust. His emotions were controlled. Emotional control is the power that only jealousy has. And jealousy may also disguise itself as lust or arrogance to confuse him. The name has been pointed out. Now it depends on whether Lust will emerge. If it does, the next thing can indeed be discussed. But if it doesn't emerge, Huyu will have no choice but to use coercive means. Wait! Appearance! Huyu's pupils trembled. And he didn't stay where he was. He didn't even have time to turn off the broadcast, and immediately activated his impulse to cross to the fleet. As expected, Gluttony, who had been following him, had disappeared. Fortunately, the other people in the fleet were fine. Still a step too late. Huyu frowned and said, "What happened?" Xiao Zisa couldn't help but ask, "Is it envy? Or that gluttony? Isn't it envy in disguise?" Huyu nodded silently and said helplessly, "It's very likely. Just because he could possess 6/7 of the artifacts left by Greedy didn't mean that other gods had nothing. As senior gods, they must have mastered as many tricks as he did. The only reason he was able to escape from the crisis just now was that something went wrong in Envy's plan, causing it to not proceed according to his preset route. Otherwise, he would have probably fallen into the sea like the first mirror image. And he wouldn't even know how he died. And he might even associate it with the endless holy tower. But what is his purpose in doing this?" Xiao Zisa frowned. "I don't know either. Maybe he wants to escape from here too?" Huyu answered with confusion. If this was the purpose, then even if he continued to disguise his gluttony, he would still take him out. Why did he have to kill him? Why? Prepare to inherit his Star Destroyer? This does not conform to the logic of jealous behavior at all. He had already set up like that on Blue Star before. There was no reason for him to expose his ambitions in this endless holy tower. Even if he wanted to expose it, he would not use such a lowly method. Right? Knowing that it was impossible for him to take our Star Destroyer, he still did this. It was a bit too stupid. Perhaps this question can only be answered by finding him. But now the jealousy has disappeared, and only by finding him can the answer to this question be known. However, Huyu does not intend to find him. The most important thing now is to leave here. After a lot of trouble, the countdown has reached 18 hours. And there are still 7 floors of the Holy Tower. Let's not talk about rewards for now. If you waste one more second here, the time to climb the Holy Tower will be tighter in the future. Huyu switched the fleet to collective mode, then turned the bow and pointed it at the sky in front of him. Wormhole crossing. Start. With a flash of white light, Huyu was ready to face the test of the 3rd level. But when he opened his eyes again, he was still above the blue and had not reached the 3rd level. He couldn't help but frown and fell into deep thought. This was the only way he could think of to escape from this 2nd level. But now it seems, it's still wrong. What went wrong? Huyu stood there frowning and thinking, and went through all the experiences of entering the 2nd level in his mind. Fake gluttony. Disguised envy. Under the deep sea. Wait. Oh. The deep sea. Although the gluttony that has been following him is envy in disguise, the corpse of gluttony under the deep sea is real. The reason why he can disguise himself like that is probably closely related to the corpse of gluttony below. Let's go down and take a look. Huyu controlled the Star Destroyer and sank directly, passing through the wormhole and reaching the deep sea. Under the deep sea, the bodies of gluttony are still on the seabed. The barrier under the sea mud is still engraved with the countdown to 0, and those completely rebellious rules. Mirror images. Repetitions. Jealousy with strange behavior. Rebellious rules. Disappearing tribes. The countdown passed by minute by minute. The sky gradually sank. The people in the deep sea looked at the Star Destroyer that had been upgraded to the top level. and the unchanged environment around them. They seemed to realize some problems, and began to get nervous. This third level. Can we still go up? Chapter 463, the third floor. The crowd's emotions began to get out of control, although they knew the ability of the person in front of them. When the crisis really fell, only a few people could keep rational thinking, and most people would fall into meaningless panic. Just like when encountering an emergency, there will always be screams, roars, or some meaningless roars. These are all normal situations. In the cockpit of the Star Destroyer, Gene Wakai couldn't help pacing. Although he is a veteran in the business world, he has seen many big scenes and survived the end of the world. His state of mind is different from that of ordinary people. But this is a matter of life and death. Only those who have experienced the brink of life and death know how precious life is. It would be strange if they were not nervous in this situation. As for Xiao Zissou, she sat on the chair in front of the operating table, and somehow persuaded Xiao Hai to install a hybrid version of Plants vs. Zombies, operating slowly on the screen. Sometimes she couldn't beat it, and asked Xiao Hai to help cheat. Open a hack or something. Hu glanced over and almost laughed out of anger. She is really the first person to play this kind of game on a Star Destroyer. He walked over slowly, poked behind her and asked, "Aren't you nervous?" "What are you nervous about?" Xiao Zissou asked as a matter of course. "Now that everyone has lost their abilities, I only have this brain left. I can't think of a solution. So why should I interfere with you in finding a solution?" "Makes sense. So, have you come up with a solution?" Xiao Zissou didn't even raise his head, just staring at the screen in front of him, and subconsciously said, "Don't bother me if you don't expect it. My CPU is running at full capacity. Go. Find a way." Hu smiled helplessly, sat beside her silently, and stared at the interface she was constantly operating. If only this second level was as simple as Plants vs. Zombies. Just guard the house. Don't worry about anything else. Wait! Hu suddenly had an idea, as if he had thought of something, and immediately went forward to hug Xiao Zissou's face and kissed her. "I love you so much." After saying that, before Xiao Zissou could react, Hu rushed to the operating table again. "Xiao Hai, get ready. Take over all the ships in the fleet. Aim at the sky, and go full speed." "Yes, brother." After that, the Star Destroyer led the entire fleet to rush towards the sky. But this time, there was no impulse to cross, but simply used the fleet's cruising ability. Xiao Zissou also came back to her senses at this moment. Her pretty face was slightly red, and she slowly walked to Hu, looking at him with an excited face, and couldn't help asking, "Do you know how to get out?" "It's just an idea. Try it." Although Hu's eyes were filled with excitement, he remained calm. "If this method fails, we'll have to think of other ways." "What method?" "Charge." "Charge?" Xiao Zissou's eyes revealed confusion. "What do you mean?" "It's just the literal meaning." Hu stared at the screen that was getting closer to the sky, and explained to Xiao Zissou beside him. "Do you remember how to escape from the sky? Upgrade the raft to the highest level?" "That's right," Hu said calmly. "If we are sure that the answer on the sky is correct, the way to escape must be in the highest level raft. That is, the Star Destroyer. We have just ruled out the possibility of wormhole crossing. The remaining escape method is most likely automatic cruising. Using automatic cruising, we can go straight to the sky or somewhere else. There is always a way to get out. We have been to the deep sea before, but we didn't get the result we wanted. The last direction is naturally in the air." "I understand," Xiao Zissou exclaimed, her eyes revealing joy. "No matter what the sky under the deep sea is, and no matter why other races did not appear, you only need to know the most basic and intuitive rules." "Well, of course, this is just my guess." Hu frowned and said, "If this is the only way to pass the level, I really don't know what this endless holy tower is for. The first level allows people to get rid of distractions. The second level allows people to get rid of external interference. What is the third level for? If it goes all the way to the 9th level, wouldn't the person who can really escape become a god on the spot? Don't think about it for now." Xiao Zissou stared at the sky that was approaching. "It's about to hit." Hu stopped talking and stared at the gradually enlarging font in front of him, holding his breath. Buzz! With a buzzing sound. The imagined collision did not happen, and there was not even a prompt. Just a flash of white light. The scene in front of Hu has changed. At the same time, there was a crisp sound. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the first creature to pass the second level and get a chance to evolve. Welcome to the third floor of the Endless Holy Tower. Dry and hot. Sporadic flames are boiling in the deep pit in front of me. Everything around me seems to be covered with a dark red filter, giving people a gloomy and weird feeling. This is the third floor? He succeeded. However, all the people around him disappeared. It seems that they were scattered again. But it doesn't matter. At least this floor will not be as dangerous as the previous one. And you need to explore it when all your abilities are banned. According to the hints just received, he and the remaining survivors of the human race should be the first group of creatures to pass the second layer. After receiving the reward, they have a natural advantage. Now, let's see what the rules of the third layer are like. Who subconsciously looked up at the sky, and indeed saw the rules emerging on the sky. Third layer, Endless Fire Domain. World Rule 1. Each person will initially have 100 points of water, and can increase their own water by hunting all the life in the fire domain. World Rule 2. Every 5 minutes, the moisture will be reduced by 1% of the accumulated value. The minimum value is 1 point. The maximum value is unlimited. And when the moisture is 0, it will be erased. World Rule 3. Please stay away from any place where there is no fire. World Rule 4. Unlock after 1 hour. Escape Rule, none. Escape Countdown, 21 hours. Escape Reward. The first 10 people who escape from the third level will get an evolution opportunity. The first 100 people who escape from the third level will get a random skill. Failure Penalty, death. Who was stunned when he saw the rules on the sky. The first 2 levels at least gave him some escape rules. But this level has none? Is this really a rip-off? In addition, a light blue energy slot appeared in front of Hu. According to the rules, this should be water. Looking at the 100 points of water in front of him, there is no upper limit. If it is reduced by 1% every 5 minutes, it will only be reduced by a little bit at present. In 500 minutes, that is, about 8 hours, all the water will be reduced. Of course, this is assuming that no water is obtained through hunting. It is not known how much water can be obtained by hunting a creature. Assuming that when the water is 50, hunting a creature to obtain 100 water, the accumulated water will become 200, and it will be reduced by 2 points every 5 minutes. The survival time will also change from the original 250 minutes to 375 minutes. Although it has been improved, it is not much. But if you kill another one and obtain 100 water, the accumulated water will reach 300. It will be reduced by 3 points every 5 minutes. Even if the opponent obtains another 100 water points shortly after obtaining 100 water points, the survival time will be increased from the original 375 minutes to 416 minutes. The increase is from the original 125 minutes to 41 minutes. This is the horror of this rule. Just killing one person will increase the increase greatly, which will make most creatures want to try. But the later it is, the smaller the increase ratio will be. No matter how many people are killed, they cannot escape the elimination of the rule. According to the best plan, all creatures should find an exit within 8 hours, so as to avoid killing each other. But when the countdown of life is in front of him, Hu doesn't know what choice the other creatures will make. However, he can roughly guess what humans will choose. In addition to fighting, it's still fighting, especially now that there are only humans here. But there is good news. At least, the restrictions on abilities have been lifted, and I have also obtained an upgrade opportunity. This time, the word spirit should be able to upgrade to the mythical level. Hu closed his eyes and sensed it carefully, and a warm current suddenly surged to the back of his head. This feeling is exactly the same as the feeling when he upgraded before. The next moment, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 6th round of evolution. His physical fitness has been comprehensively improved, and his skill word spirit has been upgraded to the mythical level. Name, word spirit category, skill effect. Any word spoken may trigger cause and effect and make it come true. The probability depends on the target level. When the target is mythical or below, the probability of coming true is 10%. For each level increase, the probability is reduced to 1/10. It can only be used 3 times a day, and the corresponding cause and effect must be born. Note, God said, "Let there be light." Done! With the word spirit upgraded to the mythical level, the number of times the word spirit can be used today has also been refreshed and restored to 3 times. It's a pity. The equipment of the Greedy series is still in a cooling state. Otherwise the word spirit can be upgraded to the pseudo-saint level. Even if it is impossible to find everyone in the endless holy tower, at least it is not difficult to get a position. Yu subconsciously looked up at the sky. The next level. As long as he can pass this level in the first 100, he can get another upgrade opportunity. Pseudo-saint level word spirit is not a dream. Just as Yu was hesitant and ready to explore the surroundings, a white light flashed in front of his eyes. The white light dissipated. A figure slowly appeared in front of him. When Yu looked at the other party also cast his eyes on him. In just a moment, the two immediately retreated dozens of meters, and while looking at each other from a distance, they almost uttered two words in unison. It's you? Chapter 464 Mythical Word Spirit. Jealousy. Unlike the previous disguise of gluttony, jealousy is still in the state of a beautiful woman on the blue planet. She patted the volcanic ash on her body, slowly stood up, and her every move was elegant. Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes, without waiting for him to remind her. Jealousy subconsciously looked at the rules on the sky. After she understood what was going on, she looked at Yu and asked, "Want to go for a walk together?" "Let's go!" Yu said two words calmly. Now that his authority has returned to normal, he really didn't take it seriously, as it was just jealousy. The two walked together. After walking a few steps, Yu subconsciously asked her, "By the way, what do you want to do on the lower floor? Take the opportunity to kill me?" Jealousy didn't answer immediately, but looked at Yu and asked with a chuckle, "If I say yes, will you kill me now?" "No." Yu raised his hand to the sky. "You should be able to see some clues from the rules above. Killing you now is a loss." Envy was stunned for a moment. Then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "What a loss. But if it weren't for me, are you sure you can escape from the second floor?" "What do you mean?" "Literally," Envy said calmly. "Didn't you notice that there are only you humans in the second floor?" When it comes to this, Yu immediately became interested. This is the question he wanted to know early on. He originally thought that when he left the second floor, he would be able to find some clues. But who knew that he had reached the third floor, and there was still no news about those races? "Tell me about it." "They are actually all on the second floor. But you are in a different sea area." "Different sea area?" Yu frowned and asked. "But we have already." "What have you already? Have you explored all the sea areas?" Jealous asked back with a smile on his face. "Let me put it this way. I just appeared on the second floor after entering the endless holy tower. Unlike you, my ability is not sealed for some reason. I can feel that the entire sea area is made up of gluttonous corpses. The corpses I took you to see underwater before are just the tip of the iceberg. As the corpses of gluttons continue to decompose, the area of the sea will continue to expand. Guess, after countless epochs, how big will the area of the sea expand to? If all races are really randomly scattered in all the endless seas, it is almost impossible for you to find all the human races." Yu frowned and understood what jealousy meant. He couldn't help but say, "That according to what you mean, this endless holy tower intends to assign one of our races to a fixed sea area for testing? Besides this, I can't think of a second possibility." Jealousy spoke calmly, spreading his hands and said, "Before you entered the second floor, I actually saw some other races, such as my followers. They are different from you. They will get a pair of wings when they first enter the water. By completing tasks and hunting sea beasts, they can upgrade their wings and reach the point of flying to the third floor. But there are only a few sea beasts that can comprehend this rule. Even if I want to help them, I have no idea where to start. In fact, I am already prepared to fall on the second floor. Fortunately, it didn't take long for me to sense your presence. At that time, you humans also came up from the first level, and the sea area that originally had only one area suddenly opened up another sea area. I entered the two sea areas before they were completely separated. Then you hid beside me and tried to assassinate me," Yu added coldly. No. Jia Yin knew that this was not the time to joke. If he agreed or hesitated at this time, Yu would definitely attack him. He stared at Yu's eyes and said calmly, "I just want to help you." "Help you? Eliminate a wrong answer." "Wrong answer? What do you mean?" I remembered something. Jealous's eyes showed a trace of deep thought. "I have been here before, but I did not escape from the second floor last time. I followed you to ensure that you can successfully obtain the recognition of the 8 races in the 4 seas. I deliberately turned into gluttony and followed you to ensure that you can find the 8 races in the 4 seas. Tell me, Does this count as helping you eliminate the wrong answer? Hu Yu's mouth twitched. This sounded a bit forced. But the truth is true. At that time, gluttony was by his side, and did play a warning role. Besides, do you know why I walk in the world in a human posture? Hearing this, Hu Yu's pupils trembled. He had felt strange before. As a god, why did Indy have such a deep understanding of human society? Not only did he take in an entire shelter of humans under his own protection, but he also built an identity for himself as the owner of a cafe. This down-to-earth approach doesn't seem like the first time to understand the human race. Even, she might be a human. It's just that Hu Yu didn't think about it in this direction before. But now he knows, the era is repeating infinitely. This terrifying conjecture popped up in his mind. But logically speaking, jealousy's memory also has problems. So he shouldn't know these things. Could it be? His memory has been restored. It seems that you should have guessed it. Jealousy smiled, with a hint of bitterness on the corner of his mouth. In fact, I only remembered it after entering here. It turns out that I am also a human. We are experiencing repetition. Before Pride, I was the first generation of replacement. Even Pride's replacement method may be given to her by me. And the reason why I did that on the second floor is actually to tell you that everything in the world is repeating. I watched you upgrade the raft to the highest level. But I don't know if I can reach the third floor. But I can't communicate with you. So I can only try this method to see if you can understand it. Seeing the extremely excited jealousy in front of him, Hu Yu had no choice but to force a smile, and raised his hand to her shoulder, trying to comfort her as much as possible. Relax. We already know all this. You guys? Lin Xiaoxia and I, that is. Now Eo Chang. Hu Yu explained casually. This matter is too complicated. I will tell you slowly on the way. Your memory should not have recovered completely yet. Right? Think about it more on the way. If you remember anything, you can also tell me directly. At least, we can be allies now. This is great news. As a senior, jealousy has participated in more eras than Lin Xiaoxiao and Hu Yu. As long as his memory is fully restored, he can help them learn more about ancient things. Maybe they can get some key clues from it. Some clues to leave the solar system. Yeah. As jealousy nodded in agreement, Hu Yu also began to tell some of the things he knew, which naturally included the barrier outside the solar system, as well as greed, arrogance, and laziness that had never died. Of course, this is all unrelated news. It was also the news that he wanted to tell the gods a long time ago, but triggered the news of their memory melting. As for some more secrets, such as greedy corpses, the falling version of the divine grid, the creation of the gods, and other things involving him and Lin Xiaoxia's life, he was not saying. After all, he can't determine what the purpose of jealousy is. If everyone wants to escape from the solar system, then cooperation is naturally not a problem. But if jealousy only wants to maintain the status quo, he and Lin Xiaoxia's thoughts that want to overturn everything are an undoubted enemy for her. Jealousy walked along, just silently following Hu Yu, listening to those fragmentary, but extremely shocking news. 30 minutes later, Hu Yu's water content dropped by 6 points to 94 points. Having regained his ability, he could naturally perceive the subtle changes in his body. For every 1% drop in water content, his body's various functions would also decline. Ordinary people may not be able to perceive a decrease in function of 10%, or even 20%. But once the body's function drops to 30% or even lower, they will definitely feel that something is wrong with their body. Coupled with the rules above the sky, everyone will frantically plunder the water in the creatures. This is not a solution, unless the contradiction is transferred. As long as there are other lives besides humans in the fire region, the contradictions between the human race will change from competing with each other to mutual cooperation with a common goal. But this thing, it can't be made by using the word spirit. Right? Whether it is the first layer or the second layer, there is something underneath. Now there is endless magma all around. Maybe there is something hidden underneath? He subconsciously looked at jealousy. If he is still not affected by the rules here, then there is still room for maneuver and some common sense can be used. For example, enter the magma and see if there are any creatures inside. But when Hu Yu turned his head to look at him, he also keenly noticed that his state was the same as his own. And there were slight changes in his body functions. From the looks of it, it should have decreased by 6%. You are also controlled by the rules this time? Hu Yu frowned. Yeah. Jealous nodded. He also saw that Huyu seemed to have something to say, and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" "There is something against the rules. I want to try it," Huyu said. "It's just, you are also under the rules now. So it's not easy to operate." "What is it?" "Down there." Huyu raised his hand and pointed to the magma in front of him. "I want to go down and take a look." He had just finished speaking. A crisp sound rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mythical level word spirit. Huyu. This is also possible. Chapter 465. The Eternal Volcano. The crisp sound of the prompt sounded. Before Huyu could react, the volcanic rock under his feet shattered instantly, and the magma below seemed to have grown hands, dragging him directly into it, as a series of small bubbles emerged. Jealousy next to him couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow! It's coming as soon as you say it. Your execution ability is too strong." The taunting ended. Jealousy also stood aside to prevent someone from getting up and burning her clothes with sparks. But just as he took a step back, an arm emerged from the lava and grabbed his ankle. He dragged him down. "Come down." Jealousy did not resist. He also knew that in this situation, if they wanted to cooperate, it was the most basic thing to go together. It was impossible for Huyu to go down, and he would just stand by and watch. What's more, this guy still had the energy to come out and drag people down after going down. So there shouldn't be as much danger as imagined. The two entered the lava one after another. The temperature here was as high as hundreds of degrees Celsius. But it was not enough to cause harm to the two. The only debuff is water. After entering here, the water flow rate has doubled, although it is still reduced once every 5 minutes. Each reduction has expanded from 1 point to 2 points. In other words, the water they have now can only allow them to explore in the magma for 235 minutes. Less than 4 hours. In the dark red, Huyu casually created a space and wrapped him and Jealousy in it. Logically speaking, this space has isolated the magma, but the water flow rate of the two has not been reduced, and is also at double the flow rate. It seems that this kind of bug can't be fixed, so we have to speed up the progress. Split into 2 groups? Huyu asked Jealousy. The two of them are strong enough to protect themselves, and splitting into 2 groups to explore is obviously the most efficient choice. No. Jealousy flatly refused. You have seen the corpse of Gluttony before. There must be some unexpected danger here. It is better to act together. Alright. Huyu didn't dwell on this matter. But, as Jealousy remembered more and more things, he seemed to be getting more and more cowardly. Not only the decision in front of him, but also the half-step back he took just now. All of them exude the aura of a person who lives in a cowardly way. This sister, could she be as cowardly as a god? Speculations aside, exploration must continue. While Huyu sank into the magma with the space, he did not forget to collect the surrounding magma. But this place is like an endless desert. Using the greedy authority, there is no way to collect magma at all. Only the space backpack that comes with the system can collect magma. But the flow rate of collecting magma in this way is too slow, and there is no need to collect it. Look over there. Just when Huyu frowned, wondering how to deal with the lava, Jealousy suddenly exclaimed and pointed his finger to the left. Huyu looked in the direction of his finger, and saw a black shadow flashing quickly in the lava, and disappeared in the lava in an instant. If he hadn't turned his head quickly enough, he might not have found this thing. It's a pity that the visibility in the lava is too low. Apart from a black shadow, no other details can be seen. Appearance, size, nothing is known. But one thing is certain. It is a living creature. Can you keep up? Jealousy's voice sounded at the side. Go away, Huyu said, and had locked the vibration caused by the living creature in the space just now in the magma. He directly moved in space, taking Jealousy in the small space, and moved directly to the location of the living creature. The living creature instantly fell into the space. Its appearance was also exposed in front of Huyu and the others. A snake with a diameter of about 1 meter, and a length of about 15 to 16 meters. It is slender, scaleless, hornless, and sticky like a loach. But its eyes are extremely red. Huyu directly cast a large detection spell over it. A panel popped up. Name, Molten Fire Serpent. Grade, Legend. Description, a creature that lives in magma, often lurking under the magma, waiting for an opportunity to move and kill creatures above the magma. Note, dip it in egg liquid, wrap it in breadcrumbs, and fry it until golden. The kids next door are crying with envy. Legendary creature. The quality of this creature is neither high nor low. If this creature really hides in the magma and attacks, most humans may find it difficult to resist. I don't know how many of these things are in the magma, and how much water they can provide if they are killed. Hiss. The next moment, the molten fire flood snake also realized that it was captured, and it poked its head directly and bit Indy, who looked easier to bully, who you just silently stepped back and chose to watch. If Indy could kill this little snake, at least he could solve the doubt behind him. But Indy was not stupid. With a flash of purple in his eyes, the molten fire serpent immediately turned around and pounced towards Who You. How petty. Who You complained in his heart, raised his hand and pressed down slightly, directly controlling the little snake in a small space, ensuring that it had 1 centimeter of space to move around. And other than that, there was no spare space for movement. He immediately looked at Indy. Are you going to do it, or am I going to do it? As a legendary creature, the molten fire serpent must have awakened some of its intelligence. Even if it does not know human language, the two can communicate with it through the spiritual level. Jealous, he took a step back and raised his hand to signal Who You to operate. Who You did not refuse, and took a step forward, staring at the red eyes of the molten fire serpent, and released a mental wave. How many people are there in your tribe? The molten fire serpent was stunned at first, then raised its head, and a spiritual wave came with a burst of national quintessence. Aminos. Of course, the molten fire serpent certainly could not have these. This national quintessence was transformed through mental waves, and then translated into the meaning that Who You could understand the most, and conveyed to him, feeling the civilization and courtesy conveyed by the little snake. Who You couldn't help but smile kindly. He raised his hand and gently stroked the molten fire serpent's head. You know what? Insults are actually the most useless resistance. After he finished speaking, he controlled the space on the molten fire serpent to shrink. The pressure from space is not just as simple as squeezing. As the space continued to compress, Who You split that layer of space into countless small spaces. The space cracks between those small spaces suddenly turned into the sharpest blades, cutting the molten fire serpent's skin, flesh. It was like tens of thousands of knives were imposed on it at the same time, trying to torture it to death. Stop! Stop moving! I'll tell you whatever you ask. Who You smiled with satisfaction. He waved his hand gently, restored the space to its original size, and squatted in front of the molten fire serpent again. You can start answering my questions. I'm the only one in our clan. Click. A crisp sound fell. This was the sound of the molten fire serpent's tailbone breaking. In an instant, the molten fire serpent raised its head and rammed the space frantically, trying to bite Who You in front of it. Of course, all this was in vain. Who You, with the passive power of the legendary mind-reading ability, naturally knew that this guy was lying. If he hadn't been unwilling to kill this guy and increase the accumulated water, he would have definitely done it. But now, he just kept smiling and continued to say to the molten fire serpent, I hate deception. If I find out again, I'm sorry. You may not have heard of snake soup, but I can still take you to try it together. Now, let's recall the question just now. How many people are there in your tribe? I can't remember. There are thousands. The molten fire serpent panicked. After so many times, it should know what dignity is precious, and life is more valuable. It was not an important information in the first place, and it didn't seem to be a big deal to reveal it to the hairless monkey in front of him. Hairless monkey? Who You read what the other party was thinking and frowned. I didn't mean to humiliate you. The molten fire serpent explained immediately. It didn't know how the other party knew what it was thinking, but since the other party asked, it had to save its life. Monkey, this race. How did you know it? Who You didn't mind this humiliation. After all, in his eyes, whether this snake would become a dead snake was just a matter of time. The immortal volcano. At the foot of the immortal volcano, there is a group of red flame monkeys. You look very similar to them, but you don't have fiery red hair. Wait, I'm not deliberately humiliating you. I'm just describing a fact. Who You didn't care about this explanation, but continued to ask. The eternal volcano, what is that place? You don't know the eternal volcano? The molten fire serpent finally reacted. Perhaps because it saw that Who You had not been angry. It gradually regained its composure and asked Who You a question. You are not a creature here? Click. Another crisp sound. Now the part above the tail of the molten fire serpent was also cut off. Hu Yu's voice sounded coldly. Answer my question. Understand? The molten fire serpent trembled, and dared not ask any more questions, and said quickly, the eternal volcano is in the center of the world. Very far away from here. Look to the east. The highest mountain hidden in the clouds is the eternal volcano. Hu Yu and Jealousy looked at each other, and obviously got the information they wanted. First of all, there are many creatures in this world. There are some in the lava, on the volcano, and maybe there are some races on this plane. But they haven't met them yet. This has the basis for diverting the contradiction. Secondly, the immortal volcano, as the highest mountain in the world. It is also the only mountain since the three-story endless holy tower. There may be a way to leave here on the mountain. However, before going to the immortal volcano, we still have to continue exploring under the lava. Hu Yu used the law of life to directly freeze the life of the molten fire snake in front of him, and then sank all the way down with Jealousy. 100,000 meters, 200,000 meters, 300,000 meters, and another 500,000 meters later, the lava finally reached the bottom. But this time, even if Hu Yu made more psychological preparations, he didn't expect to see those things at the bottom of the lava. Chapter 466 The Bug of the Endless Holy Tower. Under the magma, Hu Yu frowned and looked at everything in front of him. What he saw was not the corpse of one of the 7 deadly sins, nor was it some strange sight, but a sky curtain. Unlike the sky curtain he had seen at the bottom of the 2nd floor. This sky curtain did not have any rules recorded on it, but was the sky curtain in the air of the 2nd floor. Looking down from above, he could even clearly see the various scenes on the 2nd floor at this time. Hu Yu quickly scanned the sea in front of him and found that, as Jealousy said, the entire 2nd floor of the endless sea was divided into different areas. The area where humans were previously located was right below, and around that area, there were many areas separated by layers of transparent barriers. Hu Yu glanced at the area where the mutant sea beasts were located, and once again confirmed that Jealousy was not lying. Those mutant sea beasts all had wings on their backs, but the size and shape of the wings were different. This sea beast relied on its wings to escape from the 2nd layer. So what about the dragons that have the ability to fly? Here they come! Jealousy's voice suddenly sounded. Hu Yu was stunned. Before he could ask what was coming, a black spot in his eyes began to grow rapidly. It was Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao turned into a dragon, with a bright golden light flashing in his pupils, and rushed straight into the sky with the dragons behind him, who also had golden pupils. As the dragons got closer and closer to the sky, a white light instantly enveloped the dragons, including Lin Xiaoxiao, and they all disappeared before they touched the sky. It was estimated that they should have reached the 3rd floor. It was not unexpected that Lin Xiaoxiao was among the dragons. Even without Lin Xiaoxiao, relying on the strong bodies of the dragons themselves, as long as they gathered together within this time period, it would not be difficult to pass the 2nd level. But what should other races do? Hu Yu's eyes swept over the remaining 4 races in front of him. The little blue-skinned people, like the human race, initially obtained a raft, but they have always been leaderless. The most outstanding one among the races is just an extremely lazy one who developed an automatic fishing device, using the treasure chest obtained on the 1st level. Although this thing can earn points, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a drop in the bucket to evolve the raft into a star destroyer. Red-skinned lobsters are slightly better. They were judged to be sea beasts, with wings on their backs, just like those mutant sea beasts. Although their abilities were banned, their racial talents can still be used. With a spiritual connection, they are the first race among the remaining races to gather together, with the blessing of wings and the ability to cooperate with each other. They have begun to carry out the first mission in the 4 seas. Of course, they could not achieve the same success as Hu Yu and help the 2 tribes reach a reconciliation agreement. They could only side with one tribe. As for the other tribe, that would naturally be transformed into their experience points. Although the task was completed reluctantly, at least a lot of experience was gained. Not to mention the octopus tribe. Their talent in this 2nd level is simply cheating. Like the red-skinned lobster, in addition to having a head, 2 arms and 8 legs, they also gained a pair of wings. It's just that they didn't gain experience or upgrade their wings by hunting or completing tasks. For them, the best way is only one: reproduction. In fact, as early as the 1st level, they had reached more than 300 people through reproduction. And now the environment of the 2nd level is more suitable for their life. At present, the population of octopus has reached 4 digits. And it is even increasing exponentially. And every newly born octopus will get a pair of wings under the influence of the second level rules. So, as long as there are enough octopus, whether they go to conquer or directly slaughter within the tribe, they will definitely accumulate enough experience points to stack the wings of one or even more octopus to the highest level. Compared with these three tribes, the mutant sea beasts are a bit mediocre. Although they are not as abnormal as the octopus, they are definitely not useless like the little blue-skinned people. As a race that is bloodthirsty by nature and has climbed to the peak of evolution step by step in the end times, even if they lose their abilities, they still have absolute dominance in the water except for the dragon race. For them, this second level is nothing more than walking the evolutionary path they have walked before again. Foreigners? Kill. Same race? Kill too. As long as it is a living thing that appears in front of them and can provide them with strength, they will all be killed. After a long period of fighting, even pseudo-holy sea beasts have been born among them. And there are more than one. The 8 tribes in the 4 seas have been almost slaughtered by them. And even some sea beasts in the deep sea have died under their siege. Gradually, they also found that they could not reach a higher level by relying on these experiences alone. So, those pseudo-saint level mutant sea beasts have begun to move towards the center of the sea. They all have the same idea in their hearts. As long as they kill those pseudo-saint level sea beasts, they will definitely be able to reach a new level. Who you looked at the races in front of him, and could also estimate which race would be the next to reach the 3rd level. Either the octopus people, or those mutant sea beasts that even slaughtered their own race when they were ruthless. It's a pity for these little blue-skinned people. According to the current situation, they should not be able to enter the 3rd floor. As an ally, if you can get it, you should get it. Who you tentatively knocked on the sky curtain, and his pupils lit up when he heard the muffled sound coming from his ears. There is no repulsion. Previously, whether it was on the 1st or 2nd floor, as long as the sky curtain was touched, there would be a repulsive force. But now, the sky curtain has no repulsion at all. In other words, Hu Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he directly took out the favor of the sea god from the space. Jealousy at the side asked, "What are you doing? You're still fishing at the bottom of the water? What fish are you fishing for?" "Fishing for people," Hu Yu said, and directly used his authority to open a portal outside the sky. And the other end of the portal was opened under the sky. As long as the connection is successful, the little blue-skinned people on the 2nd floor can be directly fished up. As an ally, Hu Yu still admires these little blue-skinned people. After all, in addition to being lazy, their tribe will not actively compete. And in a sense, they can even form a buffer between humans and other races. Such an alliance is simply too perfect. As the authority fell, a portal suddenly opened on the other side of the sky. "It's done!" Hu Yu's eyes flashed with joy, and he cast the rod directly, controlling the fishing line to fall in front of those little blue-skinned people. Given their laziness, as long as the fish hook falls in front of them, they will probably not think about it, and may even go forward and poke it out of curiosity. At that time, the special effect of the sea god's favor will be triggered, and they will be hooked directly. At that time, they will be pulled into the portal outside the sky, and they will be sent to the 3rd level. The plan is implemented, and it will start to be executed. Hu Yu controlled the fishhook and landed it directly in front of one of the little blue-skinned people. As he expected, the little blue man lying on a raft subconsciously raised his hand and poked the fishhook curiously, with a puzzled look in his eyes. The next moment, the special effect of Poseidon's favor was triggered. The fishhook fell directly on the little blue man's clothes, hooked him, and pulled him directly to the sky. "Ah!" A scream immediately echoed over the sea, but no one heard it. With a rapid rise, the little blue man successfully passed through the portal and came to the space created by Hu Yu. Just after landing, the little blue man stood up, immediately shrank into the corner, closed his eyes and cried, "Don't eat me. My meat is not fragrant. It's all fat, and the taste is not good at all." Hu Yu ignored him and just cast the rod again. He turned to look at Jealousy and said, "You go and comfort the child?" "Why should I go? It's not my child." Jealousy added, "If you bring my dependents with you, I might take care of them." "Dream." Hu Yu said 2 words casually. The cooperation between the two is cooperation. And there is almost an irreconcilable contradiction between the human race and the mutant sea beasts. If those sea beasts are caught now, wouldn't it be a nuisance for the human race? Especially just now. They collectively occupied the first 1,000 places that passed the first level. And their overall strength is self-evident. It would be safer to leave them on the second floor. Stingy. Indy snorted coldly. Just don't forget what you said. That being said, she didn't really care about this part of the followers. For him, as long as there are followers, it's enough. What's more important is their own strength. As for the strength of the followers, it's not within his consideration. After all, no matter how strong you are, you can't reach the level of a god. He doesn't need to rely on race to compete for the first place. He only needs enough strength. And naturally someone will help him achieve the first place. For example, who made a promise. Don't worry. Who said 2 words calmly. I said that I would let all races come out at the same time. So I won't break my promise. As he spoke, his hands did not slow down at all. One by one, the little blue-skinned people were fished up. As more and more little blue-skinned people came up, they gradually calmed down and saw clearly who the person in front of them was. Most of them had never seen Hu. But this did not prevent them from hearing about Hu's deeds. Just a little association would naturally give them the answer. Now the little blue-skinned people were no longer noisy, but just sat quietly aside, just like a group of children waiting for the kindergarten teacher to hand out fruit. 13 minutes later, a total of 653 little blue-skinned people successfully reached the 3rd floor. Hu immediately put away his fishing rod. But just as he slowly approached the little blue-skinned people, and was about to take them away from the magma zone, the scene in front of him made his pupils tremble. What is going on? Chapter 467 Warning. These little blue-skinned people didn't lose any water under the lava. No, that's not right. To be precise, they don't seem to have water like humans. Hu took a step forward and came to the first lucky person who was caught, and at the same time separated the space where he was from Indy. Before getting a definite answer, he didn't want Indy to figure out what he wanted to do. The originally timid little blue-skinned people were frightened and trembled uncontrollably. Their skin turned from light blue to dark blue. Their blue eyes stared at Hu, as if they were about to cry in the next moment. Don't be nervous. Hu had no resistance to this kind of behavior of showing weakness, especially when the other party did not pose a threat to him. This feeling was like walking on the side of the road and seeing stray cats and dogs. He forced a smile, suppressed the urge to reach out and touch the other party's head, and slowly said, I just want to confirm one thing. Do you have a prompt box in front of you? A prompt box that prompts you how much water you have. The little blue man couldn't say anything, and could only shake his head like a rattle. Okay. Got it. Hu said, as he rubbed the little blue-skinned man's head. The original panic turned into surprise, slowly spreading in his eyes, and finally turned into surprise. The little blue-skinned people around him cast envious glances. Even this casual pat on the head. Even the little blue-skinned man himself didn't know how much he would achieve in the future. Hu didn't care about these, of course. He just returned to the portal just now, took out the sea god's favor that had been stored in the space, and cast the rod again. Oh, you have a change of heart? Jealousy laughed at the side. I said you wouldn't be so cruel as to leave my family down there. Don't get me wrong. Hu gently swung the fishing rod, and the hook fell towards the direction of the octopus tribe. I just want to confirm one thing. Confirm one thing? Jealousy obviously noticed something was wrong. He subconsciously turned his head to look at the little blue-skinned man who had originally looked down on him, and his eyes suddenly burst into the same light as Hu just now. They haven't lost water. Yes. Since Hu had cast the rod, he knew that he couldn't hide it from the other party. So there was no need to hide it. If you can be sure, it doesn't matter if you catch all your relatives. But I believe you know the price. Jealousy didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. He naturally knew what this setting meant. It meant that as long as the race came to the 3rd layer in this way, they would not be shackled by water, and there would be no difference from the local creatures at that time, let alone under the magma, even if it was the so-called immortal volcano. As long as the body could withstand it, then it would not be a problem to explore for a long time. Unlike the human race and the dragon race, who came up through the normal way, they need to consider the problem of water loss. Is there a better exploration team than this? Obviously not. The price Hu mentioned is obviously to use his identity as a god to make those mutant sea beasts cooperate. Jealousy naturally doesn't mind. In the current situation, if they can come up one step earlier, they will have a greater advantage. It's just exploration. Even if they come up through normal means, they will still explore. It's just that now it has changed from active to passive. But there is also an additional benefit. An umbrella that ignores environmental dangers. As the first octopus fell into space, Huyu asked him the same question. And the answer he got was exactly the same as the answer he got from the little blue man. A smile appeared on his lips. But he was not in a hurry to catch other species, but waited for 5 minutes. In addition to ensuring that the other party was not included in the rules, it was also necessary to ensure that the other party would not be affected by the hidden influence of the rules. 5 minutes later, neither the little blue man nor the octopus man showed any signs of physical decline. Huyu's eyes suddenly lit up. He cast the rod directly. 25 minutes later, the octopus people and the red lobster people were all caught. There were a total of 1,325 people left in the two tribes. Under Huyu's intimidation, no creature from any race dared to cause trouble in this situation. As quiet as the space was just now, it was just as quiet now. The only one who dared to speak was Jealousy beside Huyu. As Huyu caught the last red lobster man, Jealousy also spoke up. "Chat? Keep it simple," Huyu said calmly, then looked at Jealousy and said, "I want them to take the lead and not disobey orders." "Agreed." Jealousy also responded calmly, then added, "But it is limited to combat power above the myth level, and those below the myth level should be kept for me." "No problem. Any creature under this magma is a legendary level, and Huyu did not expect the existence below the myth level to help. Fortunately, after the mutant sea beasts experienced the first and second levels of training, there are now 120 myth level mutant sea beasts, and even 10 Sua Saint level 1s, and 3 Saint level 1s. This number can even compete with the Dragon Clan. Deal. Deal. Huyu shook hands with Jealousy, and the deal was concluded. He cast the rod again, landing directly on the head of one of the 3 Saint level mutant sea beasts. As if sensing the threat, the Saint level sea beast immediately began to dodge when it saw the hook. Huyu had experienced many such situations. Whether it was the red-skinned lobster or the octopus man, they all had their own ideas. And when saving them, there would always be some episodes. In order to shorten the time of this episode, Huyuk didn't want to fish like Jiang Taiyong, who would take the bait willingly. Instead, he used his greedy power directly. He moved the hook, put it into the fish's mouth, and then pulled it. The hook and the holy level mutant sea beast were directly out of the water and rushed into the air. "Ah!" The scream echoed over the endless sea, and the sea beast in the middle couldn't help but look up, watching a holy level fellow flying into the air. And the fear in his heart was naturally self-evident. The next moment, the holy level sea beast crossed the space and came in front of Huyu in Jealousy. Looking at the two humans in front of it, it subconsciously opened its mouth to swallow them. But before it could raise its upper jaw, a familiar breath burst out in front of it. That was the ancestor god. The holy level sea beast immediately closed its mouth, as obedient as a little goldfish, and its tail couldn't help shaking. It looked at one of the humans and immediately confirmed one thing. It was indeed the ancestor god. But just as it was about to worship the ancestor god and opened its mouth to thank him, a roar suddenly exploded in its brain. Before it could react to what happened, its crystal disappeared from its brain, and the whole sea beast was stunned for a moment. A moment later, the life force was taken away. A saint-level creature died. Just as Jealousy could sense the movements of the saint-level sea beast, Huyu could naturally sense it as well. In fact, at the moment when the other party opened his mouth, Huyu also had thousands of ways to get rid of it. But he did not do it. Just waiting for Jealousy to intervene. And while getting rid of the other party, give Jealousy a good beating. After all, no matter what, it is also a saint-level creature, and you can't let the other party die so shamelessly. Right? Feeling the dissipation of the breath of life, Huyu just stood there. He tossed the mutated crystal in his hand lightly, and said to Jealous beside him, "You should have no objection?" Jealous didn't say anything, just shook his head. "No objection is good," Huyu said and cast the rod again, without looking at Jealous beside him. Like this creature is too violent, not conducive to the unity and cooperation of the two tribes. It's better to get rid of it. I just hope the remaining sea beasts can have some insight, so that my efforts will not be in vain. "Don't worry," Jealousy also responded. "This won't happen again." He naturally understood Huyu's meaning, and responded, saying that he would definitely be able to control him before he could react. Otherwise, with the ruthlessness and decisiveness of this guy just now, he might have to slaughter half of the tribe before he was done. Another 10 minutes passed. A total of 765 sea beasts successfully landed. The sea beasts at the back didn't have any problems. Not to mention opening their mouths and baring their teeth. They didn't even dare to breathe. Not to mention that jealousy was emitting pressure all the time. The corpse of the saint-level sea beast was still placed aside. Almost every sea beast that came into the space would sense the breath of jealousy and the fallen saint-level sea beast, and thus dared not act rashly. When they came to their senses and saw who was in front of them, they naturally behaved like kittens and dared not make any more noise. Everything is done. It has been exactly 1 hour since entering the magma. At present, the moisture of Huyu and jealousy has reached 70 points. It is not dangerous, but it is definitely not safe. The process of exploring the eternal volcano must be accelerated. Everyone. Huyu looked at the 4 tribes of creatures in the space and spoke lightly, but his voice was enough to resound throughout the space. I think I don't need to introduce myself. As an alien, I brought you up from the 2nd floor, which is more or less saving your lives. I don't ask for much. From now on, at least in this floor, all of you must obey my orders. As long as you can find a way to leave this floor, or leave this floor directly, our agreement will end. It's that simple. Now, whoever agrees or disagrees can express their opinions. The creatures looked at each other, and none of them dared to jump out at this time. The corpse of the saint-level mutant sea beast was still in front of them. After a few breaths of silence, Huyu smiled and nodded. Very good. It seems that no one has any objections. Then, now execute my first order. Live. Snap. With a crisp sound, the space where the creatures were located was shattered in an instant. Magma immediately swept in. Chapter 468 Mysterious Reward. Fortunately, the space is still quite large. When the space was broken, most of the creatures sensed the danger and subconsciously gathered together in groups. To protect themselves, Huyu opened up a small space again, and he and jealousy stood in it, with a little snake in front of them, watching everything in front of them silently. After a moment, the magma filled the empty space, except for a few who did not have time to seek shelter or some arrogant guys. More than 90% of the creatures survived. This was the first test Huyu gave them. If they couldn't survive under the magma, they couldn't go to the eternal volcano. Even without water, they couldn't resist the raging fire on the mountain. Of course, the little blue-skinned people were an exception. These guys were all in the late stage, and it would be too much for them to resist the magma now. So, Huyu secretly gave them a cheat. All the little blue-skinned people were surrounded by a thin layer of space film. When the magma fell, the space film would naturally isolate the magma from the outside. Not to mention the temperature. They couldn't even feel the pressure. As for other races, Huyu didn't care what methods or means they used, whether they relied on their own strength or sought protection from the strong. As long as they could survive, Huyu was quite satisfied with the answers they handed in. Second order, Huyu's voice sounded faintly in the magma. All the creatures turned their heads and looked in the direction where the voice came from, only to see him raise his hand and point to the sky. Swim up. After the words fell, all living creatures were stunned. They thought this was the 3rd layer, and they never thought there was a world above. The red-skinned lobsters were the first to react. Less than 2 seconds after the voice fell, a legendary red-skinned lobster had already set off and swam above the magma. Then the other red-skinned lobsters followed closely. In terms of group cohesion, the red-skinned lobsters are far ahead of other races, and even the human race cannot achieve this level of cohesion. Just as the other races hesitated, a voice from Huyu slowly sounded. The first 100 who swim up will receive a special reward. As soon as the words fell, a holy level sea beast rushed directly to the magma. He completely ignored the sea beasts that had just been under his protection. Reward? This is a reward promised by the gods. I don't think it will be a bad thing. The other races also set off immediately and swam hard to the magma, especially the mythical level combat power of each race. There are 100 places for the reward. Even if they can't beat those saints, can't they occupy the remaining 90 places as they are mythical? In a few breaths, most of the tribes in front of Huyu were gone. Except the little blue-skinned people, although they also obeyed Huyu's orders and kept swimming upstream. Their speed. It's better to say that they are floating in the water. Wherever they float to is where they go. Huyu rolled his eyes. It seems that he can't be ruthless to such lazy guys. He immediately poked a micro hole in the space membrane of all the little blue-skinned people, ensuring that these little blue-skinned people felt the heat, while ensuring that their lives would not be in danger. Instantly, the speed of these little blue-skinned people increased by more than 100 times. Although they could not catch up with other races, at least they were not slacking off. Who also brought jealousy and the little snake, and moved directly to the shore above the magma, waiting for the first lucky person to appear. 5 minutes later, the two holy level sea beasts became the first and second with a difference of less than 3 seconds. They turned into human forms, saluted respectfully to Hu in jealousy, and did not dare to ask about the reward, so they could only wait quietly on the side. Next came the pseudo-holy level red-skinned lobsters, pseudo-holy level octopus, and then the mythical level creatures of various races. It must be said that as a mutant sea beast with combat power second only to the dragon race, more than 50% of the top 100 places were taken by them. The remaining 50% was divided equally between the red-skinned lobsters and the octopus. As for the little blue-skinned people, after the last sea beast emerged from the magma, the creatures waited for about 5 minutes before the first little blue-skinned person came to the shore. Hu rolled his eyes helplessly. Others say that it is impossible to prop up a wall with mud. But this little blue-skinned people are even worse. If you give them a cheat and prop them up on the wall, they will slide down involuntarily. But what can we do? These little blue-skinned people are half of our own children. We can't just ignore them. Right? Okay. Everyone is here. Now give out rewards. Hu's voice sounded, and all the creatures present, whether they reached the top 100 or not, were attracted. For them, this was the first time that the gods gave them rewards. Even if they didn't get the rewards, even if they witnessed this glory, it was something they could brag about for generations. Hu waved his hand casually, and 3 space light balls suddenly appeared in the air. He smiled calmly and explained, "You are of different races and strengths. I don't know what you need. Maybe what some creatures need is useless to other creatures. So, for the sake of fairness, I will divide all the rewards into 3 categories, and put them in these 3 light balls. The first 100 creatures can vote, and the light ball with the most votes can be opened. That is your final reward. I know. You all want to ask what is in these light balls, right?" All living beings nodded silently. However, due to the difference in status between the two sides, they could not ask loudly, and could only wait with their heads down. Even if the person who gave them was a ball of paper that had been used to wipe their noses, they could only raise their heads and sing hymns with a smile. 3 rewards, each with an immortal body. Hu casually pointed, and a dark green light suddenly bloomed on one of the little blue-skinned people. The mythical life law was activated. A little blue-skinned person, who was originally only at the epic level, was immediately promoted to the legendary level. Coincidentally, this little blue-skinned man was the one whose head Hu had rubbed before. At the same time, several space cracks fell. The little blue-skinned man was directly cut into 8 pieces and scattered on the ground. But in just a moment, the little blue-skinned man's body regrew his limbs and head, and recovered as before. Many creatures suddenly widened their eyes. This ability is simply invincible. Some creatures with unstable personalities are ready to ask for this reward. But the next moment, Hu's voice continued. Spatial authority. As the 4 words fell, the creatures who wanted to speak swallowed their words. The spatial authority bestowed by Greed himself. What does it mean? Naturally, is self-evident. At that time, not to mention walking sideways in the clan, even the gods of his own family may have to give this person face, and dare not do anything excessive to him. Although the practicality of this reward is not as good as the previous one, its value is far greater than the immortal body. Now, all the creatures are looking forward to the 3rd reward. Hu also smiled and said, "The 3rd reward, a method to break through to the saint level." Instantly, the pupils of all living beings widened. Nowadays, the saint level is the limit of all living beings, which is a well-known fact. And now, this person actually took out the method to break through the saint level as a reward. Whether it is saint level or non-saint level, they all fell into a carnival in their brains. After all, for them, breaking through the saint level is a matter of sooner or later. And mastering this method in advance is also beneficial to their own growth. Even if they can't break through the saint level, after obtaining this method, they can exchange it with other saints of the same race to obtain blessings. This is a sure win. Hu also smiled slightly and pushed the 3 light balls forward. Okay. You can start voting. Since they didn't know what was in the 3 light balls, they could only vote based on their own feelings. All the creatures were timid and hesitated for a long time before standing behind a certain light ball. 3 minutes later, the voting ended. Who you opened the light ball with the most votes? A burst of black and gold light suddenly bloomed, and at the same time formed 2 small words in front of the sentient beings. Breakthrough. It's a breakthrough. A way to break through the saint level. Great. The sentient beings cheered. But the black and gold light had not yet dissipated. And behind the breakthrough, a line of small words slowly formed. Incomplete *9. The sentient beings were stunned and looked at Who You in front of them, asking the reason with their eyes. Why are you all looking at me? Who You asked doubtfully. And at the same time, he said earnestly to the crowd, Alas! You all know how precious this method of breaking through the shackles of the saint level is. I can't put it in the same category as other rewards. So, I divided this reward into 10 fragments. As long as you complete a simple task, you will have a chance to get this last fragment. As long as you collect all 10 fragments, you can get the complete saint level method. And for such a task, all living beings have the opportunity to participate and complete it. Anyone who obtains 10 fragments can participate in the exchange for the complete method. Even if you are just an ordinary person and did not get the first 100 this time, you can still exchange. After these words came out, all living beings did not feel that something was wrong, and even cheered and praised Who You's righteousness. There is no other way. Since ancient times, management has always used sticks and candies. If there were only sticks, even gods would worry that their subordinates would not work hard. Jealousy beside him twitched his mouth. Are you really not afraid of God's punishment for doing this? What are you afraid of? Who You asked in confusion. The person who created this method is about to become the richest man. I am a god. So why should I be afraid of God's punishment? Jealousy stopped talking and just raised a thumb silently in the dark. As expected, if a person is shameless, he is invincible. If a god is shameless, isn't he even more invincible than invincible? Who You looked at the cheering creatures and felt that it was almost the same. He immediately smiled at them and said, Next goal. The immortal volcano. The first 100 to arrive will be rewarded. Roar! The creatures were like chicken blood, and immediately rushed towards the highest volcano. Chapter 469 The top of the volcano. At the same time, on the other side of the immortal volcano, after the dragons ascended to the 3rd level, Lin Xiaoxiao naturally dispersed with the other dragons. When she saw that she was the 600th creature to successfully enter the 3rd level, she also realized that Who You should have come up. Her first reaction was naturally to find Who You. Unfortunately, the rules and restrictions here forced her to postpone this matter. The most important thing was to find the dragons. As for where to find them, is there a more convenient place than the immortal volcano? The dragons are good at flying. As long as they get to the top of the immortal volcano and release a dragon roar, the dragons within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers can sense it. Even if this endless fire area is large, tens of millions of square kilometers, it can at least cover most of the area. If all the dragons can't be found in this way, then it can only be blamed on the bad luck of the remaining little dragons. With a thought, Lin Xiaoxiao immediately turned into a dragon and flew towards the direction of the immortal volcano. However, she had only flown for less than 10 breaths when a black spot passed under her, which immediately attracted her attention. That's the human race? It seems that my guess was right. Under the leadership of that guy, the human race has indeed become the first race to reach the 3rd floor. Lin Xiaoxiao's figure flashed and landed directly. When the other party saw her figure, he subconsciously took a step back and frowned slightly. Who are you? When asking about the other party's identity, should you first report your name? Lin Xiaoxiao frowned and said, Don't tell me that humans nowadays are so rude. She has no good feelings towards the current humans. In the last era, as arrogant, she had almost no friends, teammates, or people who helped her. She directly replaced the winner of the previous era with her own strength and survived to this era. It was precisely because of this factor that even if she had the advantage of being a spokesperson, she did not surpass Greedy's achievements in the ceremony and eventually became the 2nd place. And in this era, she looked down on all the humans she came into contact with except Who You. Now I am communicating here just to maintain my last bit of humanity. Xiao Zissou. Xiao Zissou said 3 words calmly. She frowned and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao in front of her. Sir, it should be arrogance. One of the 7 deadly sins. Right? For her who possesses the mythical law of life. It is too easy to get this answer. Just a little perception of the other party's life level. The answer will come out naturally. Oh! Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Do you know me? I heard who you say so. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but droop her eyes when she heard the name. She sniffed twice, and really smelled the smell of that dog thing. Judging from the strong smell, this woman is likely to be his partner. This is interesting. Lin Xiaoxiao took a step forward, but still did not treat Xiao Zissou as an equal. He looked down at her from his nearly 1.8 meters tall and said calmly, Xiao Zissou is a good name. You want to go to the volcano too? Yes. Do you dare to go with me? As far as the current rules are concerned, this invitation is like asking other creatures if they want to take a bath in a pot. Under the suppression of absolute strength, rashly following is no different from being treated as reserved food. Why not? Xiao Zissou responded with a chuckle, and even looked at the other party with interest. We fly. She has never ridden a dragon. You know, for a middle school girl, what a dragon ride means is self-evident. There is no way. Who asked Xiao Jin, the only dragon among the human race, not to let her ride? Now, I can only find a dragon outside to satisfy my desire. Although this dragon is of a high status. You want to ride me? Lin Xiaoxiao was also stunned. She knew that Huyi was bold and thick-skinned, but she didn't expect that his female companion was just an ordinary human. But she was so bold. Dare to ride one of the 7 deadly sins? Do you really think I am Huyi? And you can ride me at will? Okay. Xiao Zissou responded with a smile, not at all disgusted, and went straight forward to hold Lin Xishi's arm. Let's go! Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Xiao Zissou, who was holding her arm, and couldn't help but recall the past. Once upon a time, she also had a best friend like this, who liked to hold her arm and talk nonsense. She was a loner by nature, and apart from that best friend, she had no other friends, except that middle school girl. She always liked to brag and joke with her, and sometimes she liked to make some dirty jokes. I remember when she was dragged by her to watch anime. She saw the dragon maid, and she said she also wanted to have a little female dragon that could fly and help her clean up when she had nothing to do. What a pity. Not long after the apocalypse, before he could go find her, she was eaten by those hungry humans. Not to mention that before she was eaten, she had suffered some inhuman torture. She originally lived in a villa on the mountain. Even if it rained heavily, it would take some time for it to be flooded. She could wait until he arrived, but she insisted on going down the mountain to save those unimportant people. She didn't know why, but she actually saw the shadow of her good friend in Xiao Zissou. Why are you standing there? Xiao Zissou looked at her in a daze and couldn't help but said, Let's go! Okay. If you dare to sit, I dare to fly, Lin Xiaoxiao said, and turned into a dragon. And with a push of his head, he sent Xiao Zissou directly to the dragon's head. With a dive, he flew directly to the eternal volcano. Xiao Zissou was originally kneeling on the dragon's head. The strong wind wrinkled her clothes, but she still managed to stand up from the dragon's head, holding the dragon's horns with both hands, and exclaimed to the front, Ah! Lin Xiaoxiao knew that this was not fear, but pure joy. She did not spoil the fun and simply roared a dragon into the air. Roar! As the dragon roared, the creatures under the eternal volcano could not help but look up into the sky. The creatures here had never seen a dragon before. For the huge creature hovering in the air, they had no concept of fear in their minds, but were filled with appetite. The non-flying races at the foot of the mountain could only look at it, while those who could fly rushed up at the first opportunity, trying to eat the first bite of the crab. Unfortunately, before they flew in front of Lin Xiaoxiao, a stream of ice flowers bloomed in the endless fire area. A light white frost fell from the sky. Although those creatures had never seen such a thing, they could feel a sense of fear from the bottom of their bones. They dodged subconsciously, but still refused to give up the crabs in the air, and flew into the air towards the snowflakes. Soon, one creature after another was touched by the snowflakes. The feeling of coldness that had never been experienced before instantly enveloped those ignorant creatures, turning into ice sculptures and falling from the sky. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoxiao also knew that the current situation was not suitable for killing. So when the ice sculptures fell, they simply fell. The rock-hard ice saved the lives of those creatures. Otherwise, even if each creature only provided 100 points of water, it would be enough to push Lin Xishi's water content to more than 100,000. And all this, Xiao Zissou, who was standing on the dragon head, didn't know anything about it, and was still enjoying the ultimate pleasure of flying. 10 breaths later, Lin Xiaoxiao came to the top of the immortal volcano. Before she landed, a fire phoenix suddenly flew out from the top of the mountain, just looking at each other from a distance. The breath of danger floated in her heart. This fire phoenix. I'm afraid it's above the false god. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, because she had seen the greedy corpse before. She didn't dare to rashly violate the taboos of this world. Just settle for the next best thing. Don't go to the top of the mountain. Just fly towards the mountainside. When the fire phoenix saw Lin Xiaoxiao turning around and descending to a certain level, it stopped following and flew back to the top of the mountain. It was like guarding some kind of existence on the top of the mountain to prevent outsiders from approaching. That's all. Lin Xiaoxiao came to a cave under the top of the mountain and put Xiao Zissou down. She also saw the fire phoenix and asked Lin Xiaoxiao, "Can't beat it?" "Not really. I just don't want to cause trouble." Lin Xiaoxiao explained calmly. "Don't you know that he has seen the greedy corpse?" Xiao Zissou did not answer, but just winked at Lin Xiaoxiao playfully. In an instant, she understood what this guy meant. A being who can see her identity at a glance cannot fail to judge the life level of the fire phoenix. It turns out that she thought she didn't know, and urged her to fight with the fire phoenix in an attempt to eliminate a competitor of Yu. This guy has a heart like a lotus root pulled out of a pond. He has many evil minds. He is very similar to my best friend. Lin Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and didn't argue with her, just treating it as giving face to her best friend. She transformed into a dragon again, flew out of the cave, and let out a dragon roar according to the original plan. As the roar resounded through the sky, all creatures within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers could not help but look up in the direction of the eternal volcano. At the same time, this also included Yu. He was on the march, and as soon as he heard the high-pitched dragon roar, he knew that Lin Xiaoxiao had arrived. Just right. At the moment, this group of creatures were marching at a high intensity, and they had their own instructions. If they met humans on the way, they would protect them as soon as possible and go to the eternal volcano together. At this time, he no longer needs to lead the army. That fragment of the secret technique is the best commander. He turned to look at Jealousy. Go see an old friend? Okay, Jealousy said and took his arm. But are you sure that taking me there won't make Prideful jealous? Yu felt the softness of his arm, and did not push Jealousy away, but smiled calmly. She is prideful, not jealous, and I have nothing to do with her. Oh, really? Jealousy chuckled and leaned close to Yu's ear and said, Then do you dare to take me there like this? Oh, why not? Chapter 470 Fire Phoenix? Arrogant authority? Yu was not afraid at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved to the direction where the sound came from with Jealousy. But the next moment, when the two women appeared in front of him at the same time, Yu's brain crashed instantly. What's going on? How did Xiao Zissou and Lin Xiaoxiao get together? Xiao Zissou and Lin Xiaoxiao were also confused. They all knew that when the dragon roar sounded, Yu would move over as soon as he was in the area where he could hear it. But no one expected that Yu would bring another one with him when he came. Just when the three of them were confused, a cunning flashed in Jealousy's eyes, and he leaned up a little, and then asked Yu, Dear, are these two your friends? Why don't you introduce them to me? Yu rolled his eyes. He suppressed the idea of sending this guy back to the bottom of the magma. If he was sent into the magma now, it would be like yellow mud falling off his pants, and he would be shitting. Only by leaving her here can he explain it better. He quickly pulled his hand out of her arms and said to Xiao Zissou, Listen to my explanation. No need. Xiao Zissou said two words calmly, walked slowly forward, and stretched out his right hand in front of Jealousy. Hello, Mr. Jealousy. Oh! Jealousy lowered his eyelids slightly, obviously showing some interest in Xiao Zissou in front of him. Do you know me? One of the 7 deadly sins. How could I not know? Xiao Zissou could sense Jealousy's life level, so he knew that he was at the same level as Yu and Lin Xiaoxiao. Thinking about what happened on the second floor, it is not difficult to infer the identity of Jealousy. Of course, Jealousy had previously disguised himself as Gluttony. Obviously, he also knew the relationship between him and Yu. His actions just now were obviously intentional. If she was angry with Yu for this, then she would have lived for more than 20 years in vain. Even if she wanted to take revenge, it was revenge against Jealousy. She still had a smile on her lips and explained calmly. I often heard who you mention you. And I have long wanted to meet you. But I didn't have the chance. Indy suddenly became interested and stretched out his hand to shake Xiao Zisu's. He often mentions me? What does he say? Ah? Xiao Zisu pulled his hand away and took a step back, pretending to be surprised. No way. No way. You can't even distinguish such polite words? You don't have any sense of existence. Why would he mention you? After the words fell, Jealous face became extremely bad. That is to say, pride and who you are here. He can't do anything to an ordinary human. So he can only sneer in anger. Oh, interesting. Thank you for the compliment. Seeing that the other party had no intention of taking action, Xiao Zisu immediately stepped forward and pulled Hu Yu over. Zisu. Hu Yu had just uttered 2 words when she pinched the inside of his arm, signaling him not to speak. He had no choice but to shut up and was pulled to stand in the same row with Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiao Zisu stood in the middle, and he and Lin Xiaoxiao stood on both sides like left and right protectors. She then stood on tiptoe and asked in Hu Yu's ear, Is this jealousy threatening? Why don't we take advantage of the 2 of you too? Hey! I can still hear you. Jealousy rolled his eyes and complained. I heard it. So what are you yelling about? Xiao Zisu directly retorted, and then gave Hu Yu a look, indicating that he should give an answer. Even Lin Xiaoxiao did not express his opinion, but only used his eyes to ask Hu Yu what he meant. Well, these 2 were almost in cahoots with each other. Just when Guangming was discussing whether to get rid of the other party in front of one of the 7 deadly sins. Even if there were 2 7 deadly sins on our side, they would not be so arrogant. This is like a rat with a knife looking for a cat in the street. It's okay. Don't be so nervous. This is what happened. Hu Yu smiled bitterly, and had to tell what happened on the 2nd floor, and why jealousy did this. Wait until the misunderstanding is resolved. Xiao Zisu still didn't look very happy with jealousy. Who told this guy to touch her reverse scale just now? It's good enough that they can have a normal conversation and don't think about killing the gods. By the way, after Hu Yu explained clearly, he looked at the 2 and asked, How did you get together? The relationship is so good? Okay. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her head and asked back. She glanced at Xiao Zisu and said with a proud tone, It's just that I'm taking care of her because she's yours. Don't think too much. Mortals are not worthy of being my friends. Yes. Xiao Zisu hid behind Hu Yu and said sarcastically, It's just that I rode on her head for a while. I can't be considered a friend. The cave was suddenly silent. The direction was right. However, the words of these 2 guys expressed 2 different meanings. One of them did not regard Xiao Zisu as a friend, and the other simply regarded Lin Xiaoxiao as a mount. Hu Yu's mouth twitched, and he quickly blocked in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. But the latter did not seem to be ready to step forward to ask for punishment. He just raised his head, as if he did not hear it, and a string of bullet comments seemed to appear on his head. Don't listen. Don't listen. Turtle chanting. Is this called a bad relationship? Hu Yu's eyes flashed with surprise, and he couldn't help but ask Xiao Zisu, What happened to you guys? To make a long story short, this guy met me on the road, and we came to this eternal volcano together, and then we met a fire phoenix above the saint level on the top of the mountain. I asked her to touch it, but she didn't dare. Xiao Zisu had just finished speaking when Lin Xiaoxiao pulled her neck and said proudly, What do you mean by dare not? I was disdainful. There is a fundamental difference between disdain and dare not. So go ahead. Xiao Zisu poked her head out from behind Hu Yu again. It's just a false god. You just ran away after a brief encounter. Now it's on the top of the mountain above your head. You still say you don't care? What a dandruff. Lin Xiaoxiao's language system was disordered by anger. Seeing this, Hu Yu hurriedly stepped forward and blocked the 2 of them. Okay. The child is young and ignorant. Don't bother with her. What's the situation with the fire phoenix you mentioned? How about we go up and take a look together? Exploring the situation on the top of the mountain is the real thing. Now 3 of the 7 deadly sins are gathered here, let alone a false god. Even facing another 7 deadly sins, or even 2 beings equivalent to the 7 deadly sins, is not a difficult task. Lin Xiaoxiao finally let out a breath of foul air. She knew that this matter could not be delayed, so she had to follow Hu Yu to bring the topic back to the right track. That fire phoenix seems to be only at the pseudogod level, but for some reason, it always gives me a sense of danger. When I approach the top of the mountain, the opponent will come towards me with a strong fighting spirit. As long as I return to the middle of the mountain, which is about this position, the fighting spirit it carries will dissipate, and it will return to the top of the mountain. Isn't that thing alive? Hu Yu frowned and asked. It is alive. Xiao Zissou stopped joking and added, it has life. And its level is not low. Instead of saying so much, why not go up and take a look? Jealous stood beside the three people and spoke slowly. Didn't they say that it won't catch up if they reach a safe area? One person goes up to test it, and two people are responsible for the support. There won't be any problems. Hu Yu and Lin Xiaoxiao looked at each other and nodded at the same time, which was also considered to be approval of this plan. Let's go! Xiao Zissou said, and involuntarily came behind Lin Xiaoxiao. Go! You are not allowed to go. Hu Yu and Lin Xiaoxiao turned to look at Xiao Zissou, and uttered 4 words in unison. Okay. Xiao Zissou originally wanted to get away with it, but Hu Yu and the other two's attitudes were too obvious, and it was impossible to get away with it. However, it was obviously impossible for her to stay here and know nothing. She dodged and came to Hu Yu again. By the way, is your Star Destroyer still there? Can I go up and watch from afar? Alright. Hu Yu was silent for a few breaths, knowing that he couldn't beat her, so he could only compromise and agree to her plan. He casually released the Star Destroyer outside the cave, and after sending Xiao Zissou up, he was jealous. And Lin Xiaoxiao, and the Star Destroyer flashed and moved directly to 1,000 meters above the mountaintop, in order to test the false god Fire Phoenix. In addition to testing its strength, it is also necessary to test its attack range. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you fight 100 battles without danger. When everyone came to the sky, there was no reaction on the mountain top. It seems that this place is not within the detection range of the Fire Phoenix. Let's go deeper. Just in case. Hu Yu separated a layer of space barrier under the feet of everyone. They were like stepping on a transparent elevator and slowly moving downwards. 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. Clang. With a cry and explosion, a beam of fire suddenly rushed from the top of the volcano. The target was Hu Yu and others. Hu Yu raised his hand calmly and tried to control it with the power of space. Instantly, the Fire Phoenix was frozen in space. It seems, this guy is not a threat. Just as Hu Yu was about to observe his panel, a burst of red flame suddenly burst out in space. The space barrier he built was broken. Although it was just a barrier casually laid, it was greedy power after all. How could it be broken so easily? Wait! This feeling seems familiar. Before Hu Yu could figure out where he had felt this before, the Fire Phoenix rushed straight towards him. Seeing that the greedy power had no effect, Lin Xiaoxiao, who was standing aside, couldn't help but take action. A frost force suddenly fell and wrapped around the Fire Phoenix. But at the moment when the arrogant power touched the Fire Phoenix, the Fire Phoenix did not freeze at all, but instantly contained it and rushed towards Hu Yu with a more rapid momentum. The feeling of the space breaking just now was exactly the same as the space that Lin Xiaoxiao froze to pieces. That was its arrogance. It also has arrogant power. Chapter 471 Volcanic Eruption. Almost at the same time when Hu Yu sensed the arrogant authority, the voices of jealousy and Lin Xiaoxiao sounded beside him at the same time. Obviously, they also realized that the Fire Phoenix in front of them was not simple. However, even if it has arrogant authority, it can restrain Hu Yu while being immune to the damage caused by Lin Xiaoxiao. But a false god is just a false god after all. Hu Yu and others did not kill it, simply because they were worried that killing it would not end well after obtaining a lot of water. If you want to kill, let alone one Fire Phoenix, even 10 or 100, it will only take a moment to annihilate. Now it seems that the situation is not stable. Hu Yu lowered his eyelids slightly, and opened his eyes again, with a dark purple light flashing in his pupils. Gluttony authority activated. Although the compatibility of his gluttonous godhood is still at the primary stage, it does not affect its power as the authority of God. Especially, there is also his own divinity blessing. Swallow. As Hu Yu's mind moved, the flames on the Fire Phoenix were instantly swallowed up, and it just flew in front of Hu Yu's space barrier. In an instant, Hu Yu directly opened the barrier and let the Fire Phoenix in. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Fire Phoenix, which had lost its flames and the power of the pseudogod, collapsed directly on the space barrier like a plucked bird. Woo! A faint tremor came from its throat. It even raised its neck, ready to peck Hu Yu with its beak. Yu raised his hand and easily pinched its beak. And his head tilted. You are still thinking about pecking people after all this? Why are you so greedy? You greedy girl. Woo. Speak. Yu raised his hand and patted Huafeng's face. You are already a creature in the pseudo-god realm. Don't tell me you can't even speak. If you still wail like this meaninglessly, believe it or not, I will just stew you in a pot. Stew. Stew me if you can. A heavy voice sounded. The Phoenix family also has gender distinctions. The Phoenix is male, and the Phoenix is female. The Fire Phoenix is naturally male. Hey! Are you still angry? You didn't spoil this guy. He directly took out a giant grill from the space. This ordinary flame naturally couldn't cause any harm to it. If it was really stewed, even if the water in the Pacific Ocean was boiled dry, it might not be stewed. So the best way, of course, is to roast it. Yu directly strung the fire phoenixes into strings and put them on the rack. Oh! Funny! The fire phoenix chuckled and fired at Yu. There is no fire in this world that can burn me. Before the part of making threats was over, Yu took out the fire he had prepared this time with a smile. Divine fire. Although this flame is only about 80 centimeters, compared with the size of the fire phoenix, it is like a small flame against a super large version of fireworks. The size difference is too obvious. But it works. The lethality of this divine fire to the fire phoenix is the same as the lethality of an ordinary small flame to fireworks. Just one touch. It will explode. The moment Yu took it out, Huafeng's attitude changed dramatically. Boss. Spare me. No. Father. Master. Ancestor. Please spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Don't. Don't get any closer. Ancestor. Just say something. As long as I can satisfy you, I can agree to it. Oh! Yu raised his voice with a smile in his eyes. You said it. A gentleman's word is as good as his words. As soon as these 8 words came out, everyone present was stunned, with doubts in their eyes, examining the fire phoenix in front of them. You know, the fire phoenix just spoke. But it was just a meaningless howl, transformed into a meaningful howl. They could understand it. And it was completely an understanding generated from the spiritual level, as if it had been through a translator. But now these 8 words are spoken in extremely standard Chinese. This proves Fire Phoenix has seen humans, or humans before them. Ancestor. Ancestor? Huafeng asked hesitantly. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Yu lowered his eyelids slightly, looked at Huafeng in front of him and asked, Who taught you those 8 words just now? Your kind. Huafeng said, as a matter of course, to be precise. My mother taught me. Your mother. Everyone's expressions became more and more strange. This human male has some strange hobbies. He became interested in a graceful fire phoenix, became a fellow traveler of Su Xian and Ning Kaichen, and had a love child with fire phoenix. It is understandable. But if it was a woman, even if the fire phoenix's aesthetics matched that of humans, even if the fire phoenix relied on its strength and used force on it, it was impossible for a human woman to breed an egg in her belly. Ah! The fire phoenix said, flapping its wings slightly. A tiny flame rose up and formed a picture in the air. The moment the picture appeared, both Yu and the other 2 present were stunned. Although Yu had never seen this look before, he could tell at a glance what those things on him were. Greedy has 6 pieces of equipment. So that's Greedy. The previous Greedy. He is its mother? Wait. Yu frowned and asked. I understand the reason. But why do you call him mother? It's obviously a male. What's the problem? Fire Phoenix said, as a matter of course. My mother hatched me. He is my mother. No one can change this fact. Got it. It is estimated that Greedy picked up a phoenix egg and hatched it here. And then Fire Phoenix recognized it as its mother. But why didn't he take the Fire Phoenix away? Under normal circumstances, with Greed's understanding of space, even if the rules in the Holy Tower did not allow other creatures to appear between the 2 floors, he should be able to hide it in the space and take it away from here. Yu couldn't figure it out, and didn't intend to delve into it. Instead, he looked at the fire phoenix in front of him and said, Then you guarding on this mountaintop is also his order? No. I want to guard it myself. The fire phoenix raised his head and said, My mother left from here. I believe that sooner or later she will come back from here to find me. When these words came out, the eyes of Yu and the other 2 suddenly lit up. Leaving from here means that this is the exit from the 3rd floor. This harvest is not cheap. Then do you know how your mother left? Huafeng rolled his eyes. When you just learned to crawl? How could you know how your mother gave birth? Huyu was speechless. That's the truth. But for some reason, he always felt that this guy was insulting him. But he couldn't find any evidence. Then how did you know your mother left here? Lin Xiaoxiao asked from the side. You're so stupid. Huafeng turned around and retorted to her. I just learned to crawl. Not that my eyes haven't been opened yet. Of course I saw my mother leave. Don't stop me. A ball of divine fire suddenly ignited in Lin Xiaoxiao's palm. I'll roast this guy and give you 2 wings. Huyu and Jealousy took a step back in tacit understanding. The Fire Phoenix panicked again. Don't. Dad. Grandpa. Ancestors, don't kill me. Wait. Huyu vaguely sensed something. He frowned and looked at the Fire Phoenix in front of him and asked, Who taught you this way of begging for mercy? Based on his understanding of greed, he would never say these words. Nor would he teach the Fire Phoenix to speak like this. Unless, in addition to greed, the Fire Phoenix also came into contact with another creature. And it might even be the top. Or even the top arrogance. This. Huafeng hesitated and began to look away. Do you need to ask? Huyu asked from the side. This guy looks like a dead otaku who has never been out of a volcano. Why don't we just go inside the crater? Good idea. Jealousy echoed from the side. Let's go. That's what they said. But the 3 people present only moved downward symbolically, and did not really enter the top of the volcano. They were waiting. Just like the customers, who bargained for a price in the market, and turned around and left when the boss disagreed. Waiting for a request to stay. Waiting for an opportunity. As expected, Huafeng had never done business before. Seeing that everyone was about to enter the top of the volcano, he could not sit still and shouted, Don't! It's too dangerous down there. You can't go in. Dangerous? Huyu raised his eyebrows and poked Huafeng's head. You guys have been down there for so long. Can we be in danger if we go down? Trust me. Huafeng looked at Huyu and Lin Xiaoxiao in turn, and said in panic, You have the same aura as my mother. And you have the aura that he hates the most. If you 2 go down, you will definitely die. He? Who? Huyu's pupils trembled. And he asked quickly, Who else is down there? According to Huafeng's current statement, the other person he contacted seems to be still alive. Only gods can make the false god feel this kind of fear. Huafeng still didn't say anything. He just looked at Huyu anxiously and said, Just believe me. Even if I beg you. Okay. 2 ancestors. It seems that there is no way to ask. Huyu and Lin Xiaoxiao looked at each other, and looked at Jealousy at the same time. The latter nodded slowly, obviously approving their plan. The next moment, Huyu waved his hand to control the Fire Phoenix in the space cage, and then took Jealousy and Lin Xiaoxiao to the top of the volcano. The environment inside the top of the volcano is similar to that under the magma, but its internal space is extremely large. In addition to the 70% of the rock on the outside, the remaining 30% of the mountain is all magma. When everyone came to the magma, it was not easy to find what the Fire Phoenix was hiding. But it's not easy to find someone. It will be much easier when someone comes to find him. Didn't Huafeng say that the aura on them would make that person unhappy? That's easy. Huyu directly released his and Lin Xiaoxiao's aura outside the space barrier. The next moment, the inside of the volcano suddenly surged. Is this a volcanic eruption? Chapter 472 Lin Lian Xiao Xiao. The boiling magma gushed out. But everyone's attention was not on the magma. So no one deliberately defended, but just stared at the red shadow under the magma. Something is coming. Whether it was Huyu or Lin Xiaoxiao, or Jealousy standing next to them, they couldn't help but frown and look at the front. The reason is very simple. The auras emitted by Huyu and Lin Xiaoxiao were not covered or corrected in any way. The auras emitted were the auras of greed and arrogance. Since the other party has mastered the power of arrogance, it is impossible for him not to know what these 2 auras mean. But even so, that thing still rushed up without hesitation. Or, this thing actually doesn't understand what these 2 auras mean. Or, that guy is just a skilled and bold person who doesn't care about greed and arrogance at all. Whatever the reason is. Now, it will soon be clear. Huyu stepped forward silently. After this period of time, he has regarded Lin Xiaoxiao as his comrade in arms. In this situation, Lin Xiaoxiao's fighting power is obviously suppressed. Jealousy is unreliable, so he can only push forward. Red Shadow. It's here in a flash. The opponent's speed is so fast that before Hu Yu can even react, the red shadow passes by him and pounces directly on Lin Xiaoxiao. Damn! Hu Yu has no time to react, and can only cover Lin Xiaoxiao with a space barrier at the first time. This is equivalent to wrapping Lin Xiaoxiao's whole body with a layer of liquid black hole. Any physical or any other form of attack coming from the outside will be contained in it. This can protect Lin Xiaoxiao to the greatest extent. If the opponent has any other means, that is Lin Xiaoxiao's fate. There is no other way. Bang! With a muffled sound, it exploded. Hu Yu subconsciously turned his head to look behind him, before he could see what was happening in front of him. A thrust swept from the front, pushing him and Jealousy 100 meters away. Fortunately, this distance is not far for them. When Hu Yu came to her senses, she saw a person who looked exactly like Lin Xiaoxiao, standing opposite her, as if they were carved from the same mold. But one of them was emitting scorching flames, while the other was covered with frost. Like two completely different people. With just one glance, Hu Yu was stunned. From his perception, both of them were arrogant. And both were Lin Xiaoxiao. Even the aura they exuded was exactly the same. The only difference was that the two of them had different ways of embodying arrogant authority. One is frost, the other is blazing. Hu Yu directly cast a big detection spell over, and when he saw the situation of arrogance in front of him, his pupils couldn't help but tremble. Name: Lin Xiaoxiao. Age: 964. Skills: undetectable. Personality: undetectable. Favorability: 0. Purity: 100. The name is the same. The description is the same, except for the favorability and age. The rest is almost exactly the same. In other words, the one in front of him is also Lin Xiaoxiao. However, according to the time multiplier calculation, this Lin Xiaoxiao is most likely 30,000 years old. That is, Lin Xiaoxiao about 2 epochs ago. At that time, Lin Xiaoxiao was not arrogant, and had not even become the spokesperson of arrogance. And the last arrogance had not yet won the ceremony. Hu Yu frowned and looked at the person in front of him, and a guess emerged in his mind. But he was not sure. Let's see how these two communicate first. Maybe they will have to fight before they can communicate properly. After all, the encounter of two almost identical arrogant people is much more interesting than the encounter of two tigresses at the same time. Who are you? The same 3 words were uttered from the lips and teeth of the two people almost at the same time. The tone, intonation, and even the hint of local accent in the words were exactly the same. Lin Xiaoxiao and the other person were stunned at the same time. And after half a breath, they snorted at the same time and sneered. The two stopped talking and just stared at each other silently. Seeing this, Jealousy next to him did not dare to step forward rashly, and could only cast an inquiring look at Hu Yu in the distance. A mental force followed. What should I do now? Hu Yu rolled his eyes helplessly, and at the same time a mental force was sent over. How should I know? Let alone Jealousy. Even Hu Yu didn't know what the situation was now. It would be fine if the corpses of the predecessors' greed and gluttony appeared in the first 2 floors. After countless epochs, it was normal for some of the 7 deadly sins to fall here. But now, even the living pride has appeared. How can this be played? Hu Yu and Jealousy looked at each other and released a mental signal almost at the same time. Watch the show. Lin Xiaoxiao casually condensed an ice sword, waved it casually, and chopped off most of the magma. She stared at Lin Xiaoxiao in front of her and said calmly, "BB? That's what I mean." The next moment, a flaming whip emerged from Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. The whip and the sword collided with each other, maybe because of the home field. The moment the flaming whip fell, the ice sword was broken. It seems that Lin Xiaoxiao lost. But at the moment when the ice sword broke, the fire whip also annihilated and dissipated. The frost power and the flame power fell on the 2 Lin Xiaoxiaos respectively. However, Lin Xiaoxiao did not have the space barrier set up by Hu Yu. When the frost power fell into her body, the surrounding flames were obviously weakened, and the red flame power fell on Lin Xiaoxiao and was swallowed by the space barrier. It did not cause any damage to her. Heh. A cold laugh fell. Although Lin Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, his eyes were full of contempt. Hu Yu. Retreat. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately shouted at Hu Yu. For arrogance. In an absolutely fair situation, receiving help from the outside world is an insult to oneself. Lin Xiaoxiao. No. It should be said that he is arrogant. He will never allow such a thing to happen to himself. Even if he dies in the confrontation with Lin Lian Xiaoxiao. He will not tolerate such an insult. Hu Yu did not dare to hesitate and raised his hand to remove the barrier. Otherwise, there might not only be one Lin Xiaoxiao who would come to beat him up, but also another Lin Lian Xiaoxiao. However, he also kept a watchful eye and condensed the space barrier into a space egg the size of a quail egg and hung it on Lin Xixia's waist. As long as she was in any danger, the space egg would instantly evolve into 3 layers of space barriers. Hu told Lin Lian Xiaoxiao to have seen the power of 1 layer of space barrier, if she didn't add 2 more layers of protection. What if it was cracked? After all, if she was really arrogant, she would have seen other greedy uses of abilities, and it was impossible for her not to think of a way to deal with it. It's better to be careful, now that both of them have lost their props. The 2 Lin Xiaoxiao simply took a more direct and effective approach. They made a decision almost at the same time. Flash forward, raised their hands and blasted. Boom! With a burst of power, the eternal volcano erupted again. The power of this eruption was so great that Hu Yu didn't even have time to use a space barrier to block the magma. The magma had already erupted from the mountain pass. Red rain fell in the air. Countless creatures around the eternal volcano all looked up at the sky. The creatures below the legend were still thinking about escaping. And those above the legend, when they saw the magma, they knew they couldn't escape, and could only stand there obediently, admiring this gorgeous fireworks, and treating it as the last beautiful scene in their lives. Of course, Hu Yu and the others didn't know all this yet. They just watched the 2 red and blue shadows flashing in front of them, and watched the battle in the residual power. They watched the 2 Lin Xiaoxiaos fight from the crater to the bottom of the volcano, and then from the bottom of the volcano to the crater, as if they could never use up their strength, and constantly attack each other with various means. This is the result. To sum it up in one sentence, a master taught you, and you can't break the moves? However, Hu Yu looked at the surrounding environment and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Not to mention an ordinary volcano, even a pseudo-god level volcano, or even the endless holy tower itself, would not be without any damage under the bombardment of the 2 arrogant ones. The magma only erupted into the crater, and the collision between the 2 arrogant ones did not even cause any damage to the surrounding mountain walls. Something is wrong here. Jealousy lost interest in the bombardment of the unoriginal moves, and could not help but flash to Hu Yu's side. He noticed that Hu Yu's state was a little wrong, and could not help but ask him, "What's wrong? What's the problem? Don't you think this volcano is too tough?" Hu Yu didn't hide anything, and directly said his guess. In this situation, it is better to have more people thinking than to think alone. Tough? Jealousy said doubtfully. And when he looked at the 2 arrogant people again, his eyes also showed a thoughtful emotion. Arrogance has always been the top of the 7 deadly sins. Now the collision between these 2 did not cause any damage to the volcano, which can explain too many things. How about, try to collect all the magma? That method should work. That is. Hu Yu chuckled and raised his hand to Jealous' shoulder. You have to protect me later. Jealous naturally knew what he meant. If he wanted to collect the magma later, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the 2 arrogant ones. If he was lucky, they might not do anything to him, and they would continue to fight. But if one of them was dissatisfied with him, the 2 would be implicated. At that time, let alone exploring the secrets of this volcano, I might even have to sacrifice myself. In other circumstances, jealousy would definitely not agree. But in this situation, if I don't agree, I might not even be able to get out of the 3rd floor. Let's cooperate with Qianqian. Okay, Indy said, and Hu Yu felt relieved. A black gold light flashed in his pupils, and he said calmly, Collect. Chapter 473 Divide the Spoils. As soon as the words fell, the magma in the entire endless volcano was collected by Hu Yu into the space. The 2 Lin Xiaoxiao who were fighting were stunned at first. Among them, Lin Lian Xiaoxiao frowned and immediately prepared to rush towards Hu Yu. But Lin Xiaoxiao also reacted in the first time, turned around to stop him, and slashed his chest with a sword. Be serious. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Lian Xiaoxiao and said calmly, If I have the chance to kill you, you will definitely not survive. Lin Lian Xiaoxiao's eyes swept over Hu Yu, and finally fell on Lin Xiaoxiao, with a sneer on his lips. Heh. Let's try it. After saying that, the 2 continued to fight each other. Hu Yu, who had just collected the molten lava in the distance, was relieved. At least from the current point of view. These two will not come to cause trouble in a short time. And they have enough time to explore the surrounding situation. Let's start. Huyu turned his head and looked at Jealousy and said, I'm on top and you're on the bottom? No. Jealous's eyes flashed with a hint of charm. And he flew directly to the crater. I prefer to be on top. Driving recklessly. Huyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Now that the two Lin Zioxiaos were fighting below, the location of the crater was obviously safer than the bottom of the volcano. This woman is still as cunning as ever. There was no way. The woman had already reached the crater and started to explore the mountain pass inch by inch. The overall situation was important. Huyu had to dodge and came to the bottom of the volcano and began to search for possible suspicious places around the volcano. The great exploration technique was activated. The information of the volcanic stone wall in front of him suddenly appeared in front of him. Except for the quality of the stone and the fire resistance reaching the mythical level, there are no other characteristics. It looks like it is just an ordinary mythical material. Is this volcano really that simple? Huyu subconsciously looked up at the two Lin Xiaoxiao who were gradually approaching, and frowned slightly. If this volcano is really so ordinary, how could Lin Lianxuxia's reaction be so big? There must be something wrong below. Huyu began to approach the center of the bottom of the volcano. He just took a step forward and immediately found something wrong. There is something under this volcano. In addition to the wrong touch, there is another extremely important point. Arrogant Godhead. When he took that step, the arrogant Godhead in his body began to tremble. This feeling is exactly the same as when he met the divine fire of greed after gaining the recognition of the greedy Godhead. Huyu did not hesitate, and looked directly at the bottom of the volcano in front of him, and uttered another word. Collect. The words fell. The entire bottom of the volcano was collected into the space. At a glance, Huyu was instantly stunned by the scene in front of him. Fire. Endless fire was burning under the volcano. Unlike the magma in the volcano, this fire was burning with countless arrogant god corpses as fuel. Its flame was filled with endless divinity. Huyu's eyes couldn't help but flash a dark golden light, belonging to the greedy divinity suppressing human nature. If this piece of earth fire is collected into the divine space, the benefits generated will definitely exceed the improvement brought by 100 pieces of divine fragments to the divine fire, as long as it can be successfully contained. Then let alone 1 meter, even 10 meters, 20 meters, it is not impossible to reach it. At the moment when Huyu raised his hand, a fire whip suddenly fell from the sky. It was Lin Lianxiao. When Huyu aimed at the bottom of the volcano, he had already begun to shift his attention from Lin Xiaoxiao to Huyu. It was just a dispute of arrogance. But what Huyu touched was his real bottom line. As the fire whip fell, a space ripple spread over Huyu's head. Since he dared to come down to explore, he must have made sufficient preparations. It is impossible for him to be an iron-headed kid and come down to fight hard. A trick that has been used once may not work the second time. Lin Lianxiao said calmly. The fire whip in his hand suddenly turned into a flame and began to burn the space barrier built by Huyu. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Huyu frowned. It's not that he didn't put the flame into the space, but as long as the greedy power approaches, the flame will burn through the space. Unless, forget it. It's exposed. He directly opened the system space and tried to contain the flame again. This time, it was a direct success. The flame was stored in the space backpack, no longer boiling, and it was as quiet as a photo frozen in the space backpack. Lin Lianxiao asked in confusion. You? The words were not finished yet. Lin Xiaoxiao rushed over again, and the ice sword pointed directly at his back. When the sword fell on his back, Lin Lianxiao frowned. His body turned into a flame, and in an instant he came behind Huyu. And the moment he raised his hand, he directly broke through the space barrier, and the tiger's mouth fell on his neck. Stop! Lin Lianxiao spat out a sentence, and flames burned on his fingertips. The edge of the flame was less than a millimeter away from Huyu's neck. Huyu's claws were numb instantly. He could use the space backpack given by the system to transcend the restrictions, and put the flames manifested by Lin Lianxiao's arrogant authority into the space backpack. But he couldn't put Lin Lianxiao himself into the space backpack. Now he was like being held by Lin Lianxiao. And there was no way to resist. Lin Xiaoxiao also sneered and continued to slowly approach Lin Lianxiao. Do you think I care about his life or death? How ridiculous. As a proud person, you actually use other people's lives as a shield. You really disgust me. Oh, disgusting? Lin Lian Xiaoxiao sneered. Aren't you disgusting? As a proud person. What else do you know besides sneak attacks? Oh, right. You also know how to use the rules reasonably. Right? Enjoying the convenience created by others for you. And now you are ready to kill the donkey after it has done its job. Is this your pride as a proud person? You? Seeing that Lin Xiaoxiao was about to start the microphone again, Hu Yu hurriedly said, "Two elder sisters. Please stop talking. Let's sit down and talk." Shut up. The two spoke at the same time, forcing Hu Yu to shut up. What else can be said? Originally, these two were like gunpowder barrels and oil. When they were together, they would be ignited by just a fire. If they were to anger them again, and any gunpowder barrel exploded, I'm afraid Hu Yu would have to die here. Unless the gunpowder barrels and oil barrels were separated and then broken one by one. Of course, the target of the separation was naturally Lin Lian Xiaoxiao. Hu Yu's mind moved, and without hesitation, he directly moved Lin Lian Xiaoxiao to the bottom of the magma he had been to before. It was at least tens of millions of kilometers away from the eternal volcano. If the other party did not have the authority of space, it would take at least an hour to fly back to the eternal volcano at full speed with arrogance. This was enough for Hu Yu and the others to do a lot of things. Of course, the premise was to solve the psychological problem of another arrogance. After all, it was a war between arrogance. No matter what the purpose of interference was, it might cause Lin Xiaoxiao to counterattack and cause the alliance to break up, which was why he did not use this method before. But now, his life was threatened, so he had to use it. If Lin Xiaoxiao felt that she had interfered with the war between them, Hu Yu would have to move her to the other side of the eternal volcano thousands of kilometers away. The moment Hu Yu looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, he was ready to move her away. But the next moment, a thumbs up stood up in front of him. 6. Lin Xiaoxiao said, as he stepped forward and slapped Hu Yu on the shoulder. You have this trick. Why don't you use it earlier? Do you have to wait until I fight on the front line to use it? Next time, be more sensible and use this trick earlier, so I won't have to fight for so long. Hu Yu was stunned on the spot. He asked dully, "Don't you think I'm meddling in your business? Mind your own business?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked doubtfully, "Pretending is one thing. Fighting is another. I just yelled at you to show off in front of that guy. I'm stupid if I don't fight in groups. I'm arrogant. But that doesn't mean I'm stupid. We are obviously taught by the same master. If we can't break each other's moves, if we don't seek help, I'm afraid we won't be able to decide the winner even if we both die." As she said that, she set her eyes on the burning ground fire. "But if you absorb this, it's not certain." After saying that, Jealousy, who was watching the show in the air, also fell from the air and came to the two of them, looking at the ground fire with the same eyes. "Let's not talk too much. Let's divide the spoils." "What spoils to divide?" Lin Xiaoxiao said and said. "What does it have to do with you? Divide the spoils." "Oh, no." Jealousy lowered his eyes slightly, with a smile on his lips. "Now it's 3-1. If it's 2-2, do you think you can still win?" 2-2? Lin Xiaoxiao asked back. Then stepped forward. "Please count clearly. It's 2-1 now. Are you sure I can't get that guy back?" Jealousy didn't give in, just smiled and asked back. Hu Yu was speechless for a while. Sometimes he really didn't know who was greedy. These two guys in front of him were obviously greedier than him. "Okay. Stop arguing." Hu Yu frowned and said, "Let's investigate the situation below first. When that guy comes back, no one can take this thing away." Lin Xiaoxiao and Jealousy looked at each other, and obviously agreed with this plan. The three of them went into the underground fire from 3 different directions. Whether it was to divide the spoils or to explore, this was the best path. Hu Yu entered the underground fire from the center and came to the arrogant corpses. Frowning. These arrogant corpses are a bit strange. Chapter 474. Close the door and beat the dog. Hu Yu had seen the greedy corpse and the gluttonous corpse before. No matter which of the two corpses, their bodies will more or less carry some authority from their lifetime. If quantified, their authority is probably between 0.1% and 0.5%. But these arrogant corpses in front of him have none. Hu Yu couldn't even sense a trace of arrogant authority. These arrogant corpses were like powder that was dried and then thrown into a stone mill and rolled hundreds of times. They had long lost a bit of moisture and could only turn into dry firewood to burn in this underground fire. Logically speaking, even if Lin Lian Xiaoxiao was ruthless, he would not do such a thing to the corpses of these predecessors. Unless there was a reason. Hu Yu tried to put the corpses into the space. But this time, even the space backpack that came with the system was ineffective. Those corpses seemed to be integrated with the flames, and they did not belong to separate individuals. Only by putting the entire flame into the space can they be packed together. Hu Yu frowned, but did not hesitate. He flew out of the underground fire directly, hung above the underground fire, overlooking the entire underground fire, and took action again. Collect. The word fell. The earth fire. Still motionless. Still not working. Hu Yu frowned, not knowing what went wrong. At this time, Lin Xiaoxiao and Jealousy also flew out from the other two sides of the earth fire. The two came to Hu Yu, with more or less doubts in their eyes. Obviously, they also found the problem. But they just couldn't find a solution. How is your side? Lin Xiaoxiao asked Hu Yu directly. Very strange. Hu Yu frowned and responded. You should have noticed that the corpses below all belong to pride. But there is no longer any pride aura or authority in the corpses. As if it was taken away by someone. Take? Imbi asked in doubt. Then shook his head. It's like peeled toothpaste. There is nothing inside. This kind of method, even gluttony, and you should not be able to do it. Right? Hu Yu did not deny it, but nodded. He and gluttony both have the qualifications and ability to devour the authority or aura of one of the 7 deadly sins if the other does not resist. But it is not so clean that it can be swallowed up. There are still some differences. This is like 99% pure gold and 99% pure gold. Although they can both be called gold, the purity and technology used between the two are worlds apart. I just tried it. Hu Yu said again. These things cannot be stored in my space. I tried it too, Lin Xiaoxiao said on the side. Although this flame belongs to arrogance, it is mutually exclusive with my power of authority. I can't contain it. After saying that, the two of them stood next to Jealousy. Why are you looking at me? Jealousy asked directly on the microphone. You two are at your wits' end. You can't expect me to make this fire burn more vigorously. Right? That's easy. Hu Yu smiled helplessly. Or, let's leave now, and leave here before another arrogant arrives. Obviously, no one is willing to choose this method. Leaving here now is equivalent to leaving the place where the method to leave the 3rd level is most likely to be hidden. At the very least, they will be hunted by another arrogant person all over the world. At the worst, when they are being hunted, they will not have time to find the exit. And thus they will be drained of water, and completely turned into a mummy here. After all, another arrogant person has lived here for more than 900 years. She naturally knows how to survive here. Even if he does not come to trouble everyone and just quietly watches everyone die, they will have no way to stop him. Or, Hu Yu's eyes swept over the underground fire below him. Let's go down again. And this time we will act together. If we find any suspicious places, we will go directly there. The two of them would naturally not refuse. The 3 of them dived into the underground fire again. They began to look for gaps between corpses and prepared to dive deeper. It's strange to say, Lin Xiaoxiao, as the arrogant, has a dragon body, while the other Lin Lian Xiaoxiao has a fire phoenix body. Logically speaking, the other arrogant should be either dragon bodies or fire phoenix bodies. But now these arrogant corpses are made up of corpses of various rare and exotic animals. There are Qilin, Xuanwu, Swanee, Chaos. In short, none of the corpses below are repeated. This also gives Hu Yu and others the opportunity to explore. There are obviously large gaps between corpses of different shapes like this. As long as you find a gap to pass through, you can continue to explore. Fortunately, there are not too many arrogant corpses. After covering the entire bottom of the eternal volcano, there are only about 5 layers. After the 5th floor, Hu Yu and others finally saw the situation at the bottom. It was a barrier. It was exactly the same as the barrier at the bottom of the 2nd floor. There were also rules engraved on it. But the rules were too straightforward. The 3rd floor of the Endless Holy Tower, rules for escaping from the Endless Fire Domain, filled the volcano with water. Everyone just took a look and was stunned in an instant. Not to mention how big the Endless Volcano is. If Hu Yu didn't have the spatial authority, it would be an astronomical figure to cool the magma outside with water. Now even if there is no magma, There is still underground fire burning under this volcano. Fill it up? Who can fill it up? Not to mention moving all the water that flooded the blue star here. Even if the water from the endless waters below is added, it may not be enough to extinguish the underground fire and fill the volcano. No matter what. As long as we find a way. It's fine. Huyu said helplessly, let's go out first. The other pride should be back soon. Please call her a fake. Thank you. Lin Xiaoxiao said unhappily, what do you mean by another pride? Pride? There is only one from beginning to end. Okay. There is only one. One. Huyu coaxed Lin Xiaoxiao to fly out of the underground fire like coaxing a child. Don't fight the fake one-on-one when you go out later. The three of us will work together to at least find a way to extinguish the underground fire. As long as we can put out the underground fire, filling up the volcano won't be a problem. Humph. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, but just raised her head and snorted proudly. Huyu didn't say anything when she saw this, and turned her head to make eye contact with jealousy. Before, she wouldn't care if these two arrogant guys fought to death and beat their brains out. But now, it's about how to escape from the third floor. She can't just ignore it. Jealousy nodded slowly. After receiving the signal that he was willing to cooperate, Huyu felt relieved. The three of them followed the path they had just taken and flew out of the underground fire again. But just as they were about to leave, a figure was already standing in the air outside the underground fire, overlooking everyone. His eyes were extremely cold, in sharp contrast to the burning heat around him. She is back. Huyu frowned, subconsciously preparing to repeat the old trick and move it back to where it was just now. Who said that the time in front of them was too short, and they were not ready to deal with it? But just as Huyu was about to take action, Lin Xiaoxiao spoke first. If I were you, I wouldn't use the same move twice. That's because you haven't heard a saying, Huyu said calmly. The move doesn't have to be new, as long as it works. After saying that, he activated the greedy power again, ready to move Lin Xiaoxiao back. But the next moment, there was silence all around. The figure in the air was still floating in the air, without any change. How could this happen? Huyu's pupils trembled. He had clearly used the greedy power. How could it fail? Wait! It's the underground fire. It's also in the volcano. And the greedy power is also used on the same target. But now that two completely different results have been obtained, the problem lies in the only change that has occurred. Location. Previously, he used the authority outside the underground fire. But now he is in the underground fire. Obviously, there is something wrong with the underground fire. But just when Huyu was about to lead everyone to leave the underground fire, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with a smile. Like the audience ready to watch the show begin. Bang! Just when Huyu and others were about to touch the edge of the underground fire, a muffled sound sounded from above their heads. Barrier. Obviously, they can't get out. Huyu frowned. Now that the power of greed has failed, and it is impossible to use ordinary methods to escape, it seems that all roads are blocked. Jealousy and Lin Xiaoxiao next to him are also trying various methods to leave. But this underground fire seems to be able to isolate the use of all powers. In this underground fire, they are like three ordinary people who will not be burned to death. Free movement? No problem. But if you want to go out? Impossible. Look, Lin Xiaoxiao said as he came to the outside of the underground fire, less than half a meter away from Huyu, and smiled slowly. There is a sentence you probably haven't heard. The words were not finished yet. There were sudden movements in the underground fire. Huyu and the others turned their heads and looked behind them, only to see that the strange beasts that were originally sleeping in the underground fire began to stir. Their eyelids trembled slightly, as if they might wake up at any time. The next moment, a black tortoise in the outermost layer of the underground fire suddenly opened its eyes, with red flames flashing in its pupils, and rushed directly towards Huyu and the other two. One punch. Lin Xiaoxiao punched the black tortoise's head directly. Just one punch, and it was knocked back into the pile of corpses. However, Lin Xiaoxiao only beat the corpses back to Xuanwu. She did not even cause any real harm. There is no way. Huyu cannot use his authority now. And Lin Xiaoxiao's situation is not much better. It is not easy to repel the arrogant corpse with one punch. But there are thousands of the same arrogant corpses. There is no way to beat them all. There is no way to beat them all. Huyu turned his head to look at Lin Xiaoxiao, and was still thinking about negotiating a few words. But then, The other party's unfinished words came out from his lips. This is called closing the door and beating the dog. Chapter 475. It's your turn to perform. Good. What a great way to close the door and beat the dog. Hu held his breath and just wanted to let the other party see what the profound Chinese culture is. But before he could utter a word, the arrogant corpses behind him rushed towards the three of them like a surging wave. He had to put the tradition of Zan aside and solve the crisis in front of him first. There was no way. Relying on Lin Xiaoxiao alone, it was obviously impossible to withstand such a beast tide. As for jealousy next to her, after losing the right to use authority, she is now no different from a vase. Even though her physical and mental strength was not much worse than Hu Yu and Lin Xiaoxiao, she was not even as good as Hu Yu in actual combat. In this situation, she could only cheer and cheer for the two of them, Hu Yu and Lin Xiaoxiao, on the left and right, punched at Qilin and kicked a chaos at the beast tide below. It was easy to solve, but they couldn't see where the end of the beast tide was. There was no way. Who told these rare and precious beasts were dead and couldn't die anymore? They were already corpses. Even if Hu Yu and the others wanted to kill them, there was no way to let them die again. As long as they couldn't kill them, even if Hu Yu and the others broke the arms, heads, and internal organs of these guys, they would return to normal in an instant and rush up again as the ground fire burned. This battle couldn't be fought at all. Hu Yu raised his leg and kicked a Qingwen away, turned his head and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and said, "You are arrogant too. Why don't you think of a solution?" "No way." Lin Xiaoxiao responded calmly, breaking off a phoenix wing. "I can't even use my authority here, so it's useless for you to call me arrogant." Jealous, Hu Yu turned his head and looked behind him. "Don't just hide. If you can't beat him, think of a way to save him." "You're right." Jealousy spat out a word and flashed to the edge of the earth fire. She looked at Lin Xiaoxiao in front of her and smiled. "Arrogant. Do you still remember me? Although I don't remember you, you should remember me. There is no conflict of interest between the two of us. As long as you let me out, whether you want to kill them or do something else, I can help you." "Hu Yu, I asked you to find a way to save them, but you only saved yourself." "Right." Speechless, the fight must continue. He grabbed a flying white tiger and smashed it towards Jealousy. Jealousy dared to try to turn against him, so he would naturally pay attention to the movement behind him. When the white tiger flew over, he had already reacted and dodged it easily by turning sideways. Then she looked at Lin Xiaoxiao outside the earth fire and said with a smile, "Look, I've turned from darkness to light. I've broken up with these two guys. Now if you let me out, we can go 2-on-2. 2-on-2? Lin Xiaoxiao asked in confusion. Yes. Yes, Jealousy said in a low voice. As long as you nod. I can also tell you their weaknesses, and I guarantee you can kill them with one strike. Heh. Lin Xiaoxiao sneered, not disguising the arrogance in his tone. Even if the three of you come together, what can we do? Just stay down there obediently, Lin Xiaoxiao said as he flew out of the underground fire, leaving only his back to everyone. 100 years. Oh no. You should only be able to live for a few more hours. When your water is exhausted, you will probably turn into a handful of dry bones. Don't worry. For the sake of our acquaintance, you can also become part of my collection and help me achieve that goal. After saying that, Lin Xiaoxiao had already disappeared in front of everyone. Hu Yu frowned immediately. It was not difficult to see from the direction she left that it was the location of the Star Destroyer, which was also where Xiao Zixu was. He knocked down a Yinglong with his backhand hammer and frowned. In any case, we have to find a way to leave here first. Just as he looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and prepared to brainstorm, Jealousy flashed to the middle of the two people, and before they could speak, she spoke first. Hurry! You two! We have to think of a way. That guy seems to be serious. Oh! Lin Xiaoxiao broke the neck of a hanba and threw it aside, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Didn't you give up the dark and join the light? Why? What are you talking about now? Don't be ridiculous, Jealous said seriously. I just pretended to surrender, just to trick her into letting me go. And I wanted to wait for an opportunity to rescue you. Who knew that guy was so vigilant? I thought it was simple. Hurry up. What tricks do you have? Take them out. Lin Xiaoxiao and Hu Yu rolled their eyes almost at the same time. Jealous's words seemed to be fine, but on second thought, They were full of loopholes. What about pretending to surrender and waiting for an opportunity? If he really let him out, wouldn't he still have the final say in whether it was a fake surrender or a real surrender? But now the two of them didn't have time to worry about such things. And escaping from here was the priority. Hu Yu flashed behind Lin Xiaoxiao. Cover me. Yes. Lin Xiaoxiao uttered a word and began to take full control of the pressure brought by the beast tide. Hu Yu casually took out a prop from his space backpack, the door handle of his hometown. Hiss. Indy couldn't help but take a breath. You can't use your authority. Right? Where did this thing come from? Don't worry about it, Hu Yu said casually, and didn't say anything more. Before, Lin Lian Xiaoxiao was guarding outside the earth fire. So even if everyone had some means, they would not expose them in front of him. Otherwise, once it was broken before they could use it, their last chance would be shattered. For example, this door handle in front of them. In terms of function, this may be the key to their escape from here. But in terms of grade, it is just a legendary item. If Lin Lian Xiaoxiao senses the threat, it will be destroyed in the blink of an eye. That's why Hu Yu didn't dare to take it out just now. When the door handle of his hometown touched the ground fire, the entire door handle became extremely hot, as if it would spontaneously ignite in the next moment. Hu Yu didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately took out a steel plate, ready to open the door and return to the Star Destroyer. What a pity. The moment the steel plate appeared, it was burned into a pool of gas by the scorching fire. This ordinary material obviously cannot exist in the fire. Hu Yu frowned. First put the door handle back into the space. Turned to look at Jealousy. Abandon the dark and join the light. Right? Still talking about this. Now is not the time to talk about this. Jealousy pointed in front of him. Do you want to see how much water we lose here in 1 minute? Hu Yu frowned. When he entered the underground fire before, he was either looking for an exit, dealing with Lin Lian Xiaoxiao, or fighting against those arrogant corpses. So he had no time to care about the water content. Now, after being reminded by Jealousy, Hu Yu just glanced at it and frowned. The water content outside decreases by 1 point every 5 minutes. The water content under the magma decreases by 2 points every 5 minutes. And the water content inside the unextinguishable volcano decreases by 4 points every 5 minutes. Here, the water content decreases by 8 points every 5 minutes. At present, Hu Yu's water content has reached 76 points, which means that he can only survive for another 50 minutes at most. Or even, maybe less than 50 minutes. Jealousy's situation is not much different from his. And Lin Xiaoxiao's situation may be better, but not much better. In addition to escaping from here, you also need to reserve time to survive outside. You can't wait any longer. Hu Yu frowned and immediately looked at Jealousy. Continuing the previous topic. You want to turn from darkness to light. I have no problem. But you have to make a door first. Door? Jealousy tilted his head. What door? Any door. As long as it is mythical. No. Legendary or above. As long as it won't melt instantly here. Hu Yu immediately joined the battlefield and helped Lin Xiaoxiao relieve the pressure. In the current situation, Lin Xiaoxiao can independently support the entire beast tide. But it is limited to less than half a minute. In such a short time, Hu Yu simply couldn't spare the time to use the surrounding materials to make a door. So, this task fell on Jealousy. As long as he could make the door, they still had a chance. Otherwise, they would be trapped to death in this underground fire. Quick! Seeing that Jealousy was still standing there, Hu Yu immediately said, unless you also want to die here. If that's the case, I don't mind using your corpse to make a door. Jealousy frowned, knowing how serious the problem was, and rushed to the bottom of the underground fire. Cover me. Hu Yu followed him directly, diving into the depths of the underground fire against the beast tide. Although Lin Xiaoxiao had doubts in her eyes, she still followed him. At least at present, only Hu Yu thought of a feasible method, and she had no choice but to execute it. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, covered Jealousy and fell quickly. In less than half a minute, the three of them killed through the entire beast tide and came to the outside of the barrier they had reached earlier. Hurry up, Hu Yu frowned and said. This is the core of the earth fire. In half a minute at most, the beast tide will surround this place. If you want to fight your way out again, it will be very difficult. I heard it. I heard it with both ears, Jealousy said, and started to dig stones around the barrier. This is the bottom of the volcano, so there are naturally volcanic rocks. Although there are not many, The grade of each volcanic rock is higher than that of a pseudo-saint. This is the only material that can be used here. As for those rare and exotic animals, they can't be killed or injured. Even if you break their bones, you can't build a door. The only material is volcanic rocks. Jealousy broke off a large enough stone with his bare hands, and began to repair the stone flat under the cover of Hu Yu and Lin Xiaoxiao. 10 seconds. A closed stone door was already in front of Hu Yu. Done, Jealousy said, and then stood beside him. It's your turn to perform. Hu Yu immediately looked up. Lin Xiaoxiao. Come here. Lin Xiaoxiao came to his side in a flash. Everything is ready. Hu Yu took out the door handle from his hometown again, put it on the stone door, and twisted it. Chapter 476 Lin Lian Xiaoxiao Falls. The door opened. Hu Yu's pupils trembled, and his figure flashed, and he took Lin Xiaoxiao and Jealousy directly into the gap in the stone door, disappeared directly into the ground fire. Those arrogant corpses wanted to drill into the stone door together, but the next moment, the stone door disappeared directly on the spot, as if it had never appeared. Hu Yu and others returned to the Star Destroyer and couldn't help but exhale. Fortunately, Hu Yu was prepared. When the Star Destroyer came out, he kept a trick and made a mark on the door of the Star Destroyer's cabin with the door handle of his hometown. No, rather than making a mark, it is better to say that it is used to try whether he can leave here directly and return to Blue Star. After all, the situation in the Endless Holy Tower has gradually gone beyond his control. Instead of bringing these hundreds of people to wander between life and death, it is better to send some people out of the Holy Tower first. For example, Xiao Zissou. Although she has mastered the mythical life law now, she is still only a mythical level after all. The probability of surviving in the Endless Holy Tower, where the 7 deadly sins may perish, is too small. Even if Hu Yu was there, he might not be able to save her. Unfortunately, the result was obviously not satisfactory. However, this also left Hu Yu with a chance to escape. If it weren't for the previous attempt, he would definitely not have had this chance to escape. Hu Yu turned his head to look at Jealousy and Lin Xiaoxiao beside him. Are you all okay? No problem. Not bad. Jealousy exhaled a breath of foul air and stretched out his hand to Hu Yu. Here, give me a bottle of iced Coke. Hu Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. As his memory gradually recovered, Jealousy also began to show his human nature. Now everyone knows to order iced Coke. He casually moved a small ice storage from the space and threw it to the side of the cab. Take what you want to drink. In an instant, Lin Xiaoxiao and Jealousy went in at the same time. When Hu Yu came to his senses, he realized something. Xiao Zissou was gone. At least she was not in the cab. Could it be that Lin Lian Xiaoxiao had already taken action? Hu Yu frowned and immediately stepped forward to the operating table. Xiao Hai. Brother. I'm here. Where is Zissou? It was detected that Miss Xiao Zissou was in the reception hall of the Star Destroyer. Do you need to recall her? No. Hearing Xiao Hai's answer, Hu Yu was relieved. As long as she is fine. But how could she be in the reception hall at this time? Hu Yu frowned slightly, and a guess emerged in his mind. Xiao Hai. Is there a surveillance camera in the reception hall? Yes, brother. After that, a surveillance video appeared on the big screen. But that picture was just a white one. Hu Yu frowned slightly. What's going on? Replying to my brother. This is because the surveillance screen has received special interference and cannot display the screen normally. Interference? Hu Yu did not dare to hesitate at all, and immediately went into the ice storage, holding Lin Xiaoxiao in one hand and Jealous in the other, and pulled them both out of the ice storage at the same time. What are you doing? Jealousy was holding a popsicle in her hand. Don't you give me time to rest? Lin Xiaoxiao immediately finished the ice cola in his hand, burped, and then looked at Hu Yu and asked, Did you find anything? Arrogant. No. Another arrogant. Hu Yu frowned and said, She is probably on the Star Destroyer, and she has blocked the surrounding perception by some means. There is no time to lose. We must strike first. Hearing Hu Yu's description, Lin Xiaoxiao and the others couldn't help but become serious and threw away the things in their hands. I can't sense his presence. Jealous frowned and asked, Are you sure he is on the Star Destroyer? Lin Xiaoxiao frowned and asked directly, Where exactly is he? Just go there. As long as you are ready. Hu Yu said, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. With a crisp sound, the three of them moved to the reception hall of the Star Destroyer at the same time. A layer of red barrier covered the hall, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. And even Hu Yu and others' perception could not penetrate it. But that aura is obviously arrogant. Wait! Seeing that Hu Yu was about to use his authority to lead everyone into the barrier, jealousy quickly stopped him and said, "We can't wait any longer." In this situation, the longer the delay, the more danger there is. Hu Yu didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately moved Lin Xiaoxiao and jealousy into the barrier. But when he saw the scene in the barrier clearly, he was stunned. In the reception hall, a fire phoenix collapsed on the ground. Its feathers lost half of their luster, and even the arrogant aura on its body dissipated. It looked like it had fallen. As for Xiao Zissou, she was sitting cross-legged on the sofa at the moment, with a tear in the corner of her eye, as if she had just suffered some injustice. Hu Yu frowned, and couldn't understand why there was such a scene in front of him. No matter what. As long as Zissou is fine. It's fine. He tentatively asked Xiao Zissou. Zissou? With a soft cry, Xiao Zissou slowly raised her eyes. The moment she saw Hu Yu, she flew into his arms. She hugged Hu Yu tightly, without saying a word, but just leaned on his shoulder and kept crying and panting, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Be good. Be good. Hu Yu gently patted her back and said in a very soft tone, "I'm here. It's okay. It's okay." What happened here? Xiao Zissou raised her head from Hu Yu's shoulder, glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao in jealousy, and gradually calmed down, but still didn't speak. After a few breaths of silence, she looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and jealousy and slowly said, "You too. Can you please go out first? There are some things. I want to talk to him alone." Lin Xiaoxiao and jealousy looked at each other, but did not refuse, and retreated from the barrier one after another. This was not to give face to Xiao Zissou, but to give face to Hu Yu. As the two left, Xiao Zissou also sat back on the sofa, but the look she gave to the dead Lin Lian Xiaoxiao was a little strange, like a kind of regret for looking at an old friend. Hu Yu did not ask, but waited silently, waiting for Xiao Zissou to sort out her emotions and words, and then speak when she wanted to speak. About half a minute passed. Xiao Zissou looked at Hu Yu and slowly said, "Is there any tea? Black tea? Green tea? Chrysanthemum? Oolong?" Hu Yu said immediately, "Taro bubble tea." "Yes." Hu Yu uttered a word helplessly. That is to say, when he was purchasing, he said that he would order 100 cups of all the products in all the milk tea shops. Otherwise he might not have this thing. He took out a cup of taro bubble tea from the space, put it on the table, and asked Xiao Zissou, "Shall I open it for you?" "No need." Xiao Zissou uttered 2 words, picked up the milk tea, and walked in front of Lin Lian Xiaoxiao. She tore open the plastic seal on the surface of the milk tea, raised her hand, and poured the whole cup of milk tea in front of Lin Lian Xiaoxiao. Is this a memorial service? The two of them had not met for more than 3 minutes in total, and their relationship was so deep. Hu Yu frowned slightly, suppressed the doubts in his heart, did not ask, but continued to wait. Wait until the cup of milk tea was finished. Xiao Zissou also sat back next to Hu Yu and said calmly, "I have known her for a long time." "Huh?" Hu Yu couldn't help but exclaimed. "You know, Lin Lian Xiaoxiao is already more than 900 years old. This is the case of calculating the time speed. If it was on Blue Star, she would be more than 30,000 years old. Xiao Zissou actually knew her? Doesn't that mean she is also more than 30,000 years old? I mean, I knew her in the last epoch." Xiao Zissou knew Hu Yu had misunderstood, and immediately explained, "At that time, she and I were still good friends, but I had died in the apocalypse before she became arrogant. This is the first time we have met after 3 epochs." Hu Yu frowned, although what Xiao Zissou said was difficult to understand. After a little thought, he could still understand what happened and summarize some clues. First, Xiao Zissou and Lin Lian Xiaoxiao knew each other, and it was 3 epochs ago. At that time, Lin Lian Xiaoxiao was not arrogant, but just an ordinary human. Second, for some reason, Xiao Zissou has the memory of the 3rd epoch, so she remembered what happened between her and Lin Xiaoxiao. Third, Xiao Zissou in this life does not know Lin Xiaoxiao. According to the repeated epochs, if Xiao Zissou and Lin Lian Xiaoxiao were best friends 3 epochs ago, then in the last epoch, this epoch, she should have been best friends with Lin Xiaoxiao. The epochs are repeated, and only what happened after the end of the world will not be repeated, unless The repetition is broken. Hu Yu's mind was filled with confusion. But he did not interrupt Xiao Zisu's story, but continued to listen. She just found me, and wanted to take me into the eternal volcano. Xiao Zisu's tone still carried a trace of regret. But as soon as she saw me for the first time, she rushed over and hugged me in her arms. I couldn't resist. And then I heard her calling my name. I didn't know who she was, or what she wanted to do. So I resisted subconsciously. She could understand why I didn't know these things, but just kept saying that she succeeded. Succeeded? And then awakened the memory of that time in my mind. When I came out of my memories, she had already fallen in front of me. Just like that? Hu Yu asked in confusion. If it was just to awaken a memory, it shouldn't have caused the arrogant Lin Lian Xiaoxiao to fall. And this? Xiao Zisu said, and took out a godhead from her palm. This, she also gave me. This is the godhead of arrogance. No, that's not right. This is a godhead without any attributes, and without any aura of the 7 deadly sins. Hu Yu's pupils trembled. How did she do it? Chapter 477, The Iteration of Arrogance. This piece of godhood gave him the feeling of a corpse burning in the fire. There was no arrogance, and even no authority. It was just a piece of godhood, a very pure godhood, apart from symbolizing the identity of God. It had no other use. Hu Yu tried to touch the godhood, but just as he raised his hand, he felt a sense of rejection. The godhood was rejecting the 7 deadly sins on him. This is not the godhood after the fall, nor is it the godhood used to enhance the divine fire. It still has the integrity of the godhood. Its current state is completely incompatible with its current nature. It is like boiling ice and stagnant fire. 2 completely contradictory states appear on this piece of godhood at the same time. Hu Yu frowned slightly, and threw a large detection spell directly. The next moment, a panel popped up in front of him. Name, blank godhood level, true god effect, pure godhood without any authority. The holder can obtain the body of a god, enjoy the status of a god, and be independent of the 7 deadly sins. Note, only white paper can contain infinity. Gulp. Hu Yu swallowed his saliva. This thing is worth more than any fragment of the godhead, or even any piece of godhead. A piece of godhead with infinite possibilities. With this thing, maybe you can leave the solar system barrier directly, according to the greedy divine thoughts of the first level. To leave the solar system, you need to kill the 3 corpses. But this piece of godhead, it is born without the 3 corpses. But then again, why did Lin Lian Xiaoxiao give this thing to Xiao Zisu? Just because the 2 were best friends before? No matter what the reason is, it is better not to let the other 2 gods find out about the existence of this thing. Put your things away first. Hu Yu frowned slightly. Now you also have a divine space, right? Yes. Xiao Zisu nodded slowly, and put the divine nature into the divine space. She also told me to wait for 5 hours. And after 5 hours, let me go to the eternal volcano to collect the divine fire. I originally wanted to ask where you were, but she didn't even give me a chance to speak, and directly opened up a divine space in my body, and stuffed the divine nature into my body. Then her life force began to fade away. I couldn't stop her in time, so she gave me her memories. I fell into them. And then, you appeared. What a good trick. Hu Yu lowered his eyelids and glanced at the corpse. First, he gave Xiao Zisu a time. 5 hours. If she really went to the unextinguishable volcano according to this time, even if it was 4 hours earlier, Hu Yu and others would have turned into ashes long ago. Telling her this time was just to dispel her concerns and paralyze her nerves. The real final time is actually the time for her to digest her memories. If Hu Yu and others had not teleported directly from the unextinguishable volcano back to the Star Destroyer, waiting for Xiao Zisu to digest her memories, and then slowly remembering Lin Lian Xiaoxiao, Hu Yu and the other 2 would have almost turned into ashes. This woman is really vicious. But why is she so malicious to herself, and so good to Xiao Zisu? Could it be? Hu Yu turned his head and looked at Xiao Zisu, with a little doubt in his eyes. Are the memories you got okay? Probably not. Xiao Zisu said as she took out another white ball of light. In order to prevent my memory from being biased and causing mental disorder, she compressed the memories into this ball of light for me. The memories will only appear in my mind when I need to receive them. For me, it's like watching a movie. Watching the life of a person with the same name and surname as me, and who looks the same as me. That's good. Hu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. From the current situation, it can be seen that Lin Lian Shishi's protection of Xiao Zisu is really from top to bottom. from beginning to end, and he is actually worried that she will have any problems. He even gave her the godhood, but he was still worried that her mind would be disordered. This move made him more interested. Yu put the corpse and the surrounding things into the space, and at the same time said to Xiao Zissou, "Put the things away first, and no matter what they ask you later, just say you know nothing. Don't expose the existence of the Godhead. When I'm sure there's no danger below, I'll find a chance to take you to collect the earth fire." "Yes," Xiao Zissou responded, and put the light ball into the Godhead space. "But what if they try to investigate or force me? With me here, they won't dare to force you," Yu said calmly. He was still confident about these two people, especially when jealousy gradually regained his humanity. But just in case, Yu also took a look at Xiao Zissou's current panel. Name: Xiao Zissou. Gender: female. Age: 22. Status: undetectable. Skills: undetectable. Personality: undetectable. Purity: 97. Favorability: 98 as expected. After absorbing the divine nature, Xiao Zissou's rank was also upgraded to the level of a true god, and some information became undetectable. At the same time, her favorability towards herself also increased a little. In this situation, if Lin Xiaoxiao and the others really wanted to investigate her, they might find some clues. It seems that we still have to think of some means. Yu's eyes turned, and then he put the sofa out again. "Well, you lie on the sofa and pretend to faint. I'll take care of it later." "Fake faint?" Xiao Zissou smiled bitterly. "Isn't it a bit too hasty to use this method on two gods? Don't worry. Just lie down. I'll take care of the rest." "Okay." After saying that, Xiao Zissou lay on the sofa. She tilted her head and was about to ask Yu how to deal with it when a muffled sound came from the back of her head. Before she could ask, she had fainted, pretending to be unconscious. Of course, would not fool those two guys. But it was not certain that she would be truly unconscious. Everything was done. Yu checked 3 times to make sure that there was no trace of the blank Godhead left. And then he put the outer layer of barrier into the space. Almost at the same time, he stepped forward and picked up Xiao Zissou by the waist, frowning and walking outside. "It's been so long. There should be a lot of creatures gathered outside. You two go and deal with it first. I'll come over after I settle her down." "Yeah," Lin Xiaoxiao responded, but also stopped in front of Yu and glanced at Xiao Zissou, revealing some concern in her eyes. "Is she okay?" "Don't worry. She's fine," Yu replied, holding Xiao Zissou and walked towards the lounge of the Star Destroyer. However, Xiao Zissou's concern just now was obviously a little wrong. If they just met, why would she care so much about Xiao Zissou? Could it be that she and Xiao Zissou have some relationship? It shouldn't be. Lin Xiaoxiao's memory has been fully awakened. If she really has some relationship with Xiao Zissou, it is impossible that she didn't tell herself until now. That's right. Yu carried Xiao Zissou all the way to the lounge. When he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something. He pushed the door open and entered. Instead of waking up Xiao Zissou, he put her on the bed and asked Xiao Hai beside him. "Xiao Hai, do you have a database of the population on Blue Star?" "Yes." Xiao Hai's voice sounded immediately, when it was separated by Xiao Hai Bin Hai. Its intention was to assist Yu, so it naturally had all the databases. "Brother, is there something wrong? I want to check Lin Xiaoxiao's information." "Okay." Xiao Hai responded quickly, and then projected Lin Xiaoxiao's information on the wall. "It is detected that you have checked the information of one of Lin Xiaoxiao's, and the Lin Xiaoxiao has been automatically selected for you." "Yes." Yu responded and cast his eyes to the wall. Previously, he only noticed that this Lin Xiaoxiao looked exactly like Ao Kong, and did not pay attention to other information, but only noticed her location in a flash. Now looking back, I found something wrong. Yujing? She lived in Yujing, the same place as Xiao Zissou. Yu frowned slightly. Get Xiao Zissou's information as well. "Yes, brother." A response fell. Xiao Zissou's information also appeared next to Lin Xiaoxiao's information. After comparing, Yu was stunned. Similar. Too similar. The age difference between the two was less than 8 months. And they were born in the same year. Their birthplaces were less than 1 district apart. They went to the same kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school. The same class. When they went to college, they were even admitted to the same school. The only difference was their major. One was Chinese medicine, and the other was maintenance and care. The information can only be accurate to this point. Hu Yu didn't know if they were in the same class, nor could he be sure if they knew each other. However, this was too much of a coincidence. If we bring in Lin Lian Shishio's situation, the two must have known each other. But if it was Lin Xiaoxiao in this era, she obviously didn't know him. No, not just this era. Lin Xiaoxiao in the last era shouldn't have known him either. Wait! Hu Yu suddenly had an idea and suddenly grasped a problem. The iteration of arrogance. The arrogance of this generation is Lin Xiaoxiao. And the arrogance of the previous generation is the existence replaced by Lin Xiaoxiao. The generation before that, it was Lin Xiaoxiao again. How is this possible? If every generation of arrogance is Lin Xiaoxiao, it means that every time arrogance wins, it will choose itself in that era as a candidate. Then doesn't she know that she will be replaced? Isn't this stupid? Too coincidental. All this is too coincidental. Hu Yu frowned and looked at Xiao Zisa lying on the bed. Frowning slightly, a bad possibility emerged in his mind. What if all this was planned by Lin Lian Xiaoxiao? Chapter 478 Auntie. Of course, all this is Hu Yu's guess. If you want to know what's going on, you probably have to find Lin Xiaoxiao to check the details. Although she has regained her humanity, it doesn't mean that she has all the memories of the last era. Hu Yu settled Xiao Zisa down and set up a space barrier at the door to ensure that no one would come to disturb her. And then he slowly left. He flashed in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. At this time, Lin Xiaoxiao had already transformed into a dragon, organizing the dragons that had come from all over, while Jealousy was hanging aside, holding an ice cola that he had brought from somewhere, and drinking it on the sofa. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao lecturing, Hu Yu did not disturb her, but came to Jealousy and stood silently. Seeing Hu Yu coming over, Jealousy immediately waved and said, "Hey, you came just in time. Do you have egg tarts? Give me 2 boxes. I'm craving this." Hu Yu was speechless for a while, but still took out a box of egg tarts and handed it to Jealousy, and said speechlessly, "You have completely become a human now? What do you mean by becoming a human? You make me sound like a goblin who just transformed." Andy said unhappily, took out an egg tart and stuffed it into his mouth. His eyes brightened. Is this from the one in Ao Island? It's very tasteful. Hu Yu frowned and asked immediately, "Have you been to Ao Island?" "Of course." Indy raised his head and said immediately, "I grew up in Ao Island." Wait, Bubu also likes to eat egg tarts. And he also grew up in Ao Island. Could it be that Jealousy is also related to someone around him like Lin Xiaoxiao? Oh, is that so? Hu Yu suppressed his surprise, sat next to Jealousy, took out the second box of egg tarts and pushed it in front of her. "I have been to Ao Island before. What's your name? Maybe I have seen you in this era." "See me in this era? Don't be kidding." Jealousy lay on the sofa and said casually, "After I became Jealousy, I searched countless eras, trying to find myself in that era and make up for some regrets. But I didn't find the same existence. Have you seen me? Unless it's in a dream." "No." Hu Yu was stunned, glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao in the distance, and said after a few breaths, "How could there be no? There is another Lin Xiaoxiao in my era." "Bullshit. The same name and surname," Jealousy said disapprovingly. "Although my memory is still a little fuzzy, I definitely remember this clearly. I have searched for no less than 10 epochs, but I have not found the same me. If you don't believe me, I will give you the information. And you can find it for me?" "Okay." Hu Yu said a word. It's not that he doesn't believe in Jealousy, but it's better to confirm this kind of thing. "Name? Yu Qianqian." Hu Yu immediately took out the small C divider he carried with him, entered the name into it, and then locked on 3 Yu Qianqians in Ao Island. It's just that the age and appearance of these 3 Yu Qianqians don't match Jealousy. He couldn't help but look at Jealousy and asked, "You used to look like this?" "Nonsense," Jealousy said casually without paying attention to the results of Hu Yu's search, as if he had already made up his mind. "So, you didn't find me, right?" Hu Yu nodded in response, and then looked at Lin Xiaoxiao's back again. "Then how did she do it?" "Who knows?" Jealousy spat out a word, and couldn't help looking at Lin Xiaoxiao, with a hint of doubt in his eyes, and couldn't help but confirm with Hu Yu, "Did you really find another her?" Hu Yu smiled, spit out 2 words and walked away. Guess. Lin Xiaoxiao had just made a pre-war mobilization, and had sent out those dragons to start a siege against those races under the eternal volcano. When he came over, those dragons also flew downwards. What? Are you planning to wipe out the remnants? Who you couldn't help but tease. We're just encircling them, not destroying them. Lin Xiaoxiao explained casually. Hasn't it been confirmed that the exit is below the eternal volcano? When the humans come later, we have to open up a safe passage. Right? You're really thoughtful. By the way, Lin Xiaoxiao didn't forget to look at Hu Yu while talking. How is she? Here she comes. In order to not deliberately introduce Lin Xiaoxiao into the topic, Hu Yu did not take the initiative to mention it, but waited for her to take the initiative to mention it, so that it would not be too deliberate. Right now, Zissou? Fortunately, except for some mental impact, there is no big problem. That's good. By the way, Hu Yu approached Lin Xiaoxiao and asked tentatively. You were also in Yujing before. Did you know Zissou before? Huh? Was she also in Yujing before? Lin Xiaoxiao's tone was a little surprised. I didn't hear any accent on her. You don't have any either? Hu Yu chuckled and then asked tentatively. Are you sure your memory has been fully restored? Of course. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. Then turned to look at Hu Yu. Why do you ask? Is there a problem? No. I just want to confirm it. Hu Yu responded calmly, and did not continue to ask. What he wanted to confirm has been confirmed. Lin Xiaoxiao did not know Xiao Zissou before. This is strange. Lin Lian Xiaoxiao knew Xiao Zissou in the era she lived in. And even if Lin Xiaoxiao recovered all her memories, she did not know the existence of Xiao Zissou before. But the good feelings between the two people just after meeting are not fake. All this, what is going on? If Lin Lian Xiaoxiao is still alive, it would be great if he uses force to coerce the other party. Maybe he can find out the truth. What a pity. Now we can only know the truth after Xiao Zissou wakes up and digests all the other memories. Hey! Wait! In addition to Xiao Zissou, isn't there another person related to Lin Lian Xiaoxiao here? Fire Phoenix. In order to explore the situation under the eternal volcano, Hu Yu sealed it in space and hid it in a nearby space crack. Even if Lin Lian Xiaoxiao came out, he might not be able to find it in the space gap. Then I'll leave this to you. Hu Yu looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and said, I'll go back to see Zissou. I think the main force should be here soon. You watch it. Yes. Lin Xiaoxiao responded, and didn't think anything was wrong. Hu Yu flashed and moved to the Star Destroyer, making sure that Lin Xiaoxiao and Yu Qianqian didn't notice it, and then moved again to a place tens of thousands of kilometers away from the unextinguishable volcano. Pa! With a crisp sound, Hu Yu snapped his fingers. The fire phoenix in the space crack also fell out from his eyes. Before it opened its beak, Hu Yu spoke first. And Jing, you answer whatever I ask. Understand? And Jing, you colorful spiral turtle egg. The fire phoenix cursed immediately, and he scanned the surrounding environment with cold eyes. You are also quite capable. After entering the volcano, you could escape from my aunt's hands. But that's all. Now you are still being chased by my aunt and fled here? If you know what's good for you, let me go quickly. Otherwise, my aunt will come over later, hee hee. What if your aunt comes over? Hu Yu raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Then I will definitely cut you into 8 pieces, torn into pieces by 5 horses, or tortured to death. The words were not finished yet. Hu Yu directly released Lin Lian Xiaoxiao's body. As the familiar appearance appeared, Hua Feng was stunned. Here! Hu Yu took out a saw from the space. What was your first word? Chop it into pieces. Right? Do you want to chop it horizontally or vertically? Auntie! A howl resounded through the sky. Hu Yu quickly put the corpse into the space and covered the guy's mouth, fearing that this howl would make the other guys howl. He really didn't expect the fire phoenix to react like this. He had already prepared measures to prevent a counterattack. But who knew it would turn out like this? Keep your voice down. Hu Yu held Hua Feng's beak tightly with both hands. If you howl again, I'll send you to see your aunt. Woo, woo. Hua Feng pinched her throat and sobbed, her eyes full of tears, like a wronged young wife who had experienced great grievances and had to swallow them with broken teeth. Shut up. With a roar, Hua Feng took a breath of cold air and immediately shut up, not daring to make any more sounds. Be good. Hu Yu raised his hand and fell on Hua Feng's head, gently rubbing it. As long as you cooperate, both you and your aunt will be fine. One lives well, and the other will not be hurt. The fire phoenix nodded with tears in her eyes, but she did not dare to make any sound. Seeing this, Hu put Lin Lian Xiaoxiao's body into the space. He sat in front of the fire phoenix and said calmly, "Start from the beginning. How did you and your aunt meet?" "Woo! Woo!" The fire phoenix whimpered twice and flapped its wings, as if gesturing something. Hu frowned and immediately raised his hand to hit Huafeng. "If you show me your meaningless sign language again, I will let you see what real sign language is." "Didn't you tell me not to speak?" Huafeng said with a stiff neck. "If I speak, I will die. If I don't speak, I will be beaten. What do you want from me?" Hu was stunned. He suddenly realized that Huafeng had never been in contact with creatures from the outside world since he was a child. He was just forced to be the first layer of protection for the eternal volcano by Lin Lian Xiaoxiao. Even if his brain is no different from that of a normal creature. In this case, his thinking logic is no different from that of a child. "Okay." Hu took a deep breath and planned to give him another chance. "Now you do whatever I say. Do you understand?" "I understand." Chapter 479 Lin Lian Xiaoxiao takes over the body. The immortal fire domain. After giving Huafeng a good lesson, Hu adjusted his mood and looked at Huafeng in front of him. "Okay. Now you can tell me how you know your aunt," Hu said, and did not forget to confirm again. "Remember? Don't use sign language." "Oh," Huafeng replied, and then fell into memories. It was a sunny afternoon. Hu took a deep breath, and helplessness appeared in his eyes. As expected, opportunities should be reserved for those who are prepared. Fire Phoenix? Not worthy. He casually pulled out a 40-meter-long machete and put it on Fire Phoenix's neck. "You have one more chance to organize your words. 3 seconds. 3. Hatch. After my mother hatched me, the second person she saw was my aunt." Hu smiled with satisfaction. "That's right. This kind of efficiency looks like effective communication. Go on. Start talking after you hatch." "After hatching, my mother left. You saw the only impression of my mother on me before." Huafeng lowered her voice, with a little sob in her tone. "In the following years, it was my aunt who took care of me and raised me. She was like my father." "Wait." Hu frowned slightly. "Go back. Do you remember how your mother left? Where did she go?" "Please, ancestors. I was just hatched from an egg at that time. What could I know?" "Really?" Hu narrowed his eyes slightly. "If you don't remember anything, how did you remember your mother's appearance?" "Yes." Huafeng pondered for a few breaths, and then came back to his senses. "I remember that my mother's appearance was actually told to me by my aunt. So, it is possible that she lied to me. And my aunt is actually my mother." "Thank you," Huafeng said, and did not forget to step forward and hold Hu's hands. "Thank you. Let me know who my real mother is." Hu didn't say anything, but squinted his eyes and looked at the fire phoenix in front of him silently. Sure enough, there's no way to fool him like this. The fire phoenix lowered its head and muttered. It stepped back a few steps and looked at Hu in front of it and said, "Since you can kill my aunt, you should have seen the underground fire under the magma." "Right?" Hu showed a barely perceptible smile in his eyes. Finally, he got to the point. However, he didn't answer what the fire phoenix knew, but just waited silently, waiting for him to tell the really important information. "There is a passage under the underground fire," Huafeng said calmly. "My mother left from there. But after my mother left, my aunt sealed a layer of underground fire on the passage. And under the underground fire, I haven't been there either. I just know that my aunt threw all kinds of corpses into it." "Wait," Hu interrupted Huafeng. "You said that your mother left right after you hatched. This should also be false." "Right? Of course. No matter how talented I am, it is impossible for me to remember these things right after I was born," Huafeng said with a smile, and then said to Hu, "My mother left probably in the first year after I was born. After that, my aunt has been taking care of me. Didn't you ask who taught me those skills before? My aunt is like my father and my master." "Oh!" Hu raised his voice and narrowed his eyes. "Then you don't hate me? What if I say that my aunt told me that she would die a long time ago?" "What do you mean?" Huafeng chuckled and stopped pretending to be the silly son of a landlord. He shuddered, as if the whole bird's temperament had changed. If just now, he was like a sparrow in the skin of a fire phoenix, now Huafeng is a true phoenix. The meaning is very simple. Huafeng looked at Hu and said calmly, "As early as 900 years ago, my aunt told me one thing. The only reason she stayed here was to wait for someone. If that person arrives, she will die naturally. I don't need to seek revenge or hate anyone. After she dies, I will protect the person who caused her death, stay close to her, and ensure that she will not be bullied. So, Hua Feng looked at Hu Yu and slowly said, you are not the one who made her willing to die, but you got her body. This means that the person is very close to you, right? Tell me who she is. As long as I protect her and leave the endless holy tower, my mission will be completed. As for why I lied to you just now, Hua Feng raised a sneer at the corner of her mouth. I want to see if you are as stupid as those creatures under the volcano. Now it seems that I underestimated you. I can apologize to you. Of course, you can also choose to kill me. Anyway, it's easy for you. Hu Yu didn't say anything, just stood there frowning and thinking. If what Hua Feng said was true, it would be too scary. You should know that the reason why Xiao Zissou came in was the result of the superposition of multiple factors, including but not limited to Hu Yu took Bubu to Yujing for medical treatment and met her. She followed Hu Yu through life and death together, and finally survived in the end of the world. Hu Yu gained the upper hand in the competition with the previous generation of greed, and became the new generation of greed. The two were selected by the endless holy tower at the same time, and finally entered the third level. Any link in this is indispensable. How did Lin Lian Xiaoxiao know that she would be willing to die? Weird. It's really weird. But after excluding all possibilities, there is only the last possibility. Just as he had speculated before. All of this was planned by Lin Lian Xiaoxiao. Only in this way can it be explained why she was able to make a prophecy more than 900 years ago. Why she could stay here with the identity of pride. And after the new pride appeared outside, the candidate chosen was Lin Xiaoxiao again. Why is the only difference between the two Lin Xiaoxiao whether they know Xiao Zissou? There is, and only this possibility, for all deductions to be valid. But how did she do it? Spanning 3 eras, and finally achieving her goal. If she only relies on herself, it should be impossible to achieve such an achievement. There must be a part of greed in it. It's him again. As long as we find him, we can know all the secrets. But Hu Yu couldn't help but sigh silently. Good news. At least we found the next clue. Bad news. This clue is now outside the solar system. It is as difficult to find the other party and seek answers as to leave the endless holy tower directly. Anything else? Hu Yu then asked. Anything else that you should tell me? But you haven't told me yet. No more. Hua Feng replied. Then moved closer to Hu Yu and said with a smile, are you not going to kill me? Why should I kill you? To eat roasted chicken? Hu Yu replied unhappily. That's great, Hua Feng said with a smile, her eyes sparkling with a sparkling light. So, can you tell me who that person is? I also want to know what kind of existence can make my aunt willing to die. Of course. Hu Yu raised a kind smile at the corner of his mouth. No. After saying these two words, he directly put the fire phoenix into the space crack and carried it with him. This way of carrying is more advanced than the poke ball. As long as Hu Yu is willing, he can take him out of the space crack at any time. Now the doubts have been solved in stages. Unless the previous greed is found, this problem cannot be completely solved. So, the most important thing now is to leave the endless holy tower. Hu Yu moved back to the sky above the eternal volcano. At this time, the human race also brought the little blue-skinned people, the octopus people, the mutant sea beasts, and the red-skinned lobsters to the bottom of the immortal volcano, with the dragons leading the way. They did not encounter any obstacles on the way up the mountain. Of course, they were not idle. Guanli and others were in the team. They led the team to be united enough. Except for a few weak people who followed the team up the mountain. All the existences above the legendary level were sent to combat missions. Some were behind the team, and some were responsible for opening the way with the dragons in the front. Under Lin Xixiao's command, the tribes cooperated well. Seeing Hu Yu coming back, Lin Xiaoxiao turned to look at him. How is Zissou? Not bad, Hu Yu perfunctorily said, then looked at the eternal volcano in front of him. Can you reach the top of the mountain within the expected time? Yes, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, frowning slightly. But I didn't expect that you didn't just use the greedy power to bring them together. This doesn't seem like your style. I just want them to exercise. Hu Yu shrugged and smiled. There are not many opportunities like this to promote racial unity. Under the condition of ensuring relative safety, I will still let the children go and try their luck. What about the children? Brother? You are not even 30 yet. So what? Isn't it okay if you are older mentally? Hu Yu shrugged. turned around and flew towards the Star Destroyer. Call me anytime if there is any problem outside. I will continue to watch. Yeah. Huyu moved back to the Star Destroyer. When he just returned to the room, he was stunned. Xiao Zissou, who had been unconscious before, had woken up and was now sitting at the head of the bed, looking at him quietly. Her eyes looked very much like Lin Lianxixia as before. Huyu was about to say hello when a flash of horror suddenly flashed across his eyes. Wait! If all this was planned by Lin Lianxiao, then could she take this opportunity to fake her death and take over Xiao Zissou's body? After all, maybe this is the only way to let her leave the endless holy tower with an identity other than arrogance. Chapter 480 Xiao Xiao. Thank you. Why are you looking at me like that? Xiao Zissou asked in confusion. Is there something wrong? From her tone, she was no different from normal. Still the Xiao Zissou that Huyu was most familiar with. Could it be? Gun was just his illusion. No. For Zissou's safety, he had to confirm again and again that there was no problem. As a person who had been possessed by another body, he knew that possessing another body was the same as being missing. There was also a golden rescue time. If the person was not rescued after that time, the possibility of waking him up would be greatly reduced. So no matter what, he had to test it. Even if Xiao Zissou blamed him in the future, he had to eliminate this risk factor first. It's okay. Huyu smiled very skillfully and greeted Xiao Zissou. Did you just wake up? Or have you been awake for a while? To be precise, I've been awake for 5 minutes and 6 seconds, Xiao Zissou said. Then looked at Huyu. How is it? Am I safe now? Yeah. Huyu nodded in response. He sat down next to Xiao Zissou, struggling for a few breaths, and countless ways to verify her identity flashed through his mind. But no matter which method, it seemed that it would damage their relationship. If the suspicion is true, then he has to find a way to kick Lin Lianxiao out of Xiao Zissou's body before he completely takes over her body. Oh! No. Who said that all methods will cause damage? Isn't there a way to distinguish the identities of the two and quickly warm up the relationship between Huyu and Xiao Zissou? Huyu raised his hand and placed it on Xiao Zissou's shoulder, gently rubbing it. It's very safe now. The human race and other races are also climbing the eternal volcano. When they reach the top of the mountain, we will set out to find the exit under the eternal volcano. You will have to collect the underground fire when the time comes. Otherwise, let alone finding an exit, even if you just see the underground fire, you may have been burned to ashes by the temperature outside. While saying this, Huyu's hands were not idle, and he reached down along his shoulders. Snap! With a crisp sound, Xiao Zissou's pretty face was slightly red, and she raised her hand and placed it on the back of Huyu's hand. What are you doing? You are thinking about these things when there is something serious to do? Are you serious at all? This is not serious, Huyu said righteously. Human reproduction is the most important thing in the end times. Comrade, your ideological awareness is not good enough. Let me make up for it. No. There is not enough time for class. It's too late. It's okay. It's the same as taking a small class. More than 3,000 words were burned here by the eternal volcano. Half an hour later, with the last little blue man climbing to the top of the eternal volcano, the team-building mountaineering activities of the 6 major races have come to an end. Just as Lin Xiaoxiao was about to inform Huyu of the news, 2 figures came out of the Star Destroyer and landed beside her. Lin Xiaoxiao noticed something was wrong in an instant. She turned around and looked at Huyu and the other person, with a hint of intriguing confusion in her eyes. There was no other way. This was the biggest drawback of this method. When they came out, they would definitely attract Lin Xiaoxiao's strange eyes and observations, and maybe even a few sarcastic remarks. Ahem. Huyu coughed twice to divert her attention. Have we reached the top of the mountain? Yes. Lin Xiaoxiao said 2 words calmly, and then said to Huyu unhappily, Please, we are just partners. I am not your servant. Can't you see this kind of thing with your own eyes? Sorry. I'm used to it. But then again, Lin Xiaoxiao frowned and looked at the scene in front of him. Although everyone's water level is still above the passing line, there is no need to be too anxious. But do you really intend to let them go on like this? Once they come into contact with that earth fire, I'm afraid that creatures below the myth level will be vaporized instantly. Don't worry. Huyu raised his hand and placed it on Xiao Zissou's shoulder, patting her twice. Zissou can solve the problem of the earth fire. She? Lin Xiaoxiao asked in confusion. Are you sure? She is just a— Wait! How can she? Lin Xiaoxiao saw that something was wrong with Xiao Zissou at a glance. Her status was actually on par with the 7 gods. And she didn't belong to any of the 7 deadly sins. For those who had worked so hard to obtain the status of the 7 gods, this kind of thing was as terrifying as listening to the red wedding dress in the middle of the night on the Ghost Festival. Yes. Xiao Zissou spoke calmly, saying to Lin Xiaoxiao, I am also a god. This was the idea she and Hu Yu came up with after class. First of all, Xiao Zissou's identity as a god cannot be hidden. Neither she nor Hu Yu have the means and methods to hide the existence of a person of the same status. If there is a greed mask, it can be done. But it is a pity that it is a bound equipment and can only be used by Hu Yu. So, hiding it is definitely not possible. Since it can't be hidden, just be open and honest. As long as it is ensured that the soul in Xiao Zissou's body is not Lin Lian Xiaoxiao, there will be no big problem. As for this issue, Hu Yu has completely ruled out the suspicion of Xiao Zissou. After all, even Lin Xiaoxiao can't go to class with him. So how can Lin Lian Xiaoxiao use Xiao Zissou's body to go to class? Then the matter is simple. Isn't it just a new god? Hu Yu still has the confidence to keep it. What is going on? Lin Xiaoxiao frowned and said, Where did her godhood come from? Another arrogant? Or is it something you made? What did I miss? Several questions came up one after another. Hu Yu did not answer, but just cast a look at Xiao Zissou. The latter immediately understood, stepped forward and hugged Lin Xiaoxiao. Instantly, Lin Xiaoxiao's brain crashed. His 2 hands hung on Xiao Zissou's back. He was at a loss what to do. His eyes were full of confusion. What is this for? Xiaoxiao. Thank you, Xiao Zissou said, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had discussed this matter with Hu Yu. After she woke up, another Xiao Zissou's life was also played back in front of her. When she was 4 years old, she first met Lin Xiaoxiao. They met in kindergarten. At that time, Xiao Zissou was weak and timid. Like a kitten, she only dared to hide from everyone she met. But the more she did this, the more people bullied her. In order to protect her, Lin Xiaoxiao picked up the apple from the teacher's plate and smashed the heads of the 3 little boys. The 2 have since become each other's best friends. They skipped rubber ropes in elementary school, wrote love letters to the boys they liked together in junior high school, scolded teachers together in high school, skipped classes together in college, traveled together, and pursued their dreams. Even after entering society, one of them became a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and the other became a financial elite in a financial institution near the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. The lives of the 2 are like 2 identical lines, intertwined since the age of 4. It can be said that Lin Xiaoxiao has known Xiao Zissou like a sister since childhood, and has always protected the weaker Xiao Zissou. Except for the absence of Lin Xiaoxiao, Xiao Zissou's life is exactly the same as in that memory. It's just that the lives of the 2 Xiao Zissou changed a few days before the end of the world. One Xiao Zissou met Hu Yu in Yujing, was taken to Jinling, and became the current Xiao Zissou. And the other Xiao Zissou went to Sakura Country to find her parents the day before the end of the world, and was trapped in Sakura Country because of the global rainstorm. At that time, Lin Xiaoxiao gradually gained the ability of arrogance. She couldn't find her best friend, but she kept asking for her news by her own means. Unfortunately, when she had the ability and found Xiao Zissou, she couldn't even have a complete body. After listening to Xiao Zissou's description, Hu Yu thought about it and decided to let Xiao Zissou tell Lin Xiaoxiao all this. Although she is different from her before, they are all in a cooperative relationship. If this kind of thing is not made clear, there may be a gap in future cooperation. What's more, Xiao Zissou's favorability towards Lin Xiaoxiao increased sharply after reading that memory. Even though she knew that the other party was not Lin Xiaoxiao who was protecting her, and she also knew that she was not Xiao Zissou who was protected by Lin Xiaoxiao, the immersive experience was enough to make her have an extreme favorability towards Lin Xiaoxiao. That's why there was this hug. Lin Xiaoxiao was a little at a loss, and couldn't help wondering, what exactly happened? Can I know some details first? Before Hu Yu could answer, Yu Qianqian suddenly dodged and came directly to the side of the crowd. She saw Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zissou hugging each other, and her pupils lit up immediately. And she exclaimed, What? You actually did this behind my back? I don't care. I want to add one too. Add you a big head ghost. Hu Yu rolled his eyes and pulled Xiao Zissou back from Lin Shishi's arms. Anyway, this is what happened. Let's go down first. And you can follow us after we make sure there is no danger below. After that, he pulled Xiao Zissou and moved directly to the underground fire. In the underground fire, countless arrogant corpses were still roaring in the fire. Especially when they saw that the guy who had beaten them up was back again. And he appeared outside the underground fire. Although they couldn't beat Hu, it didn't stop them from roaring at him. Ignore them, Hu said and looked at Xiao Zissou, his eyes full of expectation. How about it? Can you collect all the underground fire? Of course. Xiao Zissou chuckled and said, imitating Hu's previous gesture, raising his hand to the underground fire in front. Collect. Chapter 481. Collect the underground fire and open the passage. As soon as the voice fell, the various strange beasts in the underground fire were stunned for a moment, and then immediately roared and counterattacked Hu and the others more fiercely. The underground fire in front of him was not collected into the space by Xiao Zissou as imagined. Hu had several question marks on his head and looked at Xiao Zissou beside him and asked, "What's the situation? What's the problem?" "No." Xiao Zissou had a smile on his lips. "I just wanted to pretend a little. But I found that collecting this requires a little more seriousness and concentration. I'll do it again." "Okay." Hu was helpless. "What else can you do with the wife you found? You can only spoil her." He took a half step back again and came behind Xiao Zissou. "You continue?" "Yeah." Xiao Zissou nodded in response. Then sat cross-legged and sacrificed the godhead obtained from Lin Lian Xiaoxiao, hanging in the air. When the godhead appeared, all those strange beasts stopped in the earth fire, like sealed sculptures, unable to move at all petrified. And the earth fire below was like being attracted by something, gradually moving towards the godhead. When the earth fire touched the godhead, a huge suction force suddenly came. In just a blink of an eye, the endless earth fire that could trap Hu and the other three gods in it, and make them unable to move, was now completely absorbed into the godhead space. At the same time, it also included those strange beasts. The originally blank divine nature was also stained with a layer of red. Huh? Xiao Zissou exhaled a breath of turbid air, and put the divine nature back into the space. She turned to look at Hu. "Done!" Hu immediately stepped forward with a questioning look in his eyes. "Have you also put those strange beasts into the divine nature space?" "Of course," Xiao Zissou responded, as if she knew what Hu wanted to ask, and immediately said, "As long as I want. I can call them out at any time. Can they listen to you?" Hu's pupils were filled with surprise. "Of course," Xiao Zissou said, as a matter of course, "since they are in my divine space. They are naturally my children. If they don't listen to me, who else can they listen to?" Hiss. Hu couldn't help but take a breath. He had to marvel at the legacy that Lin Lian Xiaoxiao left for Xiao Zissou. Those are strange beasts transformed from the body of pride. Even though Hu and others can kill these strange beasts in one move, those guys are actually pseudo-gods in the underground fire. They are pseudo-gods who have fallen from true gods. Fire Phoenix? They won't be able to fill their teeth even if they go in. According to a rough estimate, there are at least more than 100 strange beasts in the underground fire. Just think about it, 100 immortal pseudo-gods are released at will. And at the same time, there is a true god standing by to support them. Who can beat this? Current pride? Hu thought about it. If someone really provokes Xiao Zissou, and has the current pride to support him, and shakes the current pride over, then what they might face are two true gods. If I had offended Xiao Zissou, there might be more than just Ao Chong coming. Those who had been tricked by me before would probably not miss this opportunity. What are you thinking? Xiao Zissou raised her hand and waved it in front of Hu. Didn't you say that the exit is under the underground fire? Take me to see it. Okay, boss. Hu said it casually, and took Xiao Zissou to move directly to the place where the sky curtain was found before. The layer of volcanic rock that had just been broken had not yet recovered. The sky curtain was still below, and the text had not changed at all. Water content. Xiao Zissou muttered as she looked at the text above. Then asked Hu if this water content refers to the value on our current panel. How can we extract it? After we kill the creature, won't the water content be directly counted in our panel? So this is what I don't understand. Hu frowned and replied, if this water content refers to ordinary water content, then this requirement is too simple. Apart from anything else. Too. A mouthful of saliva fell directly on the sky. affected by the residual high temperature around. The saliva vaporized on the sky in just a moment. But in the end, there was still water falling on the sky. Huyu helplessly spread his hands. You see, ordinary water doesn't have this effect. This is the simplest verification method. Even if there are more than 100 billion tons of water resources in Huyu's space, it will not be wasted where it shouldn't be wasted. Maybe it's because of the quantity? Xiao Zissou asked on the side. I thought about this too. Huyu looked up at the sky as he spoke. If you want to sprinkle water on the sky, you must extinguish the magma of the volcano and collect the underground fire. Otherwise, even if there is more water, after crossing these two things, there will only be a ball of water vapor. Just like us now. After solving the problems of magma and underground fire, the entire eternal volcano becomes a huge cup. If it is really a problem of water volume, it is likely that it will be too difficult to fill the entire underground fire pit. Or, fill the entire eternal volcano. Too difficult. Xiao Zissou frowned and responded. Even if we ignore the temperature factor, it is a huge challenge to fill the entire eternal volcano with water. How big is the eternal volcano? It is about 10,000 meters high, and the diameter ranges from 3,000 meters to 100 meters, forming an irregular cylinder. Not to mention the underground fire cave under 10,000 meters. The location of the underground fire is not in the volcano, but a new space opened up by Lin Lian Xiaoxiao under the magma. Although it is not big, it is enough for tens of thousands of cubic kilometers. If you want to fill it with the water described on the panel, even if you kill all the people from the 6 tribes, you still can't fill it up. But if you want to fill it with ordinary water, it's difficult. But you can give it a try. Don't worry. We are ready. Huyu smiled at Xiao Zissou. Now, just wait for them to come down, and the plan can continue. That's good, Xiao Zissou said with a smile, never doubting what Huyu said. In this case, after taking the underground fire away, I will just be a salted fish. Now Xiao Zissou has considered the problem, and he naturally thought about it with Lin Xiaoxiao and jealousy. No matter what, he wants to gather the members of each tribe together and try to fill the underground fire pit with ordinary water. If it succeeds, everyone will be happy. If it doesn't work, try to fill the entire volcano with ordinary water. If it doesn't work, Huyu has no other choice but to start killing. Start with the local residents behind the unextinguishable fire region. If it's not enough, kill the red skin lobsters, octopuses, and mutant sea beasts. Of course, it would be best not to use this last method. Huyu used his greedy power to send a signal to Lin Xiaoxiao and Yu Qianqian outside, indicating that they could bring people down. Soon, the tribes began to come down from the top of the volcano. Lin Xiaoxiao and Yu Qianqian arrived at the underground fire pit first. Looking at the disappearing underground fire, their eyes were filled with disbelief. So fast? What about the underground fire and those strange beasts? Almost at the same time, the two people asked questions directly. Huyu did not answer, but pointed directly at the previous sky curtain. Let's do this first. I'm not sure if the first attempt will succeed. If it succeeds, we will probably be scattered when we reach the 4th floor. It's better to think of a way to gather quickly. It's better to work together than to act alone. I agree, Yu Qianqian replied. Lin Xiaoxiao said. It's easy to say, but no one knows what the environment of the 4th floor is like. It's easy for us to gather together, but those followers are not easy to deal with. I guess the next one is either related to gold or wood. While those followers were coming down, Huyu said, the first 3 are earth, water, and fire. If you say that this 4th floor has nothing to do with the 5 elements, I will never believe it. Gold and wood. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned and said, there are too many connections between these two, and it is impossible to determine the specific appearance of the next level. This is simple. Huyu raised his hand and pointed at Minono, who was about to land in the crowd. Did you see her? Let her pass the first 10, and we will leave a mark on her. Then we will find her first. When her level is upgraded, her ability will naturally be refreshed, and she can build a signal tower. I will give each tribe a mobile phone that can receive signals, so that they can at least contact each other and find the surrounding dependent tribes. I have no objection, Yu Qianqian said immediately. For her, as long as she can get out. These dependent tribes don't matter. Okay. Lin Xiaoxiao also responded immediately. Okay then. Huyu said 2 words. The top 10 order is the 5 of us, plus Minono. And the remaining 4 places are 2 dragons and 2 mutant sea beasts. As for the remaining 90 places in the first 100, 20 for humans, 20 for the dragons who have made contributions this time, 20 for mutant sea beasts, 20 for little blue-skinned people, and the remaining 10, 5 each for octopus people and red-skinned lobsters. Everyone nodded in agreement with this allocation plan. Unequal allocation of places? If the strengths are not equal, how can the allocation be equal? As the last little blue-skinned person came to the underground fire pit, Huyu also waved his hand and arranged a small space that could isolate moisture, and at the same time pulled the fire phoenix in the space crack into the space. If possible, he would also bring the fire phoenix with him. Get ready, Huyu said, and the creatures of all races around him immediately became alert and did not dare to slack off. The next moment, the seawater that had been stored in the space suddenly poured out. In less than half a minute, the entire Earth fire space was filled with seawater. But the sky below did not move at all. Huyu frowned and opened the space again. Again! Seawater poured in from all directions again. The water pressure began to rise continuously, until the first drop of seawater overflowed from the top of the unextinguishable volcano. The sky in front of everyone also flashed a dazzling purple light. Chapter 482, the 4th floor. After the purple light dissipated, a portal appeared in front of him. The passage is open. But Huyu couldn't help but frown and stood in front of the passage without moving forward. He didn't go into the passage. And Xiao Zissou, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Yu Qianqian beside him didn't dare to move rashly, for fear of any problems. The former was concerned about whether Huyu had found any problems, but the latter was simply afraid that he had been tricked. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but step forward and glanced at the passage. He didn't find any problems, so he couldn't help but ask Huyu, "Is there any problem?" "No." Huyu shook his head and spat out 2 words, then looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and said, "How about you go in first and we'll follow later? Do you think I'm wise?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked directly. Anyone can see that Huyu's condition is not right, or it's because of the passage in front of him. If you say that there is no problem with this passage, Lin Xiaoxiao doesn't believe it. Okay. Huyu shrugged and said, "In fact, I'm not completely sure. It's just a feeling and a guess." "What guess?" Yu Qianqian asked immediately. "Don't you think this portal is very similar to the one I made?" Huyu said, as he casually drew a portal, just as he was about to use the newly made portal to explain to the two how they were similar. The 2 portals suddenly stuck together. Before Huyu could come to his senses, a suction force suddenly came from the overlapping portals. In just a moment, he was sucked in. When he came to his senses, the temperature around him had returned to normal. The water information in front of him also disappeared. Various situations announced that he had escaped from the eternal volcano and came to a new space. But why was there no prompt? Huyu frowned slightly. And just when he wanted to get up to check the surrounding situation, a white light suddenly fell in front of him. He slowly raised his head and saw a figure floating in the beam. "You are here. This voice is Greed." It was the Greed he had contacted before. Huyu stood up directly, frowned at the figure, and his eyebrows were almost squeezed into a ball, just about to pinch a few flies to death. To be honest, he was actually a little afraid. Or to be more direct, he was actually afraid. He was afraid of seeing a face belonging to himself in that beam, since Lin Xiaoxiao could find himself in another era through some means to inherit his arrogance. If it was him, maybe he would also leave the same problem to himself in the next era in order to get out of it. After all, good things should not flow to outsiders. Although he had such an idea, if such a thing really happened to him, Huyu would still find it difficult to accept it. In the white light, the figure did not appear, but continued to speak to Huyu. "I don't know who you are, but since you can come here, you should be the one who inherited the power of greed. Maybe you are me. Or maybe Lin Xiaoxiao and I have succeeded in our plan. I have handed over the power of greed to another being, and I have left Blue Star." After the words fell, 2 buttons suddenly appeared in front of Huyu. One black and one white. The voice sounded again. "If you are still me, please press the white button. If you are not me, please press the black button." Huyu frowned and thought for a few breaths, thinking back to what greed had done to him before. And he didn't believe what he said at all. Anyone who can come here is not a fool. If other people find this place, they will probably choose to answer truthfully, press the black button, and bet that greed will not do anything to them. After all, Once the white button is pressed, there is no telling what other ways to identify the identity will be used later. If it fails, it will be completely ruined. However, it is Huyu who came here. He never takes the ordinary path, nor does he think according to the thinking of ordinary people. So he wouldn't press any button. Huyu dodged and came under the white light, ready to see what was going on with the figure. Just as he reached the front of the beam, a strong light suddenly exploded, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. Ha! The voice sounded again. As expected of the person I chose. His brain circuits are really different. Huyu opened his eyes again, only to see the figure continue to float in the white light. And he had returned to the place where he had just made the choice. But the two buttons in front of him had disappeared. Judging from the response of the voice just now, the conclusion can be drawn. No matter which option you choose just now, the voice can judge whether it is true or not. If you choose the latter and press the black button, you may trigger a surprise. He couldn't help but look at the figure in front of him and ask directly, "What do you want to do?" Time is limited, so I'll make it short. The figure was decisive this time and said directly, "Although you can get here, I can't be sure whether Lin Shishao's method is successful. So you have to pay attention to one thing. Whether there is a human named Xiao Zissou among those who have arrived here. If not, then just ignore what I said. Lin Shishao's plan completely failed. This path is not feasible. This also eliminates a wrong answer for you. If there is such a person, it means that Lin Shishao's method is successful. The current arrogance should also be Lin Xiao. I left a backup plan. When helping her to execute the plan, I deliberately made her and Xiao Zissou not know each other. If you want to seize her weakness, you can start from Xiao Zissou. As for the reason, I don't need to tell you. You should also know the restraint relationship between the 7 deadly sins. I was restrained by arrogance, and I had no choice but to help. If you have this trump card, it is enough to counter Lin Xiao. But it is best not to use too intense means. Otherwise, I will not care if it causes a counterattack. Okay, let's put it this way. Come on, and try to leave the last floor of the endless holy tower alive. As soon as the voice fell, the white light disappeared quickly, as if it had never appeared. Hey! In the darkness, Huyu couldn't help but exclaimed, "At least let me out first. Why are you locking me up here?" Oh! Yes, I almost forgot. The voice of Bai Eng appeared again, and his figure also appeared in the white light. He said to Huyu, "By the way, I almost forgot to give you a way to leave here." Huyu rolled his eyes helplessly, as if to say, "You still know. This is actually the junction of the 3rd and 4th floors, which is the 3rd and 5th floors. As long as you shout 3 times, 'Greedy Supreme,' you can go directly to the 4th floor. But you'd better hurry up. After all, when you came in just now, the passage was already open. The longer you delay, the more creatures will reach the 4th floor first, and you won't get the reward then." Huyu lowered his eyes slightly, although he knew that greed was deliberately playing tricks on him. If he didn't call out these 3 times, he would obviously be able to leave here and go to the 4th floor. But what else can he do? He still hopes to upgrade his word spirit to the level of a true god through this endless holy tower. Greedy! 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 Very good! The greedy voice sounded again, with a hint of smile in the tone. As expected of my chosen successor, you are as shameless as me. Well, let you go. A flash of white light passed by, and Huyu subconsciously heard a crisp sound in his ear. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the 4th creature to pass the 3rd floor and get a chance to evolve. Welcome to the 4th floor of the endless holy tower. Huyu immediately raised his eyes and looked around, and saw a dense forest suddenly appeared in front of him. Unlike the dead silence of the first 3 floors, this floor seemed too normal. There were forests, blue sky, soil, and the air was filled with the breath of life. However, as Huyu had previously speculated, all the creatures that were teleported to the 4th floor would be dispersed. But it doesn't matter. Judging from the ranking, Xiao Zissou and others followed him in after he came in. It's only a matter of time before others come in. Then we can act according to the plan. Let's focus first, and then talk about other things. Let the signal fly for a while. Huyu couldn't help but close his eyes, open his arms, embrace nature, and take a deep breath. Enjoying the natural oxygen bar, an idea came to his mind. If I can stay here forever, it seems that it's not impossible not to go out. The moment the thought came to mind, Huyu's pupils trembled, And he immediately opened his eyes and looked forward. No! How could he have such an idea? Never mind. Let's take a look at the rules here first. 4th floor, endless forest. World Rule 1. Every 10 square meters in this world is divided into a block, and each creature can only explore one adjacent block per minute. World Rule 2. There are all kinds of surprises in the block. Please explore as much as you can. World Rule 3. Unlock after 1 hour. World Rule 4. Unlocked after 2 hours. Escape Rule, none. Escape Countdown, 22 hours. Escape Reward. The first 10 people who escape from the 4th level will get an evolution opportunity. The first 100 people who escape from the 4th level will get a random skill. Failure penalty, death. Since the time it took for everyone to escape from the 3rd level was very short, the time it took to escape from the 4th level increased instead of decreasing. This also led to the fact that rules 3 and 4 have not yet appeared. Huyu frowned and looked at the escape rules, estimating that the difficulty of escaping from the 4th level would not be lower than that of the 3rd level. Forget it. Since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. Let's try to see what is within these 10 square meters first. For Huyu, let alone 10 square meters. He can easily sense what happened even if it happened in millions of square kilometers. But now, his perception is sealed within 10 square meters. Within 10 square meters, no matter how far up or down, he can sense what is there and what is happening. But if it is outside these 10 square meters, he is like an ordinary person and can't sense anything. Chapter 483. Excuse me. Can you help me pick the fruit? In addition, a 1 appeared in the lower left corner of his eyes, which represented the number of times he explored the adjacent areas within this minute. No. According to the time conversion, it should be the number of times he explored the adjacent areas within these 2 minutes. Huyu frowned. According to this trend, if he couldn't even explore the surroundings, or even the existence of the adjacent areas, even if Minono could build a signal tower, he couldn't let the signal cover the entire endless forest. Still have to follow the most stupid method. Search one by one. He looked up at the surrounding situation, and first noticed the word surprise and discovery in Rule 2. There's a treasure chest in the sand on the first layer. Maybe there is one nearby. Huyu waved his hand casually, and the space crack immediately appeared. He tried to cut down all the trees within 10 square meters. But the next moment, the space authority that looked down on everything lost its effect at this moment. The crack fell on those trees, like a knife shadow passing through the trees, scraping past, but not causing any substantial damage to any tree. Cannot be damaged? Or cannot be touched? Huyu frowned slightly and punched the tree closest to him. Bang! A muffled sound came. Obviously the fist touched the branch. Can it be touched? But now that I have completed the 7th round of evolution, all aspects of my body have been upgraded to the pseudo-saint level. Isn't it too absurd that I can't knock down a tree with one punch? It seems that the tree cannot be damaged. Huyu lowered his head and looked at his feet. Generally speaking, treasure chests and other things are buried under the soil, and I can't sense what is under the soil. It's better to dig 3 feet into the ground first. Maybe there will be some surprises. He took out a shovel from the space and started digging directly. Unfortunately, the moment the shovel fell on the soil, a sound of metal clashing sounded between the soil and the shovel. Obviously, this thing can't be dug. Huyu frowned. The tip said there was a surprise, but the tree couldn't be cut down and the soil couldn't be dug. So where could this so-called surprise be? Huyu couldn't help but look up at the sky, with an intriguing expression on his face. Could it be that the treasure chest would be on the tree? Humans finally came down from the tree and transformed from primates to humans. This world can't just let humans change back directly, right? No matter what. Let's go up and take a look first. Huyu flashed and came to the crown of a tree next to him. You don't know until you see it. When you look closely, you are stunned. There is indeed something on the tree canopy. But that thing is not a surprise. It should be said to be a shock. I saw a huge green python entwined on the tree canopy. Its body is dozens of meters wide. Even compared with this towering tree, this green python looks unusually large. The dark green scales are hidden in the shadow of the tree canopy. It's only because Huyu has sharp eyes that he might not have discovered this big green python. Although this green python is only a legendary level, let alone threatening Huyu. Even if Huyu lets go of all defenses and lets it bite with the greedy series equipment, it can't break Huyu's defense. However, Seeing this thing suddenly, anyone will feel terrified. The green python's eyelids were slightly lowered, as if it didn't notice Hu Yu coming, and it continued to sleep. Hu Yu also took the opportunity to look at the surrounding treetops. 10 square meters may seem large, but in this forest full of towering trees, it is only the area where one tree is located. So no matter how hard Hu Yu looked, he couldn't see what was happening on the adjacent treetops. Wait! What is that? Hu Yu swept his eyes across the entire treetops. And then he found that at the top of the treetop where the big green python was perched, there was a hint of golden light flashing. I guess that should be the surprise described. Hu Yu thought about it, and decided not to disturb the little animal's rest. So he directly activated the space teleportation, and came to the top of the tree canopy. A golden apple was hanging on the top of the tree canopy. Hu Yu didn't think about it, and picked the golden apple directly. Ding! Congratulations to Hu Yu for becoming the first creature to pick the golden apple. Extra points plus 10. Golden apple points list is open. First, Hu Yu second, vacant third. The standings will be settled every hour, and the top 10 will be qualified to go to the 5th floor. Looking at the prompt flashing above the sky, Hu Yu's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. Just that simple? According to this rule, he is obviously the first. Everyone's exploration range and time are relatively the same. After the time conversion, one exploration can be carried out every 2 minutes in this endless forest, and at most one exploration can only find one tree crown, even if there are more than one golden apple on some treetops. Everyone can only move 60 times within 2 hours. In the same number of moves, he is 10 points ahead, so he is guaranteed to be in the top 10. However, Hu Yu frowned. This rule is still murderous. If the 3rd level rule is to let everyone kill each other, then the 4th level is to subtly evoke the killing in everyone's heart. He had tried it when he was looking at the sky just now. The golden apple will not disappear when it is picked, nor will it be stored in the space like other items. It can only be kept on the body. If I guess correctly, with the transfer of the golden apple, the points will also be transferred to someone. The name and race of each creature are hung on the sky like this. They are at the top of the food chain and naturally don't need to consider much. But other beings living in the food chain need to consider a lot. Is it necessary to risk the danger to explore and get a simple point? Or to take action directly and take a lot of points from the creatures you meet? This doesn't seem to be a difficult choice. Hu Yu frowned slightly, sitting on the tree canopy without moving rashly, but thinking about how to act. Suddenly, he felt an itch in his legs. He looked down and found that the dark green python had appeared beside him since some time. It bit him like a toothless child chewing a teething stick. It made a crackling sound, but it did not cause any substantial damage. Just as Hu Yu looked down at the dark green python, the dark green python also looked up at him. The man and the snake just stared at each other, and the scene seemed a little awkward. What's the matter? Hu Yu asked. The dark green python did not answer, but retreated silently. It has evolved to the legendary level. It is impossible that it can't even judge who can be provoked and who can't be provoked. Just now it bit this man for half a minute, and he was not injured at all, but his teeth were damaged. This thing. Who can beat it? The dark green python returned to its position smoothly. Hu Yu's eyes lit up, and an idea burst out in his mind. He immediately flashed to the dark green python under the canopy, raised his hand, and poked its snake scales. Little snake, are you interested in going on a spring outing with me? Although he didn't know what a spring outing meant, the dark green python didn't dare to refuse. The sixth sense from snakes told it that if it didn't agree, maybe it would die in the next second. Nod. Agree. This is the only thing it must do. Great. Hu Yu smiled and rubbed its head, then turned over and rode on it. Let's go. Let's talk about it first. The dark green python nodded slowly, and took Hu Yu down quickly, sliding from the tree crown to the tree root. Hu Yu casually pointed in a direction. Go over there. Let's go. Hiss. The dark green python responded, and quickly swam under the tree canopy. However, it only went under the tree canopy and stopped when it was about to reach the limit of 10 square meters. What are you doing? Why don't you continue? Hu Yu asked 2 questions in succession. He didn't use declarative sentences. After all, when he came to the 4th floor, the word spirit had evolved again. Congratulations to the host for completing the 7th round of evolution. The physical fitness has been comprehensively improved, and the skill word spirit has been upgraded to the pseudo-saint level. Name, word spirit category, Skill effect. Any word spoken may trigger cause and effect and make it come true. The probability depends on the target's level. When the target is a pseudo-saint or below, the probability of coming true is 10%. For each level up, the probability is reduced to 1/10. It can only be used 3 times a day, and the corresponding cause and effect must be born. Note, God said, "Let there be light." The hint is still hanging in front of you. If you rashly use a declarative sentence, not only will you waste a word spirit, but you will also miss the real intention of the dark green python. The dark green python also shook its head and hissed, meaning, "Can't go on." There are more ferocious beings outside. Who you gently stroke the head of the dark green python. Do you think they are more ferocious? Or am I? The meaning was obvious. The dark green python immediately rushed forward with its head raised. As the dark green python moved forward, Who you also passed through the area he had originally explored. At the same time, the number in front of him changed from 1 to 0. That is to say, even if you go from one exploration area to another through some means, you will still consume exploration times. Who you frowned slightly. This loophole is not easy to exploit. You have to think about whether there are other ways to get around the bug. Otherwise, it will be too inefficient. Bang! It fell with a muffled sound. A monkey with golden hair fell from the air, looking at the dark green python with an angry face. And his 2 arms were slightly swollen, as if he could smash the dark green python into snake skin with one punch. Although both are legendary creatures, there is a gap between legends. Judging from the state of the dark green python and the monkey getting along, it is estimated that the monkey is better. Huyu raised his hand and looked at the monkey, smiling and asking, "Excuse me, can you go up and help me pick the fruit?" Chapter 484. This is fucking possible. Hiss. The dark green python immediately let out a hiss. It could sense Huyu's power, but it couldn't sense how powerful he was. When he spoke to the monkey, the dark green python was already in a panic. Without even waiting for Huyu to speak, it turned around and wanted to take him back to their original territory. Unfortunately, it was too late. When the monkey heard this, it went berserk and jumped up, punching Huyu and the dark green python with both fists. Bang! With a muffled sound, the monkey's fists landed on Huyu's head and the soil next to the dark green python. However, neither Huyu's head nor the soil around the giant python was damaged. If anything was damaged, it should be the monkey's self-esteem. It tilted its head, its eyes full of disbelief. It was fine if the dark green giant python dodged. But how come this little guy took a punch from me and didn't get hurt? Something's wrong. It's definitely wrong. As a legendary creature that can guard the tree canopy, the monkey is not stupid at all. It can clearly sense the gap between itself and Huyu, and immediately retreated. But if that's all, it can't let it give up the treasure it has been guarding. Roar! The monkey roared, and although he was terrified, he still pretended to be ferocious and furious. According to the current rules, there should be beasts guarding under the tree canopy, and the beasts can travel between blocks without being restricted by the rules. Although traveling between blocks also consumes exploration times. What if he stays in a certain area and relies on these beasts? If he can control a large enough group of beasts, he doesn't need to explore the surrounding blocks himself, and can let these beasts explore directly, whether it's collecting golden apples or looking for other creatures. It can save a lot of effort. Of course, the premise is, there are enough beasts for him to drive. One dark green python is obviously not enough. At least 2 exotic beasts are needed to explore the next area with the greatest confidence. Therefore, he must get this monkey. Otherwise, he will have to wait for another 2 minutes. Good boy. Huyu was still kind. He slowly stretched out his hand to the monkey. Come here. Let me touch your head. Okay? Roar. The monkey roared again. Obviously, Huyu did not have the heaven-defying ability of Nangongwenya. However, he had an even more heaven-defying ability. A space gate appeared under the monkey's feet, took it in, and appeared in front of Huyu in the blink of an eye. The dark green python's pupils trembled, and it subconsciously wanted to dodge backwards. But Huyu pressed his hand on its head. The pressure fell instantly, as if a giant sword was hanging over its head, making it unable to move. And it could only let the palm, that was not even as big as a snake's scale, control it. The ape was in the same situation. It was crawling on the ground when it appeared, and Huyu's hand also fell on its head at the same time. Good boy. Huyu stood between the 2 strange beasts, smiled and moved the heads of the two strange beasts to the middle. The ape's and the python's heads facing each other, and their noses facing each other. Under his control. They rubbed slowly. Come on. Rub it. Get familiar with each other's taste. And we will be good friends in the future. Right? Another question. Who still didn't want to waste his chance of speaking. The monkey and the python looked at each other. They were enemies. But at this moment, they saw mutual respect in each other's eyes. The monkey and the snake didn't dare to say anything more, and could only nod slightly. Who said that they were no match for Huyu when they were together? That's good. Huyu smiled and let go of the monkey and the snake, pointing to the tree canopy above. Come! Take the things up there for me. The monkey was slightly angry, still unwilling to move, and walked very slowly towards the tree. But the dark green python had figured it out. It slid directly to the top of the tree canopy in a blink of an eye, held the golden apple on the top in its mouth, and slid down quickly again to Huyu. It ignored the angry glare of the monkey next to it, and brought the golden apple to Huyu as if offering a treasure. Well, not bad. Not bad. Huyu took the golden apple, and his points increased to 12 points. After all the trouble just now, his exploration area increased by 1 again. In this case, it would be safer to subdue another strange beast. The triangle is the most stable shape. If there are only the giant python and the monkey turns against him when fighting the enemy, he doesn't know how much time he will waste. Huyu turned his head to look at the monkey and asked directly, Little monkey, is there anything you hate around here? Upon hearing this, the monkey immediately became interested. If there is anything more fortunate than surviving a catastrophe, it is to drag the old enemy into the catastrophe. The monkey suddenly jumped up and came directly to the edge of the nearest tree canopy, waving at Huyu and the giant python with an extremely excited expression. I don't know why. Huyu always feels like he has found a guide. I didn't expect that you, a monkey with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are actually such a thing. Complaints are complaints, but the work that should be done still needs to be done. Huyu rode on the head of the dark green python and followed the monkey all the way to the 3rd block. As soon as he arrived under the big tree, Huyu couldn't help but frown. He saw a little blue-skinned man tied to the tree trunk, tied up by a spider with a spider web. The spider nibbled the little blue-skinned man's limbs one bite at a time. However, every time the spider nibbled, the little blue-skinned man's limbs would grow back, as if they were endless. Huyu couldn't help but snort. This little blue-skinned man looks familiar. Just as Huyu and others broke in, the spider turned its head, and its 8 pupils flashing green light faced the man and 2 beasts. Growling, Go ahead. Remember, don't kill them, Huyu said calmly. The ape and the dark green python rushed towards the green-eyed spider at the same time. The green-eyed spider spit out spider silk from its mouth, and directly sprayed 2 spider webs towards the python and the ape. Judging from the quality, this spider web can completely control any legendary beast. Although the ape and the python can defeat the spider alone, it is still a bit troublesome. So, time is the most important. Huyu waved his hand casually, and the spider web dissipated instantly. The green-eyed spider's pupils tightened, and it lost its mind for a moment. Seeing this, the ape and the python took the opportunity to pounce forward and directly hold down the spider. One of them held the spider's head tightly with both fists, covering its mouth to prevent it from spitting out spider silk, while the python tightly wrapped the spider, making it difficult for its legs to move. There was no other way. Huyu ordered to spare the spider's life. Otherwise, with just a split second of opportunity, the 2 of them would have had a chance to kill the spider on the spot. Well done. Huyu smiled and praised the ape and the python, and took out 2 legendary hemolytic crystals from the space. These are rewards for you. Eat them. After saying that, the 2 beasts swallowed the hemolytic crystals into their stomachs, and in just a moment, the old wounds on their bodies completely disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Even the grade has a tendency to loosen. Huyu slowly walked in front of the spider and raised his hand to its head. How about it? Are you interested in becoming one of them? The spider certainly understood what this meant. It nodded several times suddenly, but there was a hint of ferocity in its eyes. Obviously, this was just a delaying tactic. Once the python and the ape let it go, it would immediately attack Huyu. Huyu was using passive mind reading, so he naturally knew what it meant. But the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Just right. I just stuffed a sweet date into these 2 guys. and I was worried about what slap to give them in the face. Look! The slap is coming. Great. Let it go. Yu turned around and deliberately left a gap for the spider and the monkey and python. He also wanted to try whether these two guys were sincere or not. After all, on the panel, the monkey and the python's favorability towards him added up to less than 30. The moment he turned around, the spider broke free from the monkey and the python. And instead of spitting out spider silk, it pounced forward and prepared to pierce directly with its fangs. Although the python next to it reacted, its tail was still hanging on the ground, and it had no intention of stopping. As for the monkey, it subconsciously stretched out its arm, ready to grab the spider. But unfortunately it was a little slow. Just when it was about to hold one of the spider's legs, countless space cracks appeared out of thin air, splitting the originally complete spider into countless pieces, turning into a pool of black water and falling to the ground. Huh? Yu snorted lightly, pretending to be surprised, and turned his head to look at the ground, sighing. TSK. What a pity. I originally planned to let it join you, but I didn't expect it to be a traitor. That's right. Yu looked at the other two beasts. Are you also planning to find a time to counterattack me? The two beasts shook their heads like rattles, not daring to hesitate for a moment. That's good. Yu smiled in response, then raised his hand and pointed in a direction. I'll give you a chance. Bring another beast here. Remember? I want you alive. Of course. If you want to escape, it's easy. Just don't let me find you. Otherwise. The words were not finished yet. The spider was resurrected by Yu using the law of life. It looked at Yu, and its pupils trembled, as if it had discovered something terrible, just as it was about to move to other areas. The next moment, it turned into black water again and fell to the ground. Understood? The two strange beasts nodded quickly and immediately flew in one direction, fearing that if they were a little slower, they would follow the spider. Yu also looked at the little blue-skinned man tied up by the spider web. And then he remembered that this was the little blue-skinned man who was transformed by the law of life and gained an immortal body. I didn't expect to meet here. He broke the spider web and said calmly, You are lucky. Go up and pick the golden apple. It will be a reward for my life-saving grace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the pseudo-holy level word spirit. Yu's pupils trembled, and he thought to himself, this is also possible. Chapter 485. Pseudo-saint level luck. Faced with Yu's order, the little blue-skinned man nodded immediately, and used all four limbs to quickly climb up the treetops. Yu's mouth twitched, and he looked at the prompt in front of him and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I have endured for so long before. Why did I fail here? Pseudo-saint words. It's just wasted. Oh, no. Yu seemed to remember something, looked up at the little blue-skinned man, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. It seems it's not wasted. Name, Fiorino's species, blue-skin humanoid grade, legend mastered skills, pseudo-saint luck, legend of immortality, perfect charm, personality, cowardly, grateful, loyal, favorability, 79 purity, 100 pseudo-saint luck plus a legendary immortality. The effect of these two skills colliding together is far more than just 1 plus 1. In addition, this girl's personality is also quite good. Maybe she can be trained to be the leader of the little blue-skinned people. Although this little blue-skinned person can't cause any harm to himself, nor will it pose any threat. The importance of the little blue-skinned person to humans is self-evident. Not only is it a buffer between humans and other foreign races, but it is also the most loyal ally of humans. If there is such a little blue-skinned person who becomes its leader, it would be great. It's just right. I can take this little girl with me and observe her specific situation. In less than 30 seconds, Flynose has already picked the golden apple from the top of the tree canopy. But her points can't make her enter the top 100 of the ranking list. As more and more creatures enter, in addition to Yu, some other names gradually appear on the points ranking list, like Yu Qianqian, Lin Xiaoxiao, Xiao Zixu, and Xiener, Guanli, Shin Bubu, etc. As long as they have legendary combat power or above, they all get 2 points. Yu is leading the leaderboard by a huge margin. Your Majesty, Phrynis said as he held the golden apple in both hands and handed it to Yu. Your trophy. Yes, Yu said as he put the golden apple into the small backpack he was carrying. This thing can't be put into the space backpack. and can only be put into the physical backpack. Now it can be put into the small backpack. But I don't know if I will have to carry an oversized backpack when I collect more golden apples in the future. Your name is Phrynis, right? Yes, Phrynis said excitedly. I didn't expect that your majesty could still remember my name. I am really flattered. Don't be too surprised. I just found out too. I won't be so forgetful. Huyu chuckled and said, would you like to follow me later? In theory, given the difference in their identities, as long as Huyu asked, the other party would definitely not refuse. But in order to save some times of using the word spirit, it would be better to use a question sentence. Of course. It's my honor. Phrynis blushed. She didn't expect this person to be so approachable. He would even ask questions when facing her. In human terms, he is too gentlemanly. Seeing that Phrynis was about to stop showing his love to him, he had to turn his attention to other directions. Just in time. The ape and python in front also came back. The two guys came over dragging a buffalo that was almost the same size as them. One was responsible for grabbing the horns and dragging it hard, while the other was wrapped around the buffalo, with his fangs tightly pressed against the other's neck, as if he could bite it at any time. This speed is quite fast. Huyu's eyes flashed with relief, and he raised his hand and waved to the three strange beasts. The monkey didn't dare to delay, and immediately carried the buffalo and rushed over here. It immediately offered the golden apple from the buffalo to Huyu, and said to him, Master, we have found a third colleague. Huyu snorted. Can you speak? Yes. The monkey quickly smiled and replied. There were humans like you who came here before, and I learned their language. Not bad. Huyu responded with a smile. The giant python next to him saw that the monkey had pleased Huyu, so he immediately stepped forward and imitated the monkey's method and said, Master Een, I can help you too. You should learn more from the monkey. Your accent is a little heavy. Huyu was speechless for a while, then looked at the abducted buffalo. He teleported to the buffalo's head, raised his hand, and stroked the buffalo's head. How is it? They should have told you what to do. Right? The water buffalo nodded slowly and snorted. From the perspective of mind reading, the water buffalo did not have any ulterior motives, but his favorability was a little low. For it, Huyu was able to subdue these two beasts for its own use, and his ability was naturally beyond doubt. But it was a little unconvinced that he robbed its treasure in this way. If you have any opinions now, you can say it directly. Huyu smiled and asked the water buffalo, if it's about the treasure. Don't worry. I don't care about this thing, but it has other uses for me. You just need to be obedient. Whether you want to go further, want to heal your wounds, or have other requests, I have the ability to satisfy you. This sentence did not trigger the word spirit. The reason is very simple, because the information referred to in this sentence is already a fait accompli. Huyu does have the ability to satisfy them. So just saying this will not trigger the word spirit. The python and the ape nodded at the same time. After all, they had just seen Huyu's ability. Although the thing was not as effective as the golden apple, it was not much different. If there's another similar product, the effect may be much better than the golden apple. Seeing this, the buffalo next to him also nodded slowly, and the favorability rose to 20. Good boy. Huyu smiled slightly and pointed to the west and north. Which beast is more difficult to deal with in these two directions? They came from the east just now, and the buffalo was a beast found from the south. So there are only these two directions left to explore. The three beasts pointed to the north at the same time. Now that the third exploration has been refreshed, it is just right to split up with them and explore the entire endless forest at the fastest speed. Okay, Huyu said and walked towards the north with the little blue man. After you explore the west area, explore the next north area, and finally meet up in the area where I am. Remember, I'll wait for you in the current north area. If you encounter anything you can't handle, come find me. But if you encounter other creatures besides the alien beasts, tell them that you are Huyu's men and let them follow you to find me. Do you understand? The three alien beasts nodded slowly. Huyu waved his hand and threw out three worthless legendary hemolytic crystals. If you can avoid killing them, try not to kill them. Bring them to me. Roar! The three beasts roared at the same time. After swallowing the crystal stone, they immediately explored the area on the west side. Huyu also took the little blue man into the north area. Just as the two of them entered the area, a cloud of black fog enveloped the surroundings. It was extremely difficult to see anything, let alone see each other. What is this? Before Hu Yu took out the lighting tools, a pulling force came from his feet. Judging from his perception, it should be a tree trunk? Wait, could the beasts here be the trees themselves? How can we play this? You know, this tree is almost invincible, with physical and magic immunity. Even if you can only barely protect yourself, it is almost impossible to kill it. Hu Yu frowned slightly and moved directly in space with Flynos beside him. No matter what the strange beast is, the golden apple should be on the tree canopy. Let's go up and take a look first. As the two came to the top of the tree canopy, the surrounding scene was also exposed in front of them. The emerald green tree canopy filled the eyes, and under the tree canopy was pitch black, and nothing could be seen just like before. The tree canopy in front of them was still the tree canopy, but the apple was not in the place Hu Yu expected, but in the farther north. It was covered with dazzling red, which was different from the previous golden apple. This tree is bigger than the previous one. The previous tree could only cover an area of 10 square meters, but the current tree covers at least 40 square meters, or even more, if calculated according to the exploration range. The location of the golden apple should be in another block. Could it be that the tree has become a spirit? Before Hu Yu could make a judgment, a tree trunk immediately stretched out from under the canopy and attacked Hu Yu. The speed was so fast that it was even faster than that dark green python. Hu Yu pulled Flynos to move and dodge directly, and at the same time, a large detection spell was cast on the canopy. Type: Alienated God Tree. Grade: Pseudo-mythology. Description: a god tree born in the endless forest, with red fruits growing on its crown. Note: still looking. If you keep looking, I will definitely not let you have a good time. As expected, the trees in this endless forest also have different levels. This is just a pseudo-mythology tree, and I don't know if there are any trees that have reached the level of pseudo-god or even higher. Maybe there is a way to escape to the 5th level. Hu Yu's eyes flashed with excitement, and he finally caught a clue. He was not in a hurry, just playing hide-and-seek with the branch on the tree canopy. He only needed to wait for 2 more minutes to unlock a new exploration area. Then, he would pick the red fruit and see if he could communicate with the tree. If he could, then it would be much easier to find Xiao Zissou and the others. 2 minutes passed in a flash. Hu Yu noticed that the 3 strange beasts had not arrived yet, so he could not help but take care of them. He flashed and brought Furinos to the red fruit. But just as he was about to pick the fruit, a figure appeared in front of him and reached out to grab the red fruit at the same time as him. Chapter 486: Fruit of Chaos. There are still people. Hu Yu frowned. He had personally experienced how vast the first 3 layers were, not to mention meeting 2 people in just a few dozen square meters. Even meeting a living being was a sign of a very deep fate. He had just met a Flynos, and he could actually meet another existence. Could it be that this endless forest only looks big, but is actually very small? So there are exploration restrictions? Hu Yu thought of these questions in a flash. But the moment he looked up at the figure, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. That person, is it him? Hu Yu looked up at his own shadow in front of him, frowning slightly. He subconsciously thought that it was the same as before. And this was also a mirror image made by someone. But as a god, only gods can make his mirror image. To be precise, only jealousy has the qualifications and ability to make a mirror image that he can't tell apart. But jealousy has no reason to do this. Hu Yu casually created a space crack and blasted the black shadow in front of him. As the space crack cut, the figure was instantly split, and then turned into 2 identical black shadows standing on the tree canopy. Hu Yu did not take the red fruit, and they did not move, just standing on the tree canopy, looking at Hu Yu from a distance. Something is wrong. Even if it is jealousy, it can only create 1 projection at the same time. It is impossible for 2 of its own projections to appear at the same time. What else is there? Hu Yu pondered for a few breaths, and finally made a decision. Run! Pick up the red fruit, and directly use the greedy power to leave here. Even if the projection wanted to follow, it couldn't. I just had to circle around with them within 10 square meters. Anyway, there was only Flynos here, so even if I was a little timid, there wouldn't be any historical problems. Hu Yu set off immediately. He flashed to the red fruit in front of him. When he was about to pick the red fruit, several branches came out from under the tree canopy and blocked the red fruit in the vines. If you want to take the fruit, you must get rid of the vines first. At the same time, The two black shadows that had just split also attacked Huyu. Huyu subconsciously threw out two space cracks again. The black shadows did not dodge or evade, and immediately split again. For black shadows attacked Huyu again. It's not over yet, right? Huyu looked at the black shadows in front of him, and simply stopped fighting back. Anyway, he had the Greed series of equipment on him, not to mention 4 of himself. Even 400 of himself might not be able to break the defense of the Greed armor. He wanted to see what these split black shadows could do. Get rid of the red fruit first. He let the 4 black shadows attack him, and he came to the vine, studying how to take the red fruit out of it. The red fruit, like the golden apple, could not be collected by space means, and the vines protecting the fruit could also ignore the greedy power. I could only use brute force. Huyu frowned and broke the vines with his hands, and the 4 black shadows also attacked Huyu's head, neck, lower abdomen, and lower body at the same time. But the effect, as the attack fell, Huyu couldn't say that nothing happened. He was still frightened by their movements. No, to be precise, he should be frightened by the movement of Flinos. When the 4 shadows attacked Huyu, Felinos immediately cried out in shock, and his blue face turned pale. Of course, he was just startled. After a moment of shock, he continued to fight with the vines in front of him. It seemed that this thing could not be cut open no matter how hard he tried. It had to be done with a sharp weapon. Huyu's mind moved, and the beads on his wrist flashed a black and gold light, and he took out today's weapon from the greed box. The black and gold light dissipated, and a machete suddenly appeared in front of him. Huyu's mouth twitched, and thousands of divine beasts rushed through his heart. Just when I was about to complain about the extremely unstable output of the greedy box, a panel popped up in front of me. Item: Greedy Watermelon Knife Grade, Saint Level Effect, can cut all objects in half and turn them into sweet and delicious watermelons. Note, of course, the watermelon knife can only cut watermelons. This thing seems to be useful. Huyu raised the watermelon knife, and the vines with the red fruit turned into 2 pieces of watermelon and scattered on the tree canopy. It worked. Huyu was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He scooped up the red fruit wrapped in the vines, and directly picked up the red fruit. He subconsciously looked up at the scoreboard above his head. He originally only had 13 points, but his score increased by 10 and reached 23. Sure enough, the value of the red vermilion fruit far exceeds that of the golden apple. I just don't know if there are higher-level guardians above the pseudo-mythical level. Huyu looked at the 4 black shadows in front of him and frowned slightly. These 4 guys don't seem to pose any threat to him. But if they were placed in front of other creatures, they are simply not in the same league. To take out the red vermilion fruit wrapped in vines from a man who was fatally injured and split infinitely, this difficulty is no less than taking chestnuts from the fire. Especially after the red vermilion fruit is taken. They will not disappear, and they are still in an offensive state. This is only the pseudo-mythical level. If you encounter a pseudo-saint level, or even a saint level, I'm afraid even Huyu will have to spend some means. However, the red fruit has been obtained, and it is time to find the 3 little guys to meet up. I just don't know how they are doing, and whether they have added fresh blood to the organization. Huyu took Felinos, whose face gradually turned from white to blue, and flashed under the tree canopy. Although the red fruit has been taken, it is still dark under the tree canopy, and no light can be seen. However, the branch will not continue to attack, which saves some trouble. This is for you. Huyu took out a strong flashlight and threw it to Felinos. Just as he was about to ask the little blue man to light up the surroundings, there were several soft noises from the edge of the area. The 3 little ones came. However, in the darkness, they seemed to have not found Huyu yet, and were still searching. Don't turn on the light yet. Listen to what they are saying, Huyu whispered to Flinos, who nodded slowly, holding the flashlight, and not daring to move at all. He was sensing the mental fluctuations coming from the front, and analyzing the conversation of the 3 little ones. Brother Monkey, what do you think that person wants to do? The monkey didn't answer. Anu, what do you think that person wants to do by calling us together? There are so many great terrors in this forest. He doesn't want us to be the vanguard and die. Does he? The big buffalo didn't answer. Okay. You guys won't answer me, right? The python roared and simply stopped where it was. If you don't care about me, then I'll leave. Anyway, he can't find us under the shady tree. Well, we found him another mount to drive. He probably won't need me anymore. I've eaten enough fruits to evolve. In that case, I'll leave first. You guys just pretend you haven't seen me. How about that? The two beasts still didn't answer. But another voice answered the python. Okay. Huyu's voice sounded faintly above the beasts' heads. Leave now. I can pretend I haven't seen you. As the voice appeared, the flashlight in Flynose's hand also lit up at the same time. The three little ones surrounded the scorpion, looking at Huyu with a little fear in their eyes. How did he appear? Why didn't the four of them notice each other's appearance? Although they have all seen Huyu's horror, every time this unexpected horror appears, they will feel scared. What's wrong? Seeing that the giant python did not answer, but just trembled, Huyu smiled at it and said, Aren't you going to leave? I'll give you a chance. Master Een. The python did not use mental communication this time, but said to Huyu in a clumsy and accented voice, I was just joking. I was joking. But I'm not joking. Huyu chuckled, raised his hand, and fell on the python's head, gently stroking. So what do you mean now, not leaving? Not leaving? Absolutely not. Bang! A blood mist burst out. The python's head exploded instantly. I gave you a chance. But you are useless. Huyu sighed and took out clean water from the space to wipe the blood on his hands. Since you are not leaving, then stay here. That's right. As he said, Huyu looked at the remaining three little ones again. If I let you go, will you go? The monkey did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately knelt on the ground. As long as it is the master's order, we will fight to the death. If you let us go, we will go. Seeing this, the other two little ones quickly imitated the monkey's actions and words and repeated them. Huyu glanced at the voices floating from the heads of the three little ones and nodded with satisfaction. There was no other way. His time was really limited. Only by using this tough but efficient method could he bring these little things under his command as quickly as possible. If the foundation is not laid well, the road ahead will only become more and more difficult. That's good, Huyu said. His eyes fell on the ape. Without him saying anything, the ape immediately presented 2 golden apples and explained. In addition to the scorpion, we also encountered a purple-feathered bird. The other party fled because it couldn't beat it. We didn't have time to capture it, so we only left the golden apple on the tree crown. Well done. Huyu smiled and responded, putting the 2 golden apples into his backpack, and still gave the 3 little ones as rewards. The points reached 35. He looked up at the scoreboard on the sky, with deep thought in his eyes. This speed of point increase should attract their attention. Right? The next moment, another line of prompts appeared on the sky. Congratulations to Xiao Zissou for successfully obtaining the only chaos fruit and successfully obtaining a way to escape. Huyu. Chapter 487 Golden Mountain. So fast. For a fruit of this level, the guardian should be at least a saint. Or even a pseudo-god. Right? Huyu was shocked. He was not surprised that Xiao Zissou could find another way to escape from here. Nor was he surprised that Xiao Zissou had the ability to kill the pseudo-god. But he was surprised at Xiao Zissou's speed. All this was not difficult for real gods like them. The only difficulty was how she found this only fruit in such a short time. Luck? Xiao Zissou didn't have strong luck. Apart from the possibility of a sudden burst of good luck, there is only one possibility left. Here, there is also a backup plan left by arrogance or greed. It can make him go to the 5th floor at the fastest speed. But it is not known what the 5th floor is like. Will Xiao Zissou encounter a crisis or get an opportunity after going up? No matter which one it is, Huyu has to speed up. If it is according to the rules of the ranking list, he will have to wait at least another hour and 50 minutes. Converted to the time of the 5th floor, it has been almost an hour. And even after an hour and 50 minutes, he can only get a way to escape from here. No one knows what this method is. It may be like Xiao Zissou leaving the 4th floor directly. Or it may just be a method. If you want to leave the 4th floor through this method, it will take an unknown amount of time. So, to be safe, it is fastest to take the same path as Xiao Zissou. Thinking of this, Huyu frowned slightly. What a pity. The chaos fruit seems to be the only product. After Xiao Zissou obtained it, he can no longer obtain it. Wait! The only one? It just means that this chaos fruit is the only one in the 4th floor. Not that another one can't be cultivated. Huyu casually took out the synthesis table that had been sealed in the space for a while. Although the level of this synthesis table is only legendary, it is enough as a verification prop. He directly threw the 5 golden apples he got into it, and chose to synthesize. With a flash of light, A brand new red fruit appeared on the synthesis table, and his points also increased by 5 points. It works! Huyu sat cross-legged on the spot and did not move. With a wave of his hand, a large number of legendary, mythical, and even pseudo-saint level hemolytic crystals piled up into a small mountain. He looked at the 3 new little ones in front of him and spoke directly. I won't say anything else. You can eat as many crystals as you want. You can stop when you advance. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the apes and other beings suddenly burst into excitement. But no one dared to move. For them, the one in front of them could be said to be moody. No one knew when he would explode. What if this sentence was the same as the previous one? And it was also a sarcastic statement. If you really eat one, your head might explode like a giant python. Time is limited. I don't want to waste it. Huyu frowned and said calmly, 3 minutes. If anyone fails to advance, don't blame me. After all, I don't want to keep trash around me. After saying that, the ape pounced directly into the crystal pile and began to eat. The other 2 beasts also immediately began to eat the crystals. It didn't take 3 minutes. In less than 30 seconds, the ape and the buffalo advanced one after another, followed by the scorpion, and the 3 legendary creatures immediately became pseudo-mythical beasts. It is already the same level as the giant tree in front of it. But it's not enough. Huyu looked at the 3 little ones, who were ready to accept the praise, and said calmly, continue. The 3 little ones didn't think much and got into the crystal pile again. 1 minute passed. The 3 little ones became mythical beasts, and their bodies expanded more than 10 times. But even so, they could still sense the dangerous aura emanating from Huyu, and had no intention of confronting him. Even as the level increased, this feeling became more obvious. Huyu's eyes swept over the 3 mythical beasts. And finally a hint of affirmation appeared in his eyes. He nodded slowly, and said to the 3 little ones, you will set out from 3 directions later. And each of you will bring 10 beasts to me. There is no limit to the level. The fastest one, I can let him go further. After that, the monkey did not dare to hesitate at all. He flashed and ran in one of the directions. Following closely behind was the scorpion. Like the monkey, it also found a direction that had not been explored before and ran away. As for the buffalo, it was a step slower and could only return along the original route, which was equivalent to a 10 square meter exploration range behind the monkey and the scorpion. After the 3 little ones left, Felino's had a puzzled look in her eyes. But she could only stand behind Huyu, not daring to say a word, like a puppet without a spring. Huyu ignored her, but just began to mutter in a low voice. Give me a pseudo-god level synthesis table. Give me a pseudo-god level synthesis table. This is the only way he can think of. As long as he can get the pseudo-god level synthesis table, he should be able to synthesize true god level items. According to the exchange rate of 5 legendary golden apples for 1 pseudo-mythical scarlet fruit. And so on. To synthesize a true god level chaos fruit, one would need 5 pseudo-god level fruits, 25 saint level fruits, 125 pseudo-saint level fruits, 625 mythical level fruits, 3,125 scarlet fruits, or 15,625 golden apples. It is very difficult to find another chaos fruit. But if it is 15,625 golden apples, it is so easy. Huyu only needs to sit here and wait for the 3 little ones to bring 10 helpers respectively, and then evolve those 30 helpers into pseudo-mythical or mythical levels, and then let them find 10 respectively. In less than 4 rounds, the conditions for 15,625 golden apples can be met. Of course, the premise is that you can get a pseudo-god level synthesis platform. According to the current pseudo-holy level of the word spirit, there is only a 0.1% chance of successfully triggering the word spirit. Anyway, I'm free anyway, so I can try another way while the rankings are being settled. 10 minutes later, with the second round of alien beasts coming to see Huyu, the entire tree and the tree are full of alien beasts, led by the 3 little ones in the myth realm. There are now a total of 30 pseudo-myth level alien beasts and 300 legendary alien beasts, all surrounding Huyu. However, there were only strange beasts. There were many strange beasts within a radius of more than 3,500 square meters, but no other creatures. In addition, there were 330 golden apples piled in front of Huyu. This number of golden apples could no longer be carried in a backpack. For those strange beasts, they had never seen so many golden apples. But for Huyu, these were just a drop in the bucket. The pseudo-god level synthesis platform had not yet appeared. Huyu had been repeating the same sentence and was getting a little annoyed. He looked at the strange beasts in front of him, waved his hand, and threw out a large number of hemolytic crystals. The three little ones obtained the holy level hemolytic crystals. As long as they swallowed them, they would have the opportunity to become pseudo-holy level beings. As for the remaining 330, they naturally got what they wanted. With a series of flashing rays of light, 333 strange beasts evolved at the same time. The huge pressure fell, clearing away a lot of the darkness under the tree. After the evolution was completed, many strange beasts, led by the ape, shouted to Huyu, "Thank you, Master! Thank you, Master!" Facing the cheers like a wave, Huyu's eyes swept over many beasts and slowly said, "Continue. Next round." After saying that, the ape drove the beasts to continue looking for the next round of victims. And Huyu's eyes swept over several of the beasts. His mind-reading ability can naturally tell which of these beasts have ulterior motives, and which ones really want to work for him. Among the huge herd of beasts, 1/3 are traitors. All of them are beasts subdued by the scorpion. It is estimated that the scorpion's evil intentions are no less than those of the giant python. But this guy is patient and knows to hide his truest thoughts. When he can really kill him with one blow, he will never miss this opportunity. But now is not the time to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Although the pseudo-god level synthesis platform has not been obtained yet, he still needs these beasts to help him collect golden apples as quickly as possible. Even if they can't synthesize the chaos fruit, it would be good if they can find the fruit tree that breeds the chaos fruit. 15 minutes passed. Huyu has been sitting cross-legged in the same place, with the fourth round of alien beasts joining the team. The number of golden apples in front of Huyu has ushered in a qualitative leap. 33,330. Huyu did not put them into his backpack, but just kept them in front of him. At this time, these golden apples have piled up into a small mountain. A golden mountain. Even though the surrounding alien beasts knew that going forward might cause trouble, they still showed greedy expressions towards the small golden mountain, as if they might pounce on it at any time. After the fourth round, Huyu did not distribute rewards, nor did he let the alien beasts continue to collect golden apples, but still sat cross-legged in the same place, muttering something in a low voice. The first three little ones, as pseudo-saints, guarded 50 meters away from Huyu, while the other strange beasts surrounded him at a farther distance. If they were weak before, Huyu would sit there, and they would think twice before moving or even speaking. But now, the scorpion moved its body and slowly approached the buffalo. "Big Bull, what do you think the master is doing? He won't eat so many golden apples in front of him. If he doesn't like them, he might as well give them to us below, so that we can work harder for him." "Shut up." The monkey spat out a sentence, frowning at the scorpion, guessing the master's mind. "Forget what happened to the little snake. I'm not a little snake. And even, I'm not the same person I used to be," the scorpion said, and approached the monkey again. "By the way, monkey brother, we used to worry that the master would kill us. But now, more than 30,000 compatriots are behind us. Do you think the master can really kill us? Or, in other words, is the current master really a threat to us? What do you want to say?" The monkey frowned at the scorpion. "Why not?" The scorpion shook its tail, and a bright black light flashed on its pseudo-holy body. "Let's go ask the master if he still wants to eat his golden apples. If not, we can help share some." Chapter 488 Chaos Fruit. Get. When this was said, the water buffalo and the monkey immediately thought that the scorpion was crazy, as a being who could easily take out so many resources. Even if they became pseudo-saints, they might not be the opponent of that person. This scorpion really had enough of living. "Why? You don't dare?" the scorpion asked. It shook the poison needle on its tail and walked forward step by step, leaving only the back of the monkey and the water buffalo. "Since you don't dare, I'll do it myself." After the scorpion said that, 1/3 of the surrounding beasts immediately gathered in the middle. Obviously, the surrounding beasts had already prepared, ready to turn against us. The buffalo was still stunned when he saw this, but the ape took a step forward and grabbed the scorpion's poison needle with his backhand. A fist landed on the scorpion's back with his front hand. Whether it was the scorpion or the ape, both of them had become pseudo-saints. The collision of the two pseudo-saint level beasts directly knocked down the pseudo-mythical tree behind Huyu. "Huyu, who was still muttering with his head down just now, couldn't help but look up, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. It seemed that he thought of something. He had tried to destroy these trees before, but failed in the end. But now, the residual power of the collision between two pseudo-saints is enough to destroy the trees. It seems that if the natives here do it, the trees can still be destroyed. But now is not the time to think about these. When Huyu looked up, Scorpion had summoned 1/3 of the nearby beasts to attack him. That was nearly 10,000 beasts. In Scorpion's eyes, even he might not be able to deal with this size. Even if he couldn't kill Huyu, he could still hold him back. All he had to do was wait for the right moment and prepare for a fatal blow. But the next moment, before the Scorpion could break free from the ape's hand, 1/3 of the alien beast army suddenly turned into a pool of blood and fell from the sky. In order to uphold the principle of never wasting, when the pool of blood fell, Huyu deliberately opened his space backpack and connected the blood into the space. A rough estimate shows that not only did he take back all the hemolytic crystals that he had distributed before, he also earned nearly double the money. And the whole process didn't even take a breath. Scorpion had just shaken off the monkey's palm, and in the blink of an eye, the team he had accumulated was emptied. No! If this continues, the buffalo will definitely join the battle. And then he will definitely die. Scorpion turned around and was about to attack Huyu, fighting to the death. But just as it turned its head, and its eyes fell on Huyu, it felt a sharp pain in its body. It didn't take it to heart at first, but its vision began to blur gradually. Before it could react to what happened, it turned into a pool of blood and fell into Huyu's space backpack. But this time Huyu held back a little, leaving the crystal core in Scorpion's brain and throwing it to the monkey. This is your reward. Thank you, Master. The monkey responded immediately, without any hesitation. It swallowed the crystal in its hand, and the arm that was stung by the Scorpion recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, its aura climbed to another level. Huyu waved his hand casually, and the blood that had just entered the warehouse immediately turned into hemolytic crystals and fell outside the golden apple. He glanced at the remaining 2/3 of the beasts. This is your reward. Believe me, as long as you are obedient, the same reward will only increase. Thank you, Master. A new round of rewards fell. In addition to the ape and buffalo, which were only one step away from becoming saint-level creatures, the remaining 20 beasts also became pseudo-saint-level beasts. 200 pseudomyths advanced to myths. 2,000 legends advanced to pseudomyths. And as for the newly added 20,000 legends, they were still legends. Although Huyu had so many hemolytic crystals, these 20,000 creatures had not done anything yet. So how could they possibly get rewards? Seeing other creatures getting rewards, the eyes of the 20,000 creatures were wide open. You know, even if they were lucky enough to eat the ripe golden apples, it would be impossible for all of them to become pseudomyths. The 2,000 creatures in front of them, just by eating a few crystal stones whose source could not be seen, all advanced to become pseudomyths, as alien beasts like them. How could these 2,000 creatures be balanced? He immediately looked at Huyu, his eyes full of enthusiasm, waiting for him to release the next task. The reward distribution was completed. Huyu also released the next task. Ape, you take them to destroy all the surrounding forests with this place as the center. Remember, if you encounter other creatures you have never seen, say that Huyu asked you to do so, and bring them to me. Yes, Master. The monkey growled and turned to leave. Wait, Huyu said, and threw another saint-level hemolytic crystal to it. This. Eat it. Since the three-legged tripod cannot be formed, it is better to cultivate an existence that you trust the most. Although the monkey has not been with me for a long time, it can still be trusted to save me just now. The monkey swallowed the saint-level hemolytic crystal without hesitation. The aura around him began to rise suddenly. In less than 10 breaths, the aura finally stabilized at the saint level. The buffalo next to him looked at it with envy in his eyes. Just when he was about to make a sound, he turned around and saw Huyu sitting there, still mumbling with his head down. Don't stand there, the monkey said, putting one hand on the buffalo's shoulder. The master wants us to do something. When the job is done, you can become like me. The buffalo nodded, not quite understanding, and immediately rushed away. The next moment, with Huyu as the center of the circle, the surrounding forest began to collapse on a large scale. This method is enough to find other creatures and gather together in the fastest time. Huyu must reach the 5th floor as quickly as possible, and also summon other creatures on the 4th floor to minimize the damage. I want a pseudogod level synthesis platform. I want a pseudogod level synthesis platform. The same words were repeated countless times. And finally, the pseudo-saint level words, with only a 0.1% success rate, finally succeeded. Ding! With a crisp sound, a black and gold light burst out in front of Huyu. The prompt also appeared in front of him. Congratulations to Huyu for triggering the pseudo-saint level words. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the pseudogod level synthesis platform. Name: Synthesis Platform Level. Pseudogod level effect. 5 beings of the same level can be synthesized into one being. Note: why not try putting 5 pseudogod creatures in it? This effect, something is wrong. Huyu stared at the effect in front of him several times, and finally confirmed it. This pseudogod synthesis table and the previous item synthesis table are completely different. The previous item synthesis table can only synthesize items, while the synthesis table in front of him, the description word in the effect column is existence. In other words, if Huyu finds 5 pseudogod creatures, he can also try to synthesize them, and synthesize them into true god level existences. Thinking of this, Huyu couldn't help but tremble slightly. Obviously, this is also a way to create a god. But now is not the time to talk about this. Huyu gathered his mind and began to put those golden apples into the synthesis table. One by one. 10 minutes later, the forests within a radius of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers had been flattened. As the trees fell, Huyu could see the distant scene clearly, and his spiritual perception could also cover the distance. It seems that it was indeed those trees that interfered with his perception before. It's a pity. He hasn't found a living creature yet. And Huyu has already synthesized 33,000 golden apples into 6,666 red fruits. At this time, the monkey came from a distance to report. Master, the territories of the creatures we have conquered have been raised. Do you want to continue? Continue? Huyu replied calmly. Continue to conquer other creatures that can be conquered. Kill those that cannot be conquered. Don't hold back. Yes, Master. The monkey responded, and then roared at the surroundings. The raising activity is still going on. 5 minutes later, 6,666 pseudogod level red fruits turned into 1,333 mythical level Xianyang true fruits. The beasts sent out finally found other creatures. Although they were not human, Huyu still asked the beasts to bring them here. All matters were handled by Felinos. He was busy synthesizing fruits, and had no time to care about these guys. 3 minutes later, 1,333 mythical Xianyang true fruits turned into 266 pseudo-saint level 4-element all-spiritual fruits. When the first 4-element all-spiritual fruit appeared, the surrounding sky suddenly changed. And the 4 elephants of azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger were guarding in the air. Huyu looked at the fruit in front of him, and he felt like swallowing it. Fortunately, he could still hold it back. But the other creatures around him might not be so sure. 2 minutes later, 266 pseudo-holy level 4 elephants all spirits fruits turned into 53 holy level Yin-Yang Pisces fruits. The 4 elephants in the sky dissipated, and gradually returned to calm. Everything seemed normal around him. But only Huyu knew that when the first Yin-Yang Pisces fruit appeared, the trees that had just been destroyed actually began to sprout branches. There is a tendency of resurrection. The monkey who came to report looked at the Yin-Yang Pisces fruit that was born in front of him, and there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. Huyu didn't care, but continued to merge. 1 minute later, 53 holy Yin-Yang Pisces fruits turned into 10 pseudogod level Wuji holy fruits. With the appearance of the first pseudogod level Wuji holy fruit, the previously destroyed forest was restored in an instant. Huyu's perception was blinded again, and a strange fragrance entered his nose and throat. And even he began to be slightly moved, thinking about whether to swallow the fruit in his hand. Hold on. There is one last step. There is only one last step. Huyu gritted his teeth and put the 10 pseudogod level Wuji holy fruits into the synthesis table. As a flash of black gold light passed by, 2 chaos fruits fell into his left and right hands at the same time. At the same time, a crisp sound exploded in the sky and beside his ears at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to Huyu for successfully obtaining the only chaos fruit and successfully obtaining the escape method. Escape method: swallow the fruit in your hand. Huyu looked at the prompt that popped up in front of him, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. He had this in mind. Chapter 489 Human Figure. Huyu's mind moved. and he immediately made a choice between the two chaos fruits in his hand. He sealed the one in his left hand in the surrounding space, ensuring that when Enciner, Bubu, and Lin Xiaoxiao arrived here, the space blockade would be lifted and the fruit would appear. It is different from a space backpack or space warehouse. Space backpacks and space warehouses put the fruit into space, just like putting the fruit into a container, while the space seal is more like a layer of cloth. The chaos fruit floated quietly in the air, covered by a layer of cloth, making it impossible for people to detect it. As for the one in his right hand, he stuffed it directly into his mouth. As the thick juice burst between his lips and teeth, he did not taste anything. It was just as simple as drinking a mouthful of water. And then the whole person felt a lot more transparent. Suddenly, he felt that his whole body was as light as a swallow, as if he could jump into the sky with one jump. "Master!" The monkey roared into the air. "Master! Where are you going?" Huyu opened his eyes, and found that in addition to all his skill levels being forcibly upgraded to the pseudo-saint level, his body began to be out of his control and flew straight into the air. Something is wrong. Could this be the way to escape from this level? Ascension in broad daylight? Huyu's mouth twitched, but he was not panicked. Just said to the monkey, "All orders from now on will be given by Furinos, and we will continue to search for other creatures. Remember, I will always be watching you." "Yes." The monkey knelt on the ground and bowed to bid farewell to Huyu. Huyu waved his hand and opened a space warehouse for Furinos, and stuffed the unused fruits into the backpack behind him and threw it to her. In a blink of an eye, Huyu had arrived at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The entire forest area was covered in front of him, and the area here was much larger than Huyu imagined. The forest that was previously destroyed by many strange beasts was only a small corner in the endless forest area. In the endless forest area, in addition to a towering tree covering tens of thousands of square kilometers, there were 2 giant trees covering nearly 10,000 square kilometers, and 4 giant trees covering nearly 1,000 square kilometers. If I guess correctly, that towering tree should be the one that gave birth to the only chaos fruit. The other 6 trees should be the ones that gave birth to the Wuji holy fruit and the Yin Yang Pisces fruit. However, if Huyu hadn't ascended to the sky in broad daylight and came to this 10,000 meters above, he might not be able to explore these locations within the specified time. Ranking is still the most important means to leave here. Huyu looked down at the forest area and was about to touch the sky above his head. He also shouted to the bottom, "Find my place of ascension. I still have a fruit that can help me ascend." The voice echoed throughout the endless forest. This was the last resort he could leave behind. As for whether they could hear it, Huyu had no idea. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the second creature to pass the 4th floor and get a chance to evolve. Welcome to the 5th floor of the Endless Holy Tower, the Endless Dead Realm. Here we are. Huyu looked at the prompt in front of him. His heart was filled with joy, and he hurriedly checked the other prompts that popped up in front of him. Congratulations to the host for completing the 8th round of evolution. His physical fitness has been comprehensively improved, and his skill word spirit has been upgraded to saint level. Name, word spirit category, skill effect. Any word spoken may trigger cause and effect and make it come true. The probability depends on the target level. When the target is saint level or below, the probability of coming true is 10%. For each level increase, the probability is reduced to 1/10. It can only be used 3 times a day, and the corresponding cause and effect must be born. Note, God said, "Let there be light." Saint level. Finally, saint level. Not only has the word spirit level reached saint level, the number of times has been reset to 3 times, and even his other skills have been upgraded to pseudo-saint level because of the fruit of chaos. How can Phylon lose this time? Open a word spirit first to see if he can find Perilla. Huyu immediately looked around the scenery, and the corners of his mouth drooped. Indeed, the scenery here is the same as he imagined, and it is related to the gold in the 5 elements. But this is too outrageous. All kinds of weapons are standing in front of him. Long swords, short knives, iron chains and daggers, and even Gatling and golden desert eagles can be seen. There are also some axes, halberds, hooks and forks hidden in the corners of various weapons. It seems that as long as there are weapons that have appeared in civilization, there is a replica here. But is that all? From the environment, it seems that it is not the same difficulty level as the 4 layers below. I thought it would at least rain knives from the sky? Huyu chuckled and looked up at the sky with a hint of doubt, wanting to see what the so-called rules are here. But you don't know until you see it. When Hu Yu saw it, he almost froze in his tracks. 5th floor, Endless Death Zone. World Rule 1. Choose a weapon and enter the Death Zone. World Rule 2. The Death Zone will randomly select an opponent who is equally matched with you. World Rule 3. All your abilities, authority, and equipment will be banned to normal level. You will get an upgrade for every 1,000 victories. World Rule 4. Kill the opponent to win. World Rule 5. Unlocked after meeting unknown conditions. Escape Rule. Get 10,000 wins. Escape Countdown. 22 hours and 40 minutes. Escape Reward. The first 10 people who escape from the 5th floor will get an evolution opportunity. The first 100 people who escape from the 4th floor will get a random skill. Failure Penalty. Death. 10,000 battles ranking. First place. Xiao Zissou. Unlike the other layers, 4 of the 5 rules of the 5th layer appear directly. Moreover, Hu Yu looked at his panel and found that all his skills were sealed to the ordinary level. As for the divine powers such as greed, arrogance, and gluttony, they were all sealed to 1/10,000th of their strength. For example, greed. Now Hu Yu can still release space cracks, but the strength can only kill an ordinary poultry at most. Even the greed series equipment has dropped from the holy level to the ordinary level. Hey! Where is the machete? Hu Yu took out the machete from the greed box and took a closer look. This thing has also changed directly from a holy machete to an ordinary machete. But its effect is still there. Hu Yu's eyes lit up. And just as he was about to pick up the weapon next to him to test the depth, a prompt immediately popped up in front of him. Ding! Hu Yu has already selected a weapon and is being teleported to the sand area. Hu Yu. This is also considered a weapon selection. He was originally planning to choose an extra weapon to hide, but he didn't expect that even this bug would not be blocked. No matter what. Grab a weapon first and then leave. Hu Yu casually grabbed the pistol closest to him. Ding! Another crisp sound. The surrounding scene changed instantly. Hu Yu looked in front of him and saw a wild wolf lurking outside, with its eyes flashing with dark green eyes. It was staring at the front and could pounce on him at any time. That's it? It's just a wild wolf. As long as you can find a handy tool, you can get rid of it at any time. Hu Yu didn't waste time. He raised the pistol he had just picked up and aimed at the wild wolf. Bang! A muffled sound fell, and the wild wolf was obviously frightened. But it was just frightened. As the shooting skill dropped to normal, Hu Yu's shooting ability also decreased significantly. At this distance, it is not certain that he can hit the opponent. Seeing that Hu Yu had no means of subsequent attack, the wolf showed its ferocious appearance again and rushed forward directly. Hu Yu had no choice but to smile bitterly and took out the machete, aiming at the waist of the wolf and slashing it. It is said that wolves have copper heads, iron bones, and tofu waists, and this waist is also its weakness. With one knife, the wolf turned into 2 slices of watermelon. Hu Yu picked up a slice and stuffed it into his mouth. The taste is pretty good. In terms of difficulty, winning 10,000 games doesn't seem to be a difficult task. The only difficulty should be how to win these 10,000 games within the specified time. Then, there was another crisp explosion. Before Hu Yu's first bite of watermelon was eaten, a new opponent appeared in front of him again. This time it was a tiger? Just as simple. This time Hu Yu didn't wait any longer, nor did he try other offensive means. Instead, he waved his hand casually, cut out a space crack, and directly cut off the tiger's head. Now we don't know all the rules of the 5th floor, and we don't know whether we will meet Xiao Zissou later. If the 2 of us become opponents, it will be difficult to deal with the rules, and we will be in a fight to the death. After all, in a sense, 2 people who are in the same 100th floor can be regarded as evenly matched opponents. It doesn't seem impossible to be chosen to participate in the same killing. The best way is to get rid of him. Get rid of Xiao Zissou by quickly killing him more than 100 floors away. Only in this way can we ensure that the 2 will not meet. The sooner the better. At the same time, in the sand area, Xiao Zissou held a long sword in her hand. She had just killed the little snake in front of her. When she looked up, she saw Hu Yu, whose ranking was constantly rising. A touch of surprise flashed in her eyes. Seeing that it was Hu Yu, she couldn't stop being happy, especially when she saw the rapidly rising number of winning streaks. She also understood what Hu Yu wanted to do, and she had made a decision in her heart. Delay. No matter what the next battle is, you must delay it as much as possible. It is best to wait until Hu Yu's winning streak reaches 100 before killing the opponent. Ding! The prompt sound of the next battle began fell. Xiao Zissou was already in a defensive posture, ready to start circling. Wait! Is that a human figure? Just now, they killed animals. But now a human figure appears. Is there another person here? When Xiao Zissou saw who the figure in front of him was, his pupils trembled. Could it be such a coincidence? Chapter 490, the 999th floor. Who you? Xiao Zissou's voice sounded tentatively. She was 90% sure that the person in front of her was Hu Yu. But there was still a 10% chance that he was not. It was better to be cautious in such a place. It's me. A familiar voice sounded. Xiao Zissou was relieved. But just as she let down her guard and prepared to approach the other party, she could not help but see the name on the leaderboard jumping again. The number that was just 19 now jumped directly to 20. No! If Hu Yu was right in front of him, even if he could only see a figure, he would not be able to participate in other battles. How did he continue to win? Unless the person in front of him is not the real Hu Yu. No! You are not him. Xiao Zissou took a step back, raised his hand, and raised his long sword, pointing directly at the fake Hu Yu in front of him. Who are you? It's really me. Zissou. Fake Hu Yu spoke his true feelings and walked slowly toward Xiao Zissou. Zissou. What happened to you? 21st floor. As the ranking list refreshed again, Xiao Zissou also confirmed again that the Hu Yu in front of him was indeed not real. In this case, then kill him. Xiao Zissou didn't know how much strength this projection could gain from Hu Yu, so she naturally didn't dare to neglect it. She closed the distance with the opponent as quickly as possible and started to kill directly. She quickly closed the distance with the fake Hu Yu, and while the opponent hadn't reacted yet, she raised her hand and swung a sword. The blade fell. The fake Hu Yu immediately disappeared in front of her eyes. However, her wins did not increase, and the battle was not over yet. It was space transfer. Xiao Zissou frowned, and when she came to her senses, the fake Hu Yu had appeared behind her. He casually cut a space crack and fell directly on Xiao Zissou. Zissou, are you going to betray me too? A roar fell. Xiao Zissou felt that her body was torn apart by space, and a hint of disbelief appeared in her eyes. Could it be that it was really like this? It was a pity that I didn't see Hu Yu again before leaving. Otherwise, he should have something to say to me. The next moment, a purple light exploded on her body. The fake Hu Yu dissipated the moment it came into contact with the purple light, and Xiao Zissou's body, which had just been cut, also recovered in an instant. However, as the purple light dissipated, Xiao Zissou also disappeared in the 5th floor. The 49th victory. As a small snake was cut in half, 2 slices of watermelon fell into Hu Yu's hands again. He took a bite of the watermelon in his hand, staring at the position where the enemy was about to appear, still without any slack. Now it is still in the middle of 100 battles, and no one knows who will appear next. If it is really Xiao Zissou, he will casually create a space crack and accidentally kill the opponent. What should he do? So even if it delays time, every time the enemy is refreshed, Hu Yu will wait for a moment to make sure that the enemy is not Xiao Zissou or other humans before taking action. But the next moment, the mist rose, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Hu Yu. That figure was Xiao Zissou. Is it really her? Zissou. Hu Yu put away the machete and pistol, fearing that he would accidentally hurt Xiao Zissou. As for himself, although the greed armor was downgraded to an ordinary level, the material was still made of the true god's divine nature, not to mention ordinary attacks. Even if a holy level attack fell, it would not cause any damage to the greed armor. The only possibility is that Hu Yu was hurt by the aftermath of the attack. Of course, Xiao Zissou obviously does not have this strength. Just as Hu Yu was about to hug Xiao Zissou and think of a way to break the situation, Xiao Zissou immediately rushed towards him. But at the moment when Hu Yu embraced her, a long sword emerged from his hand and stabbed straight at his neck. Hu Yu's pupils trembled, and the scene of being betrayed by that woman appeared in his eyes. Every inch of his skin began to crack, and wounds appeared one after another. Each one of them looked like it was cut by the woman herself. What on earth is going on? Could it be that I am going to experience betrayal by a woman again? No. It's impossible. Hu Yu stared at Xiao Zissou in front of him, and a panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Name: Xiao Zissou. Ordinary projection. Age: 23. Gender: female. Mastered skills. Personality: damn. It turned out to be a projection. Hu Yu couldn't help but curse himself in his heart. How could he not believe Xiao Zissou? Even if Xiao Zissou betrayed him, there was no way she could have caused him such a serious injury. This endless killing field is really getting more and more interesting. Hu Yu retreated violently, avoiding the sword of Xiao Zissou's projection, and took out a machete to cut off its head. The head and body of the projection also turned into watermelons at the same time. But this time Hu Yu no longer had the intention to eat the watermelon, but raised his foot to crush the two halves of the watermelon. Since he could encounter Xiao Zissou's projection, it means that she might also encounter his own projection. Hu Yu has a way to easily distinguish the existence of the other party, but Xiao Zissou may not. Unless Hu Yu looked up at the sky again, and he had made up his mind. Kill! Only by continuing to kill and killing more than 100 floors can Xiao Zissou, who is in the first 100 floors, know that she is definitely not the one she met. Fortunately, Xiao Zissou seemed to know what he was thinking, and her speed of passing the level began to slow down. Hu Yu has already reached the 50th floor, and Xiao Zissou is still on the 5th floor. Obviously, she is deliberately slowing down. Wait! Hu Yu's eyes just swept across the leaderboard, and his eyes blurred. The name that was behind his name before suddenly disappeared. Xiao Zissou disappeared. She couldn't disappear on the 5th floor. Or, if I kill Xiao Zissou's projection, will it also affect Xiao Zissou herself? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Hu Yu fell into confusion, and his eyes gradually turned red. At the same time, the opponent of the 51st battle appeared. It was a Black Panther. The moment it appeared, it hid in the shadows. Taking advantage of Hu Yu's unpreparedness, it jumped up and pounced directly at him. He pounced. Get lost. A muffled sound exploded. The Black Panther's body suddenly split into two pieces. The originally suppressed Furious Godhood began to rise wildly in compatibility. The Furious Godhood compatibility 0.85%. The Furious Godhood compatibility 0.95%. The Furious Godhood compatibility 0.05%. Kill! There was only one word left in Hu Yu's mind. Kill through this endless killing domain first. Or even the entire endless holy tower first. He wanted to see if Xiao Zissou was really dead. If not, then everything would be fine. But if Xiao Zissou really died, the entire endless holy tower would no longer exist. The 50-second match, 152 matches, 1,520 matches, 5,520 matches, the compatibility of the Wrathful Godhead. 90%. The Wrathful Godhead directly reached 90%. Only 90 minutes had passed, and Hu Yu had already solved 5,000 battles. If it weren't for the fact that it took almost a second of waiting time every time a new enemy was refreshed, perhaps this number would be even more terrifying. Hu Yu's grade also went from the very beginning, normal, advanced to the current pseudo-mythical level, but he still did not stop. No matter what creature appeared in front of him, the ending was the same. 1 second. Kill! While he was firmly at the top of the leaderboard, other creatures began to appear on the leaderboard. 90 minutes here is equivalent to 180 minutes on the 4th floor, which is 3 hours. The ranking list is settled every 2 hours. With the end of the first round of settlement, the top 10 of the 4th level standings have also come up from the lower level. Lin Xiaoxiao, Yu Qianqian, and Xiener, Minono, Shin Bubu and even Guanli are among them. Of course, Felinos, who is guarding the treasure mountain, has also successfully entered the top 10 and entered the endless killing area. As for the rest, most of them are strong men among the dragon clan and mutated sea beasts. For them, it is only a matter of time to understand the true use of the strange beasts. However, only these 10 creatures have been refreshed on the ranking list. It seems that the chaos fruit hidden by Hu Yu has not been found. Hu Yu just took a short break, glanced at the rankings, and then continued to kill. He didn't even have time to look at the abilities brought by the furious power. Kill first. 6,520 games. 7,520 games. 8,520 games. Hu Yu's strength has returned to the saint level. Of course, except for the word spirit reaching the saint level. Other abilities are still at the pseudo-saint level. 9,500th floor. Hu Yu took a breath. After reaching the 9,000th floor, the creatures that appeared were all pseudo-god level creatures. Even Hu Yu had a hard time dealing with those creatures. Those pseudo-god level creatures all possessed a part of the 7 deadly sins power. Their fighting instincts were no weaker than those of the strange beasts under the unextinguishable volcano. And they were even a little more intelligent than those strange beasts. And they were equally fearless of death. Fortunately, the firearms that were casually pulled out of the weapon pile earlier were also promoted to the pseudogod level. After distracting them, they can still use the authority of greed to easily deal with those pseudogod creatures. But it's almost the 10,000th round. The escape prompt said that only by winning 10,000 games can you get the way to the next level. This first 10,000 floor, won't there be a real true god level strongman? Huyu frowned slightly. In his current state, he has mastered 90% of the authority of greed and rage. And with the greed suit on his body, he is indeed not afraid of any true god level existence. But to be honest, Huyu is not sure about a life and death fight. 9,999. Huyu stayed on the second to last floor for a few breaths. He was not in a hurry to deal with the pseudogod level creature in front of him. But check the rage panel first. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. If the creature on the 10,000 floor is really a true god level creature, understanding your own situation now will also be more conducive to fighting. But when Huyu opened the authority column, he was stunned. Chapter 491 True God Crown of Greed. Item: Rage Godhead Grade. True God Compatibility, 90% Mastery, Burning with Fury, can increase the effects of all your abilities by 900%. Unlimited times. Full of Rage, can increase the effects of all your followers' abilities by 900%. Unlimited times. Intimidating without anger, can reduce the ability value of any target by 900%. Unlimited times. Rage of Living Beings, can lock any target as the target of anger, with a 90% chance of causing all living beings that need it to become extremely angry. Wrath of Heaven and Man, you can set any target as an enemy of heaven and earth, reducing their fortune by 900%. Unlimited times. Vidra Eyes, you can adjust the emotions of all creatures within your sight to anger, and it will not be changed. Uncontrollable Rage, at the cost of permanently sealing 10% of your own abilities. Remove all abnormal effects attached to yourself, and be immune to the same effect 9 times. Rage, at the cost of permanently sealing 10% of your own abilities. Destroy any race. True Rage, not unlocked. The remaining authority will be checked after the fit reaches 100%. Note: Burn. My anger. This is actually the authority of Rage? Isn't it too abnormal? Destroy a race directly. This is because his fit is only 90% now. If it can be improved to 100%, wouldn't it be no price? Huyu was stunned and thought for a few breaths, and fell into deep thought. He couldn't figure out how Rage had this ability. How did he lose so badly before? And he was actually able to be dropped on the moon at the beginning. Either his mind is really confused, and he doesn't know how to use the divine skills, or the abilities of other powers may be more perverted than this. So the Rage will fail, no matter what the reason is. Now that he is more than 90% of the two powers, facing the existence of the same true God, it is impossible to lose again. Huyu easily solved the false god, who had the power of gluttony in front of him, and started the last battle. Here it comes. As a figure appeared in front of him, Huyu, who was just about to take action, was stunned. This figure is himself? Again! Huyu frowned, and before he could come to his senses, a true god-level bullet flew towards him. He teleported and disappeared on the spot. But the opponent's bullet actually entered the space and chased him. What is going on? Not only do they have the same true god-level weapon, but they also have the same authority? Could this thing be something that the entire Endless Holy Tower came up with after 9,999 battles, simulating its own behavior? It can't be that perverted. Never mind. If that's the case, since the other party used this method, then he must be sure that this method can hurt him. Since it can hurt him, then it can also hurt the other party. Shoot first. Huyu subconsciously prepared to take out the firearm that had evolved to the god level. But the moment he touched his waist, he froze in place. The gun is gone. This thing can't have a prop to steal. What the hell is going on? Bang! Another gunshot exploded. 2 bullets began to follow him, constantly shuttling through space. Huyu moved through space and dodged the 2 bullets again. According to the properties of the gun, when it was a pseudogod, it could fire 12 bullets that locked onto the target in succession. Each bullet could directly penetrate the body of a pseudogod-level creature, and 3 effects could be selected: annihilation, control, and devouring. Judging from the effect at that time, This bullet did not have the effect of traveling through space. It was just a simple lock. If the target disappeared in space, the bullet would become ineffective. But now it seems, when this gun evolved to the God level, it directly gained the ability to travel through space. If I guess correctly, the range of influence of the three effects has also been improved. This can't be broken at all. Bang! 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 3 gunshots exploded in succession. Huyu subconsciously shuttled through space again. But as soon as he came through, a bullet was already waiting here. The bullet of the God-level weapon fell directly on the greed armor. Click! With a crisp sound. The greed armor did not trigger the function of immune to instant death, but directly cracked a thin crack. Repair? It can be repaired. However, if it is hit by another shot, perhaps the entire greed armor will be shattered. At that time, it will not be a problem of repair, but a problem of recasting. This is not a solution. The opponent's advantage is in weapons. Unless, find a way to make a weapon more terrifying than it. Huyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out the fallen version of Greed Godhead that he had obtained on the first floor. Before, he didn't know how to make this Godhead into a Greedy Series equipment. But now, he knows. It's the Word Spirit. Now the Greedy Series is still at the Saint level. As long as the Saint level Word Spirit is used to transform it into one of the Greedy Series equipment, the Greedy Series will be complete. By then, it will at least be a pseudo-God level suit, or even a God level suit. To deal with the current situation, isn't it easy? Now there are 6 items: Greedy Armor, Greedy Cloak, Greedy Box, Greedy Mask, Greedy Ring, and Greedy Throne. If we add one more, we have to make them appear at the same time. Got it! Crown. Huyu spoke immediately while flashing in the space. I want this godhood to be made into the Greedy Crown, one of the Greedy Series equipment. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 crisp sounds overlapped and exploded in my ears at the same time. One sound was the crisp sound of the Word Spirit being successfully triggered. Another sound was the crisp sound of the bullet hitting the Greedy Armor. Congratulations to the host for triggering the Saint level Word Spirit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the true God level item, the Greedy Crown. Name, Greedy Crown. Type, Jewelry. Effect 1, after equipping, you can lock all creatures' favorability towards you to at least 90, with a cooling time of 12 hours. Effect 2, after equipping, you can summon 9 clones with 90% of your original abilities without thinking ability. Only combat instincts. Lasting 12 hours, with a cooling time of 24 hours. Effect 3, after equipping, you can copy 90% of your own abilities to any creature that surrenders to you. Lasting 12 hours, with a cooling time of 24 hours. Effect 4, when equipped with the Ring of Greed, the cooldown time of Effect 2 can be halved. Effect 5, when equipped with the Throne of Greed, the cooldown time of Effect 3 can be halved. Effect 6, when equipped with the Mask of Greed, the equipment can exist in any non-living form. Effect 7, when equipped with the Armor of Greed, it can be immune to all damage within 9 seconds of receiving a fatal injury. The cooldown time is 12 hours. It can be superimposed with the Effect 3 of the Armor of Greed, and released together after accumulation. Note 1. The symbol of divine power created by the Greedy Collection Fallen Edition of the Greedy Godhead himself. Note 2. After collecting 9 greedy items, there will be an extra surprise. Note 3. Not enough. Still not enough. I want more. Ding! The host has obtained the Greedy Crown, which makes Greedy Armor, Greedy Cloak, Greedy Box, Greedy Mask, Greedy Ring, and Greedy Throne gain new effects. Greedy Mask. Effect 7, when equipped with Greedy Crown, the equipment level can be increased by 1, and all effect levels can be increased by 1 currently pseudo-God level, upgraded to true God level. Ring of Greed. Effect 7, Throne of Greed. Effect 7, Cloak of Greed. Effect 7, Box of Greed. Effect 7, Armor of Greed. Effect 7. Ding! The host has successfully collected the 3-piece set of Greed, unlocking the achievement, Son of Greed. Achievement, Greed Quality, True God. Effect 1, once every 24 hours. Reset all effects of Greed Series equipment. Effect 2, once every 24 hours. Increase all effects of Greed Series equipment by 100%. Effect 3, once every 24 hours. Unlock the 100% compatibility of the Greedy Godhead, which lasts for 3 seconds. Note, I already have everything. This is too perverted. Hiss. Huyu looked at all the prompt boxes that appeared in front of him. and he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and was stunned for half a second. Within half a second, the sound of gunfire in his ears was endless, and the bullets fell on him one after another, as if they were free. 3, 9, 12, 17. But as all the bullets fell, Huyu didn't suffer any damage, and even the effect of the greedy armor was not triggered. In other words, the current god-level bullets can no longer break his defense. Huyu no longer hid in the space, but flashed and escaped directly from the space. When he returned to the endless killing zone, he came directly behind the figure, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Fortunately, although this guy not only stole his gun, but also copied a set of greedy series equipment. Fortunately, it only lacked the greedy crown, and it was still a saint-level greedy series equipment, in front of the god-level greedy series equipment. This thing is no different from paper. Huyu waved his hand casually, and the god-level watermelon knife in his hand fell down, directly cutting the figure disguised as himself into 2 pieces, turning into a watermelon and falling to the ground. As he crushed it with one foot, a crisp sound came from the air. Ding! Congratulations to Huyu for successfully winning 10,000 games and qualifying for the next level. Here it comes! As a black and gold light came from the sky, Huyu's face was not happy at all. The reason why he worked so hard was not to pass the level as soon as possible, but simply to find out if Xiao Zissou had any problems. After all, in addition to the possibility of death, there is another possibility to disappear from the leaderboard, leaving. As long as you can leave this level and go to the 6th level, you will also disappear from the leaderboard. Now you just need to leave this level and look at the hint given by the endless holy tower to know whether Xiao Zissou's final outcome is death or escape from here. Huyu felt the changes in the surrounding environment, and when he opened his eyes again, the hint he wanted to see finally appeared in front of him. Chapter 492, Ascension Realm. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the 2nd creature to pass the 5th floor and gain an opportunity to evolve. Welcome to the 6th floor of the Endless Holy Tower, the Ascension Realm. The 2nd one. It's the 2nd one. The 2 hints that appeared in front of him. The most important thing to Huyu are only these 3 words. He just needs to be the 2nd one. Then the 1st one, at least 99.9% chance is Xiao Zissou. And the remaining 1,000th possibility. Forget it. Don't think about it. First see what this so-called Ascension Realm means. If there is no danger, try to search it first to see if you can find any clues related to Xiao Zissou. Huyu. Just when Huyu's thoughts started to arise, a familiar voice came from the front. The moment he looked up, the remaining 1,000th of possibility also disappeared. That was Xiao Zissou. Huh? Xiao Zissou trotted over and flew directly into his arms, hugging him tightly. Great. Finally see you again. I almost thought I would never see you again. Good boy. I'm here. Aren't I? The moment the beauty entered his arms, Huyu glanced at the panel on her head, and only after confirming that she was Xiao Zissou did he feel completely relieved. After a few gentle breaths with the beautiful woman in his arms, he finally stopped being nervous and began to observe the surrounding environment. It's not that Huyu is careless, but even Xiao Zissou can stay here so casually, and even feel confident. No matter how you think about it, it doesn't seem dangerous. However, they can meet up right after coming up, which seems a bit strange. Huyu frowned slightly and looked around. Nothingness. There was only nothingness. This 6th floor was just like the underground floor that Huyu and the others entered at that time. There were no buildings or objects around to determine their relative positions. Even the light source is only obtained from the subtitles projected from the sky. Huyu looked up at the top of his head, and just one glance made him frown. Leave or continue. Unlike the previous layers, the subtitles above have only one line. Is this asking us to wait for another one? It should be. Xiao Zissou responded on the side. When I came up before, it was only 1/3. And after you came up, it became February 3rd. No matter what choice I made during this period, it would not take effect. We probably have to wait until the next one comes up before we can make a choice. This choice doesn't make any sense. Huyu complained on the side. There are only 2 choices above. Nothing else. What's the benefit of leaving? And what's the benefit of continuing? Nothing is given. Why choose? If it were me, I wouldn't choose any. Xiao Zissou smiled bitterly. She also knew that Huyu just loved to complain, so she didn't care. But the next moment, the light in the sky actually brightened a little. Hey! Look! Another word has appeared. Huyu raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Just below the line of subtitles, a string of words quietly appeared. Leave. You can take away everything you have gained in the endless holy tower. Return to your world. And continue living. Continue, no reward. The three of you will automatically become teammates in the next exploration. And you will rise and fall together. What a great way to take everything away. What a great way to get no reward. Huyu lowered his eyes slightly. But he did not intend to pay attention to the existence in the endless holy tower. Even though the first option is not very competitive, there is a mythical item among the items that can be taken away. Of course, that thing is better than nothing for them. So every time they break through the tower to the saint level, it is the best reward for them. With another successful tower breakthrough, the level of the word spirit has broken through from the previous saint level to the pseudogod level. Pseudogod level word spirit. Any existence below the pseudogod level has a 10% probability of being affected by the word spirit. And the gods above the pseudogod also have a 1% chance of success. Divine skills? No matter how many divine skills there are, they can't compare to the word spirit. Huyu still has the upgrade prompt in front of him. And the smile on his mouth can't be suppressed at all. Oh! I forgot to ask you something. Huyu suddenly remembered that after Xiao Zissou experienced 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, and just now 5 to 6. The mythical life law she carried should have also evolved to the 4th level. According to the calculation of pseudo-saint, saint level, pseudo-god, and true god. At this time, Xiao Zissou should have become a true god with godhood, mastered the divine fire, and possessed divine skills. However, Huyu just glanced at her panel, and the life law that should have been promoted to the true god level, at this moment, is still only at the pseudo-god level. However, the name of this skill was changed from life law to life rule. Pseudo-god level life rule. I don't know what its effect will be. What? Xiao Zissou asked with her head tilted. Your ability. Oh! You mean this? Xiao Zissou said, with a bitter smile on her lips. Speaking of which, I also benefited from this ability. After that, a light spot appeared in her hand, and she casually touched Huyu. A touch of lush green appeared. Huyu did not dodge. At the moment when the green light dissipated, he vaguely felt that the pseudo-holy level life law he mastered had changed. It was actually upgraded from a pseudo-holy level skill to a holy level skill. However, the holy level life law is still just a life law, and it has not become a rule level existence. In addition, there is another prompt. It is detected that the host has obtained the blessing of the life rule, and has obtained a chance to avoid death. It is automatically triggered after death. This, Huyu's pupils trembled, and he looked at Xiao Zissou in front of him with shock in his eyes. This skill is too abnormal. It's just a pseudo-god level ability, but it can actually give the true god a golden medal of immunity from death. Zissou, this ability won't do any harm to you after it is used. Right? This is what Huyu is most worried about. Abnormal abilities of this level will most likely cause some damage to the caster. The greater the effect, the greater the damage. If the damage to Xiao Zissou is too great, Huyu would rather not have this ability. After all, he now has enough trump cards and abilities to protect himself. Don't worry. Xiao Zissou raised her hand and stroked Huyu's bangs. I can use the same ability 3 times a day. Attaching it to others will only consume 1 use of the ability. I'm still counting on you to protect me. If you don't accept it, I'll be very sad. You? Huyu had no choice but to take out the true god level pistol. After he killed the opponent of the 10,000th level, the pistol naturally belonged to him. However, he had a complete set of true god level greed suits, so it was useless to hold this pistol. It would be better to give it to Xiao Zissou to protect himself. This is for you, Huyu said, and put a space binding between Xiao Zissou and the pistol. As long as Xiao Zissou's mind moved, the pistol could come directly to her side no matter where it was, unless there was a stronger space control than Huyu to separate the two. The space binding would be locked forever. This is... Xiao Zissou played with the pistol, but couldn't see the special features of the pistol. He couldn't help but laugh and cry. Why did you give me a gun? True god level weapon. Huyu smiled and rubbed Xiao Zissou's head. There are a total of 18 bullets, with built-in space lock, and each bullet can have 3 effects after hitting. Destruction. Those below the true god level will be directly annihilated, and those at the true god level will be seriously injured. Control. Those below the true god level will become your most loyal servants, and those at the true god level will be forcibly controlled for 3 seconds. Swallow. Those below the true god level will be swallowed by the bullet, increasing the power by 10% while continuing to lock on to the next target. The power of the true god level bullet will be reduced by 5%, which is used to increase the power of the next bullet. His. Xiao Zissou took a breath and frowned at the true god level firearm in her hand. Such a violent weapon. Are you sure you want to give it to me? How about I paint it pink for you? No need for that. I don't like pink. Hu Yu chuckled. And just as he was about to hold Xiao Zissou's hand, he heard her voice continue. Golden paint is okay. I've wanted to own a golden desert eagle for a long time. Hu Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Okay. The two smiled at each other and stopped talking, just leaning on each other's shoulders silently, waiting for the third person to pass the level to come up. Hey. You say. Xiao Zissou leaned on Hu Yu's shoulder and raised her hand to knock off his claws. Who will come up next? It's either Lin Xiaoxiao or Yu Qianqian. Hu Yu reluctantly put away his claws and said helplessly, 10,000 battles are directly a war of the true god level, and even weapons will be taken away. At present, only these two can pass the 10,000 trials. Others, I just hope they pass the level slower. Maybe after we clear the endless holy tower, we can still save them. Then who will be ahead after you come up? Lin Xiaoxiao. Hu Yu said casually. She is as violent as ever. Be careful not to be heard by her. I won't help you if you two fight later. Hey! I just gave you a true god level weapon. It shouldn't be like this. That's it. That's it. Li. This period of time is the most leisurely and comfortable time for the two of them. Unfortunately, an hour later, the third person also arrived. As a ray of light flashed by, Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou turned their heads and looked behind them. A figure walked out slowly. Both of them had their own guesses in their hearts. However, when Hu Yu saw the situation clearly, he was shocked. Although he could only see a shadow, he could still judge something. With a body shape similar to that of a mountain. It didn't look like the two people Hu Yu guessed in his heart, but more like gluttony. Chapter 493 Big Pot. Big Pot. As a simple voice sounded, Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou looked at each other, and a hint of helplessness appeared in their eyes. It was confirmed. It was this fool. But Hu Yu had never seen Gluttony's name on the victory list before. How did this guy become the third player to enter the 6th floor? Hu Yu frowned and looked at the front, raised his hand to stop Gluttony, who was rushing towards him. Big Pot. I finally see you. You don't know how hard I have been looking for you and my elder sister? Woo. It's really not easy for me. Hu Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. Calm down first. Oh, Gluttony replied, then sat down and turned to look at Xiao Zissou beside him. Originally, his eyes simply swept over, as if he didn't find anything, and his eyes fell on Hu Yu. But a moment later, he seemed to find something shocking, and his eyes fell on Xiao Zissou again. At one glance, his figure couldn't help but take 2 steps back, his eyes fixed on Xiao Zissou in front of him, his voice trembling slightly. You, who are you? You don't need to know. Hu Yu replied casually, interrupting Gluttony's questioning. You just need to tell me how you got here. It's a long story. It starts from when I was first admitted to this place. Stop. Hu Yu interrupted Gluttony again. You should have heard of the saying, make a long story short. Right. I understand. Gluttony responded helplessly. After I entered here, it was like someone was feeding me. After I finished one thing, it gave me the next thing. And I kept eating and eating until a true god-level existence came out. I entangled with it for a long time, and then ate it. Then, I came here. Brother. That's all. So, Gluttony appeared directly on the 5th floor after entering? This situation has happened before. Yu Qianqian appeared directly on the 2nd floor, and was not affected by the rules of the 2nd floor. She could directly use her authority and ability. Could it be that Gluttony is the same, and can ignore the inclusion function of the killing victory list and directly go to the 6th floor after obtaining 10,000 wins? No matter which case it is, since Gluttony has already come up, let's see whether he will be judged as a teammate by the rules, and then make plans. Hu Yu looked up at the subtitles in the air, and his heart was instantly chilled. As expected, Gluttony was judged as a companion. At the moment he looked up, Gluttony also looked up, and when he looked at the subtitles in the air, he couldn't help but wonder. Big Pot. What does it mean? Literally. Hu Yu said, turning to look at Xiao Zissou. Zissou. Try to give up the vote. And Gluttony, and I will continue to vote, and see what the result will be. If you can get out, you will be responsible for the overall situation. With your current ability, even if the egg that fell from the sky was a true god, you can deal with it. True god? Egg? Xiao Zissou was stunned. I'll tell you more about this later. Who you said? Looking at Gluttony. Did you hear that clearly? I heard that clearly. Wait. Xiao Zissou frowned and looked at Hu Yu. We are teammates now. If I leave, you will. Trust me. Hu Yu stared into Xiao Zissou's eyes and said, I have confidence. Okay. At this point, Xiao Zissou could not come up with any other reasons. She stepped forward and hugged Hu Yu. After a fleeting hug, the three of them looked up at the sky at the same time. Make a decision immediately. One leaves. Two continue. Unfortunately, as a ray of light flashed before his eyes, the nothingness around him gradually dissipated, and Xiao Zissou still stayed where he was. People are still there. The decision was made by the team. So the one who stayed was obviously also a whole team. Hu Yu frowned slightly, but he immediately held Xiao Zissou's left hand. Gluttony. Be prepared. Got it. Gluttony replied, and his figure had turned into a mountain range, blocking Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou. Big pot. Although you cheated me a little bit before, but at this time, we should cooperate. Hu Yu felt a little confused. Gluttony's tone was a little different from before. Could it be he also began to recover his memory? Forget it. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's see what is going on this level first. As the void dissipated, the words on the sky began to change. 6th level, Ascension Realm. World Rule 1, when climbing the Ascension steps, the death of any teammate will result in the death of all members. World Rule 2, when climbing the Ascension steps, if any teammate fails to reach the top, it will not be considered a success. World Rule 3, there is no danger on the Ascension steps. World Rule 4, please be careful of your closest people. Escape Rule, climb the last level of the Ascension steps to ascend to the 7th level. Escape Countdown, 22 hours and 14 minutes. Escape Reward, you can make one choice. Failure Penalty, Death. Ascension. Hu Yu and the other two scanned the text in front of them, and the nothingness in front of them turned into a long staircase to the sky. Looking around, the entire long staircase seemed to have no end. Each step was like the body of Gluttony. For normal humans, climbing a step was like crossing a mountain range. The next moment, Gluttony and Xiao Zissou turned their heads to look at him. Obviously, for this kind of stairs, the easiest way is to use space jump directly, and you can reach the stairs to the sky in a flash. Why are you looking at me? Hu Yu smiled bitterly. You don't think that there is still greedy power to use in this place, do you? Both Gluttony and Xiao Zissou nodded slowly at this moment. Okay, let's try it once, Hu Yu said helplessly, and immediately used his ability to put the target in a position within his sight, and moved with Gluttony and Xiao Zissou. Instantly, space fluctuations appeared, and the three of them came to the stairs at the same time. This is also possible, Hu Yu exclaimed in surprise. He did not expect that the power of greed could actually work in this situation. But when he looked up at the sky again, the same endless stairs were still hanging in the air. As for the feet, it was still the same stairs. Hu Yu frowned slightly. From the perspective of space crossing, this time the space crossing was at least thousands of kilometers high. According to the height of the ordinary endless holy tower, it has reached the limit at this time. But now there are at least thousands of kilometers of steps in the air. Something is wrong. Try again, Hu Yu said, and moved towards the air again with Xiao Zissou and Gluttony. The result this time is still the same. Hu Yu frowned slightly. It still doesn't work. Is it only the dumbest way to really climb up this long staircase? Xiao Zissou asked on the side. Let's try it, Hu Yu said. At least from the current point of view. Although this staircase is long, it really doesn't seem to be dangerous. But the height of this staircase. Height? Gluttony asked in confusion. Then took a step and came to the next step, looking down at Hu Yu and others. This is not high. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Hu Yu was silent for a few breaths, and said helplessly. Gluttony silently took a step back and shrank in place obediently. Sorry. If you do it again, I'll twist your head off, Hu Yu said. Looked up at the subtitles in the air, companions. Hu Yu then frowned and looked at Gluttony and said, try to shrink your body. Okay. Gluttony's body shrank by about half, and the steps in front of him also shrank by half. There is hope. Restore to human form. It was a simple request. But Gluttony hesitated. Who you said again? Don't tell me you can't restore to human form. I can. But, Gluttony looked at Hu Yu and said, Brother, can you give me a mask? This is not for people to see. Hu Yu lowered his eyelids and responded calmly. No. Brother. You have 3 seconds to think about it. Gluttony did not answer. And his body shrank suddenly, shrinking to the size of a kitten. The stairs under his feet were also locked to the size that normal humans could climb. It seems that the size of this staircase is determined according to the largest existence in the team. But, what does Gluttony look like? Why would he rather become a cat than a human? Just as Hu Yu was thinking, the violent cat food jumped directly onto his shoulder. Big Pot. I'm done for now. You guys are the ones who will take care of the rest. The words were not finished yet. Hu Yu grabbed Gluttony's neck and threw him onto the stairs. You're not lazy. Just walk by yourself. Ah. The 2 people and the cat just walked up the stairs. 1 step, 2 steps, 100 steps, 1,000 steps. Time on the sky kept passing. And everyone was still climbing. But this step of ascension was strange. There seemed to be no danger up there. And there was no one else except the 3 of them. Looking around, there were only stairs. Stairs. More stairs. The 10,000th step, the 100,000th step. The countdown in the air reached 19 hours. They had been pacing the stairs for 4 hours. But these 4 hours were like boring water. There was no danger. But there was no progress either. I'm not going to leave. Gluttony fell asleep on the stairs. No matter what you say, I'm not going to leave. Hu Yu did not stop him this time. After all, this ascending step was indeed too outrageous. He had not been trapped on one level for such a long time in the previous levels. If he went on, there might still be no result. Hu Yu simply sat on the ground, looking at the many steps he had crossed. And he could not help but fall into silence. Break the situation. How to break the situation? That's right. Since the 3 of them could not break the situation. Why not? Hu Yu casually drew his hand and summoned the Fire Phoenix from the space. But at the moment when the Fire Phoenix appeared, the sky in the sky changed again. Chapter 494. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Faced with the unfamiliar environment, the Fire Phoenix immediately turned around and looked at the man and cat beside Hu Yu. It happened in a flash. The moment the Fire Phoenix came out, it had already determined its battle plan. Kidnapping. Kidnapping a creature other than Hu Yu as a way to escape. It has been locked in the space crack, living like a dog tied with a chain, with no freedom at all. For the Phoenix clan, this is simply a great shame. As for the target, it immediately locked on the kitten. Apart from anything else, the cat that can be brought by this person should be his beloved thing. If it can be caught, it may be used to force this person to let it go. As for the other human, it seems that he has a very close relationship with that person. But there is an aura that makes it feel afraid. It is better not to target her. Instantly, the Fire Phoenix pounced on the kitten. Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou didn't care at all, and looked up at the sky. Rule 5. Understand the heart. Only by truly seeing through and obeying your heart can you understand the steps of ascension. Heart? Understand? See through and obey? What does this mean? Bang! With a muffled sound, it exploded. The Fire Phoenix was pressed on the stone steps by the claws of the violent cat. Judging from the noise, Hua Feng's brain was probably smashed into pieces. Bao Mao Mao sure did not forget to look at Hu Yu. Big Pot. What do you mean? You look down on me. Even if you want to attack me, you wouldn't use a rookie like this. Right? Rookie? Hua Feng went berserk when he heard the word. You are the rookie. Your whole family is birds. I am Hua Feng. You know Phoenix. I'm afraid you haven't seen a phoenix like me. I've eaten it. Fire Phoenix? Okay. Stop messing around, Hu Yu said, and raised his hand and pointed at the sky. Look at the new rules. As Bao Mao Mao sure looked up, Hua Feng also looked up at the sky with it. Just one glance. Fire Phoenix was stunned. This, isn't it where it lives? Where did it take it? As for Bao Mao Mao sure, he looked at the new rule and fell into deep thought. What does it mean? Bao Momi frowned and said, is there any difference between having this hidden rule and not having it? Yes, Hu Yu said calmly, and Xiao Zissou beside him explained. According to the timing of the appearance of this hidden rule, it should appear only when the endless holy tower determines that there are more than 3 creatures in the Ascension realm. More than 3. Baomomi was stunned. But there were only 3 when they came in. Under what circumstances is it possible for a 4th creature to appear within 48 hours? Unless lust is here. Otherwise, wait. Could it be that this place is really created by lust? It shouldn't be. Huyu frowned and said. Although lust is also in the endless holy tower, he should not be able to make all the rules appear in a way that suits him. In addition to lust, some insects may also produce a 2nd generation within 48 hours. Of course, this is only a possibility. It is also possible that other creatures like us carry with us, resulting in the current situation. I think what we should focus on now is not the way the 4th creature appears, but whether there may be other hidden rules here. Are there any hidden rules? Baomomi asked on the side. How to experiment? Create another creature? I can't do it. It's probably useless to create another one. We have to think of other ways. Hey! Huifeng couldn't help it at this moment, and shouted directly to Huyu and others. That human. Do you dare to let me go first and talk about this later? Huyu turned to look at the fire phoenix. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He walked slowly forward, squatted in front of the fire phoenix, and said to Bao Maosher and Xiao Zissou, Maybe. I have a way. What is it? Xiao Zissou asked on the side. Huyu didn't say anything, but raised his hand and fell on the fire phoenix's head, gently stroking its feathers. You said that adding a living being can trigger the hidden rules. So what if another living being is eliminated? Eliminate? Baomomi frowned and said. Didn't we say we are companions? Wait. What you mean is? Try it. Huyu said, as he pulled out a machete from the greedy box. Little fire phoenix. Don't blame me for being cruel. 1 death saves 3. It is said that saving 1 person is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Isn't it a huge profit for you to build a 20-level pagoda? Besides, who told you to attack us? The fire phoenix's pupils trembled. It really felt the murderous intent in Huyu's eyes. Its body trembled, and its eyes looked at Huyu in horror. It couldn't help but exclaim, Ancestor! Ancestor! I was wrong. I will never, The words were not finished yet. Huyu's watermelon knife fell on the steps. Instantly, 2 slices of watermelon appeared on the ground. There was no way. The movement when the fire phoenix just appeared gave Huyu a warning. This is the endless holy tower. The endless holy tower full of infinite restrictions and dangers. If it was just him, everything would be fine. But now there is Xiao Zissou beside him. If she has any accident, even if he has life-saving skills, Huyu will still collapse. In this situation, no matter what, you can't leave any dangerous factors around. The movement of the fire phoenix just now is enough to prove that it is the so-called dangerous factor. Huyu can't keep it by your side. And you can't believe what it said. What protection? Do you need it to protect you as a pseudo-god? With the appearance of the watermelon, the subtitles in the sky did change. However, only the 5th rule has changed. Rule 5, face your heart and you can ascend. As Huyu silently recited this rule in his heart, a burst of golden light suddenly emanated from his body. Obviously, he has met the requirements for ascension. This is fucking possible, Baomeshi exclaimed, with a strange color flashing in his pupils. It immediately jumped in front of Huyu. Boss, do you have other creatures hiding in the space? Let me kill one. No more. Huyu smiled bitterly, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. I didn't know it would be like this. Otherwise, I would have brought a few ants with me. No more. No more. Gluttony muttered with his head down, with a hint of dullness and madness in his eyes. His figure also began to expand gradually, from a kitten to the size of a tiger. But he didn't seem to be stopping. No more. How should I ascend? How should I ascend? Face my inner heart. My inner heart, Gluttony said, turning his head to look at Xiao Zissou, his pupils completely red. No! There is one more. There is another one. After that, Gluttony rushed straight toward Xiao Zissou. Huyu frowned, not knowing how Gluttony could be affected to this extent, and immediately waved a space barrier to stop it. Unfortunately, his body was covered with golden light. Although the space barrier fell in front of Gluttony, Gluttony just jumped over it and passed through the barrier directly. The 2 beings seemed to be in different layers. Huyu frowned, blocked Xiao Zissou in front of him, and shouted to her behind him. Shoot! Control! The rules! The rules have already stated that if one of the 3 team members is killed, all 3 will be judged dead. Killing each other is definitely not a way to pass this sixth layer. As for gluttony, maybe this is the horror of the ascension realm. As long as one of them gets the qualification to ascend through some means or methods, and then affects the spirit of the other one, the three-person team can be directly disbanded. The other one can only passively dodge or fight back. Just like that. You still want to ascend? I'm afraid that only the soul will ascend to the west. The words fell. Gluttony also fell from the air at this moment. His figure directly passed through who was blocking him in front of him, without any hindrance, and landed directly in front of Xiao Zissou. And Xiao Zissou seemed to have not heard what Yu said, and directly took out the pistol. Bang! With a muffled sound. It fell. A true god-level bullet directly penetrated Gluttony's head and controlled it in the air. Only 3 seconds. Face your heart. Yu frowned and uttered 4 words. He turned to look at Xiao Zissou. Besides killing each other, there should be other ways to ascend. He subconsciously turned to look at Xiao Zissou. But as soon as he said 1 word, a soft feeling came over him. Yu held on to his mind and pushed Xiao Zissou away by 1 centimeter. What are you doing? Yu was stunned. The focus of my question just now was not on the 3rd word, but on the 2nd one. Hey! This is not the time to think about this kind of thing. Before Yu pushed Xiao Zissou away again, she threw Yu to the ground, and fired the remaining 17 shots, and began to control her gluttony continuously. At the moment when the two of them had a negative distance, Xiao Zissou's body was also covered with a layer of golden light. She couldn't help but whisper in Yu's ear, following your heart doesn't necessarily mean killing people. That's right. Yu suddenly realized it. But just when he was about to hold Xiao Zissou and continue, Xiao Zissou pushed him away. There's something else here. As soon as he finished speaking, Gluttony's control was also released. He still maintained his previous idea of attacking Xiao Zissou, but at the moment he pounced on her, Xiao Zissou didn't dodge, and Gluttony missed. He rolled down the stairs and turned his head to see Yu and Xiao Zissou were covered with golden light, and the idea of attacking was instantly defeated by this shock. He looked at Yu and Xiao Zissou with some confusion. Big pot. You want to learn? Yu smiled kindly at the corner of his mouth, looking at Gluttony in front of him, and smiled faintly. I can teach you. Instantly, Gluttony trembled all over, and goosebumps fell all over the floor. This smile didn't look like he was really going to teach him, but like he was going to eat him. Chapter 495 Ascension. Demigod word spirit. No. Big pot. No need. Gluttony trembled and retreated. But Yu was not going to indulge him. As he walked forward slowly, the smile on his lips never faded. Since you call me Big Pot, then Big Pot must tell you the method of ascension. Look, Yu said, and did not forget to raise his hand to the sky. What does the subtitle in the sky say? You should follow your heart. Right. Think about it. What do you want to do most? Eat? That's right. Yu praised him with surprise, like a teacher coaxing a child, and gave a thumbs up. The child is really smart. You want to eat? Of course. As long as you are full. You can ascend like us. Eat full? Gluttony was stunned. This word has not appeared for many epochs for him. If you want him? Who is gluttony? To be full. You might as well say that envy is amiable. Lust is pure and desireless. Arrogance is respectful to the elders. And wrath is approachable. It would be simpler. Don't worry. Yu has come to Gluttony, and raised his hand to touch Gluttony, who has turned into a kitten again and wants to be cute. Big Pot. I will help you. Come. Open your mouth. Yu's words seemed to have magic. Gluttony just listened and opened his mouth, quietly waiting for him to feed. The next moment, something rotten and bloody poured into his mouth. Gluttony was stunned and subconsciously wanted to shut up. But the true god-level machete was already stuck in his mouth. If he dared to shut up, the machete would instantly pierce his head. He had seen the power of this knife with his own eyes, as he had also cleared the 5th level of 10,000 battles. He naturally knew the lethality of a true god-level weapon to him, so he had to open his mouth wide and dared not close it. Isn't it just eating? When it comes to this, I, Gluttony, have never been afraid of anyone. But the next moment, Gluttony felt a sour taste in his throat. He couldn't help it, and asked Yu with his mental power. Big Pot, what on earth did you give me to eat? Want to know? Yu responded with a smile. But from the sound, it seemed that he was pinching his nose. Yeah. That's easy, Hu said, and directly transmitted the picture he saw in front of him to Gluttony through his mental power. When the picture appeared in his mind, Gluttony felt nauseous and subconsciously wanted to vomit. Think it through. Hu's voice sounded at the right time. If you spit it out now, you will have to eat as much as you spit out later. Gluttony held back his appetite and quickly closed his taste buds. He had no choice. He believed that Hu could indeed do such a thing. But this cauldron was really cruel. The rotten smell was from human corpses, all of which were from the beginning of the apocalypse, because they were produced after he took away Sakura Island. These corpses were soaked in radioactive water and turned into mutated giants. They were filled in one mouthful, and even Gluttony felt nauseous. As for the blood, if I read it right, nuclear wastewater was also poured in along with the corpses. Although the radiation produced by nuclear fission has almost no effect on him, the corpses poured into his mouth will rot and decay as soon as they come into contact with the nuclear wastewater. The rotten skin and bloody water directly filled his mouth. Even he who is used to eating raw meat and drinking blood felt disgusted and nauseous at the smell of blood. As for the sourness in his throat, I don't know where Hu got those Hautuinia chordata. Stinky tofu, durian, canned herring, blue cheese. All these things were mixed with those disgusting things in life, and even more disgusting after death, and poured into his throat. It would be strange if this wasn't disgusting. Ugh. Another vomiting sound came from Gluttony's throat. Hu felt that it was almost done. So he immediately pulled out the machete, closed Gluttony's jaw with his backhand, and began to shake it up and down. Anyone who has fed pets medicine knows that after putting the pills into the pet's mouth, in order to ensure that they can swallow them, they will choose to use this method. However, Hu's method is naturally not as gentle as feeding a pet. Just start shaking. Gluttony's head kept shaking, and even a violent hurricane was generated around it. If a pseudo-god creature came over, the brains might be shaken evenly. After 9981 times, Hu returned to Xiaozisu and exhaled a foul breath. It should be done. After that, Gluttony trembled and collapsed on the stone steps. Ugh! Finally, Gluttony vomited. The turbidity flowed on the steps of ascension. The disgusting degree and the impact of the picture were even more disgusting than what Hu had just fed to Gluttony. Ah! Hu exclaimed, and said with some regret, why did you vomit it all out? How can this be? You just ate. As he said that, Hu waved his hand and opened up a new space for the things that Gluttony had just vomited, and collected them all. Not a drop was left. Then he followed the steps and methods just now, came back to Gluttony, raised his hand and stroked his head. Come. The big pot will feed you again. Don't. Big pot. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I can't eat anymore. I really can't eat anything, vomit, anymore. Oh. Hu narrowed his eyes and asked in confusion. What's your fault? How come I don't know? I was wrong for being obsessed with your female companion. No. It should be your sister-in-law. I shouldn't have attacked your sister-in-law. Gluttony argued frantically. You said it beautifully. Since you shouldn't have attacked her, what should you have said? I'm sorry. Gluttony turned around and kowtowed to Xiaozisu. Sister-in-law. I was wrong. I was wrong from the beginning to the end. Whatever you want me to do, just say it. Godhead fragments? Or anything else? I can give it to you, Gluttony said, and his body suddenly emitted the same golden light as Hu and the others. Obviously, he is now really following his heart. If he can't eat, he won't eat. Xiaozisu next to him looked at him helplessly and smiled bitterly. This guy forced Gluttony to become anorexic. Anyway, Gluttony didn't cause any substantial damage to himself. So what's unforgivable? Okay, let's clear the level first, Xiaozisu said, then stared at Gluttony and said, remember, you owe me a favor. When I need you, you have to help me. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Looking at the golden light rising around him, Gluttony smiled and said, even if you want to abuse me, I will stand by your side unwaveringly. Oh, Hu said softly and asked Gluttony, are you sure? Gluttony flashed to Xiaozisu's side and smiled helplessly. Of course it's better not to. After all, my relationship with my eldest brother is pretty good. Hu and Xiaozisu smiled at each other and stopped talking. No matter what. As long as they can pass this level, it's good. However, now their bodies are covered with golden light. But the three of them are still staying on the steps, not ascending. Could it be that they have to climb the steps again? Hu Yu also took a step and came to Xiao Zissou in gluttony. Pay attention to the rhythm. Let's go up together and climb for a while. Okay. As Xiao Zissou in gluttony responded, the three of them took a step forward at the same time and stepped onto the stairs. In an instant, all the stairs in front of them disappeared. Only 3 auspicious clouds were left. Gluttony turned to look at Hu Yu, his eyes full of questions. As for Xiao Zissou, she just held Hu Yu's hand, her eyes full of satisfaction. 3 auspicious clouds. That is to say, after the 3 ascended, they might not gather together directly like this time, but might separate again. Let's go! Hu Yu uttered 2 words, raised his hand and rubbed Xiao Zissou's head. Let's go up first. Don't worry. With the things you gave me, we won't be in danger. Yeah. Xiao Zissou nodded and responded. After that, Hu Yu and the other 2 landed on the 3 auspicious clouds respectively. The golden light merged with the auspicious clouds. The 3 flew into the air, and the moment they touched the sky, a golden light bloomed. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the first creature to pass the 6th level and get a chance to evolve. Welcome to the 7th floor of the Endless Holy Tower, the Heavenly Realm. Heavenly Realm, they really thought they had ascended. Hu Yu complained in his heart, and looked around, and suddenly found himself in a pool of golden water, which kept drilling into his body, nourishing his body and strengthening his physique. However, there was no one else around, so he sighed helplessly. It seems that as they guessed, this layer will be separated again. But it doesn't matter. According to the evolution of each layer, his own words should also evolve from the pseudo-god level to the true god level. Hu Yu was suddenly excited and looked at the prompt in front of him. Congratulations to the host for completing the 10th round of evolution. His physical fitness has been comprehensively improved, and his skill word spirit has been upgraded to the demigod level. Name, word spirit category, skill effect. Any word spoken may trigger cause and effect and make it come true. The probability depends on the target's level. When the target is a demigod or below, the probability of coming true is 10%. For each level up, the probability is reduced to 1/10. It can only be used 3 times a day, and the corresponding cause and effect must be born. Note, God said, "Let there be light." There is actually another level above the false god. Hu Yu had never come into contact with the level above the false god before, and thought that the true god was after the false god. Now it seems that this greedy series equipment can be directly upgraded from saint level to true god level. So the crown played a big role. Demigod level is demigod level. Hu Yu stood up and looked up at the sky, wanting to see what the rules of this level are. But the moment he looked up, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. Chapter 496 Heaven Realm. Ding! Before the figure fell, a crisp sound exploded in Hu Yu's ears. The area with him, as the center, was suddenly covered by a gray film, isolating all information from the outside world. And the next moment, a line of text appeared on the gray film. Leave or continue. Come again? The same choice as the 6th floor. But this time, there is no teammate to choose. Only Hu Yu makes the decision. What? Hu Yu chuckled and asked in the air. Is there still no reward if I continue this time? The subtitles in the air slowly changed. Leave. You can take everything you got in the Endless Holy Tower. Return to your world, and continue living. Continue. You can get 100 immortal sources. Immortal sources? Hu Yu frowned slightly. What? Tianmu did not reply this time. But think about it. This thing can be called immortal. It should not be a bad thing. Anyway, I am going to continue. As long as I can get some wool. I just don't know if Xiao Zissou will leave. According to what Hu Yu thought, Xiao Zissou's best choice is to leave directly, and leave the things here to him. But he had to admit that Xiao Zissou would most likely choose to continue. Forget it. Let's deal with the current situation first. Continue. As Hu Yu uttered 2 words. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Xianyuan *100. The last line of subtitles appeared, and the gray film in the air instantly dissipated. Bang! With a muffled sound, everything around seemed to fall into silence. I saw a man who was 100 meters tall, holding a long sword and wearing armor, standing in front of Hu Yu. He looked down at Hu Yu and said calmly, "You are the one who ascended today? Can communicate, have consciousness, and in human form?" Hu Yu did not answer, but looked directly at the other party's panel. Name, Wei Chansheng. Gender, male. Age, 3,650 years old mastered skills. Pseudo-god level immortal body. Pseudo-god level fighting spirit. Pseudo-god level law of heaven and earth. Personality, loyal, fearless, and abiding. Favorability, one you don't know until you see it. And you'll be shocked when you see it. 3,650 years old. The time flow rate of the 7th layer should be 256 times that of the blue star. So this person's age should be 934,400 years old. Even if it is calculated as an era of 10,000 years. This person has lived for 93 eras. What are you standing there for? Wei Changsheng looked at Hu Yu and spoke again. The ascension pool contains the golden body liquid. Even if you are a mute, you should be able to speak now. Yes. Hu Yu couldn't figure out the ins and outs of this place. So he said immediately, I am indeed one of the people who ascended today. May I ask the immortal, where is this place? Where is it? Wei Changsheng frowned slightly. You little kid are interesting. You ascended to heaven. But you don't know where the heaven is? Heaven? Hu Yu raised his eyebrows, and was stunned when he heard these two words. If Nuar really existed, then heaven might be real. But even if there is a heaven, it is impossible for it to appear in the endless holy tower. This heaven. I'm afraid there is something strange. Don't stand there, Wei Changsheng said. Turning around and leaving, all new ascenders must follow me to register. It's strange to say that there has been no one ascending in hundreds of years. But there are quite a few people who have ascended in the past few times. There was only one person a few decades ago. And now there is another one. Decades ago? According to the flow rate of 256 times. That should be what happened in the last era. Hu Huyo remembered this, but did not say much. He just followed Wei Changsheng and flew forward, and looked at the words on the sky curtain at the same time. Like the previous layers, the sky curtain still recorded the information and precautions of this layer. 7th layer, Heaven. World Rule 1, in the heaven. Please remember your identity at all times, and do not do anything beyond the rules. World Rule 2, the heaven realm is vast. Please do not move around at will. Otherwise you may encounter unexpected events. World Rule 3, the higher your status in the heaven realm, the more immortal source you will get, and it will be settled every hour. World Rule 4, immortal fate can be exchanged for all items you can imagine. Escape Rule, none. Escape Countdown, 20 hours and 4 minutes. Escape Reward, you can make one choice. Failure Penalty, stay in the heaven realm forever exchange? Hu Yu looked at Rule 4, and two words emerged in his mind, and a list suddenly appeared in front of him. The top line of small gold-plated words directly attracted his attention. 1. Method of Sainthood 999. 999. 999 Immortal Fate Sainthood? This thing, can't it be the method of entering the next level? But why is it called Sainthood? Hu Yu frowned in confusion and looked at the other items in the list. In addition to the method of sainthood, the items in this small list can be said to be dazzling. From semi-god level items to a handful of mortal water, all of which can be exchanged for immortal sources. That's the price. It's ridiculously high. The way to become a saint requires nearly 1 billion immortal sources. And the semi-god level items require 500 million immortal sources. And there is only one way to obtain this immortal source. Position. Only higher positions can obtain more immortal sources in the hourly settlement. According to the sky curtain, settlement is once every hour. And there are 20 hours left. Hu Yu and others only have 40 opportunities to collect immortal sources in this sky domain. On average, at least 250 million immortal sources must be collected each time to obtain the way to become a saint. Therefore, if you want to get more immortal sources, you have to climb up. Hu Yu frowned and asked Wei Changsheng in front of him directly. Brother Changsheng, how dare you? The words just came out. Wei Changsheng turned around and swung his long knife to chop at Hu Yu. You are just a junior, and you dare to call me by my name. Luckily, it was just a false god. Hu Yu dodged it with a flash, and put the machete on Wei Changsheng's neck with his backhand. What did you just say? I don't think I heard it clearly. After the words fell, the expression on Wei Changsheng's face did not ease at all, but was full of anger. Junior, you just ascended to heaven, and you dare to call the name of the god directly. I am teaching you how to understand the rules. Follow the rules, and abide by the rules. Why don't you just surrender? TSK. Hu Yu couldn't help but be amazed. This guy has really lived too long. His brain has become pedantic. He didn't know how to give in even with a knife on his neck. And he still wanted to show off his eloquence. I originally wanted to spare your life and ask about the situation in the Heavenly Palace. But now it seems, you probably can't say anything. Forget it. I'll just waste my time and find another one. A knife fell. The huge body of the god was cut into 2 pieces by the machete. At the same time, a reminder sounded in his ears. Ding! Kill the Heavenly Court soldier and get Immortal Source *100. This can also get Immortal Source? Hu Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed to know how to quickly get the Immortal Source. But before that, one more thing needs to be verified. Greedy Mask activated. Hu Yu immediately disguised himself as Wei Changsheng and turned into a Heavenly Court soldier. The Greedy Mask has now been upgraded to the True God level. And the incarnation method can be used without restrictions. What he wanted to verify was also very simple. If Wei Changsheng really died, could he disguise himself as Wei Changsheng and pretend to be a soldier of the Heavenly Court to obtain the Immortal Source? Of course, the answer would not be known until an hour later. During this time, Hu Yu swept through the layers of clouds in front of him, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. It would be better to brush some Immortal Sources first. I don't know how long it will take Xiao Zissou and the others to discover this technique. Just as Hu Yu was complaining in his heart, a commotion suddenly broke out in the distance. A large number of heavenly soldiers gathered in the distance. And at the same time, bursts of howling and roaring broke out one after another. Oh no! A strange beast is attacking. A strange beast is attacking. Quickly notify King Su. We can't stop the strange beast. Everyone, follow me to meet the enemy. Strange beast? Hu Yu raised his eyebrows, looking at the place where the riot broke out from afar, and couldn't help but think of a guy in his mind. Gluttony. Maybe it's really him. No matter what. Let's go and see first. Hu Yu turned into Wei Changsheng. And it was not easy to use the greedy power at will. So he had to step on a cloud and headed towards the place where the riot broke out. As soon as he arrived at the destination, Hu Yu was sure of one thing. He was indeed right. 10 minutes later, the heavenly soldiers gathered around continued to advance. And it seemed that they were going to use the human wave tactics to surround and kill him. However, this human wave tactic was just a meal for gluttony. Hu Yu did not step forward, but just stood in the distance and watched. Judging from the conversation in the crowd just now, there might be another big shot coming later. Maybe there will be a chance to sneak attack from behind. At the same time, Xiao Zissou also woke up from a pool of golden water. As Hu Yu guessed, she did not choose to leave, but stayed on the 7th floor to continue exploring. But unlike Hu Yu, she had just woken up when she found a man with a full beard in his hands, feet, and even his head were chained in front of her. Finally, there is a new ascender here. The man laughed wildly and took a deep breath. Before Xiao Zissou could react, the huge airflow swept her and flew in front of the man. Damn! Xiao Zissou thought it was not good. It happened in a split second. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and immediately took out the pistol from the space, fired 3 shots in a row, and locked the man's figure. The airflow stopped. Xiao Zissou also slowed down, walked slowly to the man, and looked at his situation. The moment she lifted the man's hair and looked at his face, her pupils trembled. This is Chapter 497 Su Zilong? Demigod? 1 minute, 2 minutes. Hu Yu hid in the crowd, waiting for the so-called Su Tianwang to arrive. But after 10 minutes, who knows how many of the so-called heavenly soldiers had gone into the gluttonous stomach, and no one who could be called a heavenly king appeared around. This heavenly king, could he still be beating monkeys at the South Heaven Gate? Why hasn't he come for so long? Hu Yu complained in his heart, and also started to pick up leaks among the heavenly soldiers. If the heavenly soldiers injured by the residual power were not swallowed by gluttony in the first place, Hu Yu would go forward to finish them off in time. After a series of consecutive exploits, his immortal source was also increased to about 5,000. This was just exploits. God knows how much immortal source gluttony has obtained at this moment. At that time, we must see if the immortal source can be transferred. If it can be, I will grab him by the way, as a way for him to repay his previous grace of sparing his life. Wait! Hu Yu's pupils trembled, and the hairs on his body stood up instantly. It seemed that he sensed something and subconsciously moved away from the battlefield. At the moment he looked up, a golden light streaked across the sky, falling like a meteor, and smashed directly at Gluttony. At the same time, It also smashed at the heavenly soldiers around Gluttony. Boom! With a bang. It exploded, and a 3-foot green peak stood in front of Gluttony. Gluttony was fine. But the heavenly soldiers around him were in big trouble. Except for the heavenly soldiers standing behind who had not yet reached Gluttony. All the other heavenly soldiers were smashed into pieces the moment the green sword fell. A rough estimate is that there are at least tens of thousands of them. Waste. An insult fell. I saw a handsome figure falling from the sky, wearing a pair of white feather gold woven boots, with his toes lightly tapping on the hilt of the 3-foot green sword. A pair of eagle eyes looked around, not caring about Gluttony beside him, but looking at the heavenly soldiers around him who were lingering on. He raised his hand and pointed at Gluttony, and cursed directly. If you can't even take down a guy who just ascended, what's the use of you? Su Zilong. Hu looked at the man in front of him. His heart trembled, and he couldn't help but spit out this name from his mouth. As soon as the words fell, Su Zilong immediately turned his head to look in the direction where the voice came from. Fortunately, Hu reacted in time. As soon as he spit out the words, he realized that something was wrong. He immediately moved in space and disappeared on the spot, turning into another heavenly soldier who died in his hands. When Su Zilong turned around, there was only another heavenly soldier standing there. You deserve to die if you call me by my name. Buzz! The blue sword under Su Zilong's feet turned into countless blades, instantly piercing through the bodies of hundreds of heavenly soldiers within the range of Hu's words. What kind of mantis are you? Gluttony said, and raised his hand to hit Su Zilong. You dare to steal my food. You deserve to die. Bang! A punch fell. Su Zilong's figure had appeared above Gluttony's head. He held the blue sword in his hand, held the sword in both hands, and inserted it directly into Gluttony's head. But Gluttony is a true god after all. Su Zilong's sword just scratched Gluttony's scalp, but he is more flexible. Just as Gluttony was about to raise his hand to fight back, Su Zilong changed direction again and swung Chi Feng to the other side, leaving a sword mark on Gluttony. This killing power doesn't seem like something a false god can do. Hu was slacking off in the crowd, and didn't forget to throw a big detection spell at Su Zilong. Name: Su Zilong. Gender: male. Age: 15,658. Mastered skills: demigod level immortal body, demigod level sword art, demigod level sword rules. Personality: tyrannical, bloodthirsty, authoritarian. Favorability: 0 hiss. Hu couldn't help but take a breath. It was not because of Su Zilong's 3 semi-god level skills, but because of Su Zilong's age and personality. The Su Zilong he knew was aloof, but he was definitely not tyrannical, bloodthirsty, or authoritarian. Either this Su Zilong just had the same name as the Su Zilong he knew, or this Su Zilong who had gone through what when he climbed the long steps to the sky many epochs ago, and he turned out to be like this. Buzz! Another sword sounded. Su Zilong seemed to realize that he could not break the Gluttony defense if he continued like this. He simply stood there, and the 3-foot-long sword in his hand instantly transformed into thousands of things. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered by sword shadows, turning into a pitch-black night. Go! With a command, the millions and tens of millions of long swords turned into a sword tide, cutting towards the direction of Gluttony. If it was just a semi-god level sword energy, it would naturally be nothing to Gluttony. But now, this is tens of millions of sword energies. Even if it is an iron pestle, it should be pierced by so many water drops. No! I can't bear it! Gluttony's heart trembled, and he roared into the air without hesitation against the sword rain. Big pot! Help! A roar sounded. Hu also came back to his senses while watching the show, and couldn't help but sigh. How could he not bear it? He was originally planning to watch the show and find an opportunity to sneak attack. Forget it. It's better to take action now. You can't just watch Gluttony get killed. Right? Big Pot? Su Zilong sneered. Humph. Don't say it's you, Big Pot. It's the same even if your grandfather comes. Die! Bang! At the moment when these 2 words fell, Hu flashed behind Su Zilong and chopped off his neck with a machete. It happened in a flash, before the machete could cut Su Zilong's neck. A sound of metal clashing exploded in Su Zilong's ears, and in front of Hu's eyes. Is this blocked? Hu frowned slightly, and saw a layer of faint metallic brilliance covering Su Zilong's neck. This is fucking possible. Hu Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart. And his hand movements were indeed not slow at all. He held the knife in his backhand, pulled it back, and aimed at the heart, and stabbed the opponent at the moment he was about to turn around. Ka! What a pity! Another crisp sound. It seemed that Su Zilong had countless layers of metal hidden in his body. As long as a blade approached him, a layer of metal barrier would naturally emerge and collide with the blade in his hand. Although the machete has been upgraded to a true god-level weapon, it only increases the sharpness and lethality to the true god level. If it can't touch Su Zilong, the true god-level weapon is useless. Let's step aside and see first. Hu Yu dodged and stood next to Gluttony. Big pot! Gluttony saw Hu Yu appear and immediately said excitedly, "Cut him! This kind of guy deserves to be punished. You hurry up." "Shut up," Hu Yu said calmly. Su Zilong in front of him also came back to his senses and looked up. However, just one glance, Su Zilong's face suddenly changed, as if he saw something terrible, and turned around and ran away. When Su Zilong saw who was in front of him, he immediately dodged, left the heavenly soldiers on the spot and ran away. He didn't stop at all. What's going on? This guy. Could it be that he also knows me like Su Zilong who exists in this era? Impossible. 15,600 years old. According to the 256 times time velocity ratio, this age is equivalent to more than 3.99 million years old, which means he existed 400 epochs ago. Even if the things that happened in each epoch before the end of the world were exactly the same, Su Zilong 400 epochs ago could not have known me. Unless, 400 epochs ago, I also experienced everything I had experienced before, met Shinshan and others. And it is possible that I also climbed the endless holy tower. But this probability is too small. Hu Yu frowned slightly. But no matter what the situation is, anyway, find Su Zilong or other existences first. Hu Yu pinched the space around him casually, and the space around him instantly exploded, and the remaining heavenly soldiers all fell. Gluttony saw it and immediately rushed forward and began to gnaw on the corpses of these heavenly soldiers. One by one. Crunchy. There is no way. Each of these heavenly soldiers is a pseudogod. The corpses of pseudogods are excellent supplements even for Gluttony. Even if he can't get the source of immortality, it's a waste not to eat them. Are you full? Hu Yu asked helplessly. 3/4 full. Gluttony looked up and replied. Then looked at Hu Yu and asked, "Boss, that guy just now seems to know you." "I find it strange too," Hu Yu said casually. Then looked up in the direction where Su Zilong disappeared and said, "Let's go and see if we can find some surprises." He had just fought with Su Zilong for a few moves and had memorized the spatial fluctuations generated by him. He only needed to wait for him to stop, and he could directly come to his side with a spatial leap. The semi-god level Su Zilong 400 epochs ago. The ability he possessed was similar to Su Zilong in this era. With the previous case of Lin Xiaoxiao, Hu Yu had to be more cautious. Maybe, it is really possible to see yourself 400 years ago. 5 minutes later, Su Zilong's spatial fluctuation stayed in one place. Okay. Hu Yu looked at Gluttony. Get ready. I may not be able to take care of you later. Don't worry. Dogwa, Gluttony said, and did not forget to give himself a thumbs up. I am not the same person now. Give me another chance. I will definitely swallow that guy. Hu Yu did not speak, but just activated the space transfer, and moved directly to the position of Su Zilong with Gluttony. As the space fluctuation disappeared, Hu Yu also locked Su Zilong's position at the first time and observed the surrounding environment. Before he could make a move, Su Zilong half knelt on the ground. Boss Hu, I finally see you again. Ding! Su Zilong's favorability increased to 95. Hu Yu was stunned on the spot. And at the same time, he did not forget to pull back the Gluttony that had just pounced out. The machete that had just been pulled out was also suspended in the air, not knowing whether to cut or put it away. Big pot? Gluttony retreated and looked at Hu Yu with a puzzled look. What's wrong? I want to know what's wrong too. This language and emotions can be faked, but this increase in favorability cannot be faked. Hu Yu couldn't help but look at Su Zilong and asked, You know me? Wait. Su Zilong frowned, looked at Hu Yu in front of him and couldn't help asking. You aren't Boss Hu? I am. But, Hu Yu smiled bitterly and replied, I shouldn't be the boss who you know. Chapter 498 10,000 Years of Time. After these words came out, Gluttony beside him felt that his CPU was about to burn out. What do you mean by Boss Hu? He is not the boss who he knows? Forget it. In this situation, it is not suitable to think. Just listen to what they say. Gluttony saw that the two did not look like they would fight. So he immediately laid down to the side and began to digest the pseudo-god-level existences swallowed in his stomach. No way. Who told him to be stuffed with a lot of that stuff by who you before? Which directly paralyzed his nerves. Look. Now I don't even know how to digest all the supplements I've taken. Wait. Su Zilong came back to his senses at this moment. He frowned and looked at Hu Yu in front of him and asked, "You are not him. Is everything he said before real?" "Huh?" Hu Yu snorted and asked Su Zilong. "What did he say?" Su Zilong frowned and said nothing. "Why are you standing there? Speak." Hu Yu frowned and said angrily. Judging from the favorability Su Zilong just improved, the other party was obviously on the side of another self. However, from his previous description, the other Hu Yu may have disappeared at this time. Otherwise, he would not be so surprised when he saw me. Forget it. Su Zilong frowned and said, "Since you are not him, I have nothing to tell you. You should exchange for the holy method and leave here. Right? I can give you the source of immortality. As for the things here, you should not interfere." After that, Su Zilong took out a golden gem and threw it in front of Hu Yu. He caught it with his backhand, and a prompt popped up in front of him. Ding! Immortal source crystal detected. Do you want to absorb it? 100 million immortal sources can be obtained after absorption. 100 million immortal sources. Although this is only 1/10 of the 1 billion immortal sources exchanged for the holy method. But less than half an hour has passed. If he follows his plan, he may be able to collect 1 billion immortal sources in a short time. However, under the greedy eyes of Gluttony, Hu Yu threw the immortal source crystal back with his backhand. You are free not to say it. But, you can't stop me from doing what I want to do. Boss Hu. That's all I have to say. After saying that, Hu Yu turned and walked to Gluttony, raised his hand, and knocked on his head. Don't lie down. Go. Don't you really want that immortal source? Gluttony said, not hiding the desire in his eyes. As long as the two of us take action, I guarantee he won't be able to escape. Oh, you want to eat so much? Hu Yu raised his voice. It was just one sentence. He didn't even need to say anything else. Gluttony felt his whole body tremble, and hurriedly stood up and followed him, walking away. But the two of them had only walked less than 5 steps when Su Zilong's voice came from behind. Wait! Before Hu Yu stopped, Gluttony stopped first, as if he couldn't bear to part with the immortal source crystal. I can take you to see someone, Su Zilong said hesitantly. After meeting that person, if you still want to get involved in this matter, I won't stop you. Okay. Hu Yu turned around and said, according to Su Zilong, this person should be someone he knows. He wanted to see who could convince him with his stubborn temper. Come with me, Su Zilong said, flying his sword under his feet, and a sword shadow passed through the air. Hu Yu and Gluttony followed closely behind him. Who could it be? According to his own temperament, he guessed that only Xiao Zissou could convince him. Right? It's impossible that another Xiao Zissou would appear here. Right? Soon, Su Zilong's spatial fluctuation stopped. Hu Yu and Gluttony no longer followed him. He took Gluttony to move through space and arrived at where Su Zilong was in an instant. A woman in a black long skirt and a stern face sat in front of the desk, holding a jade pen in her hand, and seemed to be writing something. Su Zilong stood aside, bowed his head slightly, and looked extremely respectful. But this woman, Hu Yu had never seen her before. But just when he was stunned and was about to cast a big identification spell to see who the other party was, the woman stood up directly, and while Hu Yu was not paying attention, she flew directly into his arms. Brother Hu Yu. I finally see you. This name, this voice. Could it be Bubu? Bubu? The woman in black made a puzzled sound, frowned and stepped back, pulling away from Hu Yu. You are not Brother Hu Yu. No. This performance does not look like Bubu. Hu Yu hurriedly threw a big detection spell over. I saw a panel popping out of the head of the woman in black. Name, Shenlinlin. Gender, female. Age, 15,640. Skills, demigod level immortal body. Demigod level soul control. Personality, cold-blooded. Indifferent. Ruthless favorability, 91 Shenlinlin. Bubu's second personality. How could it be her? Princess. It's like this, Su Zilong explained on the side. Although he is boss who? He is not the boss who we know. What does that have to do with me? Shenlin said and sat back down. Replied as if it had nothing to do with her. And her face was covered with frost again. King Su. Have you ever thought about the consequences of bringing these irrelevant people to see me? Consequences? Hu asked back. And was immediately furious when he saw Shenlin acting pretentiously in front of him. He created a space crack with his backhand and came directly in front of Shenlin. He froze the space with his backhand, controlled her, and pushed her to lie on the table. As your uncle, I didn't think of teaching you a lesson before because you were young. But now that you are almost older than me, I have nothing to worry about. As the saying goes, if jade is not polished, it will not become a useful object. If people are not disciplined, they will become useless. Your father can't discipline you. I will. As he said that, Hu couldn't draw out the true god-level machete. So he had to transform the greed box into a feather duster and started to draw. After all, it was a true god-level weapon, and a treasure that could defeat naughty children. With each blow of the feather duster, Shenlin's originally cold face suddenly turned red, like a monkey's butt. But she couldn't say a word, and could only endure it silently. No! If this goes on, she will definitely be beaten to death. Shenlin glanced at Su Zilong standing next to her, and immediately tried to ask for help with her eyes. But Su Zilong raised his head, avoided her eyes, and turned to walk behind Hu. Apparently, King Su couldn't stand this young lady anymore. It was a good thing that someone could deal with her. So he just watched the show from the side. It probably took more than 10 minutes to beat her. Hu was also tired of beating her. So he stood aside with his hands on his waist and panted. And by the way, he lifted the space blockade on Shenlin so that she could speak normally. But at this moment, she couldn't say a word, clenching her teeth, as if she had been greatly insulted. Go on. Keep going. Hu chuckled and asked. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Come on. Tell me. Am I still an outsider? Shenlin remained silent. Okay. Okay. Hu chuckled and waved again. Come on. Just now it was just one course of treatment. Let's make up for 3 more courses. Let's see whether your mouth is harder or my feather duster is harder. Stop hitting me. Shenlin had no choice but to speak after hearing this. There was nothing she could do. If it was just an ordinary feather duster, she would be beaten. And it wouldn't matter much. But I didn't know what the feather duster was made of. It hit her buttocks one after another, just like being stung by countless poisonous insects. The numbness went through her whole body from her buttocks. Even though she was a demigod, she couldn't resist it. Oh, you're willing to speak? Hu added with a backhand, sitting on the stool behind Shenlin's desk, crossing his legs. How is it? Can you tell me? Why don't you ask? Hu was stunned and turned to look at Su Zilong. You didn't tell her why I came here? Su Zilong didn't answer, but just looked up at the sky. He has lived for more than 10,000 years. But he is still as unreliable as before. Hu rolled his eyes helplessly. He casually removed the restrictions on Shenlin and asked, I want to know everything that happened when you entered here. From the beginning? From beginning to end? Especially, where is the other me now? It's a long story. Shenlin frowned slightly. And just as she was about to use words to delay, Hu raised the feather duster in his hand. She couldn't help but change the subject and immediately said, But I can make it short. In short, after the ceremony, Blue Star will be restarted. Except for the gods. All living beings will be forcibly wiped out. The only world that will not be affected by the wiping is the world in the Endless Holy Tower. After that, you will take us into the Endless Holy Tower, come to the 7th floor, and rebuild a new civilization called Heaven. Later. Shenlin hesitated, as if unwilling to continue. What happened later? Hu asked immediately. Shenlin looked up suddenly as if she had made a decision. Later. We don't know what you went through. Your personality suddenly changed. You began to hunt those who ascended from the 6th floor and prevented them from entering the 8th floor. We asked you the reason, but you were unwilling to tell us. Once, you killed Lin Xiaoxiao who ascended, and Sister Zisu came to question you in person. But you? Shenlin seemed to have remembered something terrible. After thinking for a few breaths, she said, You killed Sister Zisu with your own hands. In front of all of us. This is impossible. Hu frowned and said, Before it happened, We all thought it was impossible, Shen Linlin said helplessly. But this is the fact. Since then, Bubu has never come out again. And I am in charge of this body. Chapter 499. I just want revenge. Revenge for you. Listening to Shen Linlin's narration, Hu Yu fell into silence. He could use mind reading to see that what Shen Linlin said was the truth. But why? On what basis? How is it possible? Hu Yu's mind was full of question marks. If the self 400 epochs ago could reach this position through the endless holy tower, then he should have become greedy. As a true god, even if he did not have a system like himself, it was impossible for him to have such a huge change in his psychology because of certain things. Killing Xiao Zissou with his own hands. Hu Yu frowned. Unless the self 400 epochs ago had his brain filled with cement, it would be impossible for him to make such a decision. After hesitating for a few breaths, he looked at Shen Linlin in front of him and asked again, What happened next? Where did I go later? I don't know. Shen Linlin shook her head. Not only me, but all of us don't know where you went later. It's just that after you left, Shen Shan took over as the Lord of Heaven and led the heaven. Shen Shan? Hu Yu lowered his eyelids slightly and raised the feather duster in his hand again. My dad? Shen Linlin quickly changed her words and complained helplessly. My dad? Please. How rude. Hu Yu frowned and said, I don't know how Shen Shan taught you. How did he teach me? When Shen Linlin heard this, she was like a powder keg that was lit. And she exploded directly. What did he teach me? In the past 10,000 years, I have met him no more than 5 times in total. He taught me. What can he teach me? How to oppress subordinates and be domineering. What are you talking about? Hu Yu said, and was about to pull out the feather duster. Hit me. Shen Linlin blushed and yelled. Hit me to death if you dare. I'll say the same thing even if you kill me. That? Boss Hu. Seeing this, Su Zilong couldn't help but step forward. To be honest, Shen Shan is indeed different now. He is almost the same as what Linlin said. Huh? If it was Shen Linlin who said this, Hu Yu would still not believe it. After all, he is a daughter slave. Not to mention that he only sees his daughter 5 times in 10,000 years. Under normal circumstances, if he doesn't see her 10 times a day, it can be considered that Bubu hides well. But now even Su Zilong said so. Even if Su Zilong doesn't like Shen Shan, he can't joke about such things. There must be something fishy here. Hu Yu put away the feather duster and looked at the 2 people in front of him seriously. What else has happened in the past 10,000 years? Tell me one by one. Okay. Su Zilong pondered for a few breaths, and then uttered a word. He knew that Hu Yu had made a decision, and was still planning to wade into this mess. This is what happened. Time went back to when Hu Yu and others had just ascended. Xiao Zissou looked at the man in front of him, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Hu Yu. Hu Yu slowly raised his head, and looked at Xiao Zissou in front of him. And a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Are you dreaming again? It's been thousands of years. I thought I would never dream of you again. What thousands of years? Xiao Zissou asked in confusion. And then, as if she had come to her senses, she quickly retreated and looked in front of her with horror. No. You are not Hu Yu. Who are you? After seeing Hu Yu's projection several times before, Xiao Zissou was extremely alert to this creature that looked like Hu Yu. As long as there was something wrong, she would doubt the existence of the other party. The man in front of him, whether in words or temperament, doesn't look like Hu Yu, and obviously can't be Hu Yu. Hu Yu snorted lightly, with a bitter smile on his lips. This dream seems to be somewhat real. But, Zissou, why do you look the same as you did 10,000 years ago? Change your grandmother's head. Xiao Zissou rolled her eyes and cursed. I asked you to answer my questions, not to complain about my questions. Understand? Something's wrong. Hu Yu frowned and said this. When he looked at Xiao Zissou, his eyes finally changed a little, from the original turbidity to a hint of confusion. Are you really Xiao Zissou? Nonsense. If I'm not real, how can you be real? Zissou, Hu Yu roared, and a space crack suddenly appeared in front of him. He seemed to want to pass through the crack and rush toward Xiao Zissou. However, just when he was about to cross the space crack, the chain behind him suddenly trembled. Hu Yu was pulled back by the whole person, and the space crack that just appeared also turned into an explosion in an instant, blowing him back. Zissou, I finally waited for you. Do you know how I have been living these years? Do you know how long I have waited for you? But nothing matters anymore. I finally waited for you. Zissou. Quick. Let me out. Don't worry. Xiao Zissou frowned slightly, looked at Hu Yu in front of him and said calmly, answer me a question first. How can you have the power of greed? What is this question? Hu Yu smiled bitterly and asked Xiao Zissou. I am Hu Yu, so I have the power of greed. Isn't this justified? Why? No. You are not Hu Yu, Xiao Zissou said calmly, and continued to retreat. It is precisely because you are not Hu Yu that I ask you this question. She had seen Hu Yu's projection or counterfeit more than once before, and these existences all had a fatal flaw without exception. That is, they did not have the power of greed. But the guy in front of him directly used the advanced application of the power of greed, which could directly turn the power into space cracks and shuttle between different cracks. If it is just mastering spatial ability, it is impossible to achieve this level. Who said I am not? Hu Yu asked with a smile, and said directly, have you forgotten how you saved me at sea? How did we enter the underground of the Forbidden City? And... Stop! Xiao Zissou interrupted immediately, and the suspicion in her eyes remained unwavering. All you said is in my memory, but it does not mean that I have experienced it with you. Still be as cautious as ever, Hu Yu replied with a smile. He stared at Xiao Zissou for a while, and then said, I don't want to lie to you. Yes, I am not the Hu Yu you think of. But, I am indeed Hu Yu. But, I am Hu Yu 400 epochs ago. Are you kidding me? Xiao Zissou couldn't help but exclaimed. 400 epochs ago? Yes. Hu Yu's eyes flashed with certainty. From what Xiao Zissou knew about Hu Yu, his expression was indeed telling the truth. Not a lie. However, this was a bit too ridiculous. Although it was not uncommon for things to happen in the endless holy tower, this was a bit too outrageous. You don't believe me? Hu Yu spoke calmly. Doubtful. It's not that I don't believe it, Xiao Zissou said, sitting opposite Hu Yu, keeping a safe distance, and asked him, since you said you are Hu Yu 400 epochs ago, then tell me, what happened in these 400 epochs? 400 eras are for you. For me, I have only experienced 10,000 years. Hu Yu spoke calmly, and then explained, in our era, not long after the end of the world, the ceremony will end. But with the end of the ceremony, everything on Blue Star will restart. I don't want to see you die, so I brought you to the endless holy tower. Xiao Zissou didn't say anything, just looked at this guy silently. There was no belief, no disbelief, just a simple look. She wanted to see how far this guy could brag. You have experienced the previous few levels, and know that those places are not suitable for survival. So I chose this level. In this level, as long as you don't think about escaping, you will not experience death, but will live here forever. In the first 1,000 years, we rested and gradually built the sky into a place suitable for us to live. In 2,000 years, we have developed technology to a new level, and because of the immortality here, we have gradually expanded the population to tens of billions. 3,000 years, the population has reached 100 billion. Everything here. Stop. Xiao Zissou interrupted. I don't want to hear this. These things are not difficult to compile, or even realize for the endless holy tower. What she wants to hear is the evidence. Since you said you brought all of us up here, where is Bubu? Where is Shinshan? Where is Ensiener? Where is Su Zilong? You should know all these people, right? Where have they been in the past 10,000 years? They. Hu Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of loneliness. He slowly raised his head, his eyes slightly red. They betrayed me. Huh? Xiao Zissou made a sound of doubt, and her trust in the guy in front of her dropped again. Betrayal? This word may happen to others, but it will never happen to Hu Yu. That's right. Hu Yu raised his head and looked at Xiao Zissou in front of him, in order to seize power. They sidelined me, took advantage of the time when I was on vacation with you in Tianyu, and threatened your life to force me to set restrictions on myself. I did it. But you were still killed on the spot. 10,000 years. I've waited for 10,000 years. And finally you show up now. Zissou. Hu Yu spoke again, looking at Xiao Zissou and said, let me out. I swear by my godhead that I will not disturb your current life. I just want revenge. Revenge for you. Chapter 500 Heavenly Emperor Palace. So, Hu Yu frowned and looked at Su Zilong in front of him. his eyes full of confusion and doubt. You mean, after I went berserk, Shinshan joined forces with other demigods to seal me together? Su Zilong nodded. Is this request made by me? If you don't nod, we can't seal you, Su Zilong said helplessly. The chains that seal you were forged by you yourself. We just put shackles on you. Then why don't you know where I went? Hu Yu frowned and asked, since you sealed me, you should know where I am. This is a secret. Su Zilong frowned and said, you also know how big the gap between your status and ours is. It's just a chain. At most, it can only seal your abilities. Once the demigod helps, you will naturally be free. At that time, you were still conscious and able to cooperate with us. But once your mind fell into chaos, we couldn't be sure whether we would help you escape. This was also your own request. So after you sealed yourself, use the last bit of space authority to teleport yourself to one of the 99 sealed locations. These 99 sealed locations all have space black holes. Every once in a while, from 3 days to 1 day, they will be transferred from the original sealed location to another sealed location. And we don't know where these 99 sealed locations are. Even if someone knows, every time a sealed location is transferred, the lives of the 99 sealed locations will be wiped out. Even demigods are no exception. Really cruel. Hu Yu frowned and spat out a sentence. It must be said that this is the only and most effective way to seal the gods. Otherwise, even if the demigods like Shinshan collectively turned against him, they would not be able to do anything harmful to him. Su Zilong's explanation makes sense. Then what? Hu Yu frowned and thought for a few breaths, looked at Shenlin in front of him, and asked Su Zilong again, looking at this girl. Shinshan, could something have happened to him? Yes. Su Zilong frowned and responded. To be precise, in the first 1,000 years after he succeeded to the throne of the Emperor of Heaven, we did not find anything wrong with him. It was even much better than before you took office. You don't need to add this sentence, Hu Yu said helplessly. Then I won't say more about the thousands of years in between. You don't need to add this sentence. 8,000 years. Su Zilong frowned and said, I don't know from which day. Shinshan began to become a little abnormal. I don't know exactly where it is, and I can't tell why. But as time passed, in the 9,000 years, he began to become irritable and suspicious. He used to get together with us often, but from that time on, he almost never got together with us. Gradually, he began to select concubines in the Tianyu territory, filling up the harem, and gradually became cruel. Even with the bonus of the position of the Emperor of Heaven, we are no match for him. In the first 10,000 years, our relationship with him gradually evolved into a true subject and Emperor of Heaven. Now he is almost the same as you were back then. We dare not approach him, nor do we dare to have any relationship with him. We only hope that one day he will wake up like you did back then and seal himself somewhere. Su Zilong said this, and after a few breaths of silence, he looked up at Hu Yu. Of course, in addition to this method, there is another voice among us. Find you. We believe that after 10,000 years, you should have regained your clarity of mind. If we can find you at that time, we may be able to bring Shinshan back. I understand. Hu Yu uttered 2 words. After thinking for a few breaths, he looked up at Su Zilong in front of him. You can tell them now that I'm back. Su Zilong made a puzzled sound. Frowning. Are you still going to continue? Even if you have the status of a true god now, you may not be able to pull Shinshan back from the wrong path. Who said I was going to pull him back? Hu Yu replied with a chuckle. The 2 people around him, Shenlin and Su Zilong, were both confused. If they don't pull Shinshan back, what should they do? Kill him? Whether it's Shenlin, Su Zilong, or anyone else. No matter how much they hate Shinshan, they will never agree to Hu Yu using such an extreme method. Don't worry. Hu Yu naturally knew what they were worried about, and immediately smiled at Su Zilong and said, Brother Shan is no different from my own brother to me. I won't kill him. But, as long as you take down the throne of the Heavenly Emperor from his head and then seal him, whether it is pulled down or not, the threat of the throne of the Heavenly Emperor to him, or his threat to you, won't it be lifted? Su Zilong and Shenlin heard it. It seems, that's the truth? Of course. For Hu Yu, in addition to these 2 benefits, there is another more important benefit. The throne of the Heavenly Emperor. Although it is unknown how much immortal fate can be obtained by obtaining the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, since the endless holy tower has given a way to advance. It will not give the possibility of advancement to the next level, since the Emperor of Heaven is the highest level in the heaven realm. As long as he becomes the Emperor of Heaven, he will definitely get 1 billion immortal sources, and thus successfully exchange for the method to enter the next level. As for the potential danger of the position of the Emperor of Heaven, whose eyes can't help but fall on gluttony, isn't there a free test subject? At worst, I can push it to the position of the Emperor of Heaven first, brush enough 1 billion immortal sources, and then I can succeed to the throne. As for Gluttony's brain, maybe he will say thank you to me at that time. This method? Shen Linlin frowned and replied, it is feasible. But are you sure you can beat Shinshan, who is the Emperor of Heaven? Please, I am a true god, who you said, and kicked Gluttony beside him. There is a second true god here. Even if the bonus of the Emperor of Heaven is high, it will not allow a demigod to stand shoulder to shoulder with two true gods. Right? Take a step back. Even if Shinshan finds a way to become a true god, it is impossible for him to crush the two of us through the bonus of a status. Right? That makes sense. But Su Zilong was still worried. First, he was worried about whether you could take down Shinshan 100%. After all, killing and capturing alive were two different levels of difficulty. Second, he was worried about this Yu. After all, this was not the Yu he knew. Even if they were both Yu, there would definitely be subtle differences between the two. The best way is to find a reliable force and mediate. Okay, Su Zilong immediately said. But, we need to find more people. It doesn't matter, Yu said calmly. He knew what Su Zilong was worried about. But it has to be faster. You know, I don't have much time. I know. Su Zilong casually slashed out a sword energy, which suddenly exploded in the air. At the slowest, it will take 1 minute. During this time, you might as well think about how to explain to them. They? Who are they? Yu said and became curious. He also wanted to know who can become demigods in the heavens. And when he returns to Blue Star, he will focus on training them. They are all top potential stocks. The words just fell. A beautiful figure flashed before his eyes. Before he could react, the beautiful figure threw herself into his arms, with a faint fragrance. Yu was immediately embarrassed. Yu Tianyu, all greet each other like this. It's a bit too enthusiastic. But when Yu saw who was coming, his eyelids jumped. Siener? A puzzled voice uttered. And Siener seemed to have discovered something, and immediately stepped back, casually drew out a long sword, and put it on Yu's neck. You are not him. The thing is, this is what happened. Su Zilong came forward in a hurry. How about you wait a moment? I will explain everything to everyone after everyone is here. And Siener turned her head and looked at Su Zilong. Her eyes stern. Crack! With a crisp sound, the long sword on Su Zilong's waist broke instantly, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood instantly. TSK. After so many years, these two still fight when they meet. Yu also showed an awkward smile. Siener, calm down. The main thing is that the matter is too complicated, and it is not clear in 1 or 2 sentences. Wait until everyone is here. As he spoke, he looked at Su Zilong, who was vomiting blood. How many people are there? Zhao Meng, Zhao Yi, and Minanyo, Mi Susu, Xiao Mo. Only these 5 people are not here. Huh? Yu couldn't help but wonder. Where is Li Ji? Not here? Li Ji? Su Zilong was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to recall. Didn't he leave our team at the beginning of the apocalypse? Why is he here? Sure enough, there will be gaps between eras, especially the gaps after the apocalypse, just like the ability that Su Zilong possessed. In this era, he possessed the authority of water, but now he possesses the authority of gold. Yu pondered, and did not forget to look at Anciener's panel. Just as he thought, the ability that Anciener possessed also changed from the authority of gold to the ability of telekinesis. And the strength was also demigod level, including the 5 people who have not arrived yet. There should be a total of 8 demigod level beings. Even so, he couldn't beat Shinshan, who has the position of Heavenly Emperor. What can this position of Heavenly Emperor bring? Things are getting more and more interesting. Soon, the remaining 5 people also arrived. Whether it was Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi, or the sisters Mi Susu or Xiao Mo, they all hugged Yu the first time they saw him. Well, it seems that this is really the tradition of this heaven. However, except for Anciener, who arrived earlier, No one else found anything wrong with Hu Yu. Everyone was there. Hu Yu spent 3 minutes explaining to them what happened. Obviously, under his persuasion, everyone agreed to his plan. 2 minutes later, everything was ready. Hu Yu moved in space and brought everyone directly to the Heavenly Emperor's palace. Chapter 5012 Hu Yu. In the huge Heavenly Emperor Palace, there is only one throne placed above the palace. At a glance, Hu Yu recognized that the appearance of this throne is 90% similar to the greedy throne. The only 10% difference is the decoration on the throne. The gems inlaid on the greedy throne increase with the increase of the throne level. No, to be precise, it should be that as the level of the greedy throne is unlocked, the level of the gems is also gradually unlocked with the unlocking of the throne. The gems inlaid on the throne are all complete true gods, and it is unknown how the greed at that time collected these things. As for this imitation throne, it only has the crystals in the body of the false god. Where are the people? Hu Yu asked in confusion, and turned to look at Su Zilong behind him. Didn't they say that Shinshan would not get off this throne for hundreds of years? Su Zilong answered helplessly. I don't know either. Maybe today is an exception? It can't be such a coincidence. Hu Yu frowned and turned to look at the demigods following behind him. Do you know where else he will go? Everyone shook their heads. Gluttony, who had been following Hu Yu, tried to speak. Big pot. How about doing it a little easier? Just look for any demigods around. If you can detect the demigod's aura, you will know where he is. You kid really made me smart this time. Hu Yu looked at everyone again. Besides you, are there any other demigods in this realm? No, Shen Linlin answered on the side. Although after thousands of years of accumulation, most people have immortal sources that can be exchanged for demigod level abilities. But the immortal source mall opened by each person is different. Some people, no matter how much immortal sources they accumulate, they can never become demigods. Does this thing depend on appearance? Hu Yu complained, but didn't say anything more. Now time is the most precious, and it is most important to find Shinshan first. Space detection is fully turned on. In just a moment, Hu Yu captured the demigod fluctuations around him. It's like standing on a high place and looking down at the ground. Those beings below demigods are like normal bungalows or ants, and demigods are like tall buildings in the overlooking field of vision. Previously, he had no way to find other human beings through space fluctuations, because those humans had too little influence on space. But if it was a demigod, as long as the perception was turned on, their existence could be captured in an instant. But true gods are different. True gods like Shao Zissou or Gluttony have already merged into the world, and can hardly cause any spatial fluctuations. They can't be found in this way either. On the contrary, this method is the simplest and most convenient for this demigod. In addition to the several demigods around, the nearest demigod is right in front of. Hu Yu subconsciously raised his head and looked in the direction where the spatial fluctuations came from. I saw a figure slowly walking out of the void, wearing a crown and a jade robe, dressed like an emperor. At the first sight of him, Hu Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. There was no way. Brother Shan's outfit was too out of place. It felt to Hu Yu like a mature and reliable old acquaintance wearing a costume and pretending to be pretentious. This was unbearable. And it was really unbearable. Puff! Hu Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud, completely ignoring Shinshan's expression in front of him, and immediately took out his mobile phone. No. It's really too funny. Wait for me. I'll take 2 videos and we'll talk. How dare you? Shen Tiantishan frowned and said angrily. His whole body exuded a powerful aura. However, in Hu Yu's eyes, it was simply the perfect short video material. A perfect match without any sense of script. Hey! Right. That's the feeling. Hu Yu said without forgetting to adjust the camera angle. 2 more sentences. It's better to do some majestic movements and postures. And if you can also go up and cooperate. It will be no fun if Brother Shan thinks that my video is synthesized. How audacious. Shen Tiantishan shouted again, waved his hand, and ripples spread all over his body. However, he did not take action, but looked at the demigods behind Hu Yu. Did you release him? You dare to lift the ban on a sinner. This is the same crime. Don't you want this god position that is as long-lived as the sky? Ah! Hu Yu snorted again. Yes. That's the feeling. Keep going. Crack. As Shen Tiantishan frowned, the phone in Hu Yu's hand shattered. This feeling is greed for power. A trace of doubt flashed across Hu Yu's eyes. and his eyes could not help but cast on Shintayanishin in front of him. As the other party's panel popped up, he understood the reason. Name, Tiandi Shinshan. Gender, male. Age, 15,650 to 60. Mastered skills, True God level immortal body. Demigod level space control. Demigod level life rules. Demigod level swordsmanship. Demigod level soul rules. Demigod level creation. Demigod level time rules. Personality, dictatorship. Rule: I am the only one who is supreme favorability, 0 this panel. Except for the true god level ability of only one immortal body. The rest are fully equipped. Shintayanishin has all the rule powers possessed by the 8 demigods behind him. No wonder these 8 can't beat Shinshan, who has the position of Tiandi. An ultimate chimera plus a copy monster. With high attack and thick blood. Just like that ghost head. Who can withstand this thing? I didn't expect it. Shintayanishin didn't seem to recognize that there was anything wrong with Hu Yu in front of him. He just sneered. Stared at Hu Yu and slowly said, after thousands of years, you have actually recovered to your original appearance. How? Hu Yu, don't tell me that you now want to regain the throne of Emperor of Heaven? I might as well tell you. Shinshan, is the real destiny. Bang! Before he could say the word return, Gluttony dodged and hit him head-on. Although Shintayanishin has an immortal body of the true god level, this skill is just a life-saving skill after all. What's the use of reaching the true god level of physical strength, in addition to being able to withstand the attacks of the demigod level? For the real true god, it is nothing more than a punching bag that can withstand some beatings. After Gluttony knocked him over with a headbutt, he did not forget to ask Hu Yu, Big Pot, you won't blame me for taking action on my own, right? I just thought this guy was too arrogant, so I told him to be quiet. Well done. Hu Yu immediately gave Gluttony a thumbs up. But the next moment, Shintayanishin stepped into the void again, waved his hand, and 3 natural disasters suddenly appeared in the air. Thunder, wind, and fire. These 3 rules are under his control. And he also possesses the power of a demigod. You forced me to do this. After he finished speaking, the 3 natural disasters fell at the same time. The 8 people behind him, the demigods, dodged at the same time. To them, these were things that could easily kill them, so they had to avoid them no matter what. But the next moment, Hu Yu just waved his hand casually, and the 3 disasters that had just fallen disappeared instantly. He waved his hand again, and the space channel where Emperor Shintianshan was located collapsed instantly. He was sucked into the black hole, and when he reappeared, he was already at Hu Yu's feet. Bang! With one kick, Hu Yu stepped on Emperor Shintianshan's chest. Looking at that familiar face, Hu Yu frowned slightly, but his tone was extremely cold. If you want to thank someone, thank you for this face. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to survive now. After saying that, Hu Yu waved his hand for the 3rd time. The Emperor's suit on Shintayanishin disappeared instantly, and was stored in his space. Su Zilong announced to the heavenly domain that Emperor Shinshan has passed away. Yes! Su Zilong immediately joined the other 7 demigods to issue an order at the same time. And the news of Emperor Shinshan's death spread throughout the heavenly domain in an instant. The rest of them also knew it. This may be the only way to save Shinshan's life. After everything was done, Shinshan's position as emperor also disappeared from the panel. And Hu Yu also received the immortal source rewarded for defeating the emperor. 150 million. Although there is still a gap compared to the 1 billion. The huge amount is self-evident. At this moment, whoever wears the 2-piece suit of the heavenly emperor and sits on the throne can begin to enjoy the endless immortal source generated by the position of the heavenly emperor. However, Hu Yu looked at the heavenly emperor's suit in front of him and Shinshan, who had just been stripped clean under his feet, and suddenly fell into deep thought. Now Shinshan's true god-level immortal body has been reduced to demigod level. Although the abilities he mastered have not disappeared, they have all changed from demigod level to pseudo-god level. The only demigod level skill left on his body is the rule of time. The strength is still there, but a little comparison will tell you how much the heavenly emperor position has brought him. Hu Yu looked at the heavenly emperor's crown and throne, and couldn't help but hesitate whether to give it to Gluttony. If you give it to it, what if this guy goes berserk and can't be beaten? Big Pot? Gluttony seemed to have noticed something, and couldn't help but wonder. What are you thinking? Hurry up and get the heavenly emperor position, so that you can take us away earlier. Hu Yu didn't answer. But soon, a voice came from the void again. No! To be precise, a familiar voice came. Don't rush him. He doesn't dare. After the words fell, a space crack appeared. Two familiar figures stepped out of the crack one after another. And everyone, including Hu Yu, couldn't help but tremble. So much so that Shinshan, who was lying on the ground, was stunned on the spot, looking at the man hanging in the air and speaking in a ba. Hu Yu. To Hu Yu. Chapter 502. I have everything you have. But you don't have. Shinshan didn't know that the Hu Yu who had just defeated him was the Hu Yu of this era. When he saw two Hu Yus appearing at the same time, it was like a firework exploding in his mind. And he was immediately confused. But when he saw Xiao Zissou, the confusion in his eyes turned clear again. Wait! He stood up tremblingly, looked at the two Hu Yus, and couldn't help but question the Hu Yu of this era. You are? Bang! With a muffled sound. Before Shinshan could finish his words, Hu Tianyu waved his hand casually, as if crushing something in Shinshan's body, causing it to explode in a ball of blood mist in an instant. Brother Shan. Captain! For a moment, shouts from several people rang out around. For them, they wanted to pull Shinshan down from the throne of the Emperor of Heaven. And their main purpose was to save Shinshan, not to kill him. This was also one of the major prerequisites for them to reach a cooperation with Hu Yu. But with the appearance of Hu Tianyu, Shinshan fell directly, which obviously exceeded their expectations. Hu Yu. Su Zilong gritted his teeth and spit out a sentence into the air. What do you want to do? Heh. With a sneer, Hu Tianyu ignored Su Zilong, just flashed in front of Hu Yu and stretched out a hand to him. Come on. Give me the things. I will give you enough immortal source. And then you can leave. I'm afraid. Hu Yu lowered his eyelids slightly, looking at the other self in front of him. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What you think should not be so simple. What is simple or not simple? Hu Tianyu asked back, and then smiled. You and I both know what we want. I said, as long as you give me the things, you can leave. Wait, Gluttony suddenly said. What do you mean? You don't want me to leave? You can leave too. Hu Tianyu was silent for a few breaths, and glanced at the glutton next to him. What he meant was, Xiao Zissou said, and stood beside Hu Yu. I can't leave. Sorry. Xiao Zissou looked at Hu Yu and whispered, I didn't know it would be like this. It's okay. Hu Yu smiled at her and said, the situation here is indeed more complicated than the previous few floors. It's okay. I can handle it. This feeling is indeed different from the projections I saw before. The projections I saw before were like puppets, only knowing how to talk and act according to the established procedures, and doing some things that go against common sense. But the one in front of me, he is just like me, with the power of greed and a soul that belongs to him alone. However, Hu Yu did not seem to sense anything else in him. For example, the greed suit, the fragments of the godhood of other godhoods, and the system. In this case, Hu Yu is relieved. I have everything you have. And I still have what you don't have. Even if you live 10,000 more years. What can it do? Some things can't be equalized by time. We are all smart people. And I don't like to talk too much. Hu Tianyu landed from the air and looked at Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou in front of him and said, you have 10 seconds to think about what decision to make. 10, 9. No need to count. Hu Yu spoke calmly, interrupting his countdown. Actually, I want to try it too. What does it feel like to kill myself with my own hands? Okay. Hu Tianyu showed a grim smile. Then try it. After saying that, the greedy power of the two people collided at the same time. In just a moment, a huge black hole appeared between the two people. Both of them were sucked into it at the same time. The next moment, Hu Yu felt that the greedy power he held had disappeared completely. Two identical hums echoed in the black hole space at the same time. Obviously, it's not just Hu Yu's greedy authority that has problems. This is the first time Hu Yu has fought with a being that also has greedy authority. And this situation is indeed beyond his expectations. Hearing the noise just now, it is estimated that the other Hu Tianyu is also surprised. This is easy to deal with. Hu Yu directly switched the authority in the divine fire to rage. And the anger symbolizing the rage of the rageful godhead suddenly burned all over his body. By the way, how much time did you give me to think about it just now? 10 seconds. Right? I'll give you 10 seconds too. Hu Yu's body moved violently. And in an instant, he came in front of him. punching him directly in the face. Bang! The space in the black hole is infinite. Hu Tianyu fell downwards at a speed close to the speed of light. And it was unknown when he would stop. Or even, it might never stop. Hu Yu's voice sounded again at this moment. As long as you can survive for 10 seconds, I will give you the opportunity to choose your own way of death. How? He asked. Hu Tianyu, who was so arrogant just now, trembled suddenly. He could obviously read the confidence in Hu Yu's tone. In addition to the punch just now, he who lost the power of greed could not be Hu Yu's opponent at all. Although he didn't know where the opponent's power, which was comparable to the power of greed and suspected to be furious, came from. He knew one thing at the moment. He couldn't beat him. He couldn't beat him at all. If he continued like this, he might even die here. Now he couldn't escape. And he couldn't fight. The only way was 10. Wait. Wait a minute. Hu Tianyu's voice sounded hurriedly. I have something to say. Something to say. It concerns the position of the Emperor of Heaven. 9. Bang. Another punch. It was unknown whether Hu Yu did it intentionally or accidentally. Every time he punched, it was either on Hu Tianyu's face or 3 inches below his lower abdomen. In short, all of them hit the man's sore spot. And he didn't seem to want to listen to Hu Tianyu's explanation. Xian Yuan. Hu Tianyu endured the pain and spoke again. If you kill me, there is only one way to get Xian Yuan. You must ascend to the throne of Tiandi. You don't know what that means. Crack. A crisp explosion. Hu Tianyu's spine was shattered. 8. It must be said that this true god-level existence is very durable. Hu Yu used his furious power to the fullest and beat this guy for 3 seconds before breaking his first rib. According to the plan he had made for himself, he had to smash all the bones in this guy's body one by one. There were a total of 206 bones. And he still needed to break 205. He had to speed up the process. What? Listen to what Hu Tianyu said. What's good about that? Others don't know. But doesn't Hu Yu know himself? In this situation, he was so anxious to speak. Obviously there was only one possibility. He was ready to start lying. Apart from this possibility, Hu Yu couldn't think of any other possibility. It's better not to listen to this kind of nonsense. 7. The next punch. Hu Yu directly broke his teeth and used his anger to crush his tongue. Although both of them are true gods, the difference between a true god who can use authority and a true god who can't use authority is like that between a professional boxer and a professional punching bag. At most, he can resist a little. 6. This time, Hu Tianyu no longer made noise. Only sobs echoed in the black hole. Other than that, there was only the sound of his bones breaking. It seemed like there was no fun in this way. 5. Hu Yu unlocked the blockade on his mental level. That a consciousness came towards him. It was a consciousness without any attacking tendency. Just a simple communication. This guy. Is he still not giving up? 4. Hu Yu broke his sternum with a backhand punch. And with a grim smile on his face. He also received that consciousness. I admit defeat. But if you want Xiao Zissou of this era to live, keep listening to me. At least, before you kill me. Listen to me finish what I want to say. Hu Yu frowned. His fist fell. And the boiling anger around him subsided. I have to admit it. Hu Tianyu's words are indeed effective. As the person who knows him best, he can clearly know what Hu Yu cares about most. Xiao Zissou. Only these 3 words can make Hu Tianyu save his life. As if he was afraid that Hu Yu would regret it, Hu Tianyu immediately sent him the next consciousness. The position of the Heavenly Emperor. Hu Tianyu's voice continued to sound. This position is problematic. No matter who it is. As long as they become the Heavenly Emperor, they will inevitably be unable to control themselves. If you want to obtain enough immortal energy to go out, take Xiao Zissou with you. There is only one way. The consciousness stopped abruptly. But Hu Yu knew what the only way Hu Tianyu wanted to say was. Kill. Kill all the 8 demigods outside. Su Zilong has the crystal of immortal source, occupies the position of the King of Heaven, and has the status of a demigod. Killing him will get much more immortal source than depriving a heavenly emperor. After counting the crystal of immortal source, there are at least 200 million. 8 demigods. 1.6 billion. If we scrape together a little bit, 2 billion can still be gathered. But gluttony's ascension qualification, that may not be gathered. But who said that the position of the heavenly emperor is not worth it? Who said that this is the only last resort? This guy just wants to confuse people. Heh. Hu Yu sneered and said again, 3. A kick fell. Anger boiled on Hu Tianyu's back. His limbs and bones, starting from his spine, began to break into pieces, making a sharp and crisp sound. Now, it's not an exaggeration to say that he is a pool of slime. But even if he is Hu Tianyi Slime Yu, he is still lingering and sending out the last consciousness to Hu Yu. As the next consciousness fell, Hu Yu really stopped attacking, but looked at him in confusion. Are you sure? Sure. Hu Tianyi Slime Yu sent out another thought. I know you can't spare my life. I just want she can continue to live. Okay. Hu Yu thought for a few breaths, and then responded. I'll give you this chance. Chapter 503 Die with eyes wide open. No way. Hu Tianyi Slime Yu gave him a condition. And Hu Yu couldn't refuse it. That guy just sent him a thought. And he compromised without any worries. Memory sharing. He was willing to give Hu Yu all the memories he had experienced in the past 10,000 years. No matter how big or small. In a compressed package. The whole process can be witnessed by the divine fire. And it is guaranteed that no extra means will be used. As long as Hu Yu gets this memory compression package. Hu Tianyi Slime Yu doesn't need to say anything. Just check this compressed package to know what may happen after becoming the emperor. But compromise is compromise. Hu Yu knows what kind of person he is. So he naturally knows what kind of person the guy is. In this case, we must be most vigilant against his counterattack. Hu Yu took advantage of the situation to transform the boiling furious power in his body into arrogant power. And while his mental power and physical body were weak, he stagnated it, leaving only a trace of mental power to compress and transmit the memory of 10,000 years. Okay. Hu Yu looked at the mud in front of him and said calmly. You can start now. Arrogant authority. Hu Tianyi Slime Yu did not start compressing directly, but looked at Hu Yu in front of him and asked. And the authority just now? It should be the authority of rage. Right? How do you manage to master so many authorities at the same time? This is not the question you should ask. Hu Yu said calmly. Either give me the memory, or I will count the last 2 now. You are really impatient. Emperor Hu Tian Slime Yu complained. But his mental power still began to stagnate. Less than half a minute. All his memories turned into a dark golden light ball, slowly floating towards Hu Yu. During the whole process, Hu Yu observed his divine fire, and made sure that it did not change in color or shape, and did not even produce any emotional fluctuations. This was enough to prove that he did not do anything. And this was indeed a compressed package of his memories for 10,000 years, to ensure that there was no mistake. Hu Yu stretched out his hand and crushed the greedy godhead in his body, and at the same time extinguished his divine fire. Even for a true god, such a killing is enough to destroy his soul and spirit, unable to reincarnate, and deader than death. At the same time, Hu Yu even heard a reminder in his ear. Congratulations on successfully killing the former emperor, Hu Yu. Reward immortal source. 500 million. 500 million immortal source. That's it. Counting the 1.6 billion immortal sources outside. And the more than 100 million immortal sources on him. Even if he took a step back, and could only kill Su Zilong and others to obtain the immortal source. They also had enough immortal source to enter the next level. As for those who came later, Hu Yu naturally couldn't care more. With the death of Emperor Hu Tian and Slime Yu, the black hole that trapped the two also dissipated in an instant. A moment later, Hu Yu reappeared in front of everyone. Because there was only one Hu Yu. Everyone didn't know which Hu Yu was in front of them. Until Xiao Zissou exclaimed and flew towards him at the same time. Hu Yu. Confirmed. Everyone had a thought in their minds at the same time. This is the Hu Yu of this era. Others may not be able to recognize which Hu Yu is which. But Xiao Zissou must know him. Thinking of this, Su Zilong and others had a hint of loneliness in their eyes. Is the Hu Yu who belonged to them still dead? Although they haven't seen each other for 10,000 years. The favorability of more than 90 is enough for them to regard a person as an indispensable part of their lives. Even after 10,000 years, when they heard the news of his death, their eyes still couldn't help but sparkle. Good boy, Hu Yu said, raising his hand and rubbing Xiao Zissou's head. I'm out now. Right? Hurry up. Don't let your friends laugh at me. What's the joke? Xiao Zissou said, turning around to look around. And the aura of the true god on her body immediately spread. Let me see who is laughing. Su Zilong and others immediately put away their smiles and shook their heads at Xiao Zissou. Look, Xiao Zissou said, and did not forget to raise her hand and point at everyone. They are not laughing at all. That, Shen Linlin said, still hesitantly walking forward slowly. She came to Hu Yu and the others, looked at Hu Yu in front of her, and asked tentatively, where is brother Hu Yu? If you are talking about the brother Hu Yu who belongs to you. Hu Yu groaned for a few breaths, and then spat out 2 words. Dead. He did not forget to glance at the others while he spoke. As expected, no matter who it was, even Su Zilong who had been in trouble before, they all fell silent at this moment. Although they all knew that once the 2 Hu Yus met, there would be one casualty, which was inevitable. They still couldn't hide their sadness at this moment. But he still left a relic for you, Hu Yu said, as he took out the sealed memory of Hu Tiandi Slime Yu, threw it into the air, and removed the seal. This is his memory. The memory of the past 10,000 years. Whether it is what he did, thought after becoming the Emperor of Heaven, or the regret and longing for you after being sealed. It is all in it. As long as you put your mental power into it, you can sense these things of his. This, he asked me to leave it to you. This is an open conspiracy. To put it bluntly, Hu Yu still doesn't believe Hu Tiandi Slime Yu, and doesn't believe that he would be so kind at this last moment. Not wanting to die together, but wanting to do a good deed. If you put yourself in his shoes, Hu Yu wouldn't worry at all whether the other self would disregard Xiao Zis's safety and choose to ascend to the throne of the Emperor of Heaven. He would only think about how to kill the other self, which would be considered revenge. So, he would look at this thing. But he would never look at it in this situation, but let others look at it and relay the information in it to himself. Or he would touch it himself after confirming that there was no danger. Soon! And Xiener was the first to put her mental power into it, and tears appeared in her eyes. Then it was Xiao Mo. Minono and Nisusu did not hesitate at all, and directly put their mental power into it, and roamed in the memory of Hu Tiandi Slime Yu. Then it was Shen Linlin. Then Zhao Xiong and Zhao Yi. And finally Su Zilong. After several demigods put their mental power into it, Hu Yu did not find anything unusual, but still felt that something was wrong. That big pot, Gluttony said as he came closer, looking at the spiritual power collection in the air, tears streaming down his lips. Will this thing still be useful in the future? If not, how about I eat it? Don't waste it. Don't be in a hurry. Hu Yu spat out a word, looking at the spiritual body collection that was constantly expanding in the air, and vaguely felt that something was wrong. This thing seems to be expanding. No. 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 This spiritual power collection is not expanding, but devouring. Devouring the spiritual power of those demigods to strengthen itself. But he has checked that this spiritual power is just pure spiritual power, and it does not contain any will. What on earth does that guy want to do? Unless, a terrifying guess emerged in Hu Yu's mind. He didn't dare to hesitate at all and immediately shouted to the gods. Quick! Pull out of this ball of spiritual power. The voice fell, and Xiener and others noticed something, and their spiritual power began to pull out. But it was useless. Every time they pulled out, it would only bring them tearing pain, and it would not produce any substantial effect. And the speed at which the spiritual power in the air expanded was getting faster and faster. It was like a nuclear reactor that was about to explode. Swallow it. Hu Yu immediately ordered Gluttony beside him. Don't you want to swallow that thing? Go quickly. Big pot. I can't seem to swallow it. Gluttony's eyes were dodging, and when he looked at the ball of spiritual power, his eyes were no longer filled with desire for food, but only fear. This spiritual power has spatial characteristics and the ability to swallow. If I swallow it, the other things in my body will be swallowed by him. Damn! I almost forgot. Greed restrains gluttony. This method is only for gluttony, and it has no harm to Hu Yu. So when Hu Yu checked the divine fire, he did not find any problems. After all, he was not targeting Hu Yu, but gluttony. It is estimated that the ability to devour spiritual power can only target demigods. If Hu Yu does not let these demigods contact this spiritual body, there will be no problem. But once they contact, this function will be triggered. This is not called a method. At least not for Hu Yu. From the perspective of exploiting loopholes in the rules, this can even be called an anti-theft measure. It's like Hu Tiandi Slime Yu is certain that Hu Yu will not check it himself, but will let other demigods check it first. Bang! With a recoil of mental power, the 8 demigods around were instantly blown into a ball of blood mist. And as their mental power was drained, they also died in an instant. The Xianyuan reward naturally belonged to the dead Hu Tiandi Slime Yu. It has nothing to do with who you. In a flash, the mental power ball expanded instantly, and after swallowing up the corpses of those demigods, it began to breathe the next explosion. A spiritual body that combined the fall of a true god and the self-explosion of 8 complete demigod bodies, let alone the entire heaven realm. I'm afraid even the endless holy tower may not be able to withstand this wave. Heh! Who you just sneered, looked at the gathering spiritual power group, and said calmly, "You really will not close your eyes until you die. Well, let me send you off for the last time." He raised his hand, opened the space backpack attached to the system, and just uttered a word calmly. Collect. Chapter 504, Show Off. As soon as the words fell, the surroundings suddenly fell into silence. The spiritual power ball that was just hanging in the air disappeared in an instant, and the spiritual power of the 8 demigods that were wrapped in it also disappeared. Almost at the same time, all the demigods fell into a weak state. But they still looked at Huyu at the first time, casting doubtful and surprised eyes at him. There was no way. They knew that Huyu had spatial abilities, but they didn't know why he had this level of space ability. That was a spiritual force group, not to mention whether it was a substance that could be collected by space. Even if it was a true god-level existence. Is this also something that the authority of space can collect? Of course, doubts are doubts. They naturally couldn't ask such questions. Huyu couldn't help but look at everyone, with a little confusion in his eyes. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like this? No, nothing. Su Zilong stood up at this moment. He stood up slowly, still not quite used to the state after the mental power was shocked, but still asked Huyu. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you just now, we might all be trapped in that memory. You're welcome. Huyu responded with a smile, knowing that something was wrong with them, but still looked at them and asked, "By the way, what did you see in which memory? What will happen if we wear the Heavenly Emperor's crown?" "I haven't seen it yet," Shenlin answered. Although the memories inside are not scattered and chaotic, they are played in a flashback way. The first memory we saw is his recent memory. If we want to see the memory when he became the Heavenly Emperor, I guess we can't get out either. Damn it. I was still tricked by this guy. Huyu's mouth twitched helplessly. For the first time, he felt how disgusting it was to fight with a being like him. That was simply disgusting. Disgusting to the extreme. But no matter what, the problem of the immortal sword still had to be solved. Huyu's eyes fell on the Heavenly Emperor's suit beside him, and his brows slightly frowned. No matter whether that guy was trying to dig a pit to lead him to the position of Heavenly Emperor, or he did this deliberately, he wanted him to kill Su Zilong and others and let them come down to be buried with him. He was ready to try his own method first. He would not be in a hurry for the position of the Emperor of Heaven, and he would be even less anxious to kill people. Zilong. Huyu looked at Su Zilong with a question in his eyes. How many of the Xianyuan crystals, like before, do you have? 31st? 30? Su Zilong's eyelids rolled. You might as well just kill me directly. It will be faster. Do you believe it? At this point, everyone around fell silent again, especially Xian, who was originally silent, couldn't help but glared at Su Zilong, as if she wanted to beat him up again. Everyone was a fox who had lived for 10,000 years, and obviously knew what was going on now. If Huyu is not willing to take the risk of wearing the crown of the Emperor of Heaven, then the last option left for him is naturally killing people. Killing these 8 demigods, who are not even as good as pseudogods, can earn at least close to 2 billion immortal sources. This amount is enough to meet the needs of Huyu and his companions for ascension. As for the other one, the Heavenly Court has been developing for so long. After the 8 demigods are gone, aren't the remaining gods the living immortal sources? With Huyu's help, the remaining 1 billion immortal sources can only be described in 4 words, easy to get. Under such circumstances, Su Zilong actually took the initiative to bring this up? Isn't this making trouble? Don't be nervous. Huyu knew what they were thinking, and couldn't help but say, I won't do anything unless it's absolutely necessary. Everyone's heart trembled. If I won't do anything unless it's absolutely necessary, then when it's absolutely necessary, won't I still do it? This sentence is more of a warning than a comfort. Come on. Come on. Come over here. Huyu waved at everyone and said, let's all gather together first. There's less than 2 billion immortal sources in total, and we've all lived for tens of millions of years. So this number is not difficult. Everyone gathered together. Seeing this, Shen Linlin had no choice but to speak. Don't just stand there. If you want to save your life, take out the treasures in the bottom of the box. We have been dealing with each other for many years, so don't hide it at this time. I have 200 million here. Su Zilong has 200 million. Zhao Zhong has 150 million. Zhao Yi has 150 million. Xiao Imo has 100 million. Mi Susu has 100 million. Minanyo has 80 million. And Enciener, 50 million. You all, take out your own assets first before talking about other things. After the words fell, the people who were just pointed out by Shen Linlin really took out these immortal sources. Who you couldn't help but have a new understanding of Shen Linlin in front of him. A 10,000-year-old non-mainstream girl who just sat at home drinking shouldn't know these things. After Enciener took out 50 million immortal sources, the immortal sources under who used name increased by 1.3 billion, counting the 660 million he had previously obtained. Now he controls a total of 1.69 billion. This number is only a hair's breadth away from 2 billion. What about you? Who you turned to look at Xiao Zissou and Gluttony. I have more than 100 million here. Gluttony spoke first, and then lowered his head. If he were in Hu Yu's position, he would never count his 1 billion. After all, that's 10 billion immortal sources. Even if you don't exchange it for the way to leave, you can exchange it for other things in the mall. You know, in addition to the way to become a saint, there are many things in the mall that are of great value to the true gods. I have 1 billion here, Xiao Zissou said slowly on the side. Then there is still a shortfall. Hu Yu was about to say that there was still a shortfall of 1.2 billion. But after hearing Xiao Zissou's answer, he could not help but stand there in a daze. He could not help but look at Xiao Zissou, his eyes revealing doubt and puzzlement. How much did you say you had just now? In his impression, didn't Xiao Zissou come here directly after going to the other Hu Yu? How could there be so much immortal source on him? 1 billion. Xiao Zissou repeated it again, then looked at Hu Yu and smiled helplessly. Another reason why I believed him at that time was that he gave me these immortal sources. No wonder, Hu Yu replied helplessly. Perhaps it was just like what Su Zilong and the other said. The other Hu Yu was just lost for a short time, and occasionally he would be sober. Otherwise, Hu Yu couldn't think of how to explain why he gave Xiao Zissou this immortal source. I made up 1 billion, and I still need 200 million, Hu Yu concluded, turning to look at Su Zilong and the others. It doesn't look like there are that many. How about you all think of another way? Or you can find someone you don't like and help him ascend to the throne of the Heavenly Emperor. And then I can use him to brush up some immortal sources? Everyone asked, and their mouths twitched. Use the Heavenly Emperor to brush up immortal sources? Good man. Is there a more outrageous method than this? Forget it, Shen Linlin said helplessly. You can take away the Heavenly Emperor's crown and the so-called throne. We don't want them. As for the remaining 200 million immortal sources, I'll find a way to supply you. Don't think that the 2.8 billion immortal sources are now collected. The 200 million immortal sources are nothing. But you have to know how these 2.8 billion were collected. Not to mention the 2 heavenly emperors. More than half of them were collected by 8 demigod-level heavenly kings over 10,000 years. The other 1 billion is the former heavenly emperor's treasury. These 200 million are not so easy to collect. How to collect? Su Zilong looked at Shen Linlin. Don't tell me you're going to do that. Why not? Shen Linlin asked in confusion. The throne of the heavenly emperor is vacant now. She pointed at Hu Yu in front of her. There is also an invasion by foreign enemies. Shouldn't we gather everyone to fight against them? Plus, those people have enjoyed themselves for 10,000 years. It's time for them to pay the price for the heavenly court. Wait. Hu Yu looked at Shen Linlin in confusion. Who are you talking about? A bunch of old immortals. Shen Linlin spoke calmly, with a smile on her lips. Give me 30 minutes. 200 million immortal sources will be here soon. There is just something you need to prepare. What is it? The emperor's suit needs to be kept here for a while. Okay. Hu Yu said a word calmly, and probably guessed who Shen Linlin was talking about. Since there is no death in the heaven, in addition to Shen Linlin's group, there is naturally a group of termites who followed Hu Yu up. Either they are survivors found in other shelters after the end of the world, or they are the termites born from these first people. No matter which one it is, these 10,000 years are enough to make these termites fat and bloated. In this case, if there is a prestigious emperor, it is okay. No matter what happens, it can be controlled. But if it is like now, the emperor falls. Who knows what kind of trouble these people will make? Therefore, the best way is to kill with a borrowed knife. Borrow who use knife to kill those burdens. It must be said that among the few people present, only Shen Lin can come up with this method. The others, 10,000 years will eventually smooth out the edges of the stone. And those that cannot be smoothed out are not stones. Soon, half an hour later, a group of people rushed from the sky. The number of people is at least more than 100,000. According to the calculation of 200 million, each person only needs to provide 2,000 immortal sources. For those bloated and bloated worms who dare to covet the throne of the Emperor of Heaven. These 2,000 are too little. Come on. Huyu raised his hand and patted Gluttony's head. Can you eat it? Our main point is just one word. What? Show off. Chapter 505. Hello. My name is Ta. As soon as the words fell, without even Huyu and the others making a move, Gluttony jumped high into the crowd and began to eat one bite after another. Without the so-called king making a move, Gluttony could easily deal with these shrimp soldiers and crab generals without even taking a bite. No need to chew. Gluttony had just opened its mouth when those guys slid straight down its throat. Crowds of people, one after another, instantly turned into piles of immortal sources. There was nothing they could do. In terms of contribution point distribution, Xiao Zisu's immortal sources were obtained by himself. And Huyu not only obtained the 1 billion immortal sources he needed, but also prepared 800 million for Gluttony himself. Now there are only 200 million immortal sources left. And everyone can go up to the next level at the same time. In this case, if I don't work hard to show my performance, how can I be worthy of the big pot's cultivation? The more Gluttony thought about it, the faster he ate people. In less than 10 minutes, all those who were tricked by Shen Lin went into Gluttony's stomach. Let alone 200 million. Even 300 million immortal sources are available. Done! Gluttony swallowed the last unlucky guy, then hurried to Huyu's side, and handed him something with both hands as if offering a treasure. Big pot. 200 million immortal sources are done. This is what I exchanged with the remaining immortal sources. A small token of my respect. I hope you and sister-in-law can accept it. After the words fell, 2 brooches flew towards Huyu and Xiao Zisu. One black and one white. One dragon and one phoenix. Huyu just glanced at it, and the panel information of the 2 brooches popped up in front of him. Demigod level item. It comes in a set. As long as 2 people wear this brooch at the same time, no matter how far apart they are, they can hear each other's thoughts and sense each other's location at the first time. There is even an opportunity to teleport once a day regardless of the distance between them. If this thing is placed in other places, its value may be far less than the demigod level. But if it is placed in this endless holy tower, I have to say that this is indeed the most suitable thing for Huyu and Xiao Zisu. Very good. I like it very much, Huyu said. And then he gave the remaining part of the immortal source crystal to Gluttony. These should be enough for 1 billion. Right? Let's put it this way. Huyu said that he would protect Gluttony. So these immortal sources for leaving should naturally be given to him. As for the gift from Gluttony, it was Gluttony's intention. And the two should not be confused. Enough? Enough. Thank you. Dogwa. You're welcome, Huyu said, and did not forget to look at Xiao Zisu on the side. After you go up later, you should choose to leave. When they went up 1 level, Huyu didn't have time to tell Xiao Zisu about this. After Gluttony completed the conditions for ascension, everyone ascended directly. But this time was different. They had plenty of time to discuss this topic. What answer do you think I will give you? Xiao Zisu blinked and asked Huyu in front of him. Zisu. Okay. Huyu was about to speak when he was interrupted by Xiao Zisu. I am also a true god. We are both at the same level. When we get to the next level, we don't know who will protect whom, Xiao Zisu said proudly, and then did not forget to point to the newly acquired brooch on her chest. What's more, don't we still have this thing? If anything happens, even if something happens to me, I believe you will definitely be able to protect me. What normal man can refuse such words? Alas. Huyu sighed helplessly. Okay. You should be careful at that time. If there is any danger. No. Whether there is danger or not. Come to me at the first time. Did you hear that? I heard it. I heard it with both ears. Xiao Zisu said playfully. Huyu rubbed her head helplessly. You? After saying that, he did not forget to turn around and glare at Gluttony. It's all this guy's fault. Just now, I thought that the gift this guy gave was quite touching. But now it seems, if there were no brooches, wouldn't Xiao Zissou have no excuse to continue? Yes. It's all this guy's fault. Gluttony sensed Hu Yu's gaze. His body trembled slightly, and his head immediately buried deeply. There was no other way to bury it. In the past, the most serious thing was that he was afraid of arrogance. And he was afraid of Hu Yu's methods. But now, there is a real God. He can really kill. Otherwise, who would give him a gift? Isn't it just 1 billion immortal sources? There is no real God in the heaven now. Even if he swallowed those 8 demigods, what would happen? Forget it. Don't think about these things. Now the eldest sister can't be found. It's better to hug the thigh in front of you first. Brother. Gluttony immediately approached, with a flattering face. When are we going to the next floor? Oh. And you? Hu Yu said and looked at Gluttony. When you go to the next floor, will you continue or leave? Continue. Gluttony said as a matter of course. Brother. Didn't you find a problem? I didn't come in from the same road as you guys. Hu Yu naturally discovered this problem a long time ago. But he thought that Gluttony might not know how he got in. So he didn't ask more questions. But now it seems, Gluttony may know something. Hu Yu raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, I know. But, what do you want to say? Actually, this is not the first time we come here, Gluttony said. Pointing to his head, my memory here tells me that in fact, as long as we, any one of the 7 deadly sins, as long as any living being reaches the last level, or the endless holy tower automatically closes, they will be automatically teleported out. When the endless holy tower opens next time, we will return to the level we left before. That's not right. Hu Yu frowned and said, according to your theory, Pride should be teleported in like you. Brother, guess who cleared the endless holy tower last time? Pride? Hu Yu frowned and spat out 2 words. If we follow this logic, it makes sense. To be precise, it was pride and greed. Gluttony smiled helplessly. Only those who pass the last level are eligible to compete for the final ranking of the ceremony. I finally got this chance. I certainly can't give up. I understand. Hu Yu said casually. It's up to you. But I may not be able to help you with what you will encounter in the next level. Enough? Enough? Gluttony smiled awkwardly. Thank you for your care, brother. Anyway, Gluttony, owe you a favor. Then return it. Hu Yu said immediately, let me see your human form. It's a return of favor. Goodbye. As soon as the voice fell, a white light fell from the sky, and Gluttony disappeared instantly. This guy ran quite fast. Hu Yu smiled bitterly, pulled Xiao Zissou beside him into his arms, and whispered 4 words, be careful. Definitely. The words fell. Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou exchanged for the Saint's Law at the same time. In just a moment, 2 white lights fell from the sky at the same time, taking the 2 of them up. In the distance, Su Zilong and others watched from afar as the 3 white lights disappeared in the air. But just as they were about to speak, the light in the heavenly palace suddenly dissipated, as if someone had pressed the light off button, and it instantly turned into darkness. Whether it was the Ascension Pool or the center of the heavenly palace, at this moment, all was silent. Here, it was as if the things that had just happened had never happened. I don't know how long it had been. As the 3 white lights flew in from below, the heavenly palace regained its glory. However, this time, there was one more person on the throne of the Emperor of Heaven. If Hu Yu still stayed here, he would definitely recognize that person as Lin Xiaoxiao. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the 3rd creature to pass the 7th floor and gain an opportunity to evolve. Welcome to the 8th floor of the Endless Holy Tower, the realm of the 100 Saints. 100 Saints? So the way to become a saint is to reach here and become a saint directly. Right? Hu Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. But it doesn't matter. Now that I have successfully entered the 8th floor, I should be able to unlock the final form of the word spirit. Right? Hu Yu looked at the other panels that popped up in front of him. But when he looked at the only other panel that popped up, his brows suddenly frowned. Congratulations to the host for completing the 11th round of evolution, with an overall improvement in physical fitness, and the skill word spirit upgraded to the true God realm. Name, word spirit category, skill effect. Any word spoken may trigger cause and effect and make it come true. The probability depends on the target level. When the target is a true God or below, the probability of coming true is 10%. For each level increase, the probability is reduced to 1/10. There is no limit to the number of times it can be used daily, and you can decide whether to activate the word spirit at will. Note, there should be light in this world. True God. Finally, a true God. The concept of true God level word spirit is completely different from that of demigod level word spirit. With this skill, maybe you can leave the endless holy tower directly. However, Huyu was not in a hurry to try. He slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. As expected, like the previous times, the sky was covered by a gray barrier. He could not see the situation outside, nor did he know what the specific rules were. He could only see one choice: leave or continue. No way. Huyu looked at the text in front of him and smiled bitterly. Brother, we have dealt with each other so many times. You still need me to ask before you are willing to show me the benefits. Right? That's not necessary. Just when Huyu asked, a voice suddenly came from a distance. Huyu frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. A figure walked slowly, came to Huyu leisurely, and stretched out his right hand to him. Hello. My name is Ta. The Tower of the Endless Holy Tower.